Within the dim cavern, about 20 children lay sprawled across the uneven floor, covered haphazardly by a tattered animal hide with a few gaping holes, which safeguarded a mere 7 or 8 of them. The others, whether clasped in their own pelts or curled closely together in the surrounding shadows, all succumbed to an untroubled slumber, oblivious to their surroundings. Due to the lack of cleaning and the sheer number of sleepers, a foul odor permeated the cave. Sunlight managed to filter through the painstakingly chiseled ventilation openings, granting a modicum of illumination in the otherwise somber space. In a corner of the cavern, directly beneath one of these openings, lay a child clad in ragged animal skin, distinct from the others by the presence of a large dog nearly his size slumbering beside him. Shao Xuan awoke, his eyes flitting open to the sunlight bathing his shoulders, and he rubbed his eyes before rising to gather the hay beneath him. Upon witnessing Shao Xuan's movements, the previously slumbering dog sprang to attention, dutifully crouching beside him to facilitate the tidying up of the scattered hay. Once the hay was bundled, Shao Xuan grasped it in one hand while leading the dog with a leash in the other as he exited the cave. Finding himself inexplicably transported to this primitive enclave akin to an ancient tribe, Shao Xuan, embodying this frail frame, had endured for over half a year after awakening in this body. The original occupant had been sickly and doomed not to survive. Though he longed for familiarity, survival was paramount, and thus he mustered the resolve to adapt. Shao Xuan had never envisioned himself in such a place. It bore little resemblance to the primitive tribes of the Stone Age he had read about. The inhabitants, in appearance, seemed unremarkable, but were anything but ordinary. Had he witnessed an unassuming person lifting a water jar-sized stone with ease while strolling down the street? Or seen someone leap 3 stories high unaided, landing with perfect poise? In his previous life, he had encountered neither. Yet in this existence, such occurrences became an everyday spectacle. The cave he had emerged from was colloquially known as Funyo Cave, a name derived from its resemblance to a cow that had been beaten down. This name, bestowed by the tribe's shaman long ago, had remained despite the passage of nearly a millennium. As the tribe expanded and thrived, establishing their own dwellings outside, the cave ultimately transformed into an orphanage referred to as Child's Cavia Refuge for those without guardians shunned by the tribe. Since arriving at this outpost, Shao Xuan had not encountered other tribes, and it was rumored that theirs, the Fire Horn, was the sole tribe in the surrounding mountains. A secluded tribe, living in self-sufficiency. Guiding the dog, Shao Xuan ambled along, soon encountering an array of wooden huts, some constructed from timber, stone, and earthen mixtures. The sturdier structures appeared more substantial and slightly grander than the simpler wooden abodes, qualifying as the opulent residences of the vicinity. In Shao Xuan's eyes, both the wooden huts and sturdier dwellings were rudimentary abominations. Yet, as he had spent more time here, he longed for a wooden hut of his own, even if that aspiration was far from his immediate reach. At this moment, some of the tribe members had begun their daily routines. The men emerged, wielding their stone tools to sharpen and prepare for the upcoming hunt, while the women busied themselves with the tasks of sewing hides and sundering food. As Shao Xuan walked by, numerous gazes drifted in his direction, not directed at him, but rather at the beast he walked alongside, their eyes glimmering with greed and hunger. In their perception, the wolf accompanying Shao Xuan was akin to a massive hunk of meat, ripe for the taking. However, when they glimpsed the shaman's totem adorning the wolf's neck, they restrained their desires, well aware that it marked the creature as belonging to the shaman. To them, Shao Xuan was merely the guardian of the wolf. Indeed, the beast by Shao Xuan's side was a wolf born within these mountains. It had been taken in by a tribal warrior during a hunt and presented to Shao Xuan, who had named the creature Caesar in homage to a dog he had once owned. Since then, he had raised Caesar as one would a pet, treating him with a warmth rare in this environment. The tribal mindset perplexed him despite showing respect towards the shaman. Their attitude towards Shao Xuan remained largely unchanged after his possession of the totem only. Their inclination to slaughter Caesar for a meal was subdued since the shaman had not instructed them to assist him. Such an esteemed figure as the shaman would hardly expend effort on a mere child with time. The tribe adjusted to the presence of this child accompanied by a wolf. Caesar had grown from a toothless pup to his current size, yet the shaman had not reappeared. What baffled the inhabitants of the foothills, however, was why Shao Xuan referred to Caesar as a dog. Dog? What was that? This question lingered but briefly, as they soon dismissed it, lost in the more pressing matters of food. Shao Xuan had grown accustomed to the glares around him. He continued walking with Caesar, for even amidst their greed, the tribe refrained from seizing what belonged to the shaman. As Shichi had once asserted, the shaman commanded considerable respect within the tribe. The puzzling part remained. Why would such a high-ranking individual of the tribe, residing in a lofty noble district, bestow a valuable totem upon one as inconsequential as Shao Xuan, sleeping within the confines of the child's cave? He chalked it up to a conversation he had had about raising Caesar, wherein he had mused about growing the wolf to a size suitable for consumption. By sheer coincidence, the shaman had overheard this and, favoring the notion, had left the totem to ensure the safety of Caesar from the other tribe's people. The ancient shaman, fascinated by the idea of raising, had yet to reappear in these long months. Thus, Shao Xuan regarded him as an irresponsible old mystic. Could raising a wolf be so simple? The constant watchful eyes of the hungry tribespeople rendered it a challenge of immense psychological fortitude. In short, raising Caesar had sprouted purely from happenstance. Life here is a relentless struggle. Although the tribe ensured food for the orphans at Child's Cave, hunger gnawed at him mercilessly. With a resigned sigh, Shao Xuan's gaze wandered ahead, only for his eye to twitch. Before him stood an individual hoisting a massive stone cudgel, resembling a baseball bat but far heavier, extending nearly 2 meters in length. To Shao Xuan's former understanding, lifting such a weight would be a considerable feat, yet the man carried it nonchalantly, like a common hoe, as he ambled off to rendezvous with the hunting party. Such was the nature of these people, normal, robust individuals. As for Shao Xuan, he belonged to a vulnerable class yet to awaken the power of totems. Upon reaching around 10 years of age, once he awakened this strength, he would attain the status of an ordinary warrior capable of hunting for the tribe. The totemic power stood as the solitary standard by which the tribe measured potential hunters. Yet what exactly constituted totemic power remained unclear to Shao Xuan. Perhaps in due course he would comprehend it fully. At that moment, the man ahead, burdened with the stone cudgel and appearing still half asleep, remained blissfully unaware that his animal hide shorts were precariously sliding down to his knees, the daylight exposing his indiscretion. The surrounding individuals showed no signs of surprise or reaction. Shao Xuan could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Hey, you there, carrying that cudgel. Your breeches have slipped." It wasn't until Shao Xuan had shouted thrice that the man, stifling a yawn, turned to glance at him, his gaze lingering upon Caesar for a good half-minute before he finally looked down at his sagging trousers, unperturbed. With a casual tug, he adjusted them, securing them with a leather thong, and continued on his way up the mountain. Shao Xuan refrained from further comment. To the inhabitants of the tribe, notions of propriety and shame, what were those? Can it be consumed? If not, who cares? Chapter 2. This simple life, Shao Xuan's destination was not simply to ascend the mountain. Rather, after a brief ascent, he veered onto a pebbled path that led to the mountain's backside. Upon reaching the other side, he gazed out, and before him stretched an endless expanse of forested hills. Among these, a few barren peaks with scant vegetation served as training grounds for the tribe's warriors and were currently the primary source of stone tools for the hunting warriors. The rocky terrain was inhospitable to plant life, yet it provided an excellent venue for training. Shao Xuan stood upon a gravelly patch, the stones not naturally occurring but rather shattered by human hands. The usable stones had long been collected by the tribe, leaving behind mere fragments, typically overlooked. The surroundings were tranquil, though distant sounds of thunderous activity echoed from the nearby mountains. Shao Xuan had yet to witness the totem warriors in training, but had heard tales of their immense destructive power, rendering groups like his own perceived as weak, unable to approach. Many had been unintentionally harmed while attempting to observe silently. Retrieving his gaze, Shao Xuan loosened the grass leash he held. "Go ahead and eat your meal." The long-suppressed Caesar immediately scampered across the gravel, dashing about while sniffing the ground. Upon detecting something, it dug fervently with its forelegs, soon unearthing a worm, roughly the thickness of an adult's thumb and a foot long, which it promptly devoured before continuing its search. These worms, known as stone worms by the tribe, bore a resemblance to earthworms, but were significantly larger. Shao Xuan had witnessed one as thick as an arm, with rumors of even larger specimens lurking deeper underground, leaving only the smaller ones on the surface. Stone worms were notoriously difficult to consume, often causing severe diarrhea. Thus the tribe did not include them in their diet, leaving them for the more adventurous Caesar. As a wolf, resorting to eating worms was a dire situation indeed. After locating a suitable spot to dry a bundle of grass, Shao Xuan spread it out, ensuring a more comfortable resting place in the cave later that night. Once the grass was laid out, Shao Xuan surveyed the area, confirming no one else was around. Before approaching the edge of the gravel patch near a small tree, he cleared away a layer of stones and retrieved a crudely crafted stone knife tied to his waist. Beginning to dig. Soon, he unearthed a rough stone bowl, within which lay a piece of jerky. Quickly, he extracted the jerky and reburied the bowl in its original spot. The jerky was merely the size of half a palm, hard and somewhat rancid. Had the previous Shao Xuan encountered it, he would have dismissed it without a second thought. Yet now, after enduring genuine hunger, even the most unpalatable could transform into a delicacy. Behold, how simple life is, all by necessity. After consuming a small amount, he felt revitalized and invigorated. Rising to stretch, he performed a few sets of the fitness exercises he had frequently practiced in his past life. A daily ritual since awakening in this frail body. Nearby, Caesar continued its foraging, yet remained vigilant, occasionally glancing around. This awareness allowed Shao Xuan to eat without fear. For if discovered by others in similar states of hunger, his meager meal would be lost. Shao Xuan was isolated and vulnerable, his limbs thin and gaunt. A far cry from a formidable warrior. Were it not for the experience from his past life and the resilience forged since his arrival, it was uncertain whether he could muster the energy to move at all. After several rounds of exercise, Shao Xuan paused to catch his breath, only to notice Caesar abruptly change direction, yanking on a stone worm that had not yet fully emerged, tearing it in half. The remaining segment quickly retreated into the soil. Even halved, these creatures could survive and regenerate. The portion still in Caesar's grip thrashed violently, but Caesar did not swallow it, instead focusing intently in one direction, emitting a low rumbling from its throat, signaling the approach of someone. Caesar refrained from baring its sharp teeth, indicating that the newcomer was likely familiar. As Shao Xuan focused on that direction, he soon discerned the faintest sounds, akin to leaves rustling in the wind, gradually revealing a silhouette. The figure was a tall, robust man clad in simple animal hide attire, the material of fine quality, yet dusted with stone debris. His face bore several scars, adding to his intimidating presence, while other visible skin was marked by various injuries. A collection of stone tools hung from his waist, carefully selected stones intended for crafting superior weapons. These stones differed significantly from the gravel beneath Shao Xuan's feet. They were much harder, more suitable for hunting tools, far superior to the crude knife he possessed. The smallest of those stones could yield enough meat to sustain him for several days. Accustomed to stealth while hunting in the woods, the man moved soundlessly, an unintentional skill. If he had truly intended to conceal himself, even Caesar might not have noticed him immediately, and Shao Xuan would have heard not a whisper. Caesar's rumbling continued as the man cast a glance at it. Instantly, Caesar tensed, its mouth agape, revealing its notably long fangs. The half-eaten stone worm, attempting to escape, did not distract Caesar, which remained fixated on the man. To the tribe's warriors, wild beasts were mere prey, food, and Caesar was no exception. Even a fleeting glance from the newcomer could trigger the instinctual response of a seasoned hunter, exuding a dangerous aura that made Caesar wary. Recognizing the situation, Shao Xuan felt compelled to speak first. "Uncle Mai, good morning." The burly man, who had been staring at Caesar, shifted his gaze to Shao Xuan. The menacing aura that had briefly surfaced dissipated considerably in the face of Shao Xuan, alleviating the pressure he felt. In truth, most warriors of the tribe did not exhibit hostility toward young children, unless provoked. Mai scrutinized Shao Xuan, noting the signs of his recent physical activity, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, though the scars on his face did little to soften his fierce expression. Shao Xuan understood that Mai bore goodwill beneath his fearsome exterior. He and Shao Xuan's father had once been part of the same hunting party, and Mai had often lent a helping hand. "Ah, Xuan, out so early? It's good to practice ahead of time," Mai remarked. In the tribe, surnames were rare, with most individuals having single-character names for ease of remembrance. Shao Xuan's current name was simply Xuan, and he had gradually adapted to this custom. As for the manner of address, it was customary for the tribe's ancestors to precede names with "ah," a practice that had persisted through generations, particularly among the younger members when addressing others. Among the inhabitants at the mountain's foot, including the children of the cave, few ventured out to exercise during their youth, as they had yet to awaken their totemic powers. Most merely ate and slept, occasionally playing. As physical exertion drained energy and provoked hunger, an undesirable outcome for those living in poverty at the mountain's base, where even the adults encouraged their children to remain inactive. However, It was evident that Mai approved of Shao Xuan's endeavors. Practice now for greater benefit in the future. Uncle Mai, have you returned from the training ground? Shao Xuan inquired. Indeed, Mai nodded slightly. The warriors of the tribe did not adhere to a fixed schedule for their training, as long as they did not miss the hunting expeditions. They had the liberty to arrange their time freely. It appears you were quite fortunate this time, Uncle Mai. By the way, I heard from Longa that it is your hunting team's turn to venture out tomorrow. I wish you a successful hunt and a bountiful return, Shao Xuan remarked. Longa was a warrior from the same hunting team as Mai, and Caesar was the prize he had brought back for Shao Xuan. The term Longa in the tribal language translates to earth bow, a name that aptly reflects his character. Mai chuckled in response to Shao Xuan's words, aware that tomorrow's hunting trip could last several days. Hence, he needed to return and rest well to ensure he could hunt in optimal condition. Mai intended to take his leave, but paused after taking a few steps, turning back to call out, "A Xuan." Shao Xuan looked towards Mai, who tossed a piece of jerky from his leather pouch. The warriors typically brought their own provisions to the training ground. As the area was predominantly rocky with scarce vegetation and even fewer edible animals. To replenish the energy expended during training, they prepared food in advance. The jerky that Mai offered Shao Xuan was part of his prior supplies, and it had remained uneaten. He had intended to consume that last small piece on his way back, but chose to give it to Shao Xuan instead upon their encounter. Shao Xuan lacked the ability to hunt, and the tribe prohibited them from doing so, which was one of the ways the tribe safeguarded the young ones. Thank you, Uncle Mai, Shao Xuan expressed gratefully. The tribe's food resources were limited, especially during the season. Not everyone had the generosity to share meat as Mai did. After handing over the meat, Mai continued, I train at the foothills of that mountain, where one can witness the sun setting. He informed Shao Xuan of the precise training location and advised him to be cautious before taking his leave. Once Mai's figure faded from view, Caesar relaxed and surveyed the ground, discovering that the half-buried stone worm had already made its escape. Frustrated, he began to scratch the earth, keenly using his nose to discern scents, attempting to track down and recapture the elusive prey. However, Shao Xuan had no intention of allowing Caesar to succeed. Today, Mai had provided him with a hearty opportunity. He placed the jerky Mai had given him into a previously used stone bowl and buried it, covering it with a layer of stone debris for camouflage. After glancing in the direction Mai had indicated, he called out to Caesar, Let us go, Caesar. Let us aim for something grand. Chapter 3, Old Rivals. Given that this is the primary source of stone tools for the tribe, it is only natural that there exists a plethora of suitable stones for crafting. However, this area also serves as the training ground for the totem warriors, who take precedence in choosing the materials. Only after their needs are met do individuals like Shao Xuan, who belong to the less fortunate demographic, have the opportunity to scavenge the remnants. The term scavenge may sound rather demeaning, yet it perfectly encapsulates the current situation. Typically, those in the tribe who seek to scavenge do so just before sunset, as that is when most warriors are resting. At other times, the training ground poses significant dangers for those who have not awakened their totem powers, with stones shattered by the warriors' fists resembling bullets to the vulnerable. Fortunately, with the path indicated by Mai, Shao Xuan's journey would be considerably easier. Should he discover high-quality stones, he could exchange them for a substantial amount of goods. Shao Xuan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Accompanied by Caesar, he followed the route previously pointed out by Mai. Along the way, he could hear the thunderous sounds emanating from several training hills, accompanied by the occasional shower of debris raining down from unknown sources. Larger boulders rolled down from other paths. And without Mai's prior warnings of the safest route, traversing this area would have been far more perilous. Shao Xuan casually brushed aside his disheveled hair, shaking off some dust, and pressed on. Mai's training location was situated near the mountain's peak. The hills designated as training grounds by the totem warriors lacked any smooth paths, making the ascent arduous. By the time Shao Xuan reached the designated area, his arms, palms, and feet were bloodied. He paid little heed to his injuries. A couple of days' rest would suffice for recovery. The potential to find good stone materials made every effort worthwhile. After exerting considerable effort, Shao Xuan was grateful for the meal he had consumed that morning, as it provided him the strength to climb. The uneven ground was scattered with stones of various shapes and sizes, and directly before him, the stone wall bore numerous holes of varying depths, the edges marked by the telltale signs of tool excavation. Shao Xuan surmised that these holes once held harder stones, which had been extracted by Mai for the purpose of crafting hunting tools. Many exceptionally hard stones are not dispersed widely across the mountain. Rather, they exist in isolated clusters, some near the surface while others lie buried deep within. The warriors cannot cleave the mountain apart, so the discovery of desirable stone fragments ultimately relies on luck. Hence Shao Xuan's earlier comment about Mai's fortunate training session. In addition to the holes, the stone wall displayed numerous handprints and fist imprints. This was indeed Mai's training ground. The fists of totem warriors are remarkably hard. Had Shao Xuan struck even the weakest point of the wall, the stone would remain unscathed while his hand would surely suffer. The most robust and aesthetically pleasing stones had already been selected by Mai, leaving behind those that were still usable for Shao Xuan. Without further deliberation, Shao Xuan instructed Caesar to remain vigilant while he hastily sought stones that could be exchanged for food, knowing that delays might attract competitors. He picked up a half-foot-long irregularly shaped stone, which, while not heavy, he recognized that the quality of stones isn't necessarily determined by their weight. Many varieties of stones he had never encountered in his previous life, and some of the knowledge he once possessed proved useless in this world. The knowledge he currently held was the result of over half a year's accumulation. Lacking the ability to swiftly discern stone quality like the experienced warriors, Shao Xuan resorted to a more rudimentary method. He first assessed which stones had a suitable shape for crafting, then used his stone knife to carve and observe the depth of the marks left behind. Generally speaking, shallower marks indicate a higher quality of stone. As he struck the edge of the stone, a sharp sound resonated, and the area he had just struck bore only a faint mark. Delighted, Shao Xuan thought this could be fashioned into arrowheads or spear tips. The specifics of the final product were the concern of the stone tool craftsman. His sole task was to bring it to the craftsman in exchange for food. After placing the stone in his tattered animal hide bag, which had several holes, Shao Xuan planned to continue his search. However, Caesar had detected something unusual. Carefully moving towards Caesar, Shao Xuan followed the direction indicated by his companion and spotted 3 children approaching, each around 10 years of age, slightly taller and sturdier than the current Shao Xuan. These were 3 familiar faces, his old rivals, those 3 scoundrels who constantly pilfered from him. They were not from the same clan, but hailed from different families residing near the foothills, often playing together. Their rivalry with Shao Xuan had begun shortly after he awoke in this world, during which he initially struggled to adjust his mindset, often recalling his past life and hesitating to confront them. In those early encounters, his reluctance to fully engage led to him losing the hard-won jerky and being beaten into a pulp by those 3. Eventually, Shao Xuan underwent a transformation in his perspective. Just like the children he had seen scavenging in the cave on the first day he woke up, his attitude towards them evolved. During his recovery period, he reflected deeply, and upon his return to confrontation, he no longer held back. The tribe's rules prohibited the killing of fellow tribesmen, but as long as one did not maim or kill, few would speak out. The residents of the foothills had long grown accustomed to such brutal norms. Shao Xuan was uncertain of the tribe's specific lineage. Although they appeared similar to people from his previous life, this group exhibited remarkable resilience. A good beating would see them up and about within 2 or 3 days. And after a month or 2, they would be as lively as ever. This was why the tribe did not concern themselves with such skirmishes, viewing them as trifles compared to the more pressing matter of food procurement. As for the 3 children, Shao Xuan was neither as tall nor as strong as them, and he certainly did not consume as much food. How could he compete? Engaging in a battle of numbers required strategy and fierceness. Shao Xuan pressed Caesar's head down, noticing that Caesar was still baring his teeth at the approaching trio. "Wait," he commanded. Looking around, he selected a concealed spot to hide the stones he had just chosen, then stealthily moved behind the stone wall. "In a moment, you will deal with the amp, oppos, wild ones, and amp, oppos. Do you understand?" A warrior had once remarked that many beasts living deep in the mountains were quite intelligent, while the less intelligent ones often proved to be more challenging adversaries. Caesar belonged to the relatively clever species. This was not their first collaboration. In fact, even if Caesar could not distinguish between the foes, it mattered little. Shao Xuan had already singled out the ringleader, the one he deemed the biggest troublemaker, and dealing with him would simplify matters significantly. Caesar crouched low, quietly concealing himself behind a large rock, indicating that he understood Shao Xuan and oppos' intent. Approaching silently, his aim was to subdue swiftly and lethally, for this seemed to be the innate nature of wild animals. In the realm of hunting, They instinctively harnessed this latent capability. Even those wolves raised as pets from a young age. Chapter 4. The terrifying children from the cave, certainly. Shao Xuan never intended for Caesar to truly deliver a fatal blow. Such an act was strictly forbidden within the tribe. However, relinquishing the hard-won treasure was out of the question, especially with these three little rascals in the mix. As Shao Xuan contemplated whether to strike with bare fists or hurl stones, the trio ascending the mountain remained oblivious to his ambush, their attention diverted elsewhere. Wary of falling rocks, they were unaware of which path offered the greatest safety, relying solely on the sounds around them to navigate, attempting to steer clear of the more thunderous areas. Is it really this way? Sa, leading the group, narrowly dodged a rock tumbling from above. Glancing back at his companions with a frown, the timid boy named Jean shrank back, asserting, "It must be. My father is on patrol today. He saw my descend this way. He should be arriving soon, and Mai is a mid-tier warrior, so he surely has plenty of good loot." Sa scoffed, kicking a stone that landed near his feet, and pressed onward. As the trio drew nearer, Shao Xuan held his breath, waiting for the opportune moment. After numerous coordinated efforts, he refrained from further words and signaled Caesar, then lunged toward Sa with a sudden burst of speed, his fist clenched and aimed directly at Sa and Apos' face. Sa, quick to react, was the strongest among the three. He couldn't entirely evade Shao Xuan and Apos' ambush. He managed to turn slightly to spare his nose but not his cheek, which bore the brunt of the impact. Before he could process the blow, a follow-up strike landed squarely on his jaw, sending him into a momentary daze and staggering him backward. Yet this was merely the beginning. In rapid succession, Shao Xuan and Apos' fists rained down upon Sa's face. Ultimately, Shao Xuan opted against using stones. Even with bare fists, the relentless barrage was far from pleasant. The members of the Yin Jiao tribe possessed remarkable physical prowess, and even the children who had not awakened their totem powers surpassed most individuals Shao Xuan had encountered in his past life. With time of the essence, he poured all his strength into each punch. Meanwhile, as Shao Xuan charged at Sa, Caesar lunged at Yi. True to Shao Xuan and Apos' training, Caesar did not directly sink its teeth into Yi and Apos' flesh. Instead, it clamped onto the animal hide Yi wore and the grass rope tied around his waist, gripping firmly and dragging him in another direction. Although still in its juvenile phase, Caesar was strong enough to easily haul a 10-year-old child away, ensuring he could not cause trouble for Shao Xuan nor regain his footing. As for the third boy, Jean, he was the most timid among them, lacking the ferocity and strength of the other two. Shao Xuan decided to deal with him last. When Shao Xuan suddenly attacked Sa, both Jean and Yi were taken aback. Before Yi could assist Sa, Caesar was already upon him, and the sight of its sharp teeth nearly frightened the life out of the two boys. Yi, dragged away by Caesar, cried out for help. After a moment, Jean regained his composure and swung a wooden stick at Shao Xuan, while delivering powerful punches to Sa and Apos' face. Shao Xuan remained alert to Jean and Apos' movements, evading the incoming stick and feeling the sting of the impact on his back. He did not immediately dodge Jean's blow, but intensified his assault on Sa instead. Though Sa was 2 years older and physically stronger than Shao Xuan, he was merely a child without awakened totem powers. Under Shao Xuan and Apos' relentless onslaught, he quickly lost his ability to fight back. Gasping for breath, Shao Xuan realized that if he did not resolve the situation swiftly, he would be the one to suffer. He had learned the consequences of hesitation over the past 6 months. Having dealt with the most significant threat, Shao Xuan rolled away from Jean's swinging stick and turned his attention to him. The ferocity he had displayed while striking Sa lingered, and his eyes glinted with menace, causing Jean's hands to tremble as he gripped the stick tighter. Observing Sa on the ground, incapacitated, Jean understood that retaliation was impossible for the moment, and Yi and Apos' panicked cries only heightened his fear. Gripping the stick tighter, Jean felt a surge of terror and instinctively averted his gaze from Shao Xuan. Recognizing Jean and Apos' cowardice, Shao Xuan straightened up and approached him step by step. Though Shao Xuan and Apos' pace was unhurried, every step felt like a hammer striking Jean's heart, darkening his expression with each advance. Despite wielding a weapon and having a larger physique, Jean was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of spirit. When Shao Xuan closed the distance to just 1 step, Jean trembled and, in a moment of panic, threw down the stick, retreating a few paces, signaling his unwillingness to fight. Having faced Shao Xuan on multiple occasions, Zhan understood that such a display of submission would suffice to deter further aggression. Even after having struck Shao Xuan with the stick moments earlier, Sa, who had just begun to recover, looked up to see Zhan and Apos' cowardly demeanor, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Damn it, what a useless teammate. Recognizing Shao Xuan as the assailant, Sa felt a wave of dread wash over him. Their previous encounters with Shao Xuan had not gone well, and now, before he could even retaliate, he was downed on the ground. The feeling of helplessness gnawed at him. They had risked everything to come here for a chance at gain, only to discover Shao Xuan had arrived before them. Was he a wolf in sheep and Apos' clothing? Meanwhile, the three of them had arrived late and suffered defeat. With this thought, Sa glared at Shao Xuan with a deep-seated animosity. Shao Xuan chose not to linger on Sa any longer. He was not inclined to let Zhan off so easily today. However, he did not treat him as harshly as Sa, instead giving him a firm kick towards Sa, picking up the wooden stick that Zhan had dropped. Shao Xuan approached the fallen Sa and Zhan, weighing the stick in his hands. With blood from his earlier encounter with Sa still on his knuckles, he slowly rubbed it onto the stick, then flashed a smile at the two before him. At the sight of that grin, an icy chill ran down Sa and Zhan and Apos' spines, and they yearned to flee at once, sensing that something dreadful was about to unfold. However, Sa lay incapacitated, unable to rise, while Zhan, seated on the ground, frantically tried to retreat. Shao Xuan bent down, gripping the stick tightly as he swung it suddenly towards Sa and Zhan. The movement was swift and decisive. In that fleeting moment, both boys felt their breath catch, a frigid terror enveloping them as they could only focus on the descending stick. Crack! The stick struck the ground between Sa and Zhan, splintering instantly, with shards flying into their faces, drawing blood. Shao Xuan leaned closer to the stunned duo, declaring, "The spoils belong to me. You may approach once I am finished. Understood?" His voice, though low, bore an unusual weight, instilling in them the fear that if they did not concede, the very stick that had just shattered could soon be directed at them. Sa remained silent, glaring defiantly at Shao Xuan, while Zhan trembled uncontrollably, nodding vigorously, his eyes wide with caution and dread. No wonder their parents forbade them from nearing the children of the cave. Those children were truly terrifying, even more so than the often aggressive Sa, Zhan thought. Shao Xuan chose not to waste any more time on them. With the possibility of others approaching, he knew he could only rely on cunning to overcome these three children, especially with Caesar and Apos' assistance. If more were to arrive or older children appeared, he would have no choice but to retreat. With this in mind, Shao Xuan hastened his search. Chapter 5. Are you kidding me? Lying on the ground, Sai wiped his face, indifferent to his swollen visage and the blood trickling from his nose. He glared hatefully at Shao Xuan, who was busy picking up items. From his current vantage point, he could not discern exactly what Shao Xuan was collecting, but it was undoubtedly valuable stone, sufficient to exchange for several days and Apos' worth of food. Shao Xuan sensed the gazes of Sai and Zhan, yet he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. After selecting a few items, he glanced at the sky. It was past noon, time to return. Today and Apos' haul was adequate, and although there were still some stones he deemed worthwhile, Shao Xuan was aware that overburdening himself would be unwise, as he lacked the strength to safeguard them. His present power was insufficient. He would have to wait until the so-called totemic strength awakened. After summoning Caesar, to ensure the safety of the child named Yi, who had been dragged away, Shao Xuan departed with the stones wrapped in animal hide. When Yi stumbled back to the group, he beheld Sai, bloodied and gritting his teeth, lying on the ground, with Zhan cowering beside him. Once he regained his composure, Sai directed Yi and Zhan to quickly search for better stones to trade, all the while cursing vehemently, vowing to return the favor and seize Shao Xuan's possessions. Unbeknownst to the trio, a nearby warrior had witnessed the entire encounter. But after Shao Xuan left, the warriors gradually dispersed. Who was that kid? A curious young warrior inquired of his companion. The one with the wolf? I think his name is Xian, from the cave at the foot of the mountain. That wolf belongs to Wu. Don't even think about it, warned the older warrior. He had no insight into Wu's intentions, but understood well enough that one should not covet Wu's belongings. As for the boy Xian, in his eyes, he was merely helping Wu raise a wolf. The young warrior ruffled his hair, which was tangled with stone dust. I wouldn't Apos' dare steal from Wu. I just think that kid has potential. Once he awakens his abilities, he could be a valuable addition to our hunting team. That's still a long way off. We'll have to wait 2 or 3 years, the older warrior replied, shaking his head. I think some of the kids on your side of the mountain are promising. But those from the caves. His unfinished sentence spoke volumes. The tribe was structured in 3 tiers, with the most powerful warriors residing higher up, closer to the mountain and Apos' peak. The summit served as the tribe and Apos' heart, where the communal fire pit was located, the coldest area of the mountain. Many warriors believed that children emerging from the caves awakened later and possessed inferior qualities compared to those living at the mountain's base. Even when those children reached the age to awaken their totemic power and hunt, they were often excluded from hunting teams. Teamwork was crucial in the hunting parties, and any weakness could lead to dire consequences. As Shao Xuan made his way back, he remained oblivious to the warriors' discussion and their perceptions of him. Nevertheless, he had long suspected the presence of others around him. The warriors trained to disregard their surroundings, but remained acutely aware of any disturbances during their rest periods. The commotion would certainly attract a few warriors, and when he called out for help, several warriors were likely nearby, though they would hesitate to intervene. Shao Xuan understood that as long as the situation did not escalate excessively, the warriors would merely observe and refrain from interfering. Moments ago, when Shao Xuan struck the ground with a wooden stick, the force of that blow could have seriously harmed Sai and Zhan, prompting the warriors to act. In such a case, Shao Xuan's reputation would suffer, jeopardizing his future within the tribe. Thus, that action served merely as a warning and deterrent to Sai and Zhan. Returning with his bounty, the patrolling warriors and those stationed at the edge of the living quarters merely inquired about Shao Xuan's bulging animal hide bag, showing no inclination to seize his spoils, which they deemed insignificant. Back at the rocky expanse where he had trained that morning, Shao Xuan selected 2 stones from his collection and buried the rest. He had no time to deal with them now, and bringing them back to the cave was out of the question, as it was home to a pack of ravenous wolf pups eager to snatch anything that resembled food. Therefore, Shao Xuan never stored provisions or barter items within the cave. After securing his treasures, Shao Xuan sat down to rest. The exertion of climbing and fighting had drained much of his energy. He gazed at the distant mountains and then turned to survey the tribal settlement, particularly the houses at the base of the mountain. He glanced down at his fists, still marked by dried blood. It had only been 6 months. Yet he had transformed into a savage akin to the natives. The pressures of survival had indeed accelerated this process of assimilation. What was life like in the civilized world? Shao Xuan had dreamt of it several times at night, but those images were growing increasingly hazy, despite it being less than a year since his arrival. Although this place was marginally better than the uncivilized, cannibalistic savages described by Shirchi, it was hardly a significant improvement. In the past, even witnessing a parent strike their child would compel Shao Xuan to intervene. If he saw an adult hitting a child excessively, he would confront them, never intending to harm the child. But now, of course, the environment was different, and the tribe's children were not like the ones he had known previously. Even among children of the same age, their temperaments varied greatly. The children from the cave, even if frightened by a previous encounter, would still rush forward to snatch food in the future, each more ruthless than the last. When emotions ran high, they would not restrain themselves as Shao Xuan did. They would wield stones and sticks with abandon. If one could not match their ferocity, they would suffer greatly. For instance, despite Zhan trembling in fear just moments ago, he would still swing his stick or throw stones at Shao Xuan next time, joining Sai in an attempt to seize his possessions. Who could forget that on the very first day Shao Xuan awoke in the cave, it coincided with the time food was distributed. Faced with the predatory gazes of those around him, he had thought he had fallen into a den of wolves, surrounded by children, the oldest barely 13, many as young as 6 or 7. Savagery, it seems, is contagious. After resting, Shao Xuan exchanged 2 quality stones with a stone worker for 4 palm-sized pieces of jerky, 2 without bones and 2 with bones. He gave the bone-in pieces to Caesar, keeping 1 boneless for himself, and traded the remaining piece for a small scrap of inexpensive animal hide. Winter was approaching, and he needed to prepare in advance. Upon returning to the children's cave, it was time for the tribe's daily food distribution. The individuals responsible for transporting food had prepared today's rations, filling a large stone jar. Only those warriors who had awakened their totemic powers could lift such a heavy container. The tribe provided sustenance for the children in the cave until they awakened their totemic abilities, at which point they would leave the cave to build their own homes. The usual food offerings included minimal meat, barely sufficient to sustain the children's basic needs, as hunting for meat was challenging. More often, they received plant-based foods, such as the red-haired fruit Shao Xuan now observed. This was a type of woody tuber, reddish-brown in color, with numerous fine roots resembling fur. The larger tubers were similar in size to pumpkins from his previous life, while the smaller ones were about the size of an adult's fist. The texture was akin to that of potatoes, providing a filling meal. However, Shao Xuan was troubled by the after-effects of consuming this red-haired fruit. From a pharmacological standpoint, the red-haired fruit possesses the ability to regulate gastrointestinal functions and alleviate intestinal gas. To put it plainly, it facilitates the release of gas. And there is a peculiar characteristic of the red-haired fruit. If one consumes it without having eaten any meat that day, the effect of gas release is especially pronounced, manifesting directly as flatulence. However, if meat is consumed, the reaction is considerably less intense. The children in the cave primarily survive on the food allocated by the tribe, often indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, with only a handful venturing out to procure additional sustenance. This leads to a significant deterioration in the air quality within the cave each time the red-haired fruit is consumed, resulting in quite an overwhelming atmosphere. Shao Xuan's face turned pale at the thought. Xuan, the individual responsible for food distribution, Ku, approached Shao Xuan with a brisk gait, presenting him with a sizable piece of cooked red-haired fruit, noticeably larger than the portions allocated to the other children in the cave. Ku, one of the oldest inhabitants at 13, was notably more robust than the other two children of the same age. As a result, he had been appointed to oversee the cave, assisting with food distribution, which afforded him the advantage of securing larger portions for himself, contributing to his impressive physique, making him appear less like a cave dweller. However, Ku typically refrained from engaging with the other children, spending his days outside and returning only at mealtime. Having exchanged but a few words with Shao Xuan, now he approached with an ample piece of food. What could be his motive? Shao Xuan glanced at Ku, accepting the red-haired fruit. Ku appeared to be in high spirits, even somewhat excited. Xuan, I will be heading to the mountainside tomorrow and will remain there throughout the winter. The cave will be entrusted to you, Ku stated. Upon hearing this, Shao Xuan nearly dropped the red-haired fruit in disbelief. Surely, the management of the cave should fall to the older children, of which there were two aged 13, along with several others aged 12 and 11. Why was he, a mere child yet to reach 10, chosen for such a responsibility? The appointment of a caretaker was not solely at Ku's discretion, prompting Shao Xuan to inquire, who decided this? Ku gestured towards the entrance of the cave, where a transport worker leaned casually against a stone jar, idly picking his teeth. Observing the fierce children within the cave clamoring for food, Shao Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to confront the delivery person and demand, "Are you jesting with me?" Chapter 6. Trouble in the cave lived 27 children, including Shao Xuan, each one fierce and relentless. How could Shao Xuan, with his slender arms and legs, possibly manage them? Many of the children in the cave aspired to take over Ku and Appo's position, striving for more food. It was evident that having someone as significantly smaller as Shao Xuan assume management would undoubtedly provoke resentment among the others, leading to inevitable conflict. In 2 words, trouble. The middle-aged man responsible for delivering food to the cave was named Go. He was not as robust as Mai and had lost an arm during a hunting expedition, rendering him unable to hunt anymore. He had withdrawn from the hunting party and now delivered food daily. Shao Xuan inquired about the reason for his injury, but learned little. After distributing the food, Go departed, carrying an empty stone jar effortlessly with one arm. Even without one arm, his strength remained intact, and he had no trouble lifting the jar. Once Go left, Ku entered the cave to announce his decisions and the successor for his duties. Starting tomorrow, Xuan would be responsible for food distribution. After the meal, the atmosphere in the cave, which had calmed after the earlier commotion, grew tense again with Ku's proclamation. The children in the cave did not voice their complaints or engage in arguments. They simply wore displeased expressions. Ku did not linger or offer further explanations. He quickly packed his belongings and left. Being of advanced age, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would awaken his totemic power after this harsh winter, meaning that his departure could be permanent. While Ku left with ease, Shao Xuan felt a heavy heart. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was around 3 in the afternoon, with still some time before sunset. Holding on to Caesar, he returned to the rocky area. Sitting down to ponder his next steps, he had initially hoped to lead a tranquil life, waiting a few years until he was of age to awaken his totemic powers. Even if his aptitude was lacking and the awakening came later, he would naturally awaken by the time he reached Ku's age. At that point, he could venture out and build his own home and form a hunting party. However, it seemed such a peaceful existence was no longer feasible. As he left the cave, several children had cast him and Caesar predatory glances. What if they decided to rise in the middle of the night and consume you? Shao Xuan remarked to Caesar, who was wandering about the rocky ground. Previously, with Ku's presence, the younger ones had not dared to act out, but now, without Ku, the situation was unpredictable. The children in the cave were far more ruthless than those in the tribe, and when hunger struck, they would not hesitate to disregard the markings given by the shaman, uniting to roast Caesar if necessary. Shao Xuan realized he was no match for the 20 or so children in the cave. Unaware of the impending danger, Caesar wandered toward the Black Marsh, having failed to find any stone worms in the rocky area. Near the tribe's mountain, there were two forbidden zones. One was a vast expanse of treacherous black marshland, where sinking meant certain death. The other was a river that seemed to have no opposing shore, inhabited by river beasts. It was rumored that several formidable warriors from the early tribe had ventured into the water to fish, only to disappear without a trace. Due to the multitude of unknown dangers, the tribe's leaders forbade anyone from entering the water. Thus, aside from the tribe's women occasionally washing animal skins in the shallows, no one dared approach the river. A stream flowed down the mountain, providing the tribe's drinking water, and no one wished to risk contact with the perilous river. Both the Black Marsh and the riverbanks were guarded by warriors to prevent tribe members from entering those dangerous areas and to guard against unpredictable threats. The tribe relied solely on hunting for sustenance, which was why food was perpetually scarce. With Caesar, a substantial source of meat, parading around the cave in front of the starving children, it was no wonder that they were salivating. What to do? Shao Xuan sighed again, inwardly lamenting the old shaman who had given him the token but had not reappeared since. The tribe prohibited entry into the Black Marsh and the river, especially for those children yet to awaken their totemic powers, but it did not extend that prohibition to wolves approaching the marsh. Thus, occasionally, Caesar would venture to the edge of the Black Marsh to search for things to gnaw on, such as peculiar shell insects residing there. After several visits, the warriors stationed to guard the boundaries turned a blind eye. Animals possess a keen sense of danger, and Caesar was aware that the Black Marsh was perilous, so he only roamed near its edge. Not long after, Caesar returned with something in his mouth, dropping a black object at Shao Xuan's feet. It was an insect Shao Xuan had never seen before, quite different from the prior shell insect. It was softer, about the size of his palm, oval-shaped, and covered in numerous slender legs, its hue matching that of the Black Marsh. While Caesar had been carrying it, the insect had poked at his wolf nose with its legs. In previous instances, Caesar had brought back insects, likely for play. As there were few creatures around the tribe's habitation to pique his interest, and catching rabbits was out of the question. It was rather pitiful for a wolf to have only insects to interact with. As Caesar attempted to bring back the fleeing insect, Shao Xuan noticed it expelled a mass of black bubbles, enveloping itself completely. Disturbed by the bubbles, Caesar dropped the insect. The black bubbles coalesced into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, trapping the insect within. Caesar circled the bubble but refrained from biting it, evidently disliking the unpleasant odor. After about 15 minutes, Caesar abandoned the insect hidden within the black sphere and returned to the rocky area to continue searching for stone worms. However, Shao Xuan was intrigued by the insect and took out his stone knife to poke at the mass. To his surprise, the once soft black bubbles had hardened and become brittle. With a firm jab, Shao Xuan split the black sphere in two, causing the insect within to bolt toward the Black Marsh, appearing significantly smaller and shriveled compared to before. Not pursuing the insect, Shao Xuan crouched down to examine the split sphere. Testing one half with his stone knife, he discovered that both black halves were quite light, requiring a bit of effort to crush. After studying one half and breaking it apart, he turned his attention to the other black half. After some thought, he called Caesar back and carried the black half toward the riverbank. Even when the tribe approached the river, they only cautiously navigated the shallows, where it was safer. Shao Xuan had no intention of entering the water. Who knew what strange creatures lurked within? He merely wanted to test whether the half-sphere could indeed function as he imagined. Untying the grass rope from his waist, he secured one end to the black half and held onto the other end before tossing the half-sphere into the water. As anticipated, the black half flowed on the water's surface. This could be used for fishing. Chapter 7. The strange fish. The black hemisphere was used by Shao Xuan as a fishing float. He had tried wooden blocks, but they did not work. As the tribesmen had said, the shallow diving areas were manageable, but in slightly deeper waters, wooden blocks would sink soon after being placed on the surface, pulled down by something beneath. Since this black object served as a life-saving tool for swamp worms, it should also have a repelling effect on creatures in the river that tend to grasp floating objects. Without a fishhook and unable to find a substitute stone hook, Shao Xuan decided to simply tie a stone worm. If there were carnivorous fish in the water that found the stone worm appealing, then it would be worthwhile. In his previous life, he had used earthworms for fishing, but having not encountered any in this life, he opted to try the stone worm instead. The tribesmen had mentioned that the creatures in the water were fierce and likely would not be overly critical of such a rudimentary bait. Shao Xuan had no intention of catching a fish at this moment. If the fish were indeed interested in the stone worm, he could always carve a proper fishhook the following day. The stone worm was just dug up by Kaiser, tightly bound at the end of a grass rope. Though this was merely temporary, if the stone worm was water-resistant, it would eventually slip away from the grass rope over time. With insufficient tools, he could only experiment for now. If this stone worm escaped, he could always dig up another. The black hemisphere serving as the float was tied about half a meter from the end of the rope. Shao Xuan did not intend to test the deeper waters. Standing at the edge of the shoal, he cast the bait and the black hemisphere into the water. Despite the weight of the grass rope and stone worm, the black hemisphere sank slightly but remained afloat, allowing Shao Xuan to gauge possible occurrences beneath the surface. The grass rope he carried was not particularly long, totaling less than 5 meters, and Shao Xuan was still quite close to where he had thrown the stone worm. Standing on the shore, he kept his feet dry, attentively watching the water's surface, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. Nearby, there were 2 watchful warriors. If danger arose, he would make his way toward them. As Shao Xuan engaged in this endeavor, the 2 warriors responsible for guarding the riverbank were equally curious about his intentions. Initially, they had thought the boy intended to enter the water, planning to retrieve him and toss him back into the cave, but they were taken aback by his peculiar actions. Thus, after exchanging a glance, they refrained from intervening for the moment, instead keeping a close watch on Shao Xuan. Kaiser, when I say pull, you pull the rope, Shao Xuan instructed, placing the other end of the rope in Kaiser's mouth while gripping the middle section. After waiting for a time without any movement in the water, Shao Xuan pondered. Could there be no fish near the shallows? Or perhaps the creatures in the water were uninterested in the stone worm. Before he could finish his thought, the black hemisphere floating on the water's surface suddenly plunged down. Shao Xuan felt the rope in his hand sliding rapidly. The friction from the grass rope stung his palm. He tightened his grip and pulled back, calling to Kaiser behind him. Kaiser, pull. Though it was somewhat abrupt, Shao Xuan sensed that the force pulling downwards was still within his capacity to manage, prompting him to enlist Kaiser's help to discover what had seized the bait. Kaiser clamped down on the grass rope, exerting his strength to pull back, having dragged many individuals before and thus familiar with the task. The 2 warriors observing from a distance became tense. They had never entered the water, and even when approaching the riverbank, they had only dipped their hands in to wash animal skins, never venturing further. They had witnessed massive river beasts on the water's surface during summer, and coupled with the bloody tales passed down through generations regarding this river, they maintained a cautious fear of it. Now, witnessing Shao Xuan pulling something from the water astonished them, tightening the tension within their bodies, fearing that something formidable might emerge from the depths. Should we go? One warrior nudged his companion with his elbow. Perhaps let us take a look. The other hesitated, uncertain of his thoughts. A breeze blew from the river, carrying with it a dampness and a faint fishy scent, the source of which was unknown, only serving to heighten the warrior's anxiety. Shao Xuan could feel the entity in the water tugging at the rope, attempting to drag itself back into the depths while he pulled it ashore. Gradually, he managed to pull it closer, revealing the creature's form. The water's surface in the shallow area erupted with splashes as the creature struggled violently below. With a firm grip on the rope, Shao Xuan concentrated on pulling back, when suddenly, a vision flickered before him, as if a mouth filled with countless sharp teeth was lunging toward him, almost engulfing his head. Just as it seemed about to touch him, the vision vanished in an instant. The apparition had flashed by too quickly for Shao Xuan to react, leaving him bewildered. He shook his head, attributing it to his heightened tension and possible hallucination. By the time the 2 warriors reached Shao Xuan, the creature in the water had fully revealed itself. It was an oddly shaped fish, approximately half a meter long, with its head occupying 2/3 of its body. As it was pulled from the water, its mouth remained tightly clamped on the rope binding the stone worm, showing no intention of letting go. "Keep pulling, don't stop." Seeing the warriors approaching, seemingly paralyzed in astonishment, Shao Xuan urged Kaiser to continue. During his first experience of dragging a fish, Kaiser quickly transitioned from initial surprise and vigilance to biting down on the grass rope firmly and pulling with all his might. Once the fish was fully out of the water and a safe distance from jumping back in, Shao Xuan finally released his grip. At last, it was out. "Good job. Kaiser, let go. Where do you think you're dragging the fish?" Kaiser, still gripping the rope with his teeth, continued to pull back, letting out low growls. Clearly agitated by the fish now out of the water, his instincts kicking in. Only when Shao Xuan called out did Kaiser reluctantly release his bite. Cautiously approaching the thrashing fish, baring his teeth as if ready to take a bite. The distance from where Shao Xuan had initially stood to where he had cast the stone worm was merely a few steps. And the water there was shallow enough for a person to stand. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering such a fierce fish in the shallows. The sight of its large mouth filled with sharp teeth, clamped tightly onto the bait, and thrashing violently, desperate to free itself, was startling. One of the approaching warriors swiftly pierced the fish with a spear, the forceful thrust driving it through, pinning it to the ground at the riverbank. Only then did the fish release the rope, its mouth opening and closing vigorously, as if attempting to bite anything within reach. The grass rope that had once bound the stone worm was now frayed, reduced to a mere remnant, and was close to being severed. Shao Xuan's grass rope was resilient and durable, hand-woven for binding items, yet it was astonishing that it had come so close to breaking after such a brief encounter. His gaze fell upon the creature's gaping maw, and Shao Xuan froze. The most striking feature of the fish was its enormous mouth, lined with countless sharp, pointed teeth. Such proportions and such teeth seemed inherently designed for tearing and killing. The pulling force had been considerable, had Kaiser not been assisting. Shao Xuan might not have been able to extract it from the water so swiftly. If the nearby diving areas were teeming with such fish, a person entering the water would likely be reduced to mere bones. This was just one type of fish. There could be even more terrifying creatures lurking beneath the surface. It was no wonder that even the totem warriors of the tribe were reluctant to enter the water. The thought of what might happen to the tribe's children if they ventured into the water sent a chill down Shao Xuan's spine. Moreover, during the recent tugging of the rope, a fleeting image flashed before my eyes, resembling the menacing mouth of a fish adorned with countless sharp teeth. Shao Xuan fixed his gaze upon the fish's maw, and his thoughts drifted back to the final moments of his previous life. Specifically the phantoms he beheld before the stone and earthen walls of a remote mountain village. The two warriors beside him noticed Shao Xuan's dazed expression as he stared at the fish's mouth, mistakenly believing he was paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach the fearsome creature. It was Shao Xuan's first encounter with such a fish, yet one of the warriors had previously witnessed it. Before I awakened my totemic power, I accompanied my father to the riverbank and saw this kind of prey once. The shaman referred to it as a fish. The waters are fraught with peril. At that time, a woman from our tribe, washing animal hides by the river, had her arm bitten off. My father once speared one of these creatures. The warrior cast a glance at Shao Xuan, astonished that this child could drag a fish from the water without even entering it. His own father had risked his life to dive in and rescue the woman who had been pulled under, but tragically, by the time she was saved, half of her arm was already gone. Following that incident, the women of the tribe refrained from washing animal hides by the river, only venturing there for water when the streams in the mountains dwindled due to drought. As Shao Xuan returned to reality, he found that the fish had succumbed to its wounds. The warrior who had speared it withdrew his weapon, removed the fish from the tip of his spear, and handed it to Shao Xuan by its tail. "Here you are. This is your catch. Well done. You shall undoubtedly grow into an exceptional warrior." After a moment's reflection, the warrior added, "However, it would be wise to keep your distance from the water. Besides fish, there are many other dangers lurking beneath the surface, and luck may not always be on your side." Yet, half an hour later, the boy who was deemed not to be so fortunate once again employed the same method and emerged from the depths with a fish even larger than the last. The two warriors could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 8. The most beautiful words in the world. On his second attempt, Shao Xuan dragged a slightly larger fish ashore. He did not require the assistance of a warrior to spear it. Instead, he stunned the fish with a stone, even though it was merely unconscious. Once out of the water, Its life was fleeting. He tied the fish with a rope and hung it from a tree, then retrieved the smaller fish he had caught earlier, which had been pierced through, along with a few dry twigs. Noticing the two soldiers stationed at the riverbank curiously observing him, Shao Xuan waved them over. The two soldiers hesitated briefly, but their curiosity prevailed, and they approached. Xuan, what are you up to? Planning to eat? Do you need my help? One of the soldiers, who had previously caught fish, rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He had already learned Shao Xuan's name. Their feelings toward fish were a mix of wariness and intrigue. However, with the fish now dead, their wariness dissipated, replaced by a hunter's curiosity about new prey. I'll do it. Weren't you the one who was supposed to kill it? The other soldier interjected, pushing the first aside. He drew out a stone knife and seized the fish, swiftly gutting it while discussing with his companion. Is this the intestine? Why is it so short? What about its stomach? Is this it? No, this is it. This must be the stomach. Be careful. What's this? Don't rupture it. We don't know if there's a venom sac. Where's the heart? Let's see if we can cut further up. The two soldiers were engrossed in their animated discussion, while Shao Xuan stood by, his face twitching in disbelief. Are these soldiers hunters or peculiar pathologists? They are like overly curious amateur anatomists. Regardless of Shao Xuan's faltering impression of them, it must be said that they were exceptionally skilled at dissection, efficiently handling their first encounter with fish. While dissecting, they shared vital information about hunting in the mountains, such as which animal organs were toxic, which contained venom sacs, and which were more delectable. They never consumed the internal organs of unfamiliar creatures for safety's sake. Soon, only the fish, now devoid of its innards, with several incisions on its head and missing gills remained. There's not much edible part left, but at least its size is decent, remarked the soldier wielding the stone knife as he wiped the blood off, instead of washing it in the river. The two soldiers merely used leaves to clean the fish's blood, then wrapped the removed organs in leaves and buried them in a small pit beside a tree. The scent of blood could attract unwanted attention. While it was manageable in the tribe, at the riverbank, creatures both aerial and aquatic might be drawn to the smell, necessitating caution. They advised Shao Xuan to follow suit in similar situations in the future. The tribe's fire-starting tools were not as primitive as Shao Xuan had initially imagined, but involved the use of a powder. Each soldier carried this powder, and when it was time to ignite a fire, they would produce a spoon-like stone tool and a stone pestle. They would place a small amount of powder into the spoon, quickly grinding it with the pestle until it ignited, transforming the spoon into a small torch to light dry grass and twigs. Shao Xuan was astonished when he witnessed the soldier responsible for transporting food ignite a small fire in the cave. He had anticipated that such a tribe would rely on primitive methods like friction or flint, but instead, they possessed such a convenient and efficient tool. The children living in the cave had yet to acquire such fire-starting implements, which they would receive only upon becoming warriors and establishing their independence. At times, observing this tribe left Shao Xuan with a sense of peculiar contradiction, as if the skills they possessed were not in harmony with the tribe's current development. Despite his confusion, he did not delve deeper into the matter. After roasting the fish, one soldier tasted a bit to ensure it was safe and palatable. Satisfied, the three of them, along with the wolf, shared the fish. This meager sustenance was insufficient for the two soldiers, and Caesar remained indifferent to cooked food, losing interest after a mere taste, while Shao Xuan found satisfaction in his meal. After eating, the fish bones were claimed by the two soldiers, who wished to keep them as a memento. Shao Xuan suspected that they intended to boast to their hunting team members about their catch. Subsequently, the two soldiers resumed their watch, while Shao Xuan, accompanied by Caesar, dragged the now lifeless fish back towards the cave. The sky had darkened, and several children within the cave had already fallen asleep, while those still awake were either drowsy or waiting for Shao Xuan's return. Inside the cave, a small fire pit had been set up. Each evening, the soldier responsible for food transport would come to kindle a fire, providing warmth and a means to cook food for the children. Previously, it had been Ku who extinguished the fire before sleep, but now that duty would fall to Shao Xuan. Standing at the cave entrance, Shao Xuan instructed Caesar to wait outside while he took a deep breath and boldly entered the cave. The older children, gathered around the fire, turned their attention to him upon his arrival, their gazes filled with hostility. After all, Shao Xuan had taken the position they had coveted for so long. Once inside, Shao Xuan climbed atop a large stone, nearly a meter high, situated near the entrance. This was usually where Ku distributed food, and from this vantage point, he could see every corner of the cave. The older children approached him, and he clapped his hands, commanding, "Get up. Those who aren't asleep, rise." Except for those deep in slumber, the other children gradually gathered around. Observing the assembly, Shao Xuan addressed the few standing in front. "I know you are displeased and resentful of my taking Ku's position. You want to push me down and take my place, and here you are waiting for me instead of sleeping. However, this is decided by Uncle Gu. If you have grievances, if you have complaints or suggestions, don't direct them at me. It's futile. If you have the guts, go speak to Uncle Gu." The children in front of him frowned, clearly contemplating the feasibility of approaching Gu. Would Gu be angry? If he were angered, would he cease providing food? Would they go hungry? This didn't seem like a good plan, after all. Being older, they naturally pondered more than the younger children. Shao Xuan glanced in their direction and continued, "Have you considered why I am able to take Ku's position? I am younger than you, not as tall, nor as strong. Why did Uncle Gu choose me to lead? Because I am superior to you. I possess greater capability." His words rang out with authority, his face betraying no hint of deception. Shao Xuan had no idea what Gu, the one responsible for food delivery, truly thought. He intended to have an earnest discussion with Gu the following day. However, for now, his priority was to navigate this immediate challenge and establish his authority over this group of unruly children. Otherwise, he would need to constantly guard against their potential troublemaking. It wasn't that Shao Xuan was unwilling to adopt a gentler approach. Rather, these children were notoriously difficult, and reasoned discourse was ineffective. From his observations, once Gu made a decision, it was unlikely to change anytime soon. Since Gu had entrusted Shao Xuan with the cave's responsibilities, it would likely persist for some time. If not longer, Shao Xuan understood that he needed to resolve this issue decisively from the outset. A firm stance was essential. Hearing Shao Xuan's words, the front children displayed anger. One was even so incensed that his eyebrows shot upwards. Yet before he could voice his frustration, Shao Xuan barked, "Shut your mouth." With that, Shao Xuan called out to the outside, "Caesar." Waiting outside, Caesar, gripping the grass rope, dragged the bound fish into the cave. The children's eyes were fixed on Caesar as he entered, and only when Shao Xuan went to retrieve the dragged fish did they notice that other items had also been brought inside. "I hunted this." Shao Xuan untied the grass rope binding the fish, revealing its true form, and forcefully lifted the fish's tail for all to see. Many fish lack eyelids and do not blink. Even in death, their eyes remain wide open. Under the dim glow of the firelight, the fish's originally red eyes appeared somewhat eerie and shadowy. Its gaping mouth opened and closed in rhythm with Shao Xuan's movements, exposing countless sharp teeth within. Once the dust was wiped off the scales, they reflected a cold gleam, adding a chill to the already cool night. The children closest to Shao Xuan, who had just been murmuring defiantly, instinctively took several steps back, their eyes filled with wariness. Their initial expressions of provocation and hostility towards him transformed into a more cautious demeanor. The tribe venerates the strong, powerful warriors are idolized by the entire community, often preferring straightforward methods, such as violence, to solve problems. However, in addition to direct confrontation, one can gauge the disparity in strength by the quality of their respective catches. The better the prey, the stronger the hunter. Yet, the children in the cave had yet to awaken their totemic powers and had not become totem warriors. They were incapable of hunting and could only resort to thievery for sustenance. Moreover, procuring a prey as fearsome as this one was utterly beyond their reach. Just a glance at those teeth could reveal how much flesh could be torn away with a single swipe. Can you hunt? Can you capture such prey? Or find other food? You? Or you? Who among you can accomplish this? The children pointed out by Shao Xuan shrank back, shaking their heads. You cannot. Since you cannot, suppress all your discontent and feelings. After delivering a stern warning, Shao Xuan lifted the fish once more. This is my gift to you all on my first day in office. Upon hearing this, the cave fell silent for a moment before a child timidly inquired, "What is the gift?" Another, slightly older, added, "Can we eat it?" Shao Xuan paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes, my heart feels weary." Instantly, the atmosphere in the cave became lively. All grievances, hesitations, and resentments were cast aside. For them, the prospect of food was perhaps the most beautiful and melodious word in the world. Chapter 9. We believe whatever kind words you speak at present. Shao Xuan can be regarded as little more than a minor cave leader, presiding over a group of spirited, if somewhat unruly, youngsters. The fish he had brought back was prepared according to the method employed by the two warriors he had previously observed. He meticulously removed its entrails and gills. discarding them in the designated refuse area within the cave, which was accumulating various remnants of meals. Aside from a few inedible parts, the fish was consumed entirely, leaving only a scattered skeleton and a mouthful of sharp teeth. After feasting on the fish, the children drifted off to sleep, while Shao Xuan lit a torch, extinguished the fire pit, and ventured deeper into the cave. Initially, he had intended to exchange food and furs before the onset of winter, but now, having taken charge of the cave and discovered a method for fishing, he pondered whether he should bring a few companions the following day to procure additional fish. An ample stock of provisions would safeguard them through the winter, as the supplies provided by the tribe were rather meager. The tribe's inhabitants were currently busy gathering provisions in anticipation of winter, diligently preparing jerky to preserve their food. If he could secure more fish, not only would conditions in the cave improve, but they could also barter fish for warm furs with the tribe. Shao Xuan had no desire to endure the cold of winter. Wielding the torch, he navigated the cave, illuminated by its dim glow. During his last visit, he had merely wandered about out of curiosity shortly after arriving in this world, and he had not ventured deeper since. As the saying goes, a new official must set fire to his domain. He needed to stoke the flames and reorganize the space. In the early days, when the tribe was small and its numbers few, they inhabited this cave, which had been arranged for storing food, firewood, furs, tools, and weapons, as well as a toilet. However, as everyone migrated to build homes, the cave gradually descended into disarray, leaving many areas vacant. The 20 or so children clustered near the cave entrance, leaving a significant amount of unused space. The deeper sections of the cave also had ventilation shafts, but they had been sealed off due to years of neglect, resulting in an impenetrable darkness even during the day. After surveying the area, Shao Xuan returned to the entrance, laid out the sun-dried straw, extinguished the fire pit, and intended to sleep. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to drift off that night. His thoughts wandered to the matters within the cave, the fish in the river, and the vision he had encountered while fishing during the day. As he contemplated, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching him, yet he could not discern their source. The extinguished fire left the cave shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight filtering in through the ventilation shaft, casting a dim, bluish hue typical of the night. The children around him were sound asleep, their rhythmic snores echoing softly. The entrance was already blocked by a thick curtain of grass, and all remained quiet. Beside him, Caesar lay quietly, undisturbed by any unusual sounds, indicating that there should be no imminent danger. Was it possible that one of the children was still awake, staring in his direction? Shaking his head slightly, Shao Xuan wrapped himself tighter in his fur clothing, closed his eyes, and resolved to sleep, for the next day would require him to lead the children to fish. Yet, only a short while later, as he closed his eyes, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past, too swift for him to fully comprehend. Following that shadow, pairs of eyes gleaming with a faint bluish light emerged. What was that? Startled, Shao Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. The surroundings remained as they had been, the cave cloaked in darkness save for the hazy light cast by the moon. Sleep was now entirely elusive. He turned over and happened to glance at the ventilation shaft he had previously noticed. Normally, even at night, the shaft would not be obstructed, presenting no issues. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Xuan rose, as his sleeping area was elevated, allowing him to easily peer outside through the opening. The moonlight illuminated the outside more brightly than the cave itself, enabling him to discern the nearby landscape. Outside stood a stone pillar nearly 5 meters high, erected long ago, serving a purpose akin to a sundial. Those who had once lived in the cave would gauge the time by observing the shadow cast by the pillar in sunlight. Now, however, the tribe had long vacated, leaving behind children who, upon venturing out, would often carve markings on the pillar. The elements had weathered the stone, leaving it pockmarked. Yet it retained a semblance of its original shape. Atop the pillar perched a bird. Shao Xuan recognized the bird. At first, he thought it was a bat, but later learned it resembled a swallow, fast-flying and nocturnal, and it was carnivorous. The tribe referred to it as the night swift, a name reminiscent of the Bat-S moniker, yet it was far more ferocious and preferred to dwell in groups, often attacking in swarms. Thus, few ventured outside at night, and those who did carried torches to ward off the night swifts. Generally, people could not hear the calls of these birds, but the tribe claimed that formidable warriors could indeed perceive their piercing cries. Although most had never experienced it firsthand, it was merely spoken of in tales. As Shao Xuan gazed at the stone pillar, the night swift perched upon it turned its keen gaze towards him. In the moonlight, its eyes reflected a bluish glow, identical to the image that had briefly flitted through his mind earlier. The night swift would not enter through the cave's ventilation. They preferred to observe from a distance, seeking out solitary targets to swarm and attack. In the past 6 months, Shao Xuan had never witnessed a night swift enter the cave, but anyone who ventured out without a torch would surely face an assault. Exhaling softly, he chose not to look outside any longer, lying back down, hoping to resume sleep. Yet, knowing what the shadow and the glowing eyes had been, he found it difficult to relax. Shao Xuan felt as though he could perceive the nearby dangers, akin to the fish he had seen during the day and the bird now standing outside. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. As usual, Shao Xuan rose, gathered the straw he had lain upon, and prepared to take it outside to dry. Clapping his hands, he called out to the group of children resting within. "Are you awake? How many of you are up? Come with me to catch fish." There was no immediate response. "The fish we caught can be eaten, just like yesterday, yes." This time, there was a slight stir, albeit minimal. Some children remained in deep slumber, impervious to any disturbance, while others, even upon awakening, hesitated, grappling with the long-established habit of sleeping until afternoon, waiting for food distribution. A few had opened their eyes but were still drowsy, yawning before drifting back to sleep. Ultimately, out of the 20 or so children, only 4 followed Shao Xuan outside, among them the 2 oldest in the cave. The remaining 2 were named Tu, a timid boy whose bold name belied his nature, and Ba, a somewhat awkward child who stammered but was generally good-natured, except when it came to seizing food. Both children were 11 years old, though their physiques differed markedly. Ba stood a head taller than Tu, resembling the 2 eldest children aged 13, while Tu was small and slight, similar in stature to Shao Xuan. Shao Xuan directed Caesar to dig up some stone worms, utilized last night's grass rope, and took along the buoyant black hemisphere before leading the 4 children to the riverbank. The 2 warriors from the previous day remained on guard, having not returned home the night before, as they were scheduled to watch over 3 consecutive nights before being relieved. Upon seeing Shao Xuan, the 2 greeted him with smiles and exchanged a few words, which intrigued the other 4 children. They had never encountered such a situation while moving about the tribe. 2 older children, having somewhat diminished their competitive spirit against Shao Xuan due to the events of the previous night, found their apprehensions further alleviated upon witnessing the current situation. In their eyes, those who maintained good relations with the warriors of the tribe invariably reaped numerous benefits. In times of trouble, assistance would readily be at hand. Much like Ku, who, owing to his acquaintances on the hillside, often garnered the envy of others. Shao Xuan prepared the necessary items and briefed the 4 children on the tasks ahead. "It's quite simple," he stated. "Just follow my lead and do as I instruct. When we catch fish, we shall divide them amongst ourselves." Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement, and their earlier worries about the river dissipated significantly, with the length of the grass rope being limited. Shao Xuan intended to cast the bait not too far and opted not to enlist Caesar's help. Instead, the 4 children took over Caesar's position from the previous day, while Caesar quietly squatted nearby. The children, clutching the grass rope tightly, were filled with a mix of anxiety from their first encounter with river creatures and the exhilaration of their inaugural fishing venture. "All right, hold still for now and await my command," Shao Xuan instructed as he cast the bait and focused intently on the water's surface. Soon enough, ripples indicated activity beneath the surface. With the experience gained from previous attempts, Shao Xuan shouted, "Pull." At his command, the 4 children tightened their grips on the grass rope and exerted their strength to pull back. Collectively, the 4 proved stronger than Caesar, and this time, the effort to reel in the fish was relatively smooth. The fish they caught resembled the one Shao Xuan had captured on his first attempt. Seeing a live fish for the first time, particularly one so capable of inflicting harm, the children, once released by Shao Xuan, immediately seized nearby sticks and struck at the fish with vigor. Among them, Tu, timid and drawn forward, swung his stick wildly at the fish's head while letting out terrified cries, prompting Shao Xuan to suppress the urge to reprimand him. "Enough, enough. Stop." Shao Xuan intervened, pulling the children away from the fish. He had previously cautioned them about the dangers posed by such fish and advised them to wield longer tools while fishing. Alas, their excitement at this first hunting experience had overwhelmed their caution, and their adrenaline-fueled enthusiasm resulted in a rather brutal scene. "How on earth can we eat it now?" Shao Xuan thought, casting aside the first fish. He then guided them in catching a second fish, which they managed to preserve intact. Afterward, they proceeded to gut the fish and sought fire from the two warriors to roast it. Although the fish Shao Xuan had brought back to the cave the night before appeared larger, it contained an abundance of bones, leaving little edible flesh to share among the 20 or so children in the cave. Today, however, was different. A fish half a meter long could be divided among 5, ensuring that each child would receive a satisfying portion despite the bones. The children, brimming with excitement and at a loss for words, could only smile broadly, their laughter echoing like a melody. "This is delicious," two exclaimed. "Indeed, fish is good for the brain," Shao Xuan replied. "What does endopos, good for the brain and opos, mean?" one child inquired. After a moment's thought, Shao Xuan simply explained, "It means you will grow better." "Grow better? Is that, can we become stronger? Like totem warriors?" stammered another child. Upon hearing this, the other 3 children looked up at Shao Xuan, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though the children in the cave were typically fierce in temperament, they were not adept at concealing their emotions. Their thoughts were readily apparent on their faces. At this moment, the 4 gazed at Shao Xuan, seemingly urging him to continue. "Please, speak. Whatever you say, we will believe if it is good." Consequently, Shao Xuan swallowed the words that were on the verge of escaping his lips, pausing for a moment before reluctantly affirming. The river water gently lapped at the bank, its surface appearing placid, yet Shao Xuan had caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure with sharp teeth, much larger than the one seen yesterday, though the image was faint, likely due to the distance of the formidable creature. In this boundless freshwater river, danger and opportunity coexisted. The winter's provisions lie within these waters, Shao Xuan mused. Chapter 10. Follow me. There is meat to eat. After satisfying their hunger, the 5 companions managed to catch 6 fish. One was given to Caesar, uncooked, as he preferred his meals raw. The remaining 5 were claimed by Shao Xuan, each serving as a trophy. Upon returning with his companions, Shao Xuan found Uncle Go, who was responsible for transporting food, waiting outside the cave, though he did not spot Shao Xuan. The children within the cave had developed a biological clock, waking naturally at this hour, energized and eagerly anticipating the forthcoming distribution of their spoils. However, with Shao Xuan absent and Uncle Gu withholding rations, hunger soon turned to impatience. Tensions flared, and 2 children even resorted to blows over a minor dispute, leaving one with a bloodied nose. Uncle Gu sat silently on the edge of a stone vat filled with food, indifferent to the children's squabbles, and kept them at bay from the vat. 20 children circled the vat, cautious of being kicked away by Uncle Gu, and reluctant to risk their share of food. As Gu observed the commotion, his attention was drawn to the 5 children approaching, led by the newly appointed cave leader, Shao Xuan, along with a wolf. However, his gaze widened in astonishment at the sight of what they were dragging behind them. Before Shao Xuan could reach him, Gu could no longer contain his excitement and jumped down from the vat, taking a few steps forward before retreating, then lifting the vat to approach again, leaving the vat behind to prevent chaos among the children. "What on earth is that fish?" Gu exclaimed, pointing at the fish Shao Xuan was carrying. Years ago, after an incident by the river, Gu had encountered such creatures in the water, but their chieftain forbade everyone from swimming, and he had not seen one since. He never anticipated encountering them here today. How did they manage to catch so many? It seemed improbable to catch even one by mere chance. Was there an anomaly on the riverbank leading to numerous dead fish washing ashore? That didn't seem likely, as there were guards stationed by the river. Moreover, the fish bore evidence of being struck with sticks. Gus sucked in a breath at the sight of the fish's sharp teeth and jaws. As an experienced hunter, he could deduce the species' lethality and temperament from its appearance, and it was evident this was a highly dangerous creature. Even the strongest totem warriors would hesitate to confront such a beast. Yet, he was baffled by how these seemingly feeble children, devoid of totemic powers, managed to capture it. The 2 older children accompanying Shao Xuan could not suppress their pride, eagerly recounting their morning hunting expedition to Gu, reveling in their bravery. Demonstrating their prowess before seasoned warriors would surely benefit their future aspirations to join the hunting team, a favorite endeavor among the tribe's youth. Though their narrative was somewhat disjointed, Gu, with his wealth of hunting experience, was able to piece together their tale. Casting a complex glance at Shao Xuan, Gu waved his hand, signaling it was time to distribute the food. As the children inside the cave caught sight of the fish, they rushed forward, but the 4 companions, not including Shao Xuan, immediately assumed a defensive posture. Even the previously amiable stutterer wore an intimidating expression, one hand concealing the bundled fish behind him while the other gripped a stick, prepared to defend against any would-be thieves. Caesar kept a watchful eye on the fish Shao Xuan had caught. The tribe's children dared not snatch it, redirecting their focus to the other 4 fish instead, especially since food distribution was imminent. This was Shao Xuan's first experience in food allocation. Having observed Ku's methods, he quickly adapted, ensuring to set aside portions for the 4 companions guarding their catches. Gu watched as Shao Xuan completed the distribution, then glanced at the fish, lifted the vat, and took a few steps before reluctantly departing. Like the 2 warriors stationed by the riverbank, Gu was not motivated by hunger but rather by curiosity about the fish. Unfortunately, Shao Xuan withheld the fish from him, leaving Gu perplexed as to why he had been thrust into the role of cave leader without explanation. With no names assigned to the fish among the tribe, Shao Xuan simply referred to them as piranhas. He had noticed some hanging apparatuses above in the cave, long unused and forgotten. Testing with his own fish, he found it could be suspended without damaging the overhead stone channel. Seeing Shao Xuan's actions, the other 4 requested his assistance in hanging their fish as well. It was impossible for any one of them to consume such large fish in one sitting, and they were unwilling to share, needing to guard against the other cave dwellers. Hanging their fish was the most prudent option. The other end of the grass rope was secured to the wall, with each of the 4 maintaining a watchful eye over their respective catches, finding comfort in the knowledge that their possessions were safeguarded. Observing that the stutterer and his companions each possessed sizable fish, the other children in the cave began to regret not joining in the morning's hunt. With this comparison, Shao Xuan seized the opportunity to instill a notion among the young ones. Follow me, and there will be meat to eat. Want to join in tomorrow? Fine, but you must heed my commands, Shao Xuan declared. Ensuring the children in the cave complied was no easy task. Resorting to punishment day after day would yield little result, as many tribe children were not only resilient, but also stubborn and fiercely independent. A child who had been subdued today could easily snatch from you again tomorrow. Even during Ku's tenure as cave leader, not everyone was obedient. Many had endured severe beatings, taking days to recover. Yet, now, Shao Xuan's simple proclamation, "Follow me, and there will be meat," was enough to pacify their rebellious spirits. The following day, Shao Xuan instructed the children to gather grass for ropes. This season yielded an abundance of suitable grass, easily sourced, though not everyone possessed the skill to braid it. Among the 27 children in the cave, with Ku's departure and the frequent absence of a quiet, atypical child, only 25 remained. They were divided into 5 groups of 5, each containing at least one who knew how to braid grass. Shao Xuan explained the division of labor: who would gather grass, who would weave, and who would hunt for stoneworms. However, the children seemed disinclined to collaborate, frequently squabbling even within the same group, often fighting over a single blade of grass. After intervening to quell the discord, Shao Xuan pondered and rephrased his approach. Now, each group is a hunting team, your very own hunting squad. The term hunting team sparked excitement among the children. In their minds, the concept of a hunting team was a prestigious one, reserved for warriors who had awakened their totemic powers. Joining a hunting team equated to an abundance of food. The prospect of becoming part of a hunting squad and embarking on their own expeditions thrilled them. Shao Xuan surveyed the eager faces and announced, "All right. Those who do not wish to participate, those unwilling to follow orders, or those who enjoy brawling, step forward." Not a single child moved. The one at the front glanced sideways, feeling conspicuous, and hurriedly stepped back, fearful of being misunderstood as someone intending to withdraw. The child who had just knocked a tooth out of a fellow group member stood solemnly, oblivious to his own propensity for fighting. "Well, since no one is stepping back, let us proceed. Remember, you must follow my lead. Anyone who disobeys or acts independently will be expelled from the hunting team." Understanding what motivated these children, Shao Xuan wielded the concept of the hunting team as a threat. They were temperamental yet straightforward. They merely needed to understand what mattered to them. Indeed, they were more compliant this time. However, when it came to actual execution, things did not unfold as smoothly. By the riverbank, the 2 guards stationed nearby observed with amusement as Shao Xuan flustered while directing the children in their fishing endeavors. In moments of exasperation, Shao Xuan would resort to scolding, and the children, upon receiving a thump, would roll on the ground, wipe the blood from their faces, and rise with smiles, undeterred as they resumed pulling the lines. In the normally lackluster eyes of these little ones, a spark of excitement shone through, particularly when they beheld the fish being drawn from the water. They could hardly contain their exhilaration, eager to leap about in celebration. Had the fish not possessed such ferociousness, capable of stripping flesh with a single bite, they would have dashed forward to seize the fish, marking their claim with a bite. For several consecutive days, Shao Xuan led them to fish, and the river teemed with abundance, yielding a bountiful catch each day, enough to sate their hunger, even if they ate to their heart's content. Yet, perhaps due to their past hardships of hunger, the children, in times of plenty, felt compelled to stockpile their catch. Some retained the wisdom passed down from their parents, adhering to the age-old practice of hoarding provisions before the arrival of winter, while others simply followed suit, emulating the actions of their peers. These days marked the happiest period for the children since their arrival in the cave, and they appeared increasingly spirited with each passing day. Those who once struggled to awaken in the morning now roused before Shao Xuan, clamoring to wake him at the break of dawn. At night, they would lie on the ground, gazing intently at the large fish suspended above them, even after extinguishing the fire. Throughout the night, Shao Xuan could still hear their muffled laughter, sending shivers down his spine. Truly, what a vexing situation. Chapter 11. Records and counting. Just as a person who has endured poverty may experience a surge of emotion upon sudden wealth, the children in the cave have been in a state of extreme excitement these days. This exhilaration has manifested in frequent altercations. Outside of fishing hours, brawls have become commonplace in the cave. Previously, conflicts arose over the theft of food. Now, they are fought to protect it. Sometimes, when spoils are brought back, if anyone mistakenly takes the wrong fish, without hesitation, a fight ensues. The days of one-on-one duels are gone. Following Shao Xuan's installation of the concept that groups serve as a different form of hunting parties, the children now band together in groups of 5. Fights, of course, have escalated into battles between teams, more intense than ever before. Shao Xuan sits nearby, shaking his head in dismay, lamenting his own role in this chaos. After witnessing a skirmish sparked by one child's error in fish retrieval, he surveyed the disarray within the cave and turned his gaze towards a smooth stone wall near the entrance. Long ago, when the tribe inhabited this place, they had polished the cave walls and inscribed characters upon them. After the children arrived, new inscriptions became rare, and even when the children felt inspired to create art, they would only carve at lower levels, leaving the higher portions adorned with remnants of inscriptions from countless years past. With the passage of time, the methods and depths of carving have varied. Some use plant pigments to create hues, while others carve directly with stone knives. Many marks have faded, changed color, and become unrecognizable. Left untouched, such remnants are a waste. Shao Xuan summoned the overly energetic youngsters and instructed them to gather stones to polish the cave walls. Within the depths of the cave, there were larger stones that they worked together to move. To reach the higher parts of the wall, they needed to stand on these stones, otherwise, their heights would not suffice. With the task at hand, the children settled down considerably. Moreover, since this was Shao Xuan's command, no one dared to oppose it. Even those reluctant complied, taking stones to polish the walls. As the walls had already been smoothed, they were merely removing the superficial traces. When they felt satisfied with their work, Shao Xuan took a piece of charred wood from incomplete combustion and, standing on the stones below, inscribed the numbers 1 through 5 on the wall, designating each group. He clarified which group was represented by each number and, for added assurance, wrote the names of the members beneath their respective numerical codes. Occasionally, the tribe would send individuals to the cave to teach the children the basics, such as counting and some commonly used characters. It was through this that Shao Xuan became acquainted with the written language here. Although the cave's children had previously shown little willingness to learn, acquiring scant knowledge, each time someone visited, only Shao Xuan was attentive for a while. Around their necks, the children wore stone plaques inscribed with their names. Even if they could not write or recognize many characters, they could still identify their own names. Names were inscribed, groups established, and the fish they brought back also needed to be recorded. Initially, Shao Xuan intended to simply note the number of fish caught by each group, but the children were dissatisfied. Glancing at the fish suspended from the ceiling of the cave, Shao Xuan took his charred branch and sketched simplistic representations on the wall. Abstract fish, rendered in a single stroke. As long as it resembled a fish, that sufficed. Finally, the children were appeased. Even having their most numerically adept member verify that the drawings on the wall matched the number of fish they had. Each fish took mere moments to draw, totaling only a few dozen, which did not require much effort, especially since they had free time. Moreover, with the cave being spacious and the walls sufficiently broad, there was no issue drawing 1,000 fish. The area where Shao Xuan drew the fish happened to be opposite a high ventilation opening, through which sunlight streamed during the day, illuminating the wall's inscriptions and drawings, making them clearly visible. Thus, every day outside of fishing hours, the children would sit in groups of 5, weaving grass ropes. After a while, they would glance up at the wall, counting their fish and then those hanging in their territory above. As a result, their counting skills improved rapidly. In the past, those who wielded stone clubs were reluctant to count, but now, without prompting, they could count dozens of times in a day, and that was a modest estimate. A xian. Is 12 after 10? It is 11. Oh, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, a xian, why does our team only have 14 fish? There are 15 drawn on the wall. Who stole our fish? As he spoke, the child, along with the other 4 from his group, brandished their wooden sticks and stones, glaring menacingly at the other children in the cave. Shao Xuan took a deep breath, pointing to the wall with his branch. Did you not notice the thick stroke drawn on the first fish? That signifies it has already been eaten. You consumed it last night. Would you like to expel what is in your stomach to confirm? I can assist. Well, it does seem so. After pondering with his head tilted, the child's anger dissipated, and he tossed aside his stick, sitting down with the others to continue weaving grass ropes, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. A xian. I heard from Uncle Gu that tomorrow will be a fine day. Are we going to the river again? One child asked eagerly. The others perked up, their eyes gleaming as they fixed their gaze on Shao Xuan, as if a simple negative response from him would shatter their hearts into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, we shall proceed as usual tomorrow, Shao Xuan replied, stepping outside the cave to observe the sky. Now, the more than 20 children in the cave acted as one. Their greed compelled them to wish to fish at the river all day, yet they understood that moving together with others was the wisest course of action, and they had no choice but to comply. The first reason being, they could not procure stone worms. Shao Xuan had experimented with various insects found within the tribe, discovering that stone worms yielded the best fishing results. Those who disobeyed orders and acted independently would not receive any stone worms from him. If one does not listen yet still desires stone worms, fine, go dig for them yourself. Without Caesar, you may dig for half a day and still not find a single one. These stone worms are far swifter underground than earthworms. If one does not catch them promptly, they will return empty-handed. In recent days, Caesar had been the one assisting in digging for the stone worms. The second reason for their necessity to act collectively, they could not acquire the small black pieces that float on water. To obtain those, one must catch a specific insect that dwells in the black marsh. But unfortunately, aside from Caesar, none of them could approach the black marsh. Thus, Caesar's status within the cave has significantly risen. At least now, the children's gazes toward him were no longer those of mere hunger. Some of the sharper-minded ones even learned to ingratiate themselves with him. Having seen him gnawing on animal bones, they offered him fish bones. Regrettably, Caesar showed no interest in fish bones whatsoever. Nonetheless, the relationship between these children and Caesar has softened considerably, alleviating Shao Xuan's concerns about the possibility of them uniting to roast him. The next day, Shao Xuan was awakened early by the ruckus of the children, who rushed to the gravelly area to dig for stone worms. For each stone worm Caesar unearthed, Shao Xuan would allocate one to each designated team leader. A single stone worm could be used 2 to 3 times. Once unearthed, it could be sliced in half, and within minutes, both halves would be capable of independent movement, effectively doubling the count. Given a bit more time, they could grow to the length they were before being cut. With all preparations complete, Shao Xuan led the group to the riverbank. The guards stationed at the river had changed, but they quickly became familiar with Shao Xuan, having observed him bringing the cave children to fish over the past few days. They would even gift him a fish daily, leading to a favorable impression of him and a shift in their perspective toward the children emerging from the cave. Upon seeing the river, the children could hardly contain themselves, clamoring to cast their bait and fish eagerly. However, Shao Xuan was suddenly interrupted. Step back. Everyone retreat. Do not touch the water. Do not cast the bait yet. He grabbed the child who was at the forefront and flung him back, frowning as he gazed at the river's surface. Something was amiss today. Chapter 12, Strike. The weather today is undeniably clear. The river's surface is remarkably calm, devoid of wind. Just a few days ago, the waves lapped against the shallows, yet today, tranquility reigns, almost eerily so. The water is not particularly clear. The shallows are decent, but a meter further out, the depths obscure any view of what lies beneath. In this perilous world, where logic often falters, every detail must be heeded. Neglect could spell doom. Moreover, this river is regarded by the tribe as a hazardous zone, akin to the treacherous black marshes. The successful fishing of the past few days does not guarantee safety. Upon observing Shao Xuan's demeanor, the previously enthusiastic children hesitated, puzzled, and stepped back. They may be greedy and not particularly wise, but they possess a keen instinct for self-preservation. Recent events have fostered a greater trust in Shao Xuan, and as they retreated, their gazes remained fixed upon him. Standing at the riverbank, Shao Xuan contemplated the placid waters before him. Aside from the stillness, nothing appeared amiss. The river's hue remained unchanged, and no suspicious entities surfaced. Was he merely being overly cautious? Suddenly, translucent, white creatures emerged before him, resembling inverted shuttlecocks adorned with numerous tentacle-like appendages, gliding through the water with their swaying tendrils. Drawing from previous experiences, Shao Xuan understood that such an occurrence was not without reason. These creatures were likely present in the water and posed a significant threat. He cast a line with a bound stone insect into the water, the point of entry merely 2 meters from the shore. However, after the stone insect submerged, he felt no violent tug on the line, the telltale sign of piranhas biting. The black mass floating on the surface quivered gently. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though the stone insect struggled below. Yet, having fished for several days, Shao Xuan was all too familiar with the nature of a stone insect struggle. The unsettling reality was that the quivering of the black mass was less vigorous than usual, and it seemed to be diminishing further. Reeling in the line, Shao Xuan observed the stone insect's condition as the children who had been watching gathered around. The insect had not been bitten, but its body had turned pale and shrunk, remaining rigid in a contorted state as if it had been struggling beneath the surface. Placing the altered stone insect on the ground, Shao Xuan struck it lightly with the back of his stone knife. Crack! A subtle, crisp sound echoed as the insect snapped apart, devoid of the usual pliancy found in a normal stone insect. The onlooking children were struck with terror. Would a human, if submerged, also become desiccated and brittle, breaking with a mere snap? No one dared to test that theory. They shrank back, avoiding the water altogether. Shao Xuan cast several more stone insects into the river, each time witnessing the same outcome. Within seconds, they transformed into fragile, dried husks, with not a single fish biting after half a day. It was not that the fish lacked interest in the dried insects. Rather, there seemed to be no fish in the vicinity today. Something fearsome lurked in the water, likely scaring the fish away. They would probably return only once that entity departed. Shao Xuan retracted the line and spoke. "So when will the fish return?" One child inquired. At this moment, they were no longer fearful of the menacing piranhas. Instead, they eagerly anticipated their sight, feeling anxious from their absence. "I don't know. Perhaps we shall return tomorrow and see," Shao Xuan replied, shaking his head. He then briefed the 2 warriors tasked with guarding the riverbank, instructing them to prevent tribe members from entering the water, leaving behind a dried insect for them to study. "Let us return and weave more grass ropes for next time," Shao Xuan suggested. Poorly crafted grass ropes would not hold well. They would wear out after just 2 uses, resulting in significant consumption. Today was an opportune moment to rest. So he encouraged the children to gather ample grass and sit in the cave to weave ropes. While the sight of the altered stone insect frightened the children, a deeper sense of reluctance simmered within them. Had they been able to fish successfully today, how many would they have caught? Perhaps 4? If Caesar could procure more stone insects, their haul might have been even greater. For the sake of their lives, however, fishing was not feasible today. As Shao Xuan had suggested, they would return tomorrow. But what if tomorrow yielded the same results? What of the days to come? The thought alone was terrifying. Anxiety filled the cave as the children returned to weave grass ropes, their minds preoccupied. Shao Xuan sat at the cave entrance, basking in the sun while reflecting on the peculiar creatures he had just seen, alongside contemplating the impending winter. On this day, many individuals who ventured to the riverbank to fish were sent back by the vigilant guards. The inhabitants near the foot of the mountains had noted a change. The once lethargic children, who rarely left their caves except to scavenge, had become industrious. Each day, they ventured out, returning only at mealtime, dragging back with them peculiar, large-headed fish with rows of sharp teeth, each nearly as long as an arm. Curious onlookers attempted to follow suit, hoping to learn the art of fishing, yet faced numerous obstacles. Firstly, They struggled to procure stone insects and lacked suitable substitutes. Merely tossing grass ropes yielded no results. Secondly, even if they managed to catch stone insects or use alternatives, replicating Shao Xuan's success proved elusive. A few had even ensnared unknown creatures, resulting in painful, swollen welts upon their skin. Eventually, the onlookers observed that Shao Xuan utilized a peculiar black object that floated atop the water. Compared to their fishing gear, they lacked only that specific item. When not employing it, their results were decidedly underwhelming. Shao Xuan deduced that the piranhas likely preferred not to dwell at the riverbed. When baited lines sank to the bottom, they were quickly dragged down by the creatures residing below. Furthermore, stone insects, upon touching the riverbed, were easily frightened away by the mud and gravel, leading to disappointing catches. In recent days, Shao Xuan had enlisted Caesar to help capture some creatures from the Black Marsh, yielding numerous small black fragments. He traded these with the residents near the mountain's foot for a modest supply of meat and hides. Though the meat was scarce, it was distributed to the children in the cave on the day of the trade. The hides, while not of the highest quality, would provide some comfort during the looming winter. Thus, aside from the children in the cave, some of the residents near the mountain's foot, who had abstained from hunting, also engaged in fishing. No one would turn down food, especially with winter approaching. Hoarding provisions brought a sense of security. However, today left everyone disheartened. Shao Xuan gazed at yet another group of individuals returning from the riverbank with their heads hung low, sighing deeply. Suddenly, Caesar, who had been lying beside him, sprang to attention, fixating on a distant point. Shao Xuan turned to follow his gaze. Approximately 20 meters from the cave lay several large stones, typically basked upon by children during sunny days, now abandoned as they busied themselves elsewhere. At this moment, the stones were unoccupied. Yet Shao Xuan noticed a corner of animal hide protruding nearby. Even a glimpse of that corner was enough for him to identify it as Sai's. He had often pilfered from Shao Xuan, and just days ago, Shao Xuan had bested him in training. Typically, Sai was accompanied by Yu and Zhan, yet today they had returned. 2 days prior, when Shao Xuan and Caesar had ventured to the edge of the Black Marsh to catch insects, these three had ambushed them on the gravelly terrain, aiming to steal the floating black fragments. A confrontation ensued, yet with children present in the cave, Sai and his companions had quickly retreated. It seemed they had not given up, now hoping to snatch something from this vicinity. While they would not dare to steal fish, tribal rules prohibited the theft of food from the cave's children. Other fishing tools did not fall under that category. Shao Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, patting Caesar to wait a moment while he turned back to the cave. Children, Shao Xuan addressed those within the cave. Recently, your performance has been commendable, and you have successfully hunted a good amount of prey, which is splendid. If we continue on this path, along with the provisions distributed by the tribe, we shall not face hunger this winter. However, what if someone attempts to seize our belongings during this time? Initially, the children, upon hearing Shao Xuan's voice, had hoped for an opportunity to venture out and fish. Their spirits momentarily lifted. Yet, as they grasped the latter part of his statement, their enthusiasm waned, only to be replaced by simmering rage as they comprehended his words. Steal our possessions? Fight, if they do not take our fish, but rather our tools. That too is unacceptable. But what constitutes theft? You mean to say that taking without permission is theft? Isn't that synonymous with robbery? Let us fight. Shao Xuan had previously declared that for these young ones, the word food was the most beautiful and melodious in existence, and food was its tangible embodiment. Whoever dared to take their sustenance was encroaching upon what they held most dear, and they would fight fiercely to defend it. At that moment, outside the cave, 2 followers were huddled behind a large rock, conspiring to snatch some of the small black pieces while the cave dwellers were distracted. They were engaged in hushed whispers when suddenly, Caesar leaped down from above and pounced upon the trio. The abruptness of the event startled them, causing an instinctive retreat. Still shaken, Sai tightened his grip on the wooden stick, fixating his gaze on Caesar, contemplating that if the wolf advanced a single step closer, he would swing his weapon. Lost in his thoughts, Sai failed to notice his surroundings until Yi and Zhan poked him. "What are you poking for? Can't you see I'm a Sai?" turned to bellow. But before he could finish, he followed the direction in which Yi and Zhan pointed, and beheld over 20 furious little ones standing at the cave entrance, wielding wooden sticks and stones, their eyes glinting with aggression as they stared menacingly in their direction. Chapter 13. Mor Sai and his 2 companions, having failed in their attempt to steal, found themselves in a frenzied flight, pursued by over 20 fierce children from the cave. That afternoon, the residents near the foot of the mountain bore witness to this astonishing spectacle. Typically, it was Sai, along with Ya and Jean, who bullied the other children. In the past, the group from the cave rarely acted in unison. They usually operated independently, with many having suffered at the hands of Sai and his gang. Yet, no one anticipated that the children from the cave would unite so effectively. The 20 or so of them relentlessly cornered Sai and his companions, beating them to a pulp. And had it not been for the timely arrival of their parents, the outcome would have been far worse. This incident reshaped the perception of the cave's children among the residents at the foot of the mountain. It became evident that these children were capable of coming together against a common foe. Those with ulterior motives, witnessing this event, quickly concealed their thoughts. Fighting was one thing. The children from the tribe were unafraid, and the adults dismissed it. However, being besieged by over 20 individuals was an entirely different matter. Even children understood the folly of seeking unnecessary trouble. After resolving the issue with Sai, Shao Xuan called the agitated children back into the cave. Following their earlier chase, their pent-up emotions had likely been somewhat alleviated, and it was time to focus on more pressing matters. Some children in the cave approached Shao Xuan, offering fish in exchange for animal skins. The child designated as the group leader had some sense. They were reluctant to engage with the tribe's members directly and sought Shao Xuan's assistance instead. In the dim recesses of their memories, some children recalled being taught that winter required two essentials, food and fur. The former prevented starvation, while the latter ensured survival against the cold. Even with the furs distributed by the tribe, children still succumbed to illness during harsh winters, often passing away before help could arrive. For those who had lived in the cave for several years, winter was a time of dread, characterized by inadequate food, disrupted sleep, and the loss of companions. Thus, with the acquisition of food, they were willing to exchange a portion for furs. As the first child made an exchange, others soon followed suit, and Shao Xuan meticulously recorded the quantities of fish caught on the stone wall, planning to distribute furs accordingly once the trades were completed. Just then, an individual entered the cave. The children fell silent upon seeing the newcomer, quickly gathering in a cluster of 5, eyeing the figure at the entrance with caution. The newcomer was Mo Air, a child known to Shao Xuan. Mo Air's father had been a distinguished warrior, but after a hunting mishap during Mo Air's early childhood, his mother remarried. According to tribal customs, Mo Air was obliged to follow her. But his new family included more than just him, inevitably leading to conflicts and skirmishes. Mo Air's original name consisted of only the character Air, as his father was named Mo. Later, Mo Air merged the two characters to create his new name. He entered the cave with a stone knife nearly as tall as himself, scanning the interior before his gaze landed on the fish suspended above, their sharp-toothed mouths gaping and eyes glinting a dark crimson. Startled, Mo Air instinctively retreated a step, drawing his knife, his body tense. As Mo Air brandished his weapon, the others, mistakenly believing he intended to seize the fish, also rose with their tools, defensively glaring at him. "What's this? A bid to steal our fish?" Despite having lived in the same cave, once Shao Xuan organized them into groups of 5, the children began to view anyone outside their cohort with suspicion. "Enough. Lower your blades and sticks. You there with the stone, just because your hand is behind your back doesn't mean I can't see it. Put them down." Shao Xuan shouted, then approached Mo Air to indicate the fish above. "They're dead." Furrowing his brow, Mo Air examined the fish closely, confirming their lifelessness before sheathing his knife. Holding such a large weapon was tiresome. After putting away his knife, Mo Air glanced around. Noticing his search for Ku, Shao Xuan informed him. "Ku has gone to the hillside for the winter and won't be back. Gushu has assigned me to oversee this place." Mo Air nodded, saying nothing for him. It mattered little who managed the cave. He was merely adjusting to the changes within. With his knife still slung over his shoulder, Mo Air ventured deeper into the cave. Unlike before, when he would return after a time away to find the cave in disarray, this time, the other children watched him closely, their demeanor signaling a reluctance to approach. While Mo Air pondered the cave's transformation during his absence, the other children were equally contemplative. Their usual lack of cunning was momentarily replaced with shrewdness. More individuals meant a smaller share of the game, and the thought was undeniably disheartening. Each child silently considered the implications and glanced at Shao Xuan, awaiting his decision. Shao Xuan had previously heard from Ku that Mo Air had inherited many valuable items from his father, including the knife he wielded. Thus, in comparison to the other children in the cave, Moer was somewhat of a privileged child. However, this privileged child was peculiar, despite having a good life. He frequently returned to the cave. On several occasions, it was his mother, now remarried, who had to coax him back to the mountains, only for him to return to the cave after a time. Whether it was due to conflicts with his new siblings or other reasons remained unasked and unanswered. Moer was reticent, responding only with nods or shakes of his head, or resorting to physical confrontation. The children in the cave had a singular impression of him. He was formidable in a fight, undefeated, including by Ku, who had since gone to the hillside. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the children would not dare to take anything from Moer. They knew that the easiest targets were the weakest, and those who attempted to steal from him had faced his wrath. Moer, will you spend the winter in the cave? Shao Xuan inquired. Moer nodded. Very well. There were 25 of us in the cave. I divided us into 5 groups. Now that you are back, that means. The other children tensed immediately, eyes wide with alarm, many shaking their heads vigorously, as if to convey their rejection of a new member. Then join our group, Shao Xuan declared. Instantly, the tension among the other 4 groups dissipated, their relief evident as joy surfaced on their faces. The 2 oldest children in Shao Xuan's group, however, wore expressions of discontent. Yet, having heard Shao Xuan's words, they ceased their opposition and, as they returned to weaving grass ropes, shot Moer a venomous glare. Moer remained unfazed by the evident hostility from the others. At least outwardly, Shao Xuan saw no signs of resistance. Moer maintained his usual stoic silence. As night fell, some children had already succumbed to slumber, while others, anxious about the morrow's fishing prospects, busied themselves weaving grass ropes, their efforts resulting in a chaotic mess. Frustration mounted, and in exasperation, some resorted to biting the ropes, much to Shao Xuan's dismay. What good does biting a poorly woven rope do? The fire near the cave entrance still flickered, and the curtain at the entrance had not been fully drawn. The glow of the fire illuminated the darkness, and the night swallows outside avoided the light, watching from a distance. Moer approached the cave entrance, setting his large knife aside before drawing 2 short blades from his waist, gripping one in each hand. At present, he is unable to conceal his presence like a totem warrior. Therefore, as he steps out of the cave, the swift night swallows soaring through the night sky immediately take notice of him. Shao Xuan sits close to the fire, near the cave entrance, allowing him to gaze upon the sky beyond. In the heavens, there are 2 crescent moons, indeed, 2. Upon first witnessing the moons in the night sky, Shao Xuan recognized this inexplicable reality. He had entered a realm vastly different from the one he once knew. Even the rules and experiences he had previously relied upon may not hold true here. During this season, the 2 moons drift apart in opposite directions, casting little light upon the darkness of the night. Compared to the previous days, the night has grown significantly darker. As the 2 moons vanish completely, winter officially begins. Shao Xuan's gaze falls upon Moer outside the cave. His posture, whether wielding a knife or standing still, reveals him to be a seasoned hunter. While the children inside the cave sleep, Moer practices with his blade. Although his father is no longer present, there are still those who guide him. Gripping the short knife, Moer stands quietly, seemingly lost in the distant shadows of the night, but Shao Xuan knows he is waiting for prey to approach. In the darkness, the night swallows flit about the stone cave. Their forms remain obscured, leaving only faint sounds behind. Many night swallows hover nearby, yet hesitate due to the flickering firelight emanating from the cave, with only a few daring enough to approach. Suddenly, a swift sound pierces the air. A night swallow draws near. Moer reacts, swiftly slicing to the left with his knife. His move is decisive, devoid of hesitation. Clang! The blade misses its mark. Being close to the cave entrance, the knife's edge strikes the cave wall, igniting a fleeting spark. The night swallow that had attacked has already retreated, but Moer now bears a wound on his arm, a gash the length of half a palm. It was inflicted by the night swallow's sharp beak. Yet the bird altered its trajectory at the last moment due to Moer's strike, resulting in a shallow injury. Had the beak struck him directly, it would have likely taken a chunk of flesh, rather than leaving merely a superficial wound. An exceptional hunter must not only master the art of concealment but also exercise patience. Moer does not betray any signs of pain from his recent injury. His brow remains unfurrowed, and his grip on the knife stays steady, appearing unchanged. He does not tend to the wound, allowing the blood to trickle slowly from his arm. Meanwhile, The night swallows, sensing the scent of blood wafting through the evening breeze, begin to stir restlessly. Shao Xuan can hear the increasing sound of swallows darting through the air. In comparison to the other children in the cave, Mower is remarkably tenacious. Previously, during Ku's presence in the cave, Shao Xuan had watched in bewilderment as Mower practiced with the night swallows, a reckless endeavor in the eyes of some children. After Mower left the cave, Ku had grumbled, questioning why one would choose to struggle in such a desolate place when comfort was readily available. Kaiser, agitated by the night swallows outside, prompts Shao Xuan to calm him and lead him back into the cave. However, after taking just a few steps, Shao Xuan halts. He hears a sharp, buzzing sound. Initially, he suspects it to be a figment of his imagination, later attributing it to excessive thoughts or perhaps an onset of tinnitus. Eventually, he realizes something is amiss. The piercing buzzing grows louder, as though the source of the sound is rapidly approaching. Clang! Another collision rings out as the stone knife strikes the stone wall. Simultaneously, the sharp buzzing ceases abruptly. Shao Xuan looks in that direction. Mower, knife in hand, has pierced a night swallow through its body. The creature flutters its wings a couple of times before falling still, blood cascading down the pale blade. The approaching swallows veer away, retreating to hover at a distance. With a flick of his wrist, Mower discards the pierced night swallow into the cave, letting it land beside the large knife he had previously carried. He then resumes his vigil, awaiting the next opportunity for prey. Kaiser bares his teeth at the lifeless night swallow, eager to seize a bite, while Shao Xuan contemplates the bird's sharp beak, lost in thought. Chapter 14. The Stone Toolmaker. At the break of dawn, long before the sun graced the sky, the children in the cave awoke, some of them appearing weary, with dark circles under their eyes, suggesting a restless night filled with contemplation. Mower, roused from slumber, found himself in a state of bewilderment, for such an occurrence had not transpired before in their subterranean refuge. The previous day, he had practiced with his knife and dispatched a few night swallows, sustaining various injuries on his arm, now treated with herbal remedies. Despite his confusion, Mower rose, shouldered his knife, and awaited the unfolding events. He noticed that several other children were huddled together at the cave entrance, clutching grass ropes and pieces of black material, engaged in fervent discussion while casting expectant glances at Shao Xuan. "The sun has risen. Today promises fine weather. We can go fishing," exclaimed one child, gazing at the horizon. "Yet yesterday was equally splendid, and we could not catch any fish. Will today mirror yesterday's disappointment?" Another child interjected, dousing the enthusiasm. Most of the children within the cave could not abide such pessimism and shot daggers at the naysayer. Regardless of the day's fishing prospects, breakfast remained imperative. Without nourishment, they would lack the strength to work. Since the influx of resources began, Shao Xuan ensured they ate something each morning. Initially, some children hesitated to partake, only to find themselves lethargic during fishing expeditions, their efficiency waning in comparison to others. Thus, by the following day, they too had taken to preparing stone pots, realizing that without sustenance, they could not labor, and without labor, their catch would dwindle, leading to greater hunger, a vicious cycle. With their bellies full and spirits lifted, Shao Xuan observed Mower's actions and deemed them satisfactory. He invited him to join in the fishing venture. The night swallows Mower had slain the previous day contributed to the group's breakfast, and the others' attitudes toward him softened considerably. Once the cave was vacated, with no one left to guard it, Shao Xuan felt no trepidation about theft. They took the grass ropes and the buoyant black pieces, confident that the tribe would not pilfer the children's provisions. Doing so would invite severe repercussions from the entire community. Thus, even if they left fish out to dry, no one would dare take them. Beyond these items, little else within the cave held any allure for the tribespeople, eliminating the need for a watchman, especially with Caesar accompanying Shao Xuan. The river's surface was calm today, devoid of the eerie stillness that had characterized the previous day. Observing the rippling reflections, Shao Xuan felt a modicum of reassurance. He called upon the stutterer and the butcher to secure the grass ropes to the stone worms and to cast one into the water as a trial. Behind Shao Xuan stood around 20 children, their eyes fixed intently on the stone worm as it splashed into the water, their tension palpable as they watched the black pieces floating on the surface. "Xian, how is it? Is everything all right? Are the fish returning?" One child could not contain their curiosity and whispered. Shao Xuan focused on the water's surface, noting the absence of the tentacled aquatic creatures today, and the movements of the black pieces returned to their usual rhythm, indicating the stone worms were struggling beneath the surface. Before he could finish his thoughts, the water and Apos' surface erupted. The black piece that had been floating suddenly sank, and a familiar tugging sensation pulled at the rope. Shao Xuan and Apos' heart leapt with joy, and he tightened his grip on the grass rope, pulling swiftly backward. We have fish. Fish are back. The other children erupted into jubilant leaps as the familiar, fearsome visage of the fish emerged from the depths. Their anxieties lifted entirely. Just a day had passed, yet they had missed this moment dearly. The tension in their hands was nearly unbearable. At Shao Xuan and Apos' signal, the children formed groups of 5 and skillfully began to catch the fish. Mower, join them. Butcher, instruct him on what to be mindful of. I shall take Caesar to dig for stone worms. Those we unearthed earlier are far from sufficient. Remember, do not enter the water, nor engage in quarrels. Time spent fighting is better spent catching more fish. Winter will soon be upon us. The latter part of Shao Xuan's admonition was directed at the other station by the riverbank. In truth, Shao Xuan need not have cautioned them excessively. After the previous day's events, the children cherished this opportunity. None could predict whether the fish would depart again by tomorrow, so capturing as many as possible was paramount. Who had the luxury of engaging in skirmishes? As the children emerged from the cave to fish, those residing near the foot of the mountain began to join them. Such scenes had become increasingly common. The guards no longer rushed to warn anyone approaching the water. Now, they merely sat at a distance, occasionally reminding others not to venture too close or to report any unusual occurrences promptly. It must be noted that these fish had alleviated the immediate needs of some families. A few households near the mountain's base had been injured while hunting, unable to participate in the last outing before winter. Without hunting, food would dwindle, and winter would pose significant hardships, causing anxiety among their families. Now, however, they found relief. Who would have thought that these creatures in the water could be so easily caught? Even the elderly, infirm, and weak from the tribe could lend a hand. Through these events, Shao Xuan became a well-known figure among the residents near the mountain's base. Previously, they only recalled a boy wandering with a wolf each day. Now, due to the fish, they sought to trade with Shao Xuan for the buoyant black pieces, finally committing his name to memory. Word spread that Shao Xuan was seeking to exchange animal skins, regardless of their condition, prompting many to clear out their unused furs to trade with him. By the time Shao Xuan arrived at the gravelly ground, he was greeted by a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals. Upon hearing Shao Xuan mention the fishing prospects by the riverbank today, their eyes gleamed with eagerness, eager to unearth stone worms from the ground and hasten to the river to attract fish. Recently, the stone worms in the gravelly area had suffered. Any slight disturbance of the soil drew a swarm of people eager to dig them out. Some, more decisive, would sever half of their body to escape, while others were entirely pulled from the earth by the crowd. In the past, even if they crawled slowly to the surface, few would pay them any heed, but now, the mere shifting of the gravel would incite a rush to dig, eager to see if a stone worm lay beneath. However, compared to Caesar, these individuals were far less efficient. Observers at the gravelly site watched as Caesar sniffed around, effortlessly unearthing a stone worm, their envy palpable. That wolf's nose is truly remarkable. Some considered weaving a large net from grass ropes to catch fish, but this method proved ineffective. Although they could scoop up a number of fish, the net would be torn as the fish fought to escape, resulting in nothing but shredded remnants upon retrieval. Reluctantly, the group returned to the more laborious method of capturing one fish at a time. In the afternoon, after the children fishing by the river were summoned back to the cave for a meal provided by the tribe, they had no desire to remain inside crafting grass ropes. Having spent the previous day weaving, they had ample supplies and still had time before dusk, so they resolved to return to the river for a bit longer. Shao Xuan did not oppose this plan, but chose to remain behind. They had already caught a significant number of stoneworms earlier, sufficient for the 5 groups. Observing the moon from the previous night, he knew winter would soon arrive, and they needed to capture as many fish as possible before its onset. Once winter set in, the outdoor temperatures would plummet, freezing the river waters near the banks, rendering those without the awakened totemic powers unwilling to venture outside. Unable to withstand the biting winds and snow without thick furs, Shao Xuan refrained from accompanying the children to the river. Instead, he took 2 fish and departed the cave, with Caesar trailing behind, carrying one. He also bore a leather pouch filled with quality stones he had gathered during his training sessions. With the increasing number of people digging for stone worms at the gravel site, Shao Xuan relocated the stones. confident that the children in the cave would not dare to snatch them away. Whenever Shao Xuan discovered a promising stone flake suitable for crafting tools, he would exchange it for food with a designated stone craftsman. After observing several artisans in the foothills, he ultimately chose one named Ku. It was said that Ku had once been a member of a hunting team, responsible for setting traps, until he lost a leg during a hunting expedition. Subsequently, he withdrew from the team and became a stone craftsman in the foothills, earning a modest living by assisting others in creating stone implements. Shao Xuan led a fish to a wooden cabin, surrounded by many homes devoid of doors, instead shielded by thick leather curtains or woven plant vines. Ku's abode was no exception. Shao Xuan could hear the sounds of stone being polished from within, so he called out, "Uncle Ku." There was no immediate response, but the leather curtain fluttered slightly, indicating the owner's tacit consent for entry. If one were to attempt to lift the curtain without permission, it would remain firmly in place. Ku's belongings, while appearing simple, were indeed more intricate than those of the neighboring residents. In other homes, one could easily lift the curtain, but that was not the case here. To force entry would surely bring misfortune upon oneself. Despite the loss of a leg, Ku's skills, honed during his days as a trapper in the hunting team, remained intact. Chapter 15. Full of deceit. Just like you, Shao Xuan lifted the curtain and entered, with Caesar squeezing in behind him, though the creature was cautious not to touch anything. Once, driven by curiosity, it approached an object in the room and sniffed it, only to have its nose pinched, unable to pry it loose despite its frantic efforts. The more it struggled, the tighter the grip became. Although Shao Xuan quickly freed it from the trap, the pain lingered for quite some time. Since that incident, Caesar had become particularly well-behaved whenever it visited, closely following Shao Xuan without excessive curiosity. Keek's dwelling was somewhat larger than most in the vicinity, approximately 100 square meters. The walls were adorned with various stone tools, ranging from everyday stone cups and bowls to hunting implements like stone knives and spearheads. The assortment was diverse, including organic tools made from deer antlers and animal bones, as well as entirely stone creations. However, the most prevalent were composite tools, a fusion of the aforementioned materials, which were predominantly utilized by the tribe's warriors. After surveying the tools hanging on the walls, Shao Xuan withdrew his gaze and made his way to the small workshop where Kiki was busy grinding tools. The elderly Kiki, with his graying hair and signs of age, sat there clad in animal skins dusted with a layer of grayish stone powder from his daily grind. His hands, calloused from years of work, bore the same dust. Keek's focus remained steadfast on the stone tool he was polishing, seemingly oblivious to Shao Xuan's entrance, as if the entire world revolved around the artifact in his grasp. Understanding Keek's personality, Shao Xuan promptly produced a leather pouch and extracted 2 stones, offering them to Kiki. "Uncle Kiki, could you assist in polishing 2 stone knives or daggers?" The stones Shao Xuan presented could only yield short blades. Kiki paused his work, glanced at the stones, and then at the 2 fish Shao Xuan had dragged along. "Very well, keep one," he indicated, implying that he would polish the stones, and a single fish would suffice as payment. "Both are yours. The other is a token of my gratitude for your assistance over the past 6 months." Shao Xuan replied with a smile. Each time he found stones suitable for crafting, he exchanged them with Kiki. Initially, lacking experience, he had brought some inferior stones. Yet Kiki still offered him food. As Shao Xuan's ability to discern stone quality improved, he realized that Kiki, who worked with various materials daily, could easily identify good stones. Thus, it became clear that Kiki had been deliberately accommodating. Despite his stern demeanor that often conveyed aloofness, Kiki had indeed helped Shao Xuan considerably. Additionally, just days earlier, Shao Xuan had observed Go, who was responsible for transporting food, conversing with Kiki in a friendly manner, suggesting a solid rapport between them. Shao Xuan speculated that when Ku had departed the cave for the mountains, Go had entrusted him with its management, likely due to Kiki's influence. Kiki furrowed his brow, seemingly about to speak, when Shao Xuan hastily produced a small stone knife and offered it to Kiki. "Uncle Kiki, this is a stone knife I polished myself. Could you take a look?" However, the material of this particular knife was of mediocre quality, barely surpassing the stones littering the ground. Polishing it had not demanded much effort, and Shao Xuan had completed it in 3 days. Kiki took the knife, glancing over it with fingers dusted in stone powder, then gently traced the blade, finally pointing to a spot near the hilt. "This part, no good." Shao Xuan understood that experienced stoneworkers could pinpoint flaws in their craft at a glance. The area Kiki had indicated was where the knife had failed the most miserably. As an outsider, Shao Xuan had relied on intuition during the polishing process, entirely ignorant of the technical skills that stoneworkers possessed. In Kiki's discerning eyes, the knife was riddled with imperfections, where it was prone to breakage or had been overpolished. The more individuals Shao Xuan encountered, the deeper his understanding of the tribe's wisdom and capabilities became. Presenting this knife was also an opportunity for him to learn more about the polishing techniques from Kiki. The knife merely resembled a blade. It was far from the proficiency exhibited by the warriors during hunts. To Kiki, it was a collection of flaws, each readily apparent. Kiki's expression revealed his dissatisfaction. He had only offered a critique because Shao Xuan was a child with no prior experience in crafting stone knives. Had another warrior presented such a tool, Kiki would have dismissed it without a word, tossing the knife aside in disdain. "Uncle Kiki, may I learn to polish stone tools from you?" Shao Xuan inquired. With winter fast approaching, he wished to acquire the skill, enabling him to practice while confined to the cave. Regrettably, Kiki shook his head. "Not now. Wait until your totem power awakens." Why must one wait for the awakening of totemic powers to polish a stone? Though perplexed, Shao Xuan recognized Kiki's disinterest in elaborating and chose not to press further. Considering Kiki and Appo's words, Shao Xuan calculated that by the end of winter, he would be nearing 10 years of age. Observing the other children in the cave, those who awakened early did so around 11 or 12, while others, like Ku, awakened around 13 or 14. He realized that there was still quite some time ahead. Although learning was not feasible at the moment, watching Kiki work was permissible. Thus, Shao Xuan settled beside Kiki, observing as he polished the stone tools. Some tasks appeared deceptively simple to onlookers, but the reality of execution often diverges greatly from expectation. As Shao Xuan compared Kiki's polished short knife to his own efforts, he realized the vast difference in quality. It was no wonder that Kiki had regarded Shao Xuan's knife with such restraint. He likely had countless critiques swirling in his mind, choosing silence only because of Shao Xuan's youth. As dusk approached, Shao Xuan assisted Kiki by lighting a fire beneath a stone pot and chopping the fish. Eventually, he bid farewell and returned to the cave with Caesar. Not long after Shao Xuan's departure, Kiki placed the polished tools in a box, cleaned his hands, and began preparing food. The water in the stone pot had reached a boil, and as he added the fish Shao Xuan had previously cut, a faint sound from the window was followed by the swift flight of arrows. "Oh dear!" Thud. The intruder tumbled in through the window. Kiki did not even glance up, stirring the pot with a spoon. "Hey, old Kiki, why have you changed your approach again?" Gu winced as he rubbed his backside, having landed awkwardly. The leather straps binding his legs had caused him to stumble. Otherwise, he would not have fallen so easily, as he was missing only an arm, not a leg. While Gu continued to grumble, Kiki remained focused on stirring the soup, ignoring the chatter. Once Gu finally freed himself from the bindings and stood, he leaned closer to the pot. "Fish soup?" He scanned the room and spotted the fish nearby. A smile spread across his face. "That lad has come by." Kiki remained silent. "Xian was here yesterday, dragging fish to exchange for a hefty bag of salt. Quite the haul. I visited the cave earlier today, and you wouldn't believe it. The place is teeming with fish. This winter will be a breeze for those little rascals." No wonder you recommended Xian to take over for Ku. It has been long, yet the situation in the cave has changed dramatically. "Half of the salt I have now is thanks to that boy," Gu exclaimed, marveling at the transformation. Near the mountain where the tribe resides, there exists a naturally formed salt pool from which the tribe derives its salt. However, the tribe exercises control over the distribution of salt, allocating a certain quantity to each household periodically to ensure the bare minimum for sustenance. Any additional amount must be bartered for. One should not entertain thoughts of thievery. For warriors guard the vicinity of the salt pool. The affairs concerning the salt pool are managed by those residing in the mountains, while those from the lower regions seeking more salt must ascend the mountain to negotiate. Nevertheless, Gu, responsible for food, is naturally able to retain a bit more, and Shao Xuan directly approached him with fish in hand. Noticing Ku's silence, Gu found a stone bench to sit upon and spoke to himself. "I saw that lad sharpening a stone knife the day before yesterday. Today he has come seeking your guidance, hasn't he?" Without awaiting Ku's response, Gu continued, "In truth, that lad possesses a commendable spirit, eager to learn and quick-witted. He is clearly a schemer, much like yourself, suited for your endeavors. Since he has come, demonstrating earnestness, why not acquiesce?" Swinging his feet idly, Gu cast a glance at the neatly chopped fish on the table, his gaze settling on the stone pot that had been set up. Its arrangement differed from the usual manner in which old Ku would position it, clearly indicating that it had been set up by another. Lacking the steadiness characteristic of old Ku's work, it was likely the handiwork of the young lad who had just arrived. Ku shook his head and finally spoke. It is too easy to get hurt. Indeed, without the awakening of totemic power, an unforeseen incident would prove troublesome, especially considering the nature of the items you handle. Quite perilous. Gu tore off an arrowhead that had been tucked under his leather garment. He had only noticed the arrows that had been shot through the window earlier, failing to observe the leather thong that had grazed him. The wooden arrowhead, easily breakable between two fingers, had managed to pierce through the fur clothing he wore in an instant, highlighting the speed at which it had been shot. Manipulating the small arrowhead skillfully between his fingers for a moment, Gu then flicked it gently, sending it accurately into a slender wooden tube hanging in the corner. He remained oblivious to the origin of the arrows that had been fired. Thus he placed them in the tube, which contained items he had discarded. Once full, Ku would naturally retrieve and sort the contents. Old Ku, you have quite the wait ahead of you. Given the constitution of the children in the cave, you will need to wait at least another 2 years, Gu sighed. Chapter 16. The arrival of winter when Shao Xuan returned. The children in the cave had already come back from the riverbank. Today's catch was quite satisfactory. Their beaming faces betrayed that two groups were competing on who could catch more fish. Xian, someone came looking for you to trade earlier, but you weren't here. They said they would return tomorrow, said Tu, who was sitting nearby weaving grass ropes. In the past, Tu had been timid and frail while living in the cave. But over this period, he had become more open and spirited, gradually becoming more talkative. All right, I understand, Shao Xuan nodded. It seemed that someone from the tribe had become eager to fish, and after gathering some experience, they were coming to Shao Xuan to exchange for those black blocks that floated on water. As night descended, the moons hanging on either side of the sky dimmed, their crescent shapes barely visible. Looking out through the ventilation hole, the area surrounding the cave was enveloped in darkness. Only the howling wind and the sounds created by the flying night swallows could be heard. Winter was approaching, and the night swallows appeared listless. They had not made such noise in the past while flying. In the following days, whether it was the children in the cave or the individuals from the lower hills, as long as the sun had not set, they rushed to the riverbank, eager to catch fish before the waters froze. Perhaps the tribe had never considered fishing in the past years. The river was abundant with fish, and despite the throngs of people fishing every day, the catch had never diminished. These fish were extremely fierce, yet not particularly intelligent, making them easy to catch once one mastered the technique. Fortuitously, the fishing was smooth for several consecutive days, with no sightings of those tentacled creatures. However, one morning, while Shao Xuan and Caesar were digging for stone worms in the gravel pit, they discovered that the worms were significantly fewer. They only managed to dig up 3.5 a day. The fish by the river also suddenly dwindled, with only a single modest fish caught after a long wait with the stone worms. A heavy sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of both the cave children and the tribe members. Such a situation seemed to herald something ominous. Xian, why is this happening? The children in the cave asked, looking despondently at the grass ropes in their hands, as if their hearts were shattered. Because winter is coming, an older child replied. He had once heard someone say that during winter, many prey would hide, becoming elusive until the season passed. Hence, the tribe harbored an aversion to winter, as it was fraught with various hardships and oppressive challenges. Noticing the other children still gazing at him, Shao Xuan sighed. That indeed may be the reason. In winter, stone worms no longer appear on the surface. Instead, they burrow deep underground to hibernate, where it is warmer. The piranhas by the river also retreat from the shallow waters, swimming into the depths of the river to areas that do not freeze in winter. Therefore, we cannot catch stone worms, nor can we catch fish. As Shao Xuan's words hung in the air, a somber atmosphere enveloped the cave. In the minds of many children, winter was cold and dark. Sometimes, when they fell ill, they would fall into a stupor, oblivious to the passage of day and night, only to be roused at mealtimes to eat and drift back into a haze, unaware of the world outside. Normally, this would not be a concern, but reflecting on those sunlit days of fishing made their spirits plummet. A child sat in a corner, cradling a fish caught that afternoon, sorrowful as he gently touched its head. However, paired with the lifeless fish head, which had wide, dark red eyes and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, the scene felt eerily surreal. In Shao Xuan's previous peaceful life, such behavior would have been labeled as twisted and psychologically disturbed, yet here, it was entirely normal. Shao Xuan covered his face with his hands, diverting his gaze from the corner where the despondent child held the fish. In recent days, the hay that served as bedding in the cave had been moved out to dry under the sun, and even the furs exchanged had been washed and dried. Preparations were ample. Yet, no one could dispel the looming shadow of winter and Apos' approach. The memories of past experiences had etched a deep impression in the children and Apos' hearts, making it impossible for them to feel any warmth. It was still midday, yet the sky outside had turned overcast. As Shao Xuan pondered how to cope with the impending winter, a stuttering boy approached him. Xuan, I want to. After much effort, he finally managed to express his thoughts. The stuttering boy had a younger sister. When he lost his parents, he was brought to the cave, while his sister was taken in by a family halfway up the mountain. The tribe placed greater value on girls, and those who adopted girls received more support from the tribe. Most tribe members would awaken their totemic powers, typically boys around the age of 10, rarely extending beyond 15. This was why the children in the cave and those living near the foot of the mountain only focused on eating and sleeping. As long as they did not starve or fall ill, they would naturally become totem warriors when the time came. In contrast, fewer girls awakened totemic powers. Nearly a third would never experience such an awakening in their lifetime. However, the tribe did not neglect them. On the contrary, girls received far better treatment than boys. Thus, even among orphans, some families preferred to adopt girls, which explained the absence of girls in the cave, leaving only boys. The stuttering boy wished to visit his sister before winter arrived, bringing her a fish from his share. He approached Shao Xuan to seek his approval. Since Shao Xuan had begun taking the cave children fishing, his position had become unassailable. Anything Shao Xuan agreed to would not be disputed by the two eldest children, even if they were reluctant. Now, they would consult Shao Xuan on various matters. After articulating his thoughts with difficulty, the boy stood there anxiously wringing his fingers, fearful that Shao Xuan would refuse. His cautious gaze met Shao Xuan's. Of course, just return before dark, Shao Xuan replied. Thank you, Xuan, the stuttering boy exclaimed, excitedly running back to drag a fish out of the cave. Watching him leave joyfully with the fish, Shao Xuan smiled. When expressing gratitude, he did not stutter. Perhaps a little encouragement was all that was needed to help him overcome his speech impediment. Not long after the stuttering boy left, Mo's mother arrived again. Her reason was the same as before. She wanted to take Mo up the mountain. Unfortunately, Mo was unwilling. Even with his mother's coaxing, he remained resolute, likely due to a recent conflict with the children from another family on the mountain. In the end, Mo's mother left behind a thick fur coat and some jerky, her eyes glistening with tears. In the afternoon, Gu brought food for Shao Xuan, including some jerky, a fur blanket, and a piece of clothing. This is for you from Mai, and the clothing is from Lang Jie, Gu explained. They are busy today. The shaman said winter is coming tomorrow, so everyone is checking their homes and preparing for other matters. They asked me to help deliver things. Mai's hunting party returned the day before, completing their final hunting expedition of the year just before winter arrived, bringing back a bountiful harvest. Yesterday, Shao Xuan had seen them carrying or dragging their catches, enough to sustain them through the winter. Moreover, many members of the hunting party had supplies stored at home, ensuring they would not go hungry. Each warrior returning from the hunt wore a relaxed smile. Shao Xuan took a look at the jerky, noting its freshness and quality. The blanket and clothing were superior to the furs he had recently exchanged. It was impossible not to feel touched. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Please also convey my gratitude to Uncle Mai and Langa. Oh, by the way, Shao Xuan added, dragging over 2 fish for Gu to take to Mai and Langa. Even though he knew their recent hunting spoils would suffice for winter, he still wanted to express his appreciation. The 2 fish belonged to Shao Xuan himself, and naturally, the others in the group had no objections. Hey, are you not afraid I might intercept the fish? With that, he hurled the fish into the now empty stone jar and hoisted it up with one arm before departing. Since the shaman mentioned that winter might arrive tomorrow, Shao Xuan relayed this information to the others in the cave. The furs had already been distributed, and there was no need for him to elaborate. The children understood the necessity of self-preservation. That night, the sky was pitch black, just 2 days prior. A slender crescent moon had been visible, but now it was completely obscured. The oppressive darkness weighed heavily upon them. Shao Xuan was roused in the middle of the night by the cold, feeling as if he lay amidst ice and snow, shivering uncontrollably. Strangely, upon waking, he found the chill less unbearable. Sitting up, he pulled back a bit of the thatch blocking the ventilation, only to be met with a piercing gust of frigid wind that sent a shiver down his spine. Winter had officially arrived. The onset of winter reverted the children's lives in the cave to a monotonous routine of eating and sleeping, with the outdoor temperatures plummeting, even when they awoke. There was little they could do but sleep, hoping that by the next time they opened their eyes, winter would have passed. With food in abundance and thicker blankets covering them, they found themselves relatively comfortable this winter, at least more so than their memories of winters past, allowing for a more peaceful slumber. Throughout the winter, Gu continued his visits, braving the biting winds and snow to deliver provisions. Shao Xuan felt it unnecessary for Gu to endure such hardships, and after discussing it, they agreed that Gu would bring supplies for 3 days at a time, returning every 3 days thereafter. The cave had also become less chaotic. Gu recognized Shao Xuan's ability to maintain order and offered him a fire starter to assist in igniting warmth. Indeed, winter was not devoid of other activities, such as the tribal emissaries dispatched to teach literacy and counting. As with previous winters, every 2 to 3 weeks, someone would come to impart knowledge. On this particular day, it was once again time for the instructor's visit. The day prior, Gu had warned Shao Xuan to prepare, ensuring the children would not miss this rare opportunity for learning due to their deep slumber. Thus, when the elderly hunter, wrapped in animal skins and trembling from the cold, entered the cave, he was initially greeted by the warmth of the fire, only to be taken aback by the sight of the children, typically sprawled on the ground in slumber, now alert and seated, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, causing him to shiver once more. Residing in the mountains and having been delayed by other matters, he had not visited for nearly 40 days and was unaware of the happenings in the lower valley. Upon consulting Gu yesterday about the situation in the cave, he had expected nothing more than a routine inquiry, yet the changes that had unfolded in merely 20 days were monumental. Upon hearing that the under 10 Shao Xuan was appointed to manage the cave, the elderly hunter had been quite displeased, perceiving it as an injustice. After all, the children were hardly easy to manage. Previously, during his visits, only Shao Xuan had shown a genuine eagerness to learn, leaving the old hunter with a favorable impression of the boy. Although skeptical of GE's explanations, witnessing the scene within the cave transformed his doubts. Stepping into the cave under the scrutiny of more than 20 unusually eager gazes, the old hunter awkwardly made his way to the stone bench where he had once sat. He retrieved a piece of animal skin inscribed with numbers, checking it against the firelight to ensure it was indeed the correct one, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Today I will teach you how to count from 1 to 10. Listen closely, I will read it once. After reciting the numbers, the old hunter sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He glanced up from the animal skin, only to notice the once eager gazes had turned impatient, some tinged with disdain. What is this? Already impatient before we've begun? The old hunter felt a twinge of irritation during earlier visits. He had been met with yawns and the children clamoring to return to sleep after merely 2 numbers, leaving him exasperated. Just as he was about to reprimand them, he heard one child complain, "Why should I get up in the dead of winter just to listen to this? Only counting to 10? This old man is useless." Exactly. Hey, old man, are you capable of anything beyond 1 to 10? Shao Xuan, if he can't do better, let us send him away and get someone else. Indeed. Let him go. Let him go. Shao Xuan glanced at the old man clutching the animal skin, observing the veins on his forehead pulsating with agitation. How remarkable it was that the old hunter would never have imagined that these children were so eager to learn. Chapter 17, Mural Naturally. Those who could come to teach were not mere fools, aging individuals who only knew numbers 1 through 10. Moreover, these seasoned hunters, even if their knowledge was limited in other areas, were undoubtedly adept at counting, a fundamental skill essential for hunting. The competition between hunting parties relied heavily on numerical assessments. The old hunter, upon realizing that the children in the cave could proficiently count from 1 to 30, felt a mix of astonishment, joy, and satisfaction. He delighted in teaching. Yet regrettably, the children on the mountain had no need for his instruction. Today, fueled by rare enthusiasm, the old hunter dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching. And the once boisterous cave fell into a hush, with the young ones attentively listening. Shao Xuan focused primarily on the tribal script, while the children aimed to learn more numbers. The only one seemingly bored in the cave was Caesar, who curled up on the grass mat, sound asleep. When the old hunter departed, he felt a tinge of reluctance, having not yet fulfilled his desire to teach. In previous winters, he had visited only 2 or 3 times. But now he relished the experience. Even if he wished to return more often, descending the mountain daily was not feasible. After contemplation, he decided to leave behind a larger animal hide, one inscribed with more numbers and characters, for Shao Xuan to safeguard, allowing anyone interested to seek him out. The cave's ventilation openings had been sealed with thatch, blocking out light. Thus, inside, day and night were indistinguishable after winter's onset. The cave could not sustain a fire continuously. Although firewood had been brought in by warriors a few days prior, it was insufficient to burn all day. Shao Xuan mused that if the cave were brighter, it would facilitate many activities. Caesar lay beside him, gnawing on raw fish, having no taste for cooked food. The remnants of the fish, with their tiny teeth, were unsuitable for crafting other tools, being far too small, especially since they could not venture out to hunt, rendering their hunting tools useless. Shao Xuan fashioned a few brushes, grooming Caesar's fur and tending to his own hair. While the tribe possessed combs, the children in the cave showed little interest in grooming, prioritizing sustenance over appearances. In the tribe, both men and women sported long or short hair. Those disinclined towards long hair would use knives to cut it short. However, no one in the cave attended to the children's hair, leaving them tousled and unkempt. The older children competed for the larger fish teeth to craft necklaces. Using animal horns or teeth, adorned with distinctive traits, was a customary way for tribe members to showcase their hunting prowess. Some warriors would gift such ornaments to their beloved to win their favor, and among women, a subtle competition ensued over whose necklace was more exquisite, or whose feathers belonged to the fiercest birds. The more formidable the hunted creature, the greater the admiration from the tribe. Naturally, the children also engaged in such comparisons. The children near the foot of the mountain often wore necklaces crafted from the horns, teeth, or bones of prey brought home by their elders. Many of the cave's children had lost their parents and lacked such decorative items, leading to envy when they roamed the tribe, often resulting in skirmishes with other children. Yet now, they could fashion necklaces from the teeth of their own catches. How could they not feel elated? They, too, possessed necklaces, no less than those worn by others. Their fondness for fish was closely tied to the allure of fish-tooth necklaces. Shao Xuan refrained from claiming the larger fish teeth, allowing the other children to take those suitable for crafting necklaces. When Stutter visited his sister, he brought a notably large fish tooth, surpassing the ones he himself possessed. All struggled in their own ways. While Shao Xuan pondered how to improve conditions in the cave, the children remained untroubled, spending their days sleeping and occasionally gathering by the fire to share numerical experiences while eating. Meanwhile, Moer practiced his knife skills daily. He had already mastered counting and recognized more characters than the other children in the cave. Each day, as he lit the fire, he would practice in a corner, tossing stones into the air and striking them with his blade, for here, there were no night swallows to assist his training. After their meal, the children in the cave gradually succumbed to sleep. As the firewood dwindled, Shao Xuan added another log to the blaze. Once the log caught fire, he took it and ventured deeper into the cave. On that day he had explored the depths. He discovered a cluttered stone chamber. The chamber was in disarray, and the stone pots the children used were among the items he had unearthed from there. However, apart from the pots, he had not examined anything else closely. With leisure time on his hands, he took a torch and ventured back to see if he could uncover anything useful. Though the sleeping quarters' ventilation openings were blocked, the cave's depths still harbored narrow cracks and small openings connecting to the outside, allowing a faint draft of cold air to seep in as he ventured deeper. Fortunately, the wind was gentle, causing only a few flickers in the flame, ensuring it would not be extinguished. Wrapping himself in his animal skin attire, he continued onward, guided by memory, with Caesar closely following. The cave's depths contained several stone chambers, branching out like tree limbs. The cluttered stone chamber was the second to last on the right, and it was quite spacious. The ventilation openings in the chamber had all been sealed. Holding the torch, Shao Xuan began to sift through the items within. Some had clearly been used in the past, but likely the cave's children had grown disinterested, waiting for the tribe to distribute provisions, allowing these tools and items to gather dust. Apart from a few stone benches and supports for the stone pots, Shao Xuan found little of interest. After rummaging for a while, his gaze fell upon a stone disc, a flat, circular object with raised edges about a finger's height. Was it for holding food? What need would there be for this with stone pots already available? He set the disc aside and continued to inspect other items. As he searched, he paused, turning back to look again at the cast-off stone disc, measuring it roughly with his hand. He lifted the torch to examine the blocked ventilation opening. Many of the cave's openings were sufficiently large to allow both airflow and light. Shao Xuan's gaze flitted between the blocked ventilation and the stone disc several times before he decided to lift the disc and return along the same path. Adding more firewood, he stoked the fire to a brighter intensity, then retrieved snow from the thick layer outside and placed it in the stone pot. He set the stone disc outside the cave's grass curtain and poured the melted snow water into it. After a while, he returned to find the water had frozen into ice. Dragging the disc back into the cave, he heated the edges of the disc with fire, then overturned it, releasing a circular ice block. A few children who had not yet fallen asleep watched Shao Xuan's flurry of activity with curiosity. Their interest peaked. Wrapped in their blankets, they were too lazy to rise due to the cold, stretching their necks to get a glimpse of what Shao Xuan was doing, though the dim firelight obscured their view. The icy surface was too cold to handle directly, so Shao Xuan wrapped it in animal skin, carrying it while stepping onto a stone, prompting Stutter to remove the thatch blocking the ventilation opening. With the obstruction cleared, the cold air from outside rushed in, sending shivers through the children in the cave. Shao Xuan, standing at the opening, felt the chill acutely, his face nearly numb. He quickly joined forces with Stutter to push the ice block towards the ventilation. As he had anticipated, the ice block was nearly the same size as the opening, just slightly smaller, allowing him to fit it through easily. Previously, Shao Xuan had been perplexed by the indentation within the ventilation. Now he understood it was designed to hold the ice in place. There remained a small gap, which could be easily sealed with thatch. Once the ice block was in place, the cold wind ceased to enter, and light filtered into the cave through the ice. Though winter here lacked the fierce sunlight, there was still a degree of brightness during the day outside. In Shao Xuan's view, the luminosity was still somewhat unsatisfactory, and the design had numerous flaws. Nevertheless, for these children, this was a source of great contentment. One by one, they gaped at the radiant opening, wide-eyed and awestruck, as if entranced. Originally, winter can be quite radiant. Shao Xuan had only installed one, leaving the rest for others to complete. This time, many volunteered. Those who had previously been too lazy to rise were now gathered around the blanket. While guiding them, he installed another ice block at a ventilation opening and then encouraged them to continue on their own. Each child was eager to try their hand at the task, and Shao Xuan decided to organize them into groups of 5 for the installation. For heights that were too daunting, they resolved the issue by forming a human tower. Shao Xuan cautioned them to handle everything carefully to avoid breaking it, uncertain of how long these stone discs had been stored here. They had certainly not been in use for many years. Seeing no issues on that side, Shao Xuan returned to the cluttered stone chamber with a torch, rummaging through the debris until he discovered 4 circular discs, of which only one was intact while the other 3 were shattered. He removed the second disc and installed an ice block at the ventilation opening of this storage chamber, allowing him to see the interior clearly without the need for the torch. The children were busy making ice blocks on the other side, while Shao Xuan continued to search for any other usable items. As he rummaged, his arm brushed against the stone wall, causing powder to cascade down. Perplexed, Shao Xuan noted that the walls and other parts of the cave did not exhibit this phenomenon. Leaning closer, he observed that the surface of the chamber's walls was coated with a layer of material, as if treated with stone powder. He had seen members of the tribe employ similar techniques to protect wood from pests and decay. But why would such a method be applied to stone walls in a cave? Moreover, the condition suggested it had been there for quite some time. The initial application must have been thorough, yet it had been ages since the tribe had inhabited the cave, causing the powdery layer to loosen and begin to flake away. Easily wiped off with a hand. Taking out a stone knife, he scraped away some of the powder, and with the light filtering in, he noticed that in the cleared area of the wall, intricate patterns were etched. One depicted a woman cradling a jar, wide at the top, yet tapering to a sharp point at the bottom, adorned with intricate designs. Shao Xuan had never seen such jars used in the tribe, as the people favored practicality over aesthetics. Perhaps families living in the mountains possessed such artifacts, he pondered. As he cleared another section, the wall revealed a depiction of a dozen warriors wielding bows and arrows, pursuing prey. Shao Xuan recalled that Langa had mentioned how few tribe members used bows due to the lack of suitable materials to craft a bow that could withstand the strength of a totem warrior. The bows made were merely for setting traps and aiding in hunts, not for use by totem warriors. Yet, in the carvings on the wall, each warrior possessed a large bow. Shao Xuan, intent on uncovering more of the stone powder to reveal additional hidden images, contemplated for a moment before setting down his knife. Instead, he fetched water and, using animal skin to dampen it, carefully wiped the wall. He believed the illustrations on the stone walls of this chamber could divulge many fascinating insights. Chapter 18. Outside the cave, snow continued to fall heavily, and the riverbank was already covered with a thick layer of ice. The tribe seldom ventured outdoors, and if one stood outside and looked around, one would see nothing but a sea of white. Inside the cave, a fire crackled, creating an atmosphere that was different from the usual warmth. After placing ice blocks, the cave became much brighter, and the cold wind was kept at bay. This new sensation intrigued the children within, who remained in a state of unusual excitement for 2 consecutive days, gathering around the fire, observing the inscriptions on the stone walls, and engaging in discussions. Shao Xuan meticulously transcribed the characters from the animal skin scroll left by the old hunter onto the stone wall. With daylight streaming in, the inscriptions were clearly visible without needing to light the fire. By mastering these writings, the old hunter would not have to start from scratch each time he visited. Unlike others, Shao Xuan spent the last 2 days, except during meals, in that stone chamber, carefully wiping away the dust from the walls. He had already relocated the miscellaneous items within the chamber, revealing that the illustrations on the stone walls occupied a considerable area. Finally clearing the last corner, Shao Xuan stood up, took a deep breath, and stretched his sore limbs. He stepped back a few paces and, aided by the incoming light, examined the artwork on the walls. Though the illumination was dim and some parts of the illustrations were unclear, he still relied on a torch to discern them. In addition to the 2 illustrations he had initially observed, there were others that astonished him even more. These images depicted agricultural fields and pastoral life, people laboring in the fields, individuals wielding whips to drive sheep, figures adorned in pelts holding intricately designed goblets, and those casting nets from boats to fish, alongside groups of women gathering with baskets. There were even depictions of individuals riding horses, one of which showed an adult galloping with a child. Nearby were illustrations that seemed to represent warfare or hunting. This particular image was longer than the others and nearly occupied half of the left wall. At the forefront stood a tall steed, ridden by a warrior adorned with a long feathered headdress, his physique robust compared to the other riders, exuding an air of authority, likely the leader of these individuals. Behind this formidable warrior galloped several other steeds, accompanied by wolves? No, they were not wolves. Compared to Caesar, the creatures in the painting had long, curled tails, suggesting they were hunting dogs. Some of these dogs appeared to be panting, while 2 others tilted their heads toward the riders, as if listening to a conversation. The background of these illustrations featured buildings that towered higher and larger than any Shao Xuan had seen in the tribe. Although he had heard that the dwellings of those living in the mountains were superior to those at the foothills, he imagined that even those homes would pale in comparison to the grand residences depicted in the artwork. His gaze returned to the first illustration he had seen, where a woman adorned with intricate ornaments wore decorations far more refined than the crude styles of the present-day tribal women. The jars she held, embellished with elaborate patterns, led Shao Xuan to speculate. If they were not made of stone, they might well be pottery. How long had these paintings existed? If the time frame aligned closely with the carving of this stone chamber, they could date back hundreds or even thousands of years. A millennium ago, there was already livestock farming and agriculture, pottery existed, and hunting tools were more diverse than those of today, not to mention the presence of hunting dogs, real hunting dogs, not the unfortunate wolves like Caesar that had only recently been domesticated. Shao Xuan suppressed his astonishment and continued his examination. The illustrations on the left wall contrasted starkly with those on the right. The dividing section between the 2 was incomprehensible to Shao Xuan, too abstract, appearing somewhat chaotic at first glance, and he could not deduce any meaning from preceding images. However, it was evident that following this segment, the style of the artwork shifted dramatically from vibrant and confident to one of desolation and melancholy. There were depictions of women weeping on their knees, children standing vacantly as if lost in thought, and the background no longer featured grand residences, but rather the very cave where Shao Xuan found himself. Gone were the scenes of agriculture and livestock, the groups of women gathering, the horse riding, the hunting dogs, and the exquisite pottery that surpassed stone tools and craftsmanship. Both the left and right walls bore an emblem at the top of the engravings, the totem of the Yinjiao tribe, resembling the twin horns of a rhinoceros, elongated and adorned with flames, echoing the tribe's name. Thus, what was illustrated here must pertain to the Yinjiao tribe. Shao Xuan recalled a classmate from his past life who studied archaeology, stating that cave paintings typically depict the lives of people from that era or the aspirations and hopes of those individuals. serving as a spiritual refuge for humanity at that time. The engravings within this chamber were certainly not mere figments of imagination. The emotions conveyed through these depictions were profound, rooted in genuine experiences that evoked deeper and richer sentiments. What calamities had befallen the tribe? Natural disasters? Man-made tragedies? Or perhaps a combination of both? At the end of the right wall, numerous palm-sized symbols adorned the surface, each exhibiting a distinct style. For instance, the upper left symbol resembled a spider resting on a web, while another at the far right depicted a bamboo-like plant. One symbol even appeared to be a mask of sorts, exuding an unsettling aura. These symbols included plants, animals, and various objects that Shao Xuan could scarcely identify. As Shao Xuan delved into the study of these murals, he was called from outside. "Ah Xuan, Uncle Ge has arrived. Come quickly." The other children in the cave showed little interest in exploring the depths of the cavern. Having lived there for years, they only ventured deeper when necessary. The child calling for Shao Xuan did not approach, but instead shouted from a distance. Realizing it was indeed the day for food delivery, Shao Xuan recognized that Ge had brought enough provisions for 3 days. Upon seeing Ge, Shao Xuan noticed that snow still clung to his fur cloak, yet Ge seemed unfazed, fixating on the ventilation openings filled with ice, fiddling with the stone plates. Clearly, he had not anticipated the presence of such objects within the cave. Since he began delivering food, the cave had remained dark throughout winter. Although he had heard of similar items within the cave, he had never witnessed the children utilizing them before, and given the previous conditions in the cave, he had never given it much thought until now. With the other children assisting in unloading the supplies, the atmosphere was far less frantic than it once was, and following Shao Xuan's instructions, they all pitched in to help. Shao Xuan organized the distribution into groups, confident that he need not concern himself with the internal divisions. Today, rather than letting Ge leave immediately, Shao Xuan detained him, requesting that he share tales of the tribe. After all, Ge had no other business after delivering the food. Shao Xuan sought to gain more insights from Ge, hoping to connect the stories with the illustrations on the walls. Unfortunately, Ji's narratives mirrored what Shao Xuan had already heard from Lang Jie and others. Lacking the depth of information he yearned for, Shao Xuan drew a symbol in the dirt with a charred branch. Aware that Ge had glanced at it and recognized what he was sketching, yet Ge exhibited no reaction, evidently unfamiliar with the symbol. Shao Xuan painted one of the distinctly styled patterns on the right wall of the stone chamber. Despite being considered a seasoned warrior in the tribe, he did not recognize this particular design. Shao Xuan sighed inwardly, realizing that his desire to learn more about the artwork on the stone wall would prove to be a formidable challenge. In truth, at the very end of the paintings on the right wall, beneath those varied patterns, there was a phrase. However, Shao Xuan found himself unfamiliar with several characters, rendering the message incomprehensible. Although he could articulate the local dialect fluently, many characters remained unfamiliar to him. Calculating the return of the old hunter, he resolved to master those elusive characters and seize the opportunity to inquire further. After a span of 10 days, the old hunter finally descended the mountain once more and arrived at the cave. He was astonished by the changes within and, upon inspection, noted that the children had indeed learned much. The old hunter was delighted and presented a new hide scroll to teach them fresh knowledge. During a lull in the instruction, Shao Xuan took the chance to ask about several characters, which were not solely from the stone wall, but rather a mixture of others, as he sought to avoid arousing the old hunter's suspicions. However, it soon became evident that Shao Xuan had overthought the matter. The old hunter was highly enthusiastic about teaching and gave little thought to anything else, assuming that Shao Xuan had encountered these characters elsewhere, and eagerly taught him to recognize them one by one. Upon concluding the lesson, the old hunter praised Shao Xuan, remarking, "These characters are well written, imbued with spirit. You shall undoubtedly become a valiant warrior." Shao Xuan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The characters he had written were inspired by those on the stone wall. He had not replicated them verbatim, yet his imitation captured some of the original's essence and vigor. This led him to ponder that the artist of the stone chamber must have been a warrior of considerable strength. Once the old hunter departed, Shao Xuan transcribed the characters from the newly gifted hide scroll onto the stone wall for the children to review and then returned to the stone chamber. After deciphering the characters, Shao Xuan finally understood the message. "One day, we shall return to our homeland. Glory endures, and the fire of the flame horn shall never extinguish." Following this phrase was a character of praise, likely the name of the stone chamber's creator, the individual who had etched this sentiment onto the wall. The final words were engraved deeply, more so than the other artwork, particularly the last few characters, illustrating the intensity of the writer's emotions. Although the reason for the wall paintings being later coated with stone powder remained a mystery, Shao Xuan felt immense gratitude and admiration for the artist who inscribed these words. The phrase revealed that the writer's circumstances, or perhaps the plight of the entire tribe, were dire, even bordering on despair. Yet, they had not surrendered hope. Despite the most desperate of circumstances, as long as life persisted and the tribe endured, hope remained. With a charred branch in hand, Shao Xuan drew a simple thumbs-up sketch beneath the character of praise. Here's a little acknowledgement for you. Chapter 19. The moon has risen every day. Shao Xuan remained in the stone chamber, diligently studying the remaining patterns on the right stone wall, contemplating the potential usefulness of the wall's paintings for the future. As he had little else to occupy his time, the winter days passed quietly, far more serene than he had anticipated. This year, the children in the cave had stored fish, supplemented by provisions and firewood provided by the tribe, along with various commonly used herbs that Gu had prepared for Shao Xuan, resulting in no unforeseen incidents. A few days prior, a younger child had caught a chill and developed a fever. But Shao Xuan brewed the herbs given by Gu and administered them, stabilizing the child's condition within a couple of days. As long as they could endure this period, those with frail constitutions would find the herbs futile, and without intervention, they would fade from existence like the original form of Shao Xuan's body. Fortunately, prior to winter, the children had frequently engaged in outdoor activities and had adequate nourishment, leading to a slight improvement in their physical resilience compared to previous winters. Inside the stone chamber, Shao Xuan had laid down a wool mat. At times, engrossed in his studies of the wall paintings, he would fall asleep right there. His fingers traced patterns on the ground, and after completing one, he sighed. 2/3 of winter had already passed, leaving perhaps another 20 or 30 days. If he could endure this time, life would become considerably easier. Spending day after day in the cave felt as though he was slowly rusting away, a sense of lethargy enveloping him. Lost in thought, he noticed Caesar's ears perk up as he gazed toward the entrance of the stone chamber. Soon after, Shao Xuan heard Gu's voice calling out. Today was not the scheduled day for food delivery from Gu. Could it be that he had become muddled in his thoughts and misremembered? Filled with curiosity, Shao Xuan stepped out to investigate. "Uncle Gu, what brings you here?" he inquired, glancing at the series of triangles he had drawn on the wall to keep track of time. Since Gu visited every 3 days, he had opted for triangles instead of proper characters. The last triangle, however, remained incomplete, indicating that Gu was not due until the following day. Gu, shaking off the snow from his garments by the fire, produced a piece of animal hide and replied, "I have come to gather people. Those over the age of 11 are to be summoned." Shao Xuan took the hide to examine it, noting 7 names inscribed, including those of Stammer and Butcher. The 2 boys seemed to grasp the significance of this and brightened, looking expectantly toward Shao Xuan. The names matched those he was familiar with, and the call was made, even rousing a couple of still sleeping children. Those abruptly awakened from slumber, still dazed, froze momentarily upon seeing Gu and the other children beside him, but quickly gathered their belongings. Grinning and bounding over to Ji's side, Gu paused to examine the fish-tooth necklaces hanging around the necks of the 7 children, then scanned their name tags for verification. Typically responsible for transporting provisions, he recognized the children, yet this task required meticulous attention to detail. Yes, these 7 are correct. After rolling up the hide, Gu distributed a cloak made of hide to each child, instructing, "Put these on and follow me outside. Mower, you come too." Mower, who had just turned 11 after surviving winter, was still only 10. Upon hearing Ji's command, he donned his clothing and strapped on his knife, displaying a calm demeanor unlike the eager excitement of the other children, as if he had anticipated such a summons. "All right, Xian, you continue to rest. I will take them out, and will deliver food as scheduled tomorrow." With that, Gu lifted the grass curtain and led the children away. Shao Xuan lifted the heavy grass curtain slightly, the biting cold wind stinging his eyes and blurring his vision. Yet, he could still discern the thick blanket of snow outside, and the path cleared by Gu, with snow drifts towering higher than the children traversing it. The small figures shivered from the cold, but resolutely followed Gu, their steps imbued with eagerness. Releasing the grass curtain, Shao Xuan returned to the cave. The remaining children had lost their sleepiness, staring blankly into the fire. Shao Xuan understood their sentiments. After winter, the wind and snow festival and sacrificial rites would commence, the highlight being the annual totem awakening ceremony. Those who succeeded would gain the power of the totem and become totem warriors, while those who failed would have to wait another year. Typically, children around the age of 10 were sent up the mountain for selection before winter ended, where the shaman would retain those deemed likely to awaken, returning the others. However, compared to other children in the tribe, those in the cave were generally weaker, resulting in a delay of 1 year, while others were sent at 10. The cave children were sent at 11. Mower was an exception, as he was not entirely a cave dweller and had a stronger physique due to frequent training. The children accompanying Gu were undoubtedly anxious, hoping to be chosen by the shaman, for those selected had a 90% chance of awakening the totem's power. Even if one failed to awaken this time, they would assuredly succeed the following year. Shao Xuan, at only 9 years old and soon to be 10 after winter, had no part in this event. After Ji's departure, he reminded the children in the cave to seek him if needed and returned to the stone chamber to continue studying the wall paintings. 4 days later, when Gu returned with provisions, he brought back 4 disheartened children, including Stammer and Butcher. The 2 oldest, aged 13, were absent, which was understandable. They would be 14 after winter, and failing to awaken would be rather unusual. The former cave leader, Ku, was also 13 and likely training on the mountainside this winter. Many warriors believe that the stronger the body before awakening the totem's power, the greater the abilities afterward. By staying with those on the mountainside for the winter, Ku could receive better nourishment and learn from totem warriors, which was far superior to remaining in the cave. Thus, it was clear why Ku had opted to leave the cave early for the mountains. Do not despair, it is merely a matter of time. Perhaps next year, you will become totem warriors. Gu consoled the 4 downcast children before leaving after delivering the food. I envy those who were chosen by the shaman, as they can receive guidance from him, remarked one child brought back by Gu. What did the shaman say to you? The others gathered around, inquiring eagerly. The shaman, the 4 previously downcast children suddenly lifted their heads in awe and reverence. Shao Xuan rolled his eyes from the side. Guidance. More like brainwashing, that old charlatan. Shao Xuan only muttered a few curses in his mind, refraining from speaking aloud, observing how thoroughly the old charlatan had brainwashed the 4 children in just a few days. After this brief interlude, tranquility returned to the cave. Though Stammer and Butcher remained despondent, life continued as usual. One night, as Shao Xuan drifted in and out of sleep, he dreamt of 2 crescent moons, the melting of snow and ice, and flames, until he was jolted awake by distant shouting, which grew increasingly louder. The voices did not belong to the cave's inhabitants, but echoed from elsewhere outside. Once the older children awoke and listened intently to the sounds, their faces lit up with joy. Winter had surely passed. Shao Xuan yawned, wrapped himself in a fur blanket, and noted that it was still dark. The fire in the cave had long since extinguished, leaving visibility at a minimum, but murmurs of excitement filled the air. Shao Xuan instructed Caesar to lead the way as he made his way toward the cave's entrance, lifting the heavy layers of grass curtains. The sounds from outside became clearer, revealing excitement and joy within the voices. Facing the cold wind, Shao Xuan gazed up at the night sky. The snow had ceased, and the long-missing moons reappeared, albeit as faint, crescent shadows that infused the dark expanse with a touch of vitality. With winter's end, the preparations for the Wind and Snow Festival's sacrificial rites were set to commence. Uncertain of how many individuals will become totem warriors this year, such thoughts linger in the minds of many within the tribe as they exuberantly cheer. Throughout the settlement, there are those braving the cold winds, standing outside their dwellings, gazing at the night sky. As the excitement begins to wane and discussions about the impending snow festival ensue, a sudden, spirited cry belonging to a child echoes from the cave. The moon has risen, joyous and bright. Oh, what delight! Chapter 20. The savage palate that lyric proved prophetic. Shao Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his own indiscretion. As the sun emerged and the snow began to melt, Gu led a group of eager individuals, armed with tools, to the riverbank to fish. Upon seeing Gu's familiar smile and the faces of the children he brought along, it dawned on them. Every year, at the end of winter, before the Wind and Snow Festival, they were dragged to the creek for a thorough cleansing. They loathed bathing. To put it more genteelly, the tribe's ceremonial rites required purification. Yet the stark reality was that these reluctant children would be forcibly taken to the creek for a wash. The sight of the warriors Gu had brought along made it abundantly clear that there would be no escaping this fate. Fortunately, Shao Xuan was somewhat willing to wash. After a winter without so much as a face wash, his hair was a tangled mess. Had Gu not mentioned it, he would not have even considered how disheveled he had become. Approaching the creek, Shao Xuan gazed into the water. Though the ripples obscured his view, he could discern the extent of his untidy state. The robust warriors could leap directly into the creek, but for the children, such a feat was impractical. Gu had arranged for hot water to be prepared in advance. They ladled warm water, mixed it with creek water, and poured it over the shivering children, who were laid out on the stone slab, all while scrubbing them with an unknown vine-like implement. Each scrub revealed streams of murky water flowing away, transforming the little ones into muddy figures. One ladle after another, they were rinsed clean, and once bathed, they were tossed onto a nearby pile of dry grass, where someone would wrap them in clean animal skins for the journey back to the cave. The animal skins they had previously donned were taken by the tribe's women for cleaning, to be returned only once washed and dried. This scene left Shao Xuan's eyelids twitching, reminiscent of a meat processing factory. Noticing Ji's gaze, Shao Xuan quickly exclaimed, "I'll do it myself. Hand me a ladle." Seeing Shao Xuan's compliance, Gu tossed him a ladle and turned his attention to the other children. After all, those who had survived the winter would not escape this ritual. The children, once bathed and returned to the cave, were informed that the Wind and Snow Festival would take place the day after tomorrow. This was a decision made by the shaman, and no one dared to dispute it, nor would there be any complaints. The shaman's influence was evidently profound. Even after such treatment, not a soul harbored resentment. 3 days after winter's end, the thick layers of snow at the cave entrance melted rapidly, and the ice at the cave's ventilation point could no longer withstand the warmth. However, with winter behind them, the temperature rose swiftly, and wrapped in blankets, they hardly felt the chill. Everything seemed to awaken with renewed vigor. What struck Shao Xuan most profoundly in these past days was the sight of many usually unkempt individuals, resembling beggars, now impeccably groomed. Even if their animal skins were ragged and tattered, they were clean. Their hair, regardless of length, had been neatly combed. On the day of the Wind and Snow Festival, the children in the cave were still asleep. The ceremonial rites were scheduled for the evening, and they were not permitted to fish at the river, forced to continue their slumber until summoned. As the grass curtain was lifted, Gu entered, addressing the sleeping children. "All right, boys, rise and shine. Get ready to head up the mountain." Shao Xuan barely recognized Gu. He was adorned with what appeared to be animal horns atop his head, multiple bone necklaces around his neck, and a different kind of animal skin draped over him, its patterns distinct and the fur prickly like steel needles. It must have belonged to some fierce beast. In addition to his attire, Gu's face was painted with plant pigments, adorned with patterns resembling the tribe's totemic symbols on his cheeks, forehead, nose, and shin. This same paint was worn by the warriors each time they ventured out hunting. Although they displayed totemic patterns on their bodies while hunting, painting their faces had become a customary ritual, and now, the same applied to the ceremonial rites. In truth, this was Shao Xuan's first experience participating in the tribe's ceremonial activities. Upon awakening in this place, the previous rites had already concluded, leaving him devoid of any related memories. It was a novel experience for him. The children in the cave were quite enthusiastic about the ceremonial activities, as such events mobilized the entire tribe. Regardless of whether they lived atop the mountain or near its base, whether they were robust warriors or helpless infants, everyone ascended the mountain. It symbolized the beginning of the year and was the most festive occasion of all. The ceremonial site was located atop the mountain, in close proximity to the shaman's dwelling. Leaving Caesar behind in the cave, Shao Xuan followed suit. The sky had darkened, and night would soon fall. The once active night swallows, now aware of something, were nowhere to be seen. As they ascended the mountain, Shao Xuan noticed others making the climb, all adorned in splendid attire. Antlers, horns, feathers, and various headdresses he could not identify adorned their heads. Their necks were adorned with increasingly fearsome necklaces, compared to their fierce animal tooth necklaces. The trinkets worn by the children in the cave seemed inconsequential. The totemic warriors, both male and female, bore face paint similar to Gu's. Shao Xuan even spotted a female warrior, her head adorned with vibrant, large bird feathers, several bone necklaces around her neck, and a belt resembling some serpent skin, its patterns strikingly colorful. Her skin skirt was embellished with bones, creating a cacophony of sound as they clinked together with her movements. Gu had mentioned that she was a formidable warrior of some standing within the tribe, evoking both admiration and envy from the surrounding women. In stark contrast, Shao Xuan and his companions felt like fragile chicks amidst a crowd of robust titans. He also spotted other children from the tribe. Regardless of whether they lived at the mountain's base or higher up, their attire mirrored that of the adults, though it lacked the same visual impact. Notably, the further up the mountain, the more sophisticated the decorations worn by the children became. At the forefront, a child walked closely beside the formidable female warrior, boasting an impressive adornment. "What are you wearing? A wild boar's head?" Shao Xuan's eyes twitched as he averted his gaze, noticing the little ones around him gleaming with envy at those adorned in finer wares. Everywhere he looked, the scene was fierce, wild, mysterious, and saturated with the vivid hues of savagery. Shao Xuan's expression remained frozen. This was the first time he had so acutely felt the essence of life within a primitive tribe. Chapter 21. You are on fire. This was Shao Xuan's first ascent of the mountain. In the tribe, those of higher status resided further up the slopes. As he approached the summit, Shao Xuan noticed that the children beside him, along with Gu and several warriors leading the way, had lost the carefree demeanor they exhibited at the foot of the mountain, becoming considerably more reserved. Upon their arrival, a multitude of people had already gathered around the fire pit. Those from the lower regions of the mountain stood at a distance, while those who lived higher up were closer in proximity to the fire. Fortunately, despite the distance, the elevated terrain allowed them to catch glimpses of the scene by the fire pit. How many people comprised the tribe? Previously, he had no idea, but now Shao Xuan had formed a rough estimation. Attendance at today's ceremony was mandatory for everyone in the tribe, regardless of illness or mobility issues. Shao Xuan estimated the number to be no less than 1,000, likely around 1,500. To him, 1,000 people did not seem like much. Yet it was the first time he had witnessed such a gathering since arriving in the tribe, and the atmosphere was vibrant. At the mountain's peak lay a spacious area, with a circular depression at its center where a flame flickered in the wind. This was Shao Xuan's first sight of the tribe's fire pit, and it was vastly different from his expectations. He had often wondered why the fire pit was located at the summit, the coldest part of the mountain, especially given that the tribe possessed relatively advanced fire-starting tools. Why then did they still maintain the fire pit? Whenever the fire pit was mentioned, it was with a sense of reverence, the gazes toward the summit imbued with unwavering piety. The tribe spoke of the fire pit as being tied to its prosperity and decline, though Shao Xuan had yet to learn the specifics of this connection. Now, he could only seek answers with his own eyes. The expanse at the summit was ample enough to accommodate the entire tribe. The central depression spanned 4 to 5 meters in radius, yet the small flame at its heart resembled a mere candlelight, dim and seemingly extinguishable with the slightest breeze. Moreover, Shao Xuan noticed no firewood or other combustible materials within the pit, nor anything beneath the flame to sustain it. That flame was a remnant of the eternal fire. Surrounding the fire pit was a circle of wooden posts, each a man's height and sturdy, upon which rested stone basins filled with fresh offerings, meat, fruits, and bird eggs, presumably for the sacrifices. People stood beside the posts, and from their murmurs, Shao Xuan gleaned that these individuals were the most skilled hunters from each hunting party, comprising a mix of youth and those nearing middle age, totaling 50. Their faces bore intricate designs akin to those of Gu and the other warriors, but unlike them, their markings were not solely black. White and red adorned their features as well, and their attire was markedly more formal. One warrior even sported a grand set of antlers, substantially larger than those worn by others Shao Xuan had encountered on his journey, nearly enveloping him entirely. Aside from the warrior with the imposing antlers, the others were equally impressive. Just when Shao Xuan thought he had seen the height of extravagance on his ascent, he realized there were even more flamboyant displays here. Suddenly, the murmurings around him subsided, and Shao Xuan turned to see the chief and the shaman arriving. The crowd parted respectfully as they passed. The chief donned a heavy set of horns, while the shaman appeared more unencumbered, carrying only a staff, stooped in posture, clad in a grayish-white animal skin cloak. This was Shao Xuan's second encounter with the shaman, and he noted little had changed since he had cared for Caesar the previous year. Trailing behind the chief and the shaman were nearly 80 children, ranging in age from 10 to 14. These children lined up by the fire pit, and among them, Shao Xuan recognized 4 individuals from the cave, including Mo. Previously, those children had been quite unruly, but now they stood quietly, resembling well-behaved little ones. Their hair neatly arranged and adorned with bone ornaments. Since Shao Xuan had known them, he had never seen them so tidy. This year's children are abundant, someone nearby whispered. Indeed, last year there were only 30 or 40. This year, We have doubled that. This is a promising sign. With so much fresh blood joining us, our tribe will grow stronger." As the crowd murmured, the children beside Shao Xuan quietly expressed envy, contemplating when they too might stand by the fire pit. After a brief wait, the preparations for the ceremony were complete, and it commenced. The chief, Ao, a robust figure reputed to be among the top 3 in strength within the tribe, began by recounting the harvest of the past year and casting a hopeful gaze toward the future, rallying the spirits of the people. In his previous life, Shao Xuan had heard similar speeches often, and they did not stir much within him. However, those nearby were animated, shouting in excitement. With a group of young ones joining in, their faces flushed. Once the chief concluded, it was the shaman's turn to take the stage. The ceremony primarily revolved around the shaman. The 80 children gathered around the fire pit stood even closer than the warriors stationed by the wooden posts. The shaman, staff in hand and back stooped, approached the edge of the fire pit, stretched out his arms, and began to chant. The atmosphere shifted from exuberance to tension. As every individual fell silent, even their breaths becoming cautious, lest they disturb the incantation. Shao Xuan could not comprehend the shaman and Appo's words. They seemed to be in a language foreign to the tribe's usual tongue, with an odd cadence. Yet, even more astonishing was what ensued. As the shaman chanted, the small flame at the center of the pit danced and leaped, growing larger and spreading outward despite the absence of any kindling. The flames surged higher, eventually enveloping the entire depression of the fire pit, reaching a height of 3 meters. At the apex of the flames, a figure began to materialize, gradually becoming clearer. As the fire twisted into a shape that curved inwards and outwards, resembling the dual horns of the tribe's totem, encircled by flickering flames. Fire pit, first flame, flame rising. Flame rising, totem appears. Not only did the totem manifest by the fire pit, but the markings on the warriors also became visible. Every gaze was fixed in reverence upon the fire pit. The sky had darkened completely, the twin moons appearing in the night. Yet the mountaintop was illuminated by the swirling flames, casting a crimson glow. The shaman's chanting intensified, accompanied by rhythmic drum beats, interspersed with the sounds of bones striking and stones clashing. Some struck animal skin drums, producing a range of pitches that differed from any drums Shao Xuan had heard in his past life. The sound of bones clacking, stones hitting, and drums beating resonated together. The warriors standing by the wooden posts began to move, joining the shaman in song, each maintaining a respectful distance as they formed a circle around the fire pit, swaying and dancing. This was the ancient dance passed down since the tribe's inception. Shao Xuan recalled the words of a former archaeology student, who had noted that many tribes possessed their own ancient dances, integral to their sacrificial ceremonies, encapsulating the unique rituals of the tribe within the environmental context of a specific era, while also conveying the people's reverence for their ancestors. Such a dance was not one anyone could learn or perform. It required adherence to the ancient teachings of the tribe. The individuals now dancing around the fire pit are undoubtedly the elite of the tribe, each one recognized by the community as worthy participants in the sacred ritual of the ancient dance. Although Shao Xuan finds their movements rather comical, such an honor is indeed coveted by every member of the tribe. During his time in the cave, he often heard those youngsters dream of one day joining the ranks of those who performed the ancient dance during the ceremony. The music being played is indescribably peculiar. Each individual note is either jarring or muffled, yet when these sounds amalgamate, they create an atmosphere perfectly aligned with the present moment, evoking a sense of inevitability regarding the rhythm and melody appropriate for such an occasion. However, in contrast to the ancient dance and its unique rhythms, Shao Xuan is far more concerned about the children standing by the fire pit. As the selected warriors twirl around the flames, the fire surges higher, with many sparks leaping forth. Indeed, they soar outward, each spark and flame emerging from the fire pit and drifting into the air. The second flame of the fire pit, fire takes flight. Yet, none of the children closest to the flames flinch. They stand there reverently, allowing the flickering flames to dance upon them. Shao Xuan watches intently, noting that when the flames touch the children, they do not burn them, nor do their garments ignite, as if the flames were merging directly into their beings. As more and more flames integrate with them, distinct tribal warrior patterns gradually emerge upon the children's skin, becoming clearer and more intricate with each fiery encounter. The exuberant flames do not solely interact with the chosen children surrounding the fire pit. Many also spread towards the periphery of the gathering area, with several flames drifting toward Shao Xuan's position. Reflexively, he considers retreating from the encroaching fire. But he manages to steady himself, reasoning that if the others remain calm, the flames cannot be as perilous as he imagines. Indeed, upon contact, he feels only a comforting warmth, devoid of any burning sensation. Reassured, he resumes his gaze toward the fire pit, disregarding the increasing number of flames that approach him. The children by the fire pit are the luckiest of the year. They will gain powers from the embers, awakening their totemic abilities. He wonders if the 3 children who emerged from the cave, along with the half-cave dweller, Mo, will successfully awaken their powers. Just as he is pondering this, too, standing beside him, urgently whispers his name. Hey, Xian, Xian, what? Shao Xuan snaps back to reality, his gaze shifting from the fire pit, only to find the surrounding children staring at him as if he were a ghost. What's wrong? He inquires, puzzled, having been too absorbed in the scene to notice his surroundings. The nearby children hastily withdraw, their expressions still tinged with fear as they regard him. Tu swallows hard and says, You're on fire? What do you mean? Shao Xuan asks, bewildered by the cryptic words. What am I on fire about? You are burning. Chapter 22. The flame of the ember does not harm. Upon hearing the words of the butcher, Shao Xuan's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Even though he had been staring intently at the fire pit and had not noticed the flickering flames approaching him, it seemed implausible that he could be so oblivious as to not feel any burning sensation. What do you mean I've caught fire? If I truly were a flame, wouldn't I at least feel something? Just to be certain, Shao Xuan had focused on the flames, ensuring there were no issues before redirecting his attention. The others around him were unscathed. Not even the children nearest to the fire pit had suffered any harm. Now, you dare tell me I'm spontaneously combusting? However, despite his skepticism, the concerned glances from the surrounding children indicated that the situation was indeed serious. He examined his hands. No issues. His legs bore no signs of sparks. Hey Xian. Your head. Shao Xuan stiffened momentarily before raising his hand to feel his scalp. Upon touching it, he detected no abnormalities. He probed again, feeling nothing unusual. His hair was intact, and there was no scent of burning. But as he cast a wary glance upwards, he was struck with a shocking realization. At that moment, he finally perceived the flames atop his head. They had spread considerably. What had initially been a small tuft of fire had transformed into a full-blown inferno. And as more flames drifted through the air, the blaze above his head grew larger, inching downward ominously. Shao Xuan could clearly see the flames consuming the hair near his forehead, yet he felt no pain, nor did he sense any unusual warmth when he touched it. He removed his fur coat and attempted to swat at the flames, but it proved futile. The fire continued its relentless expansion, with flames entering his arms, legs, and torso, only to seemingly concentrate at the crown of his head. Regardless, after the initial panic induced by the suddenness of it all, Shao Xuan quickly regained his composure. This was not the world he was accustomed to, and he could not rely on his previous assumptions. Since the flames were sourced from the fire pit, and he felt no searing pain, he ceased his futile attempts to extinguish the flames and pondered his next course of action. Those in front of him remained oblivious to his plight, absorbed in the fire pit, but the individuals behind him, particularly a few middle-aged men, were acutely aware of the unusual occurrence. They had participated in numerous wind and snow festival ceremonies, yet had never witnessed anything like what was transpiring with Shao Xuan. Meanwhile, the shaman chanting by the fire pit paused imperceptibly before continuing the ritual. He could not leave, as the ceremony was only 2/3 complete, and the remaining third held paramount significance. While the second flame was the most crucial for the tribe's warriors, marking the emergence of a new batch of totem warriors, what the shaman truly yearned to observe was the culmination of the final flame's display. Yet, despite his inability to abandon the ritual, he could not disregard the unfolding events. Thus, while continuing his chant, he exchanged a glance with Chief Ao. Noticing Shao Xuan's predicament, Chief Ao hesitated, torn between the need to intervene and the understanding that the shaman possessed greater knowledge of the rites. Acting without the shaman's consent could yield dire repercussions for the ceremony. As the chief of the tribe, he had to prioritize the collective over individual concerns. After receiving the shaman's signal, however, he indicated for others to continue while he swiftly approached the source of the disturbance. Most onlookers remained fixated on the fire pit, and Ao's rapid movement went largely unnoticed. Shao Xuan contemplated whether to let the flames intensify further or to call for assistance. Undoubtedly, He valued his life. Had he truly felt any tangible harm, he would have already cried out for help. However, the flames had not burned him, and given the significance of the festival, even the most boisterous warriors had tempered their demeanor. If he disrupted the sacred rite with cries for aid, risking the tribe's ire, what would become of him? This was the only tribe he had, and he could not afford to be cast aside. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming above him. Shao Xuan looked up to meet the puzzled gaze of the tribe's chief. Amidst the throngs of people, he had not heard anyone parting to make way. Yet here stood the chief, who had just been by the fire pit. The other children around him were visibly anxious, their attention drawn away from the fire pit. They were aware that the awakening of totemic power would not apply to them this year, yet the unfolding drama surrounding Shao Xuan captivated their interest. With the chief's arrival, they surmised that he was in serious trouble. "Chief!" They were about to voice their concerns, but Ao raised a hand to silence them. Signaling for others to remain focused on the ritual, the crowd quickly composed themselves, redirecting their thoughts toward the fire pit, offering prayers for a bountiful year ahead. Among them, some struggled to suppress their curiosity, glancing toward Shao Xuan from time to time. Ao observed the children before him, his mind swirling with questions. Was this child on the verge of awakening? He couldn't be older than 11, and he appeared far more frail than the children by the fire pit. Ao had seen the children brought up from the valley during the selection process, yet this one was unfamiliar to him. Clearly, the chief was encountering this anomaly for the first time. Nevertheless, since the shaman had signaled, all he needed to do was take the child over. "Fear not. The flame of the ember does not harm," Ao murmured reassuringly, then grasped Shao Xuan's fur coat and lifted him up. Having been lost in contemplation, Shao Xuan had not noticed how Ao had traversed the distance from the fire pit to the edge of the gathering. Ao leaped gracefully, lightly treading upon the shoulders of the assembled crowd, appearing both sturdy and ethereal as he effortlessly carried Shao Xuan overhead, and before the latter could catch his breath, they were already at the fire pit. Setting Shao Xuan down among the other children, Ao stepped back a few paces, returning to his previous position. The addition of another child by the fire pit inevitably drew the attention of those who had been fixated on the flames. Some murmured to their companions, but a single glance from Ao silenced them instantly. A young warrior, distracted and nearly faltering in his ancient dance, quickly chastised himself, refocusing on the ritual. Yet, many could not quell their intrigue. Was the newly added child also poised to awaken their totemic power? Why had he not been chosen during the selection? Was he too young? The crowd held no doubts regarding the shaman's abilities, so they only speculated about age. Perhaps there had been a mistake made by those managing affairs in the valley. What had transpired? Why did that child still have flames dancing atop his head? As the onlookers pondered, Ao's gaze shifted from the fire pit to the hand that had just lifted Shao Xuan. The weathered hand, accustomed to hunting countless beasts, had turned a deep shade of crimson from the heat. What had he just told that child? The flame of the ember does not harm? Chapter 23. Transformation. With the addition of Shao Xuan, the sacrificial ceremony took an unexpected turn distinct from previous years. Although the members of the tribe harbored their own thoughts, their primary concern lay with the awakening children gathered around the fire pit. Sai felt a palpable change within his body, marked by the totemic patterns that had begun to appear on his arms, filling his heart with uncontainable joy. However, he was abruptly aware of another presence beside him. Turning his head, he saw Shao Xuan enveloped in a fiery aura. What a twist of fate. Wasn't he, this kid, still quite young? After today's winter solstice festival, he would only be 10, yet here he was. Sai, surprised and uncertain, considered how this younger boy, 2 years his junior, had previously participated in the brutal beating he endured before winter. His initial excitement at being left behind by the shaman quickly turned to frustration. He had envisioned awakening his totem and joining the hunting party to pursue larger prey, all while reveling in the envy of others, especially Shao Xuan. But what was happening now? Shao Xuan, having been thrown into this situation, immediately recognized Sai standing nearby, yet he was too preoccupied to engage with the boy. Previously a distant observer, he now found himself immersed in the warmth of the tribe's fire pit, feeling as if he were surrounded by an inferno, yet without any sensation of burning. Instead, he felt enveloped in warmth, dispelling the lingering chill of winter. The children around the fire bore crimson patterns on their skin, as if flames had ignited a dormant power within their flesh. Shao Xuan, on the other hand, experienced a much more intense response. The fiery sphere that had initially coalesced above his head now spread downward, engulfing him in a sea of flames that obscured his vision. A throbbing pain began to swell in his head as his body temperature rose, heat pooling at his brow and radiating outward to his forehead, face, neck, torso, and limbs. Lacking a mirror, Shao Xuan could not observe the changes on his own face, but seeing the fiery totemic patterns emerging on the other children, he assumed his must also be manifesting. Feeling the warmth surging from his shoulder to his arm, he glanced down to see the fiery patterns vividly appearing, enhanced by the heat that coursed through him. The flames from the fire pit grew increasingly vigorous, spilling outward as the tribe members busied themselves with prayers. Shao Xuan, now cloaked in the fiery sphere, drew less attention. The flames within the pit roared with renewed intensity, transforming from mere flickers into a torrent reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, yet it inspired reverence rather than fear. The shaman's chanting progressed to its third phase. As the final note faded, the shaman dramatically swept his arms outward, and the grayish-white animal skin cloak was instantly consumed by the emerging flames. The fire pit erupted in a third phase of flame, no longer gentle flickers, but a torrent akin to molten lava, quickly engulfing the participants atop the mountain and cascading downwards. Near the base of the mountain, Caesar retreated to a corner of the cave, fixated on the entrance, emitting low growls. Outside, a fiery spectacle unfolded, rapidly enveloping the mountain without igniting the surrounding flora, appearing harmless yet instilling fear in the cave dweller. If he could, he would have burrowed into the earth to escape. Meanwhile, the night swallows, initially retreating to the outskirts of the settlement, took to the skies once more, unwilling to be caught in the encroaching flames. The shaman, who had maintained a solemn demeanor by the fire pit, now displayed a glimmer of joy on his face. Without needing to look down the mountain, he could sense the vast expansion of the flames. It was unprecedented, surpassing any previous years. And since he had assumed the role of shaman, he had never witnessed such an extensive spread of the fire pit's third phase. An omen of good fortune, the shaman proclaimed. Good fortune, the tribe members echoed, raising their arms in celebration. The flame of the fiery horn shall never extinguish, the leader Ao bellowed. And the tribe responded with fervor, their excitement palpable. With the shaman's assurance of a prosperous new year, how could they not celebrate? The flames continued to spread for approximately half an hour before gradually receding from the base of the mountain, leaving only the fire pit's flames still roaring and swirling, with the totems hovering above. As the atmosphere lightened, the tribe members sought to express their exhilaration, gathering in jovial conversation as they descended the mountain, eager to roast meat and share fruit wine with friends and family, celebrating the arrival of the new year. Gu led the children from the cave down the mountain, assured they would be safe from any avian attacks that night. No birds or beasts would intrude upon their dwelling. Of course, Caesar was an exception. Unlike most of the tribe, Shao Xuan and the other children who had awakened their totemic powers were required to remain, staying atop the mountain for further teachings from the shaman. Out of nearly 80 children, all but 4 successfully awakened, though the 4 departed with a touch of disappointment. They consoled themselves with the certainty of awakening the following year. Once the tribe members had departed, Shao Xuan and the others were escorted by a few warriors to a stone dwelling. This structure was far sturdier and more spacious than the wooden huts Shao Xuan had seen below, accommodating 70 children without feeling cramped. Following the awakening of their totemic powers, each breath felt effortlessly invigorating. Every muscle and bone seemed to have been reborn, imbued with strength. Though Shao Xuan appeared outwardly unchanged, an internal transformation had taken place. Yet, he felt a tinge of frustration as he observed the other children animatedly discussing their experiences, some demonstrating their newfound agility. If not for the spectators, they would have likely engaged in a friendly contest. After surveying his surroundings, Shao Xuan stepped closer and poked Sai, who was engrossed in boastful conversation. "Hey you, what?" Sai turned, startled, and upon seeing Shao Xuan, instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Feeling that retreating might be too humiliating, he stepped forward again. "What do you want?" Sai asked, his eyes still wary. Having been bested by Shao Xuan prior to awakening, he dared not underestimate him now. "Since your awakening, have you noticed any changes in your vision?" Shao Xuan inquired. "Vision? You mean how you see things?" "Of course, there has been a change," Sai replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Other children, unfamiliar to Shao Xuan, overheard their discussion and chimed in, sharing how they could now see much further in dim light, and how their senses of hearing and smell had dramatically improved. Only Shao Xuan remained silent. He couldn't very well disclose that, to him. Everyone around appeared as mere skeletons. Chapter 24. What is your name? From the moment the ritual concluded, Shao Xuan sensed something was amiss. As he observed the totems on his body manifesting similarly, he fixated on the flames within the fire pit. Understanding that the changes occurring within him were merely a prelude to awakening the totemic power, he felt a wave of relief. Yet, from the moment he began his awakening beside the fire pit, an unexpected familiarity emanated from the flames, a sensation he could not decipher. He wondered if other children awakening their totemic powers experienced the same feelings, but without the opportunity to inquire further, he continued to scrutinize the flickering flames. It was only when the shaman declared the ceremony over that Shao Xuan diverted his gaze from the fire pit. He intended to jest with his old rival, Sai, but upon turning his head, he was startled to find a skeletal figure beside him, nearly kicking it in fright. A glance around revealed that everyone in the tribe, those who had just danced, and the newly awakened youths surrounding the fire pit, appeared as skeletons, leaving Shao Xuan perplexed and unable to recognize anyone. Conversations flowed among the skeletal figures, arms waving and legs moving, yet he remained in a daze. He was uncertain whether the phenomenon was unique to him or a shared experience among all the awakened totem warriors. In past discussions with Longa and Mai, he had learned that awakening would accelerate growth and significantly enhance physical strength and reflexes. But he had never thought to inquire about the visibility of skeletons. Who would have imagined such a detail? Notably, Sai and the nearby warriors had not mentioned seeing skeletons. Moments ago, two had been discussing a piece of jerky hanging outside the stone house, entirely neglecting any mention of bones. It seemed he alone was an anomaly, awakening differently from others and now perceiving the world through a skeletal lens. What would become of him? Would his dreams be haunted by the specters of walking skeletons? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Raking his fingers through his hair, he regarded his own arms, now appearing skeletal, devoid of flesh. Cursing under his breath, he recalled recognizing Sai, not only due to their frequent altercations, but also because of his boisterous demeanor when boasting, eager for all to hear his tales of awakening. Without these two factors, he might not have identified him so swiftly. The warrior who had led them had departed, and the shaman, along with the chief and others, had yet to arrive. The stone house now housed only the 75 newly awakened children, left to their own devices, and they gathered to converse and laugh. To Shao Xuan, they were merely a collection of chattering jaws, flailing limbs, and skeletal forms. Choosing not to join them, he retreated to a corner, his mind swirling with contemplation. He had removed the name tag that hung around his neck, recalling that the other children by the fire had not worn one, so he had taken it off before entering the house. Physically, he felt no discomfort. The flames that had licked at his head had left no mark. In fact, perhaps due to the awakening of his totemic power, he now felt invigorated and refreshed, though his spirits remained dampened by the skeletal vision dominating his sight. Unable to discern the cause of his predicament, he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the more than 70 skeletal figures, the stone house was predominantly composed of stone tables, stone benches, and various stones of differing sizes and shapes atop the tables. Curiously, his perception was not confined to a single hue. Rather, he registered a spectrum of shades, whites, grays, and blacks, varying in depth. For instance, the bones of the children appeared white, while the stones within the house ranged from light gray to deep gray. Concerned about the shaman and chief, the children refrained from touching the stones but observed them intently. A group of children stood beside a long rectangular stone table, debating the quality of the stones. "This stone looks promising. It would certainly make an excellent knife," one child remarked, pointing to a particular rock on the table. "This one is decent, likely approaching medium quality," another child observed, scrutinizing it closely, his indifference evident as medium-quality stones were of little interest to him. However, upon spotting another less conspicuous stone of poor shape, he exclaimed with surprise, "This one is quite good. Its quality is above average. Though its shape is lacking, better suited for a small spearhead than a knife." Shao Xuan glanced over. The stone deemed medium by the children appeared gray in his eyes, while the above-average stone presented a much deeper gray. To validate his thoughts, he stood by, observing the children assess the stone's qualities. The stones deemed inferior or low quality appeared in a pale gray, while the medium ones were a standard gray, and the higher quality stones were marked by a darker hue. Thus, it dawned on Shao Xuan that the superior the quality of the stone, the deeper the color in this peculiar vision. As the discussions continued, the curtain was drawn aside, and the shaman entered, leaning on a staff, accompanied by Chief Ao and 2 warriors, one of whom was female. The moment the curtain lifted, silence enveloped the stone house. The children who had been boasting of their knowledge immediately fell into a respectful demeanor, bowing to the shaman. In the foothills, Shao Xuan had rarely witnessed such displays of respect. Typically, tribally esteemed individuals received bows only from the higher echelons of society, a rarity amidst the lower classes dwelling in the mountains. Nevertheless, Shao Xuan had learned to bow, for those entrusted with teaching the children of the cave emphasized the importance of respect. Though the children might struggle with counting or reading, they could not neglect the customs of respect, for failing to bow to the shaman would invite disdain and ostracism from the tribe. The shaman, having tended to the fire pit until the flames dwindled to a gentle flicker, approached with evident fatigue. Presiding over the evening's sacrificial rites had evidently drained him, and he required support as he entered. After a brief sip of water following the conclusion of the fire rituals, he made his way to the stone house. Still unfamiliar with this batch of newly awakened warriors, having not yet perused the offered animal hide scrolls. Upon entering, Chief Ao scanned the room before his gaze settled on Shao Xuan. The redness on his hands had yet to fade, and he had not yet shared his peculiar experience with the shaman. One warrior placed a stone bench in the middle of the room, while the female warrior assisted the shaman to a seat. After catching his breath, the shaman regarded the newly awakened warriors with a loving gaze, filled with pride. Each year, witnessing the emergence of new warriors filled him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Well done, splendidly done. You shall all become the true valiant warriors of the Yin Jiao tribe, the shaman proclaimed slowly. The children, flushed with pride at the shaman's praise, felt an urge to shout in exhilaration. Scanning the room, the shaman inquired, "Who is the last child to join us today? Step forward so I may see you clearly." The children parted, allowing Shao Xuan to step into view. All the others had spent some time with the shaman, leaving only him as the oddity. "Ah, it is you. Come closer so I may observe you." The shaman beckoned. Shao Xuan stepped forward, standing before the venerable figure, eager to discern what this sage would say, and whether he might mention Caesar or express any remorse for his prolonged silence. Did he not know how arduous it was to rear a wolf? As he scrutinized the seated figure, the shaman examined Shao Xuan carefully, his expression still radiating warmth and affection. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Shao Xuan. It is evident that this old charlatan has failed to recognize me." Chapter 25. The source of power. My name is Xuan. Shao Xuan uttered his name within the tribe, though he could only see bones and not the shaman's facial expression. However, noticing the shaman hesitated upon hearing the name, seemingly lost in thought, he realized that the shaman likely still did not remember. After a moment, the shaman spoke again but did not pursue further inquiries about Shao Xuan. "All right, you may join your companions," he instructed. Shao Xuan refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction on his face, though inwardly he scoffed. Indeed, this old charlatan seemed to have a poor memory. "Now that you all have awakened your totems and harnessed the power that comes with it, the first thing you must understand is how to wield such power," the shaman explained with a steady demeanor. "This is a pivotal moment in your lives. From now on, you will be true totem warriors. However, this is merely a new beginning. How far you can go depends on your own efforts. You must not be complacent. Whether you remain at a rudimentary stage or grow to become outstanding warriors like those in the tribe is entirely up to you." As he spoke, the shaman cast a glance towards the leader, Ao, indicating to the young warriors, "Behold, this is the exemplar." Ao's strength was evident. He surpassed most warriors in the tribe. Due to the reverence for power, many newly awakened warriors naturally regarded Ao as their idol, including this group of young fighters. As totem warriors, the first thing you need to learn is how to discover the source of power within yourselves. This was the shaman's primary purpose for keeping these young warriors here tonight. The source of power resides in your bloodline. It has merely lain dormant during your youth. One day, when the time is ripe and called forth by the spark of fire, it shall begin to awaken gradually. Close your eyes, cast aside distractions, and heed the power within you, and you shall surely perceive it. Unbeknownst to them, the stone chamber had grown warm. They sat on the ground, following the shaman's guidance, and closed their eyes. Shao Xuan complied as well. As he emptied his mind, he began to perceive a shape gradually emerging from the sea of consciousness. It was a double-horned figure encased in flames, the tribe and Apos' totem. Additionally, there was an egg-shaped object emitting a soft white glow, enveloping the totem within. I see it, one child exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he opened his eyes. It's the totem, another echoed. I see it too. Me too. The children chimed in one after another, eager to avoid being perceived by the shaman as incapable of finding the source of power and thus regarded as foolish warriors lacking potential for growth. The shaman surveyed the group, noting that most of the children had indeed located their sources of power, except for one. Xian, have you found yours? The shaman's inquiry drew the attention of all the children. They had heard from Sai that this boy named Xian hailed from the cave below the mountain and was only 10 years old post the Wind and Snow Festival. Typically, those who awakened at such a young age were rare within the tribe, usually descendants of the strongest warriors residing near the mountain's peak. There was a belief in the tribe that the earlier one awakened, the greater their potential for growth, and thus the higher their chances of becoming a formidable warrior like the leader. Prior to this, as winter had yet to conclude, the youngest selected by the shaman was Ao's eldest grandson, Miao. The spear, which Ao, the tribe's leader, wielded in hunts, had claimed countless prey, symbolizing Ao's numerous glorious feats, well known amongst the tribe. According to tribal lore, the leader named his weapon after his first grandson, signifying profound expectations for him. However, at this ritual, the one drawing the most attention was not the widely recognized potential of Miao, but rather the unexpectedly discovered Shao Xuan. Miao's expression was perpetually sour, particularly when glancing at Shao Xuan, his eyes brimming with evident provocation, as if he longed for a confrontation. Unfortunately, Shao Xuan could only see bones and could not discern Miao's expression. Thus, the prolonged look of provocation was entirely wasted, akin to throwing a challenge to a blind man. When the shaman posed his question, Miao fixed his gaze on Shao Xuan, eagerly anticipating a response of "I did not see it," which would surely invite ridicule from the others. Alas, Shao Xuan did not fulfill their expectations. Upon hearing the shaman's words, he nodded, "I saw it," just as it appeared in the fire pit. With the assurance that all could see, the shaman eased, continuing to educate them about the source of the fire's spark. Meanwhile, Shao Xuan closed his eyes to explore the egg-shaped object in his mind, the existence of which no one else had mentioned. This implied that the white egg was something Shao Xuan alone had perceived. The shape reminded him of a peculiar stone he had encountered in his past life, one that left no scars and burned not with heat. The resemblance was striking. If this were indeed the case, then his awakening differed from the others, providing clarity to his unique experience. As the shaman demonstrated how to wield the totem's power, he called Miao forth to showcase. First, strike without using the totem's power. A warrior nearby, following the shaman's lead, brought forth a prepared stone slab. Miao stepped forward, receiving an encouraging glance from his grandfather, the leader Ao. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist, assumed a fighting stance, and shouted, then struck the stone slab with all his might. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The slab trembled slightly. Miao frowned and withdrew his fist, standing still. Shao Xuan winced for him. However, upon observing Miao's fist, he noted that Miao's knuckles were unharmed and no blood was present, likely not even breaking the skin. This was the difference in physical strength post-awakening. Every inch of his being, from flesh to bone, had undergone fortification. Now, utilize the power of the totem and try again, instructed the shaman. This time, Miao's expression relaxed noticeably. Gradually, the patterns of the totem emerged upon his visage as he threw another punch. Despite the seeming similarity in form and force, it imparted an entirely different sensation. Bang! The stone slab shattered upon impact. The young warriors were instantly captivated, eager to try for themselves. However, the shaman refrained from providing more slabs, instead instructing them to practice static exercises to familiarize themselves with harnessing the totem's power. After the teachings, the shaman departed, needing to rest. Ao, observing the shaman's exhaustion and the reddened palms, contemplated postponing his conversation until the following day. Assisted back to his stone chamber, the shaman reclined upon a fur blanket and, by the firelight, opened a roll of animal hide. It contained detailed records from the day's ritual, noting each child's awakening sequence, who awakened first, and who completed their awakening thereafter. Among this documentation was information about Shao Xuan, including the newly inscribed details of his birth and current circumstances. Upon reading that Shao Xuan had raised a wolf, the shaman ruminated deeply. It seemed familiar. No wonder the name Xian had resonated with him earlier. He recalled a rare descent from the mountain to observe the lives of those below, where he had heard of a boy raising a wolf. He had left a token to prevent the tribe from harming the young wolf, initially intending to request additional provisions. However, upon returning to the mountain, he was informed that a long-sought plant had been discovered by the hunting team, which diverted all his focus onto that plant. After nearly a year of research, when the herbal remedy was finally completed, he had completely forgotten about the wolf he had intended to nurture. I wonder how that little wolf is faring now. Meanwhile, Caesar, finally remembered by the witch, is pitifully crouching outside the cave, braving the chill of the night breeze, gazing longingly up the mountain, yearning to howl at the moon. The following day, the young warriors, engrossed in practicing the use of their totem power, gradually awoke. After a night of practice, most were adept at wielding the totem power within them. Shao Xuan also reaped considerable rewards that night. After familiarizing himself with how to employ totem power, he attempted to treat the egg enshrouding the totem in the same manner. And the results proved fruitful. When totem power was stimulated, the egg's shimmering light would dim slightly. Conversely, when borrowing the egg's abilities, the totem would be enveloped in the egg's radiance. However, regardless of which ability was utilized, the totem remained encased within the egg, an immutable condition. Although instantaneous switching was not yet feasible, with ample time, both abilities could be wielded with ease, allowing for the separate utilization of totem power and the egg's capabilities. As a result, upon opening his eyes, Shao Xuan was no longer greeted by a procession of skeletal figures. Witnessing the familiar world once more, Shao Xuan was elated. The prospect of perpetually perceiving skeletons was unsettling. Fortunately, he could still behold a vibrant world teeming with life. Having resolved this significant predicament, Shao Xuan's spirits were buoyed. He recognized many familiar faces, including those from the cave, as well as Morer, Sai, and several children he had encountered previously. It was far more pleasant to observe expressive faces than the gloomy, oppressive view of skeletons. This time, Shao Xuan finally sensed Mao's gaze, but even upon noticing it, he merely glanced over and disregarded it. Ignored in such a manner, Mao was seething with frustration. He contemplated approaching Shao Xuan for a thorough discussion, but the arrival of the shaman compelled him to suppress his ire, as he dared not act impudently before the shaman. The shaman inquired about everyone's experiences and, upon confirming that there were no anomalies, announced that they were free to depart. Further adaptation would occur during future hunting expeditions. As the adage goes, the mentor guides one through the doorway, but the individual determines their own progress. Even with the same starting point, the extent of growth among those who awakened together was uncertain. Becoming an exceptional totem warrior required more than mere words. Shao Xuan admired the old shaman. Even the children who had endured prolonged hunger and hardship in the cave, possessing fierce temperaments, never succumbed to resentment or morbid inclinations. Upon awakening, they remained positive and dedicated warriors striving for enlightenment. This was largely attributable to the shaman's influence. If the chieftain managed the tribe's material affairs, the shaman governed its spiritual life. The shaman's responsibility was indeed weighty. A group of people awaited near the stone house, presumably to see the children. Among them, Shao Xuan spotted a familiar figure, impossible to miss with such a prominent pig and Apos' head. It was the arrogant young boy he had encountered on the mountain yesterday, adorned with an extravagant boar's head. Mao also noticed them, his anger dissipating and replaced with a triumphant smile as he approached. "Brother, have you become a totem warrior?" The child with the boar's head inquired. "Of course. Did you doubt who I am?" Mao replied, his pride evident. They were brothers, which explained why Shao Xuan had found Mao somewhat familiar. As the young warriors departed, Shao Xuan prepared to leave as well, but was halted by the shaman. "Hey Xuan, wait a moment." The shaman approached and presented Shao Xuan with a token. "You have raised Caesar well. You may seek me out if you encounter difficulties in the future." The shaman had inquired about Caesar's circumstances that morning, gaining a general understanding of the events that had transpired near Shao Xuan's residence over the past year. The fish incident had not garnered much attention on the mountain, and the shaman had been occupied with developing herbal remedies, resulting in a lack of awareness until this morning. However, the shaman's interest in Caesar surpassed that in the fish, and realizing his oversight, he sought to compensate Shao Xuan for raising the wolf to such a size. The previous token had been placed around Caesar's neck, and now the shaman was giving another to Shao Xuan. The shaman also promised to deliver some food once Shao Xuan's own dwelling was constructed. Shao Xuan accepted the offer without hesitation, expressed his gratitude, and then took his leave. After Shao Xuan departed, Chieftain Ao approached and showed the shaman his scalded hand, recounting the events of the previous night. The shaman pondered for a moment, then, struck by a sudden realization, summoned Ao into the house, ensuring that no third party was present. Your account reminds me of something I once heard. The initial flames of the fire seed could indeed manifest in such a manner, the shaman said slowly. Do you mean? Ao asked, astounded. As chieftain, Ao naturally comprehended the significance of the term initial fire seed. Aside from the first settlers, only the successive chieftains and shamans knew that the tribe's fire seed was incomplete, or rather, fragmented. The so-called fire seed flames did not harm those in whom the flying flames of the fire seed merged because it only protected themselves. However, it was different for those outside the tribe. After all, the source of power within each individual was the same, but the power varied slightly. When awakened, there would naturally be protection for oneself and rejection of those outside. The flames of the fire seed did not harm inanimate objects, but living beings were different. If non-tribal members came into contact with it, they would be burned. However, because Ao was a member of the tribe, the fire seed that awakened the source of power was fundamentally the same, originating from the tribe's fire seed. The rejection was not severe, and coupled with Ao's formidable physique, it was remarkable that he was only scalded and not severely burned. Furthermore, the night swallows that flew outside dared not enter the tribe's residential area because they would be burned or even killed if they encountered the flames during the third expansion. This was the primary reason Gu had advised Shao Xuan to keep Caesar in the cave instead of bringing him up the mountain. However, this self-protective, exclusionary behavior was less pronounced after the fire seed was fragmented. Then, when the complete fire seed existed, was the awakening actually like A Xian's, with his entire body enveloped in flames? Ao asked in astonishment. Most likely. Keep this matter confidential for now, and do not disclose it to anyone. I will consult the inherited animal skin scrolls for further discussion, the shaman stated solemnly. Ao nodded, aware that it would likely take some time to understand. However, as long as it was not detrimental, it was sufficient. If others in the tribe inquired, he would simply attribute it to the cause of the awakening. Shao Xuan, who was heading down the mountain, was unaware that his awakening was related to the fire seed and represented the awakening method under the complete fire seed. Since the chieftain and shaman did not inquire about the events of the previous night in detail, Shao Xuan would not reveal the secret and would continue to portray the role of a newly awakened child. Stretching his limbs, he could hear his bones clicking, but it was not the stiffness of prolonged sitting. Instead, he felt an exhilarating sensation of being filled with power. The depression that had accumulated in his heart due to being inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar world had also dissipated considerably. As he walked, he felt lighter. Standing on the mountain and gazing into the distance, the vast wilderness ignited a surge of ambition within Shao Xuan's chest. Since he could not return, he would live well here. Swinging his arms, he quickened his pace, leaping several steps with ease, reveling in the exhilaration that was markedly different from the previous day. It was said that after awakening, one could move like a soaring bird and possess the strength of a fierce beast. This was not mere exaggeration. Even if Shao Xuan could not achieve it now, it was not impossible in the future. Chapter 27. The day of the glorious feast before Shao Xuan descended the mountain. The villagers at the foot were already abuzz with discussions about his awakening of totemic power. No one had anticipated that this young boy, slight in build and emerging from a cave, could awaken such power at such a tender age. His early awakening hinted at immense potential. He might one day evolve into a formidable totem warrior. Some speculated about the reasons behind Shao Xuan's early awakening. A few suggested it was due to his daily morning practice, akin to the other children of the mountain, while others conjectured it might relate to fish, pondering why such a phenomenon had never occurred before in their region until Shao Xuan's emergence. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed. Many children consumed fish, including those older than him, yet they had not awakened. Ultimately, the consensus leaned towards Shao Xuan's diligent morning exercises as the reason for his early awakening, and more people began to believe this narrative. Thus, when Shao Xuan finally descended the mountain, he observed many children, who usually lounged about, now being urged by adults to assist in carrying stones or fishing. Upon inquiring, he learned the rationale behind this shift. Labor could indeed serve as a form of training. He did not contest the notion of early morning practice, but he remained silent about the true reasons. The children from the cave did not venture out to fish that day. Without Shao Xuan, Kaiser refused to work, unwilling to dig for stone worms. Even with tools at hand, without bait, successful fishing was impossible. Furthermore, the area was overcrowded. making it difficult for the youngsters to find a good spot to dig for worms, as they were often pushed aside. Kaiser, despite the other cave children's protests and the occasional offering of fish, remained steadfast at the cave entrance, ignoring everyone as he gazed longingly up the mountain. Upon Shao Xuan's return, Kaiser perked up, darting towards him. Had Shao Xuan not awakened his totemic power and consequently gained strength, he might have been toppled by the enthusiastic creature. The children in the cave watched eagerly as Shao Xuan took Kaiser to the gravel area, where they successfully unearthed numerous stone worms. After a winter of hibernation, the worms had emerged to the surface, and today's yield was substantial. With his newly awakened power, Shao Xuan planned to join the hunting expeditions henceforth, no longer able to manage the affairs of the cave. After consulting with Gu, he appointed Tu and Stutter to jointly oversee the cave's operations. Tu possessed strong counting skills and a good memory, and he had grown notably bolder, speaking more fluently. Though he appeared somewhat frail, Stutter, despite his limitations, commanded a robust presence that could intimidate the other children if necessary. Together, they seemed a reliable pair for management. Once the cave matters were resolved, Shao Xuan was approached by Longa, who greeted him with a beaming smile. "Well done. I didn't expect you to awaken so soon. I thought we'd have to wait another 2 years." Longa expressed joyfully. In previous conversations, Shao Xuan had inquired about joining their hunting team upon awakening his totemic power, a question that had not been dismissed by Mai, who had even assisted Shao Xuan, indicating their favorable view of him. Initially, they had lamented Shao Xuan's lack of age to participate in the ceremony, but now they were pleasantly surprised by his sudden achievement. As a totem warrior, he would gain his own separate dwelling. Longa's visit was to assist Shao Xuan in this regard. Today, he had gathered with friends from various hunting teams to roast meat and discuss the upcoming first hunt of the year. Upon hearing that Shao Xuan had descended, he sought him out to introduce him to his future teammates. Inside Longa's wooden hut, 6 youthful individuals awaited, one of whom had awakened just last year at the age of 13 and now appeared considerably larger than Shao Xuan. Knowing these individuals would be his future companions, Shao Xuan greeted them warmly. "You needn't worry about the hut. We will fell trees tomorrow morning to help you build one," a young man named Dong assured him. Shao Xuan had expected to wait 2 or 3 years for his own independent dwelling, so this news came as a delightful surprise. Generally, those with family like Sai continued living with their relatives, while children emerging from caves like Shao Xuan typically sought assistance in constructing their own spaces. Since he was there, Longa insisted Shao Xuan stay and enjoy the roasted meat with them. After a winter, the preserved meat had lost its freshness, and Longa and his friends preferred fresh fare. With the first hunt of the year approaching, they had brought along some remaining cured meat for a hearty meal, eager to finish and procure fresh meat afterwards. As they dined and conversed, Ong suddenly mentioned a term widely circulated among the tribe, the glorious feast. It was a legendary event in which a host invited members of the tribe to a grand banquet. The host would compete with others to provide the most food, to the extent that guests would eat until they stumbled into the grass or overindulged to the point of vomiting, only to continue feasting. Such an event was deemed a success. According to Longa and his companions, Shao Xuan learned that the glorious feast involved offering or destroying more food and wealth than one's competitors. Those of higher esteem would even destroy their own possessions before the crowd, sometimes incinerating their homes, all to assert their standing in the tribe, humiliate their rivals, and earn the enduring admiration of their followers. Those who could accomplish such feats were undoubtedly individuals of considerable power and ambition, vying for greater prestige. What audacity, what arrogance, and what folly! Observing the unrestrained admiration on Longa's face when discussing the glorious feast, Shao Xuan was taken aback. "You don't yet understand," Longa remarked, adopting a sage-like demeanor. Shao Xuan indeed did not comprehend. How could such actions be revered? It baffled him that warriors like Longa would idolize such extravagance. No, it seemed the entire tribe held this in high regard. Reflecting on his past life, where hosting a meal necessitated leftovers for dignity, Shao Xuan began to grasp the origins of this custom. However, even with such wastefulness, it hardly warranted such extremes. He had underestimated the tribe's obsession with food and their unconventional views on it. He had often heard the children of the tribe recount tales of warriors who had vanquished colossal beasts, with those past heroes being venerated and their glorious deeds passed down through generations. Yet now, he was informed of another form of glory that surpassed that, the ability to draw followers not through force or persuasion, but simply by hosting a glorious feast. naturally attracting countless willing adherents. Shao Xuan felt as though his values and perspectives were being reshaped once more. Gazing up at the crescent moons in the night sky, he mused one day, "I must engage in such folly." "What did you just say?" Longa asked, struggling to comprehend the latter part of Shao Xuan's statement. "Nothing much. I merely suggested that if the opportunity arises, we should host one ourselves," Shao Xuan replied. At this, Longa and the others erupted into laughter, with Longa heartily clapping Shao Xuan on the shoulder. After the laughter subsided, he praised Shao Xuan. "You have ambition, to Longa and my." Shao Xuan's comment seemed a youthful whimsy inspired by the legendary tales, not something they took seriously, as they had never witnessed anyone host a glorious feast. Nor had their parents or grandparents. Was the legend truly real? Neither the shaman nor the chief have ever been seen. Perhaps sensing that prolonging this topic was not ideal, Longa deftly shifted the conversation, eager to showcase his wit in front of Shao Xuan. "Do you know what our closest companion is from the moment we are born?" Longa inquired. Shao Xuan sat upright, pondering for a moment, then cast a significant glance at Longa and tentatively responded, "The left hand?" Longa. Chapter 28. I wish to learn stone tool polishing. Longa was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated several responses that Shao Xuan might offer, intending to reply and instruct him as a mentor would, just as he had done in the past when new members joined the tribe. However, Longa was unprepared for Shao Xuan's unexpected reply, leaving him puzzled as to the relevance of such an answer. Yet, Longa did not dwell on this, and with a stern expression, corrected him. "It is stone. You should know that when our tribe first settled here, we lived in caves, surrounded by stones daily. They provided us shelter from the elements and were essential in our woodcutting endeavors." As he spoke, the rigidity of Longa's demeanor softened, his passion igniting as he clenched his fist and continued, "Moreover, we utilize stone to pierce the hides of ferocious beasts and to shatter the skulls of our prey. Even in perilous situations, stones remain steadfast by our side until the very end. They offer protection, companionship, and will never betray or abandon us." From the moment they are born, tribe members engage with stones, playing with them, relying on them, and utilizing them in their tools. For warriors, who frequently venture out to hunt, stones are an inseparable ally. It is no wonder Longa spoke so passionately. Of course, Shao Xuan preferred to regard stones as mere tools, for they lack vitality. "Now, do you comprehend who our closest companion is?" Longa gazed at Shao Xuan, his expression seemingly challenging him to err once more. Shao Xuan, with a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Stone. Ah, that is precisely correct." Longa's face broke into a satisfied smile as he resumed discussing hunting matters. "By the way, Xuan, since you have just awakened and this is your first hunting season, you cannot participate. Perhaps you will also miss the second hunt. And whether you can join the third will depend on your abilities," Longa informed him. Is that how it works?" Shao Xuan was genuinely perplexed. Noticing the confusion in Shao Xuan's eyes, Longa elaborated. "Those who have just awakened are still inexperienced in harnessing their abilities and must undergo a period of training." Longa's words were relatively gentle, yet Shao Xuan could infer the underlying reason. The tribe did not wish to expose newly awakened children to danger. After winter's end, as spring blossomed, many famished predators re-emerged in the forests, and snakes grew even more venomous. The wilderness brimmed with peril. Without vigilant guardians, it was easy for the inexperienced to meet misfortune. The tribe was determined to prevent such tragedies. Furthermore, the second reason was that Shao Xuan and his peers had yet to meet the required proficiency in a hunting team that heavily emphasized cooperation. Their presence without adequate skills would only be a burden, hampering the efforts of their comrades. Understanding this, Shao Xuan felt no disappointment. He recognized the importance of establishing a solid foundation and practicing diligently. Longa, initially expecting Shao Xuan to display the disappointment typical of other children, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized Shao Xuan's maturity. Longa brought Shao Xuan over not only to introduce him to a few teammates, but also to convey this message. In the past, many children had eagerly sought to accompany the hunting party, only to protest loudly upon being informed they could not participate in the first two hunts. Usually, such instances resulted in stern reprimands from their elders, quickly quieting the ruckus. However, Shao Xuan, emerging from the cave and lacking parental guidance, was still young and slender, prompting Longa to be cautious not to inadvertently harm him. "Good, as long as you understand," Longa said. "By the way, I have a few fine stone cores. See if you can make use of them, either by polishing them yourself or seeking the assistance of a stone craftsman." Longa retrieved several pieces of stone of varying sizes from a large animal hide bag. These were the stone cores, the raw materials for crafting tools. After handing them to Shao Xuan, Longa shared some training insights, and the others present freely offered their knowledge as well, without reservation. "I remember your father helped me when he was around," Longa remarked. Members of the hunting team always supported one another, even if the help was minimal. It lightened Shao Xuan and Appo's burden. After enjoying some roasted meat, Shao Xuan bid farewell, for he had matters to attend to, while Longa and the others continued to discuss the impending hunt in 5 days. As Shao Xuan exited Longa's home, he had not traveled far when he was called to a halt. "Are you Xuan?" Shao Xuan turned to see a slightly older boy, who appeared to be of similar age to Sai, but was more robust. Dressed in high-quality animal hides, he seemed to hail from a higher altitude rather than the foothills. Shao Xuan recognized him as one of the newly awakened, though he could not recall his name. With his chin slightly raised and an air of arrogance, the boy scrutinized Shao Xuan. "Doesn't your neck get tired from looking down from that height?" Shao Xuan quipped. "Who are you?" To Shao Xian's surprise, the boy replied straightforwardly. "My name is Fei. In 5 days, I will join the hunting team for the first hunt of the year. You'll have to wait quite a while." "One to you?" With a smug grin, he leaped over Shao Xuan, landing lightly on his toes before bounding away, quickly reaching Longa's doorway, evidently seeking Longa for some purpose. Before entering, he turned back to Shao Xuan and snorted, his expression radiating pride and boastfulness. His recent display of agility among peers was commendable. His father often praised him for being faster, higher, and further than others. Shao Xuan scratched his chin, pondering. Is it truly safe for such a brash child to accompany the hunt? However, it was clear that Fei, having recently awakened, was permitted to join the hunting party due to the protection of an influential figure within the team. Otherwise, Longa and his peers would not possess the authority to grant such privileges. Having someone to shield him allowed for such audacity. Nevertheless, Shao Xuan remained undeterred. He was not easily disheartened by the earlier encounter. Unlike typical children, he understood the importance of gradual progress and was not driven by impatience. While such matters might affect other children, they hardly registered on his mind. Shao Xuan, accompanied by Caesar, caught some fish. After a winter's respite, the river's fish remained surprisingly unwise, clinging to the bait with little discernment. They appeared fierce but lacked intelligence. During his time with Longa, he had gleaned insights into hunting. Many creatures in the forest mirrored the river's piranhas, looking fearsome but easily ensnared once one discovered their weaknesses. Conversely, some seemingly docile creatures posed grave dangers, their aggression rivaling that of many carnivorous species. Considering the unfamiliar world ahead, Shao Xuan resolved to remain prepared. With his catch in hand and a few scraps of old animal hide, he sought assistance to stitch a leather pouch, offering 1 fish as payment for the handiwork. He then made his way to the stone craftsman, Ku, carrying the remaining 3 fish, now capable of managing the load without Caesar's help. Upon arrival, he encountered several individuals exiting Ku's abode, each carrying various finished stone tools, such as knives, spearheads, and chisels. These patrons sought to exchange for stone implements in preparation for the upcoming hunt, as Ku was renowned among the stone craftsmen at the foothills, attracting a multitude of visitors. However, were it not for Ku's irascible disposition, a greater multitude would undoubtedly seek to exchange goods with him. Each year, his temper drives away potential traders seeking stone tools. Some opine that Ku is excessively blunt, his pronouncements lacking tact and subtlety. Yet, Shao Xuan harbors reservations regarding this assessment. Is Ku truly oblivious to the nuances of social interaction? Is his nature genuinely devoid of guile? Perhaps not. Having received authorization, Shao Xuan drew back the curtain and entered. Ku was engrossed in the refinement of stone implements. A batch had been fashioned during the winter months, and the majority had been bartered away in recent days. Within the dwelling, a collection of stone cores and comestibles remained, representing the unprocessed fees yet to be put away. Depositing the fish alongside the food provisions, Shao Xuan approached Ku. "Uncle Ku, I aspire to learn the art of crafting stone tools." On Shao Xuan's previous entreaty, Ku had deemed the time unripe, advocating for the awakening of totemic power as a prerequisite. Now, with his awakening realized and the training regimen prescribed by Lang Jie and his cohort demanding a surfeit of stone implements, Shao Xuan found himself lacking the provisions to barter for the requisite tools. Thus, he resolved to fashion them himself. Ku ceased his labor, scrutinizing Shao Xuan from head to toe, his gaze unwavering. Shao Xuan reciprocated the gaze. After a brief interlude, Ku proffered Shao Xuan a stone hammer, gesturing towards a nearby stone core, upon which several curvilinear lines were etched. Follow the lines. Strike, Ku instructed. As a novice, Shao Xuan grasped the stone hammer. Casting a glance at Ku, then at the stone core, he raised the hammer and brought it down. His initial attempt, excessively cautious, landed adjacent to the line, yet yielded only a superficial indentation upon the stone core. Insufficient force. Again, the second strike, executed with undue force, cleaved off a chunk rather than a flake, transgressing the boundaries of the etched line. Shao Xuan glimpsed a twitch in Ku's brow, indicative of his profound dissatisfaction with Shao Xuan's initial attempts. However, as Ku remained taciturn, Shao Xuan persisted along the line, his strikes emboldened, undeterred by his prior failures. Detaching a stone flake of the desired dimensions from a stone core is no simple feat, as it may appear. The stone tool artisan must, predicated upon the specific lithic material, estimate the duration of contact between the hammer and the core, the angle of percussion, the velocity, and whether the strike should be linear or arced. Furthermore, the composition of both the stone hammer and the core, as well as the requisite force, represent but a fraction of the myriad factors demanding consideration. Ku had elucidated these intricacies to Shao Xuan on numerous occasions, and Shao Xuan had witnessed Ku's detachment of flakes from stone cores. Yet, practical application revealed the task to be exceedingly arduous. A disparity of mere millimeters could result in egregious errors. Again, Shao Xuan continued to strike, hammer blow after hammer blow, while Ku observed in taciturn silence. Caesar, ensconced nearby, cast his gaze upon Shao Xuan, then upon the silent, yet visibly displeased Ku. Slowly, he retreated further into the corner, seeking solace alongside the fish. Chapter 29. The art of stone craftsmanship. At the outset, Shao Xuan struck the stone with his hammer to gauge Ku's reaction. As he continued, he became absorbed in the rhythm of his labor, no longer paying heed to Ku. The process of striking required immense concentration and effort. It was not merely a matter of swinging one's arms. Each blow necessitated careful calculations regarding angle, force, and the precise point of impact, all of which had to be decided in an instant. For many in the tribe, experience from repeated striking allowed them to achieve optimal results almost instinctively. However, Shao Xuan was merely a novice, lacking the decades of experience possessed by seasoned stone crafters. He relied on calculations and rough estimations, learning through trial and error. Despite his significantly enhanced strength, the weight of the hammer became increasingly burdensome with each strike as his energy waned. Any error in force could result in excessive waste, with the detached stone flakes exceeding expectations. Thus, Shao Xuan found himself too engrossed to notice Ku's reactions. Initially, there was a slight pause between each strike, as Shao Xuan contemplated the shortcomings of the previous blow to make improvements in the next. However, as he grew more adept, the intervals between strikes diminished. After an indeterminate number of blows, he felt on the verge of exhaustion, yet Ku did not permit him to cease. Instead, Ku occasionally pointed out errors, akin to the experience of a long-distance runner nearing their limit, urged onward by a coach's insistence to persist. Understanding Ku's temperament, Shao Xuan knew that stopping now would mean forfeiting any chance of learning stone crafting from him in the future. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued. Just as he felt every ounce of strength draining away, an unexpected lightness enveloped him, leading him to ponder whether breaking through his limits might yield such sensations. Unbeknownst to Shao Xuan, as he began to feel revitalized, intricate totemic patterns emerged upon his stone. In a moment of unawareness, he had tapped into the power of the totem, entirely focused on his craft without noticing the illumination in his mind. Ku, seated nearby, briefly displayed a flicker of astonishment. Over the years as a stone craftsman, he had seen numerous individuals attempt to learn the art, yet few had managed to harness totemic energy during the process. Many regarded the totemic power as sacred, reserved for hunting or tribal defense, while others, despite lacking such beliefs, found precision in its control elusive, attainable only by seasoned warriors. Youngsters like Shao Xuan or Lang Jie rarely succeeded. Any attempt to wield totemic power often resulted in destruction rather than crafting. Thus, Ku was taken aback by Shao Xuan's ability to utilize totemic energy without fracturing the stone core, producing remarkably refined stone flakes, each suitable for further processing rather than becoming waste. Such proficiency was rare. Yet, Shao Xuan remained oblivious to his own remarkable achievement, lost in the rhythm of his work. Contemplating lessons from each strike, thus missing the astonished expression that lingered on Ku's face for several minutes, a noteworthy rarity for someone usually stoic and devoid of emotion. Once he finished the outlined sections, Shao Xuan paused, surveying the ground where the detached stone flakes lay in small heaps or scattered. Glancing at Ku, he noticed the latter's expression had returned to its usual neutrality. Shao Xuan laid down his hammer, breathing heavily, awaiting Ku's assessment. He reflected on the challenges faced by stone craftsmen in the tribe, explaining why only a select few transitioned from warriors to artisans, while others merely honed their skills for personal use or to provide tools for the younger generation. Ku's astonishment had subsided, his expression returning to its customary impassiveness. He picked up a slender wooden stick and began to sift through the gathered stone flakes, deftly extracting a pointed shard that arched gracefully through the air before landing in a wooden box designated for various unfinished stone pieces. Although the number of detached stone flakes appeared substantial, Ku's speed of selection was remarkable. Shao Xuan watched in awe as the flakes cascaded into the box, resembling a string of beads. Before he could catch his breath, Ku had completed the task, setting down the stick and stating flatly, "Waste." Shao Xuan's eyelids twitched, quickly realizing that Ku was not referring to him, but rather to the unusable fragments scattered on the ground. Clearly, Ku was dissatisfied with the quantity of reject stone leaves. What was initially intended as a stone ball now seemed only sufficient for crafting a chisel. Ku's disapproval was evident as he glanced at the battered stone core, and he articulated a longer sentence than usual. Shao Xuan felt a wave of relief. He had feared Ku might dismiss him outright. Ku's words indicated his willingness to continue teaching. "Bring it here," Ku commanded, gesturing toward the stone core Shao Xuan had worked on. Eagerly, Shao Xuan set aside his hammer and presented the battered stone core before Ku. "Watch closely," Ku instructed, lifting the hammer Shao Xuan had just used in one hand and the stone core in the other, which was twice the width of his palm. Shao Xuan barely heard the whoosh of the wind as the hammer swung. Clang! The hammer struck the stone core, producing a clear, resonant sound. Simultaneously, a stone flake detached from the core, soaring into a wooden box suspended against the wall. From the swing to the impact, Ku executed the motion with remarkable fluidity, as if he had predetermined which section of the stone would yield a flake. Unlike Shao Xuan and Apos' earlier cautious approach, Ku and Apos' strikes bore an effortless grace, embodying the true art of flaking stone rather than merely striking a block and producing waste. After the initial blow, Ku offered Shao Xuan little time to ponder, swiftly following with a second, third, and fourth strike. The rhythm of the hammering quickened, the sounds merging into a continuous symphony, with flakes cascading from the stone core into the box, forming a bridge of craftsmanship between the two. Shao Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always known that Ku possessed formidable skills in crafting stone tools, yet he had underestimated the true extent of this master stoneworker's extraordinary craftsmanship. What he witnessed was not merely the peeling of stone leaves. It was akin to the precision of slicing noodles. Clearly, during his previous visits, Shao Xuan had not fully grasped Ku's remarkable abilities. What he had observed was merely the tip of the iceberg, far from comprehending the depth of Ku's stoneworking expertise. Such exquisite finesse, such unparalleled precision. By the time Shao Xuan regained his composure, Ku had already finished peeling the stone leaves, and the remaining stone core in his hands had taken the form of a stone chisel. The process continued with drilling and polishing, culminating in the attachment of a wooden handle, resulting in a perfectly shaped tool. With great pride, Ku handed the completed stone chisel to Shao Xuan. "For me?" Shao Xuan accepted the chisel, glancing at Ku, who had turned away to attend to other tasks. He gave the chisel a few experimental swings. Although he had participated in its crafting, his own efforts were rudimentary and far from impressive. He had nearly ruined the stone core, but this was his first earnest engagement in the creation process. And having witnessed Ku's supreme artistry, it held profound significance for him. The stone core used to forge this chisel was of fine quality, intricate, dense, and possessing considerable hardness. While it may not have appeared remarkable at first glance, its weight was unmistakable in his hand, indicating a superior grade of stone. He had not expected Ku to gift it to him so freely. Peeling stone sheets, even in the simplest manner, demands considerable time and effort to achieve satisfactory results. With no shortcuts available, one must anticipate the separation of each stone sheet, contemplate the speed, the weight of the hammer, the force applied, the potential consequences, and relate these factors to the quality of the stone core. The subtleties of force, optimal angles, and the myriad variables encountered from raw material to finished product are ineffable. Mastery of the technique, how to apply force, at what angle, and how to strike, can only be acquired through relentless practice. With his back to Shao Xuan, Ku remarked, indeed. Stone tools differ from iron tools. A single misstep cannot be undone or retraced. A single strike determines success or failure. Shao Xuan, holding the stone chisel, bowed respectfully toward Ku. Yes, I understand. However, Ku shifted the conversation, gesturing toward the corner where a few dead fish lay, locked in a glaring standoff with Caesar. During practice, one must also learn to reflect. Failure is acceptable, but one must learn from mistakes and not be like these fish. I understand. Shao Xuan discerned Ku's intent. Ku was urging him not to be stubborn and forgetful, blindly persisting in error until it was too late. Take one with you, Ku instructed, indicating that it was time to send him off. Oh, since Ku insisted that Shao Xuan take a fish home, refusal would be futile. Without further ado, he picked up a fish, along with the stone chisel, and called for Caesar as they departed. As he stepped outside, carrying the fish, Shao Xuan reflected on Ku's words and couldn't help but chuckle as he poked the fish's head with the chisel, exclaiming, "How foolish." Chapter 30. Old Ku's gift. Early the next morning, Longa and his companions arrived at the cave to seek out Shao Xuan. The timber was already prepared, awaiting Shao Xuan's choice of location for the construction of the house. Familiar with the area near the foot of the mountain, Shao Xuan understood that, given his current circumstances, it would be impractical to build higher up. That would be courting trouble. He had already identified a suitable spot for the house, albeit slightly remote, which offered a splendid view of the mountains, the valley below, and the entrance to the cave itself. Longa and his team were adept at constructing wooden houses, and with their considerable strength, the structure took shape in just a few hours. A few minor details remained to be refined, but the wooden abode would soon be ready for habitation. The initial construction covered approximately 40 square meters, a modest yet satisfactory space, with plans for future expansions under Shao Xuan's own craftsmanship. Overall, he felt quite pleased with the outcome. Longa and his team initially intended to chop the excess timber for firewood, but Shao Xuan intervened, requesting their assistance in building a simple wooden bed instead. Within the tribe, some preferred sleeping on stone beds, while others favored straw mattresses, but Shao Xuan naturally leaned towards wooden constructions. Laying down clean, sun-dried furs made for a far more comfortable resting place than the cave. Ah Xuan. Shao Xuan turned at the call to see a middle-aged woman named Yi approaching. She had not awakened her totemic powers and lived near the foot of the mountain, often taking on sewing jobs. Shao Xuan frequently sought her help in stitching animal hides. The previous day, he had brought fish to her for stitching, explaining the desired design, and to his surprise, she had completed it swiftly. "Aunt Yi, is it finished?" Shao Xuan inquired with a smile. "Yes, it was no trouble at all," Yi replied, handing him the finished item. With other tasks awaiting her, she departed without lingering. "What is this hide bag for?" Longa, who was busy splitting wood, asked curiously. "Of course, it's for training purposes," Shao Xuan responded succinctly, placing the bag inside the house. He had yet to test it, so he was uncertain of its utility. Longa and his companions, lacking curiosity, returned to their final touches on the house. Once the construction neared completion, Shao Xuan invited Longa and his companions to stay for lunch. In addition to fish, there were some tubers and fruits brought by Longa. Among them were two young warriors who resided halfway up the mountain. They expressed a slight interest in the fish, but, due to their busy schedules with preparations for hunting and training, had not engaged in fishing themselves, as they never lacked for food. "Take a fish back with you. I have plenty here," Shao Xuan offered, not exaggerating. After returning to the cave the previous afternoon, he had gone to the river with the children to fish, finding it an uncomplicated task whenever conditions were favorable. The young warriors felt a bit shy, but accepted his offer upon realizing his indifference, planning to gather some wood to reinforce Shao Xuan's wooden house. As they enjoyed their meal, Gu approached, carrying a large stone jar. "Old Ku sent this to celebrate your new home. It can be used for storing food or water," he stated, placing the jar down. Observing the nearly finished wooden house, he added, "It looks good. I was thinking of coming to help, but it seems my assistance is unnecessary now." Shao Xuan smirked. "If you truly wish to help, why wait until now?" Although Longa and the others suspected Gu was speaking idly, they refrained from commenting out of respect for the old warrior. "Is this stone jar for Ah Xuan?" Longa asked, attempting to shift the conversation. Indeed, it was specially crafted for him by Old Ku. Gu emphasized the name Old Ku, glancing at Shao Xuan. Understanding Old Ku's regard for Shao Xuan, Gu felt a sense of urgency. The old man had once considered teaching others, but had been disappointed by their lack of commitment and decisiveness, leading him to dismiss them. Many believed old Ku lacked compassion, but in truth, he was merely disheartened. Now, having finally found a promising candidate in Shao Xuan, Gu worried that if old Ku's brusque demeanor drove him away, he might never find a better successor. In fact, on the night Shao Xuan awakened his powers, after the ritual, Ku had sought out Gu to obtain a suitable stone, spending 2 consecutive nights crafting this very jar. It was similar in size to the one Gu used for delivering food, but far superior in craftsmanship. The jar's rim was uniformly thick, the interior exquisitely smooth, and the exterior intricately carved with patterns of landscapes and wildlife, depicting creatures Shao Xuan had never seen. Likely from Ku's past hunting experiences, Ku was known for prioritizing functionality in his stonework, rarely indulging in ornamental designs. Thus, the care he had taken in creating this jar signified his high regard for Shao Xuan. This jar is truly beautiful, Longa and the others admired, gathering around it. While they typically prioritized practicality, who would not appreciate a more aesthetically pleasing vessel? The jar not only had a generous size, but also featured elaborate carvings and a matching stone lid. Many families simply covered their jars with animal hides or grass mats, or even placed a stone slab atop, so it was rare to see one with a dedicated lid, even among the 2 young warriors living halfway up the mountain. Indeed, what a fine jar. In all my years, I've never encountered one like this at home, Gu remarked. Is the Ku you speak of the one renowned for setting traps? Ong, who had accompanied Longa, asked. Yes, that's him, Longa confirmed with a nod. I heard many sought to learn from him, but later Aang's voice trailed off. What happened later? Those who wished to learn either left in frustration or were turned away harshly. Gradually, fewer people sought him out, and Ku eventually moved to the foot of the mountain. Ku had indeed been a prominent figure in the tribe, though few spoke of him now. Old Ku is quite skilled, albeit stern. Yet, one could learn valuable things from him, Ku advised Shao Xuan earnestly. Yes, Xuan, are you currently training with Ku? You must persevere. He was truly remarkable in his time. Longa added, sharing his own experiences of learning archery from his grandfather, recounting how he had been scolded harshly during his training. The laughter of nearby children as they witnessed Longa's punishments only added to his embarrassment, and he had harbored resentment towards his grandfather for quite some time. It was only after he became a warrior that he truly understood the wisdom behind his grandfather's strictness. While hunting in the forests, although the ground bow could not always directly kill ferocious beasts, it played a crucial role, thanks to his exceptional skill in setting traps. Longa was quickly accepted into the hunting team, earning a substantial share of the spoils after each hunt, significantly more than his peers at a similar level. Acquiring additional skills will undoubtedly ease one's path ahead, allowing for a more significant role within the hunting party. To utter an unfortunate truth, should one suffer a debilitating injury during a hunt, becoming like me and old Ku, lacking limbs, would render one less capable of participating in hunts. Remaining within the tribe, however, would at least provide the opportunity to cultivate another means of livelihood, ensuring a more comfortable existence, free from hunger, as Gu articulated. Thus, both Longa and Gu concurred that, despite facing scorn and derision, they must persevere, acquiring every skill possible and striving to extract every ounce of knowledge from their counterparts. Particularly with someone like Ku, who conceals a wealth of valuable skills, the pursuit of knowledge becomes even more imperative. Listening to their words, Shao Xuan solemnly nodded, comprehending their sentiments. To learn from others, one must be willing to ask for anything, discarding all notions of pride. Longa and Gu, indeed. Chapter 31. Simple and brutal. Shao Xuan was eager to learn the skills of old Ku, particularly the art of crafting stone tools, setting traps, and other techniques beneficial for hunting. However, it was still too early, lacking a solid foundation. He could only begin with the most rudimentary techniques and gradually advance to more complex practices. Shao Xuan could sense old Ku's attitude towards him from the very beginning. Old Ku had been supportive, although his words sometimes led to misunderstandings. For instance, when Shao Xuan approached him yesterday to learn about making stone tools, he received a rather scathing critique after attempting to peel stone leaves. Those unfamiliar with the situation might have misconstrued old Ku's remarks, but fortunately, Shao Xuan was perceptive enough to discern the underlying meaning. Seeing that Shao Xuan did not reject their opinions, Gu felt relieved and planned to visit old Ku later to take credit for his assistance, hoping to procure some valuable items as a reward. After helping Shao Xuan construct the wooden hut, Lang Jie and the others departed, as they had other matters to attend to, especially with the first hunting expedition approaching swiftly. Each hunting venture posed a perilous risk to life, necessitating thorough preparation for a safe return. The tribe had 2 hunting teams that alternated expeditions. When one team was out hunting, the other remained in the tribe to ensure its safety, particularly considering the multitude of beasts inhabiting the mountains, and the presence of the elderly and infirm within the tribe. Each hunting team was further divided into 2 smaller squads, formed based on the warriors' capabilities. According to Lang Jie, the first-tier hunting squad was primarily composed of totem warriors residing above the mountain slope, while the second tier consisted mainly of those living below. Lang Jie and his companions belonged to the second tier, and naturally, Shao Xuan would accompany them on future hunting outings. After their departure, Shao Xuan surveyed the newly erected wooden hut, while Caesar curiously explored the interior. "If you defecate in here, I will throw you out," Shao Xuan remarked. Back in the cave, he had trained Caesar to relieve himself in designated areas, either inside or outside the cave, and he wondered if the wolf would quickly adapt to this new environment. "We will reside here from now on. Eventually, I shall craft a wooden table, chairs, and—" After resting for a moment, Shao Xuan retrieved the animal skin bags that he had sewn for him in the morning. He then went outside to gather some gravel, filling the bags and weighing them. The stones he collected were heavy, discarded remnants from the stone tool-making process, piled like small hills in the gravel area. It seemed that these stones were not favored by stone insects, as few ventured there, resulting in limited foot traffic. When Lang Jie mentioned weight training, Shao Xuan recalled that location and had requested the specially crafted animal skin bags. Once filled with the gravel, they weighed nearly 200 pounds. Shao Xuan had once pondered whether these stones were metallic ores, but found them to be indistinguishable from the other stones in the area, aside from being heavier. Although he desired iron tools, he was uncertain of the smelting techniques and recognized that this world held many elements entirely alien to his previous life, making it imprudent to invest time in researching them. He preferred to address immediate concerns rather than delve into metallurgy for the time being. After securing several animal skin bags to his arms and legs, he moved around, feeling comfortable enough to carry an additional stone. It was evident that the physical prowess of the totem warriors was remarkable. While Shao Xuan could not lift 1,000 pounds with one arm like Ge, he was capable of hoisting several hundred pounds, a feat he would have deemed impossible in his previous life. As he practiced, he noticed Caesar growling towards the outside. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. "Is Xian there?" 2 tall, muscular warriors approached, appearing youthful and exuding a robust presence. Their voices deep and full of vigor. "I am Tua, and this is Kuku. The shaman sent me to bring you some supplies," Tua announced. Unlike Lang Jie, Tua exhibited a calm demeanor, assessing Shao Xuan with a scrutinizing yet friendly gaze. The shaman had fulfilled his promise, sending food on Shao Xuan's first day in his own dwelling as a form of compensation. The provisions included a substantial amount of processed meat, some of which was already cured, alongside various tubers and fresh fruits. Additionally, there were 2 bundles of prepared herbs. One was familiar to Shao Xuan from his time in the cave, suitable for treating minor ailments, while Tua explained the other was intended for external injuries. The other warrior's name hinted at a less disciplined nature, and Tua's phrasing suggested that Kuku had not been sent by the shaman. Upon entering the hut, Kuku's gaze fixated on Caesar, who stood with his back to Shao Xuan, and though Shao Xuan could not see Kuku's expression, he sensed it was not friendly. Warriors accustomed to hunting regarded any animal as potential prey, eager to strike. Caesar tensed, baring his fangs and preparing to defend himself. "Hey, this wolf has grown quite formidable," Kuku remarked. As Shao Xuan contemplated whether this warrior was belittling Caesar's demeanor, Kuku continued, "If you raise it for another 6 months, it'll be fit for a feast." At this, Caesar bared his sharp teeth, his eyes alert, and emitted a low growl. "Ready to pounce." "Excellent," the warrior exclaimed, swiftly drawing a stone knife, excitement evident in his voice. Tua, who had been explaining the herbal remedies to Shao Xuan, visibly tensed and then rushed forward, delivering a punch to Kuku, who was poised to confront Caesar. "What on earth? Put that knife away." Kuku flew out of the window with a thud, landing on the ground outside. Shao Xuan observed, bemused. The totem warriors indeed operated with a straightforward and brutal style. After the altercation, Tua approached Shao Xuan and explained, "He acts like this. He gets excited when he sees a beast. Don't take it to heart. It's merely his nature. After all, It's a wolf endorsed by the shaman. They wouldn't dare harm it. However, before Tuo could finish, Cuckoo entered the hut unscathed, inching closer to Caesar once more, this time without a weapon, merely rubbing his fingers together, indicating his persistence. Tuo was at a loss. The shaman had tasked him with delivering supplies, and encountering Cuckoo mid-journey had not been anticipated. Upon hearing they were headed to the newly awakened warrior, especially one who had surprised everyone during the sacrificial ceremony, Cuckoo had eagerly followed along. Initially, Tuo had hoped to converse further with this promising young warrior favored by the shaman, but now, observing the situation, he regretted allowing Cuckoo to accompany him. If Cuckoo remained, a confrontation between him and the wolf seemed inevitable. Caesar, despite his strength, might not withstand a punch from Cuckoo, and the consequences would be dire. In an instant, Tuo appeared behind Cuckoo, wrapping his arm around Cuckoo's neck and dragging him outside. Turning back to Shao Xuan as he did so. The supplies have been delivered. We must take our leave. We can converse more when you join us for hunting in the future. Once the two individuals departed, Caesar relaxed and began to sniff around. He then dragged a leather pouch that had been brought over by Cuckoo, seemingly intending to discard it. Shao Xuan hastily intervened, for the pouch contained an assortment of dried fruits, many of which he had yet to sample. It would be a great shame to throw them away. While tidying up, Shao Xuan reflected on Tuo's earlier words. Tuo's final statement implied that they were part of the same hunting team as Shao Xuan. However, during Langa's conversation, there had been no mention of these two individuals. Were they part of the first tier? Chapter 32. The Path of Glory at the break of dawn the next day. Shao Xuan secured a skin bag filled with gravel and set off towards the training grounds with Caesar. In the past, when he had not yet awakened, he lived in constant trepidation, ever fearful of being accidentally harmed, even meeting his demise at the slightest oversight. Now, emboldened by newfound strength, he felt far less fragile. The tribespeople were not well versed in elaborate techniques. They merely envisioned a prey and reacted more directly based on its habits. Some warriors would treat the mountain wall as a wild beast, unleashing their fists and feet upon it. Thus, if one were to witness dust and stones flying from a particular spot on the mountain, there was no need for astonishment. It was merely a totem warrior practicing their strikes. Just like that night at the shaman's, even an ordinary stone spear could be shattered by a mere child's punch. Upon reaching the training ground, Shao Xuan selected a mountain and hoisted a stone, ascending from its base. Along the way, he took note of areas with promising stone quality to excavate. Fortunately, this unique ability of his proved advantageous. Observing the varying shades of gray within his view, he marveled at the contrast. Compared to the totemic power, another ability within him unquestionably facilitated his endeavors, saving him the effort of searching. Shao Xuan was unable to break medium or high-grade stones. Striking them barehanded only inflicted pain upon himself. After successfully extracting a chosen stone, he glanced at the sky, noting it was nearing noon, and began his return with the stone in tow. After a meal back at his wooden cabin, he headed towards Old Ku's place with the excavated stone. He had allocated the afternoon for learning stonemasonry. Though the tools appeared simple, a multitude of techniques lay beneath the surface, transcending mere striking. First and foremost, one must discern the quality of stone. Even stones of the same hardness required different striking methods. Old Ku presented 2 stone cores of identical material, explaining as he went. Shao Xuan watched as Old Ku struck one directly to flake it, while he treated the other with temperature variations. Old Ku elaborated on the changes in color and cooling times of various stones when heated. Some stones would undergo noticeable changes in color and texture, while others might only alter in texture, and some would show no reaction at all. Mastery of temperature was essential. One needed to understand the optimal conditions for flaking. Without precise instruments, this knowledge relied solely on intuition and experience. For instance, while Shao Xuan gauged a temperature, Old Ku could discern the slightest difference with a mere touch. Old Ku placed one of the cores over the fire, holding it with a stone stick, deftly manipulating it amidst the roaring flames that threatened to dry one out. It was a sweltering affair. Those gathered near the fire would soon find themselves sweating profusely. Despite the heat, Old Ku remained steady, skillfully handling the core. After half an hour, the once gray-white stone had transformed into a rich brown-red hue. Yet he refrained from flaking it immediately, opting to wait until it cooled and the color lightened before commencing the process. The resulting flakes, whether elongated or circular, exhibited an almost uniform thickness. What remarkable control must one possess to achieve such precision? In Shao Xuan's previous understanding, without advanced cutting tools, this level of craftsmanship seemed unattainable. The so-called ideal polishing was, in reality, an intricate process beyond the imagination of those unfamiliar with it. Following theory came practice. Shao Xuan devoted the majority of the afternoon to flaking stone leaves. Too much waste, do it again. What is this nonsense? Again, your control of the hammer is abysmal. Start over. Wait, can this stone be flaked directly? Have you eaten too much fish? Heat it before trying again. Those living close to old Ke had noticed his temper had worsened recently. When discussing Shao Xuan, they would shake their heads and sigh, lamenting the boy's plight. Yet, the reality within the cabin was not as dire as the tribespeople imagined. Old Ku, though harsh in words, was quite devoted to teaching Shao Xuan the art of stonecraft, generously providing him with stone cores. By day's end, Shao Xuan had struck 5 cores, not counting the one he brought himself. The remaining 4 were old Ku's. Decent materials intended for practice, a somewhat extravagant use of resources that left Shao Xuan feeling guilty. Returning to his wooden cabin, exhausted from his labors, Shao Xuan felt every muscle ache intensely, the pain growing more pronounced with each passing moment. Even the simple act of positioning a stone pot over the fire was excruciating, forcing him to bite down hard, especially at the base of his thumb where the hammer pressed. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. The adage of 1,000 strikes. 100 forges resonated deeply with him. He felt as though it was not the stone cores that were being hammered, but rather himself. Nevertheless, he slept soundly at night, awakening refreshed, as if the previous day's soreness had been but an illusion. Whether this was due to the innate abilities of a totem warrior or another unique power remained unclear. On this particular morning, Shao Xuan intended to visit the training grounds once more, having identified a promising location the previous day with quality stone materials. This would save him from depleting old Ku's resources. However, as he walked, he sensed something amiss. Typically inactive individuals were already up, congregating in one direction. A sudden realization struck him. How could he have almost forgotten? Today marked the day when Lang Jie and his team set out for a hunt. Turning on his heel, Shao Xuan led Caesar towards the gathering crowd. A path wound from the base to the summit of the mountain, almost in a straight line, elevated compared to the surrounding terrain, left untouched by any constructions. The hunting party would utilize this route for both their departures and returns, ensuring no disruption to the tribe's residents. Over time, this path acquired a deeper significance, known among the tribespeople as the Path of Glory. It resembled a solemn farewell for warriors about to engage in battle. Emotions ran high with pride, heaviness, and hope, as they pondered whether their loved ones would return safe and sound, bearing sufficient food. The gathering on either side of the Path of Glory comprised mostly the families of the hunting warriors, ranging from the elderly to children. Upon the hunters' return, these individuals would be there to greet them, and the sentiments of the two occasions would starkly contrast. Beyond the farewells and welcomes, the path held another meaning for the warriors among the hunting party, symbolizing a confirmation of their own prowess. If Shao Xuan were to describe it, he would say that for many warriors, this path represented a display of wealth. Upon returning from the hunt, the distribution of food was evident, akin to a public declaration of assets. Those who were affluent would naturally command respect, status, and admiration, attributes worth showcasing. Here they come, someone shouted. Shao Xuan turned his gaze. Descending from the mountain were approximately 200 individuals. At the forefront stood the leader of the hunting team, familiar from the night of the ritual. Behind him were several others Shao Xuan recognized, all of whom had danced around the fire that evening. The descending figures, whether smiling or somber, walked with an air of authority, reminiscent of generals returning from the battlefield. Among the towering warriors at the back of the formation were a few notably shorter children, including the leader's grandson and the boy who had previously boasted before Shao Xuan. Hey, who are those kids? Shao Xuan wondered aloud. Their participation in the inaugural hunt indicated their remarkable capabilities, as they were among the most talented newly awakened warriors of the year. Ah, is that a spear? Truly. He is the grandson of the leader. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Sai's father pointed towards Fei and others in the hunting party, addressing Sai. Look at them. They are nearly your age, part of the same awakening batch, and they have already participated in the first hunt. What about you? Sai retorted defiantly. Who told you not to live on the mountain? His father, momentarily taken aback, responded with 2 fists and 2 slaps aimed directly at him. Chapter 33. the length of a finger after the hunting party departed, the tribe returned to its usual rhythm of life. However, unlike the previous year, the riverside was abuzz with activity. Following an initial fear of the unknown creatures lurking in the waters, the benefits brought by the voracious piranhas alleviated much of the trepidation the people felt. It turned out that the river's inhabitants were not as fearsome as once believed. With a bit of caution, one could gather a substantial amount of food. Under the joint management of Tu and Jeba, life in the cave remained relatively stable. The daily fishing expeditions yielded enough sustenance, and the once frail children appeared to be thriving. Simultaneously, the children of the cave grew increasingly united. They had to stand together against external challenges, for the strength of a single individual was insufficient when it came to fishing. As for the stone worms, Shao Xuan now took Caesar along every couple of days to catch them, storing enough for the children in the cave. It was discovered that stone alone could not restrain the worms. When placed in stone jars, the next day they would find the jars broken and the worms gone. However, Tu stumbled upon a solution. Wooden implements combined with grass ropes, though not as robust as stone, proved more effective in capturing the worms, managing to contain them for a day or two without issue. This discovery alleviated the hassle of Caesar's daily excursions. Shao Xuan continued to visit the training grounds in the mornings to search for stone cores and learn stone techniques in the afternoons from Old Ku. After more than 10 days, he felt significantly stronger than during the initial awakening of his powers, mastering the control of totemic energy with increasing finesse, and transitioning between his abilities with ease. It appeared that learning stone techniques greatly benefited his command over totemic energy. Like a nimble monkey, Shao Xuan weaved through the trees towards a spot he had scouted the previous day. His movements were so swift and silent that they seemed merely a gentle breeze passing through the branches. Caesar followed closely behind. They remained within the tribe and Apos' guarded territory. Thus Shao Xuan felt no concern regarding ferocious beasts. His deliberate control over sound was merely a preparation for future hunting endeavors, as stealth and silence are paramount when approaching prey. Having observed the stealth of Longa and Mai, he noted that Mai moved with utter silence, leaving him at a distance. In the mountains of the training ground, he also encountered many children who had awakened their powers alongside him, including Sai. "Is that Shao Xuan?" Sai's father remarked, spotting the fleeting figure in the woods. To those who had not awakened to totemic strength, Shao Xuan and Apos' speed was remarkable, making him difficult to follow. Yet for seasoned totem warriors, it was less impressive. Sai, meanwhile, was busy jumping with a large stone, having already completed over 100 repetitions. Upon hearing his father's words, Sai glanced in the direction of the now vanished Shao Xuan. "What are you staring at? Keep jumping," Sai's father scolded, striking Sai's backside with a stick. "You can't even outdo Shao Xuan, who is 2 years younger than you. Where am I lacking?" Sai retorted defiantly. "You dare argue? I say what I mean. Jump faster. You can only rest after reaching 200. With that, Sai's father struck him once more. 172 already. Just 28 more to go, Sai thought, feeling a flicker of joy at the prospect of a break, wondering if they would hunt rock squirrels or search for food. He remembered the crispy green fruits from a few days prior and hoped they were still available. As he swallowed in anticipation, his father, with a fierce glare, exclaimed, "Do you think I can't count? You've only done 127. That's 73 more." Frustrated, Sai nearly hurled the stone he was holding. His father's stubbornness was infuriating. It was a battle he could not win, so he resolved to take his grievances out on Shao Xuan instead. Unbeknownst to Shao Xuan, who was busy selecting stones, he was unwittingly accumulating Sai's ire. The training ground was abundant with stones, yet few were suitable for crafting tools. Even with his unique ability to discern the quality of materials, finding the most appropriate stones for flaking was not a swift process. Thus, each morning, he dedicated several hours to selecting stones before returning with those that were both promising and suitable for shaping. In his time with Old Ku, Shao Xuan and Apos' ability to identify stone quality had improved significantly. He no longer approached the task blindly, unable to differentiate between types. While Shao Xuan searched for stone cores, Caesar, bored, occupied himself by ambushing the rock squirrels that were digging and leaping about on the mountainside. Each time Shao Xuan finished selecting a core, he would find several dead squirrels lying beside Caesar. At times, Shao Xuan felt a pang of guilt watching Caesar, a fine wolf, reduced to such antics. In the afternoon, he brought the chosen stone cores to Old Ku, who taught him how to assess the optimal flaking angles and surfaces for different types of stone. Afterward, Old Ku would sit beside him, observing as Shao Xuan worked on flaking. Removing his animal hide tunic, Shao Xuan bared his torso and grasped the stone hammer, beginning to strike. In the initial days, his tunic became drenched with sweat, so much so that he could wring it out. Eventually, he discarded it to avoid the odor. The rhythmic sounds of striking stone filled the air. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 50, 51, 100 strikes, 500 strikes. Tirelessly, Shao Xuan continued to hammer away at the stone core, which gradually diminished in size as more and more finely crafted flakes fell away. Upon completing one, he did not rest, moving on to the second, then the third. By the time he finished the third, he felt as though he had emerged from a vat of water. After quenching his thirst, he stood nearby, listening to old Ku's explanations regarding the details to consider during the polishing stage, what shapes to refine and how to process the remaining cores. Old Ku imparted wisdom, saying, "Every stone has its own story, and even the finest stoneworker may not fully interpret each one." Yet, each time he taught Shao Xuan, he did his utmost to convey the knowledge he had gathered over the years. Shao Xuan listened intently. Many seemingly trivial comments concealed a wealth of techniques. After a brief rest and absorbing old Ku and Apos' teachings, he resumed work, shifting from flaking to polishing. Whether flaking or polishing, achieving old Ku and Apos' high standards demanded meticulous attention, precision, and a refined control of totemic energy. This was no simple task. While polishing, Shao Xuan immersed himself in the process, pouring all his focus into the tools he was crafting. Although the sensations were not immediately apparent, once he completed the polishing, he would become acutely aware of the strain. His head throbbed, at times feeling as if pierced by a needle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Old Ku reassured him that this was normal, recalling his own experiences from years past. Despite the hardship, the results were evident. Shao Xuan's mastery of totemic energy became increasingly precise. Satisfied, Old Ku observed Shao Xuan's progress, which exceeded his expectations. Over the years, he had encountered many aspiring stoneworkers. Yet none had matched Shao Xuan's prowess. Many took 6 months, or even a year or two, to reach such a level. Of course, there were exceptions, like Longa, who achieved proficiency in under 50 days, much to the pride of his grandfather in front of Old Ku. But how long had Shao Xuan been training? Just a mere 10 days. Old Ku was truly eager to ascend the mountain and have a thorough discussion with the old man who crafted the earth bow. However, he decided to wait a little longer. As he contemplated the old man's likely expression upon learning of this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes widening as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. The totemic patterns that emerged on Shao Xuan's body were not particularly surprising. During his recent studies of stone techniques, Shao Xuan had frequently harnessed the power of the totems, causing these patterns to manifest. Yet, what astonished Old Ku was not the totemic markings themselves, but the sight before him, which was far more incredible than the time he had witnessed Shao Xuan employing totemic power in battle. The tribespeople all understood that newly awakened warriors would only display their full totemic patterns at the moment of awakening by the fire pit. Following the completion of the rituals, these patterns would recede, with those that had originally covered the entire arm retracting to merely the upper arm, slightly beyond the shoulder. Similarly, the patterns on the legs would also ascend. Therefore, when a warrior employed totemic power after awakening, the visible patterns would only extend to the elbow or knee, marking them as novice totem warriors. The moment the totemic patterns reached above the elbow and below the knee, it signified the transition from a novice to an intermediate warrior. This was the most direct and effective method of assessing a totem warrior's rank. Warriors would achieve breakthroughs through repeated encounters with perilous beasts and life-threatening situations during hunts, enabling the extension of their totemic patterns. However, this extension was limited. Many individuals, despite decades of hunting experience, could not extend their patterns beyond the elbow and knee, indicating their continued status as novice totem warriors, with progress painstakingly slow. But what about Shao Xuan now? Old Ku's eyelids twitched. He vividly remembered that when Shao Xuan first arrived to learn stone techniques and began utilizing totemic power, the patterns on his upper arm were akin to those of other newly awakened individuals, extending only slightly beyond the shoulder. Yet now, the totemic patterns on Shao Xuan's upper arm had stretched an additional length equivalent to a pinky finger towards the end of his arm. Previously, Old Ku had not closely observed the totemic patterns on Shao Xuan's arm. He had merely wondered when Shao Xuan might reach the level of an intermediate warrior and glanced at the patterns on his upper arm, never anticipating such a discovery. Old Ku could discern even the slightest discrepancies in the stone tools, so how could he overlook the lengthening of the totemic patterns on Shao Xuan's arm? Do not underestimate this incremental length of a finger. It is something that many individuals may take years to achieve. Yet how long had it been since Shao Xuan and Apos' awakening? At this rate, how far would he be from becoming an intermediate totem warrior? Old Ku felt his eyelids twitching even more vigorously. Chapter 34. A change in style rubbing his twitching eyelids. Ku abruptly rose from the stone bench. The absence of a leg caused him to sway unsteadily as he stood, an action that inevitably drew Shao Xuan's attention. Setting aside the nearly finished stone tools and the grinding stone in his hands, Shao Xuan looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, Ku had seemed in excellent spirits, and there was no indication of any errors in his work. The grinding process had met the old man's standards. Yet, the current look of utter confusion on Ku's face left Shao Xuan bewildered. "A Xuan, you?" After a prolonged pause, Ku finally managed to utter, "How do you train normally?" Although Shao Xuan was unsure of the implications behind Ku and Apos' question, he elaborated on his training regimen over the past period, omitting any mention of his unique abilities. In truth, rather than training, he had been preparing to craft stone tools, while many other awakened children in the same cohort were either building strength or practicing throwing. Shao Xuan, on the other hand, had predominantly focused on searching for stone cores. Some even mocked him in secret for his perceived lack of purpose. After pondering for a while, Ku found no fault in Shao Xuan's words. The latter was quite diligent, and his determination was evident in his stone tool crafting, which was precisely why Ku was willing to teach him. However, reflecting on his own past experience with stone tools, he could not fathom why Shao Xuan was advancing at such a remarkable pace. Unable to determine the reason, Ku could only attribute it to Shao Xuan's exceptional talent, which was to be expected from someone who awakened at the tender age of 10. Once he regained his composure, Ku waved his hand, signaling Shao Xuan to continue, but then reconsidered and produced a large grass mat, partitioning the workspace into 2 sections, indicating for Shao Xuan to move to the inner area for his grinding. Though perplexed, Shao Xuan complied, recognizing that Ku must have his reasons for this arrangement. Through the grass mat, Ku could observe the small figure diligently grinding on the other side. As he gently caressed a piece of stone leaf, a thought struck him, causing the frown on his brow to relax, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. As the sun approached the horizon, Shao Xuan emerged from the inner compartment, drenched in sweat, presenting the finished stone tools for Ku's inspection. The quantity of stone leaves and cores to be polished had increased today, resulting in a much later conclusion to their work than usual. However, Ku did not inspect each piece as he had done in previous days. Instead, he casually swept aside the pile of stone tools, glancing at them briefly before addressing Shao Xuan. "You may return for now. Starting tomorrow, approach both the shaping and polishing according to your own ideas. Feel free to create whatever you wish." "Understood. I will do as you say." In truth, Shao Xuan had long desired to craft something of his own, but his earlier lack of skill often resulted in creations that fell far short of his vision, frequently ending in failure. Now that Ku had given him the green light, it aligned perfectly with Shao Xuan's aspirations. Creating a satisfactory stone tool involved numerous processes, such as peeling stone leaves, polishing, shaping, and heat treatment, requiring various tools including hammers, pressing rods, chisels, grinding stones, stone anvils, and other implements. Shao Xuan's wooden cabin lacked many essential tools, necessitating his daily visits to Ku's workshop. Nevertheless, Shao Xuan dared not overreach. He began with the stone tools he was familiar with from the tribe. The following day, he brought a selection of stone cores he had chosen throughout the morning to Ku, commencing his polishing work. Shao Xuan aimed to craft the double-winged stone arrowheads, the most commonly utilized type within the tribe, particularly favored by the Longa region. Ku had already shared the fundamental techniques for crafting arrowheads, and any further insights would come through the actual polishing process, during which Ku would highlight key details to consider. After several consecutive days, Ku no longer sat beside Shao Xuan, closely monitoring his work. Without needing to be told, Shao Xuan had already demonstrated proficiency. Leaning on his wooden staff, Ku took out a wooden box filled with various stone tools, both large and small, and placed it outside the house. This box contained the stone tools Shao Xuan had polished over the past few days, with arrowheads and stone tips being the most abundant. The style of the crafted tools also exhibited some divergence from Ku and Apos' traditional approach. Recently, Ku had altered his routine. He no longer allowed anyone into the workshop during afternoons. Instead, He displayed many completed stone tools in the mornings, allowing those interested to exchange items quickly before retreating indoors for the remainder of the day. Thus, when Ku set out his wares at this time, a crowd began to gather. "Ah, Ku, why are you displaying items at this hour? Hey Ku, could these tools possibly be made by a Xian?" Many were aware of Shao Xuan's apprenticeship under Ku, yet few had faith in his abilities. Some privately debated how long Shao Xuan would last, speculating whether he would follow the pattern of others who had left after only a few days or been forcefully dismissed by Ku. To their astonishment, he had persisted until now. Observing Ku's demeanor, he did not appear to be in a foul mood, which struck them as odd. However, the individual who had initially suggested that the tools were crafted by Shao Xuan laughed off his own words, and those accompanying him merely chuckled, not taking it seriously. After all, in their eyes, how could someone who had trained under Ku for only a few days possibly produce such impressive stone artifacts? This arrowhead is polished well. It's perfect for traps. Oh, this barbed point is excellently crafted. I appreciate this one. A warrior crouched down, beginning to sift through the stone arrowheads. Seeing someone already taking action, the others abandoned their jesting, hurrying to select their preferred tools, fearing that the finest items would be snatched away by others. Indeed, the stone tools produced by Ku were superior to those made by anyone else. Ah, Ku, has the style changed? The barbs on these arrowheads weren't this long before. A warrior remarked while examining a stone arrowhead, running his fingers along the double wings. Seated there, Ku maintained his customary stoic expression, offering no response. The warriors who approached to exchange tools had long since grown accustomed to Ku's mannerisms and did not expect him to elaborate. After all, it was not uncommon for a stone tool craftsman to experiment with different styles. Hunting consumed vast amounts of stone tools, as many were single-use and could not be repurposed like metal, resulting in a particularly high waste rate. Consequently, prior to each hunt, warriors prepared an abundant supply of stone tools. The previous hunting team had been out for nearly 20 days. Generally, hunting expeditions did not extend beyond this time frame. Even in the event of complications or unforeseen difficulties, they would not exceed 30 days, as the families of the hunting warriors depended on their return for sustenance. Thus, it was evident that the returning hunting team would arrive within the next few days. Another team was also preparing to set out, waiting for the return of the first, ready to hand over tribal responsibilities before embarking on their own hunting journey. Naturally, the more tools available, the better. They will be back within these 2 days. This morning, I saw someone arrive with injured members. 2 were seriously hurt, but their lives are not in danger. I've heard no one was lost. Someone remarked while continuing to sift through the tools. So, does this mean we need to prepare for departure soon? I need to head back and gather more items to exchange with Ku. Did you say 2 were injured? Who were they? The crowd resumed their chatter. Yet their hands did not slow. Those who spotted a desirable tool swiftly gripped it tightly, regretting any hesitation that might allow someone else to seize it first. Hurry up and exchange. Once you're done, clear out. Ku barked, his expression stern as he waved his arm. If you wish to discuss matters, do so elsewhere. A Xian is still polishing in here. What if you disturb him? In the eyes of the onlookers, Ku seemed difficult to please, as if he cared about nothing beyond stone tools and could be harsh in his reprimands. Yet, in truth, Ku held Shao Xuan in higher regard than anyone else. As soon as the crowd began to gossip, Ku's displeasure was evident, prompting him to hastily usher them away. The crowd bore no ill will, ceasing their discussions and promptly finishing their selections before returning to their own affairs. As the items arranged on the table approached completion and no one else appeared, Old Ku gathered the remaining small stone tools into a wooden box, shaking his head and murmuring to himself, "Why is it that no one appreciates these diminutive stone implements?" In truth, when wielded effectively, they possess far greater lethality than their cumbersome counterparts. By the time Shao Xuan completed his polishing for the day and trudged back with his weary body, the hunting party had returned just ahead of the setting sun. Chapter 35. Is it acceptable? Amidst the jubilant cheers, the hunting party traversed the path of glory, casting elongated shadows in the setting sun. The robust warriors bore prey far larger than themselves, resembling ants carrying quail eggs. They had not only burdens on their shoulders, but also slung across their backs and dragged along with grass ropes. The bounty was abundant, indeed a triumphant return. It was reported that no lives were lost during this expedition, though 2 had sustained serious injuries. The wounded were in the care of the shaman, and their conditions had stabilized. With the resilient constitution of the tribespeople, they would soon be lively once more. Exhausted from an afternoon of relentless toil, Shao Xuan sought out Lang Jie and Mai before turning back towards the wooden cabin, opting not to join the others in their exuberant welcome. Among the front ranks of the party, a figure noticeably shorter than the rest proudly hoisted 2 large wild boars. His ears perked up to absorb the praises from the crowd, his mouth stretching into an uncontainable grin. He felt utterly exhilarated. Straightening his back, he glanced towards the throng, catching sight of Caesar's departing silhouette. Fatigued, Shao Xuan lacked the energy to maintain a cheerful demeanor, his posture suggesting a hint of melancholy. Surely, I must have disheartened him, thought the spear. While carrying the 2 wild boars, the spear pondered how he might further undermine Shao Xuan once he joined the hunting party. After a night of rest, Shao Xuan awoke feeling invigorated, brimming with vitality, as if the muscle soreness from yesterday's labor had vanished entirely. As per his usual routine, he selected stone cores in the morning and ventured to Lao Ke's place in the afternoon. However, Lao Ke granted him a half-day holiday, encouraging him to take some time to recuperate. Eager to assess his recent honing efforts, Shao Xuan gathered a few of his crafted tools. Lao Ke's exchanged finished stone implements were only half of what he had produced. The remaining half was to be kept by Shao Xuan for personal use. Thus, his stock of stone tools remained plentiful. With 2 woven grass bags filled with the selected tools, Shao Xuan made his way up the mountainside. Upon arrival, he found Lang Jie still asleep. After returning from a hunt without a shift, he would typically indulge in a deep slumber for 3 to 4 days. What brings you here? Lang Jie yawned, his eyelids drooping heavily. Oh, I merely came to deliver some items to you. Please, continue your rest. Shao Xuan placed one of the bags on the stone table within the cabin, intending to depart. Initially, he wished to hear Lang Jie recount tales of the hunt, but it seemed prudent to postpone that conversation for a few days. Something for me. Despite his drowsiness, Lang Ga's curiosity was piqued by Shao Xuan's delivery. As the bag was opened, revealing the meticulously honed stone arrowheads within, Lang Ga's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his gaze as he retrieved one to examine closely. The dual wings of the arrowheads were crafted according to Lang Ga's accustomed dimensions and shapes, resulting in longer barbs than those used by others, as Lang Jie preferred. Shao Xuan had refrained from altering these specifications, knowing that any deviation might render them unwieldy for Lang Ga. As Lang Jie scrutinized the arrowhead in his grasp, his amazement grew. The craftsmanship was exceptional. The crucial dual wings were nearly flawless. These wings provided balance during flight, ensuring the arrowhead struck its target accurately. Any slight imperfection would significantly diminish its efficacy. To enhance lethality, Lang Ga's own arrowheads featured pronounced sharp edges, with elongated, pointed barbs. Lang Jie had always believed that only his own crafted arrowheads felt comfortable in his hands, even those shaped by his grandfather might not suit him. Yet now, observing the arrowhead before him, he was astonished. A mere glance and a gentle heft confirmed that these would undoubtedly feel impeccably familiar to him. The arrowheads bore a striking resemblance to those Lang Jie himself had crafted, though they surpassed his own in refinement. In his usual work, he often skipped meticulous details due to high demand, but these arrowheads? They were a testament to diligence. Ah, a Xian, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Please extend my gratitude to Lao Ke for his craftsmanship. Lang Jie assumed these arrowheads were the work of Lao Ke, believing Shao Xuan had requested them before presenting them to him. Lang Jie thumbed the dual wings of the arrowhead appreciatively. The sharpness is impeccably honed. Truly, a masterwork. Just as Shao Xuan stepped outside, he turned back with a smile. I'll certainly relay your message. And by the way, I crafted those myself. Do try them out when you can. Stunned, Lang Jie halted mid-motion, his astonished gaze fixed on Shao Xuan, his muscles twitching with disbelief. Wait, you made these? Shao Xuan nodded. Yes, they're quite acceptable, aren't they? Acceptable? Lang Ga's eyes filled with incredulity, his breath quickening. If these were merely acceptable, what then were his own creations? Stone refuse. Shao Xuan, somewhat perplexed by Lang Ga's reaction, recalled the arrowheads gifted to him by Lang Jie, which were used once and deemed unsuitable for hunting, thus given for training. When he began his own crafting, he had emulated Lang Ga's designs. Though the arrowheads bore some imperfections, they did not significantly hinder their use. Shao Xuan had believed any minor flaws were merely signs of wear from prior use. Lao Ke had not criticized them, only offering a lukewarm assessment of Shao Xuan's work, which was why he had deemed them acceptable. Lang Jie gazed at Shao Xuan, his expression complex, perhaps due to his grandfather's influence as a stone craftsman. He had developed a keen eye for quality, believing himself skilled, confident that in a decade or so, he would surpass his grandfather. Among his peers, he excelled, particularly in crafting arrowheads, where few could rival him. Yet now, a mere 10-year-old, recently awakened to his potential and having practiced for less than 30 days, had produced arrowheads that hinted at surpassing his own skill. Langa's discerning eye recognized that such craftsmanship could not be achieved solely through time and effort. Moreover, the smoothness of these arrowheads indicated they were likely honed in one concentrated session. How could such a transformation occur after a mere hunting trip? I was only gone for 20 days, not 2 years. Reflecting on the batch of flawed, second-hand arrowheads he had previously gifted to Shao Xuan, Lang Jie felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. Though typically confident, he held himself to an entirely different standard when it came to stone tools, deeply influenced by his grandfather's legacy. Taking a deep breath, another deep breath, Lang Jie extended a trembling finger towards Shao Xuan, declaring, "You are not to appear for 3 days." With that, he dropped the curtain and, forsaking sleep, strode determinately to the small chamber where he typically crafted stone tools, intent on honing his skills. In the adjacent building, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged. Despite his advanced age, he appeared robust, effortlessly lifting stones weighing over 100 pounds. The individual in question is none other than Langa's grandfather. The old man had just indulged in a midday slumber and, while savoring some dried meat, was preparing to descend the mountain to meet friends. Upon hearing the sound of the grinding stone, he initially assumed one of his sons was preparing hunting tools. However, when he turned his head and glimpsed through the uncurtained window, he was astonished to see his grandson, who should have been sound asleep inside, appearing in the stone room. The old man was so taken aback that he nearly choked on the dried meat. His eyes bulged like marbles, and he regarded Langa with the astonishment one might reserve for encountering a rare beast of the forest. Good heavens! This rascal, every time he returns from a hunt, he eats like a limp noodle, incapable of rising from bed for 3 or 4 days. How curious! Meanwhile, Shao Xuan, who had just been admonished by Langa to avoid appearing for 3 days, was perplexed by the sudden outburst. What could be troubling Langa? Was he not fully awake or suffering from low blood pressure? Shaking his head, Shao Xuan continued upward with another net bag in hand, heading toward the slightly higher dwelling of Mai. Chapter 36. Come, throw a punch. As a mid-level totem warrior, Mai held a significant position within the hunting team, and upon returning to the tribe, he found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. Unlike the leisurely Langa, when Shao Xuan arrived, Mai was engaged in allocating patrol duties to 2 other warriors. He waited until the 2 warriors exited before entering the room. Inside, Mai was diligently processing the meat they had brought back from the hunt. The initial preparation had been completed during the hunt, but now it was time to cut the meat into smaller portions, cure some, and organize it for various uses. "You're here?" Upon seeing Shao Xuan enter, Mai waved him over and tossed a piece of freshly cut, bloodied beast meat, about the size of a winter melon, towards him. "Take this back to eat. Now that you've become a totem warrior, you need to eat more. Training makes you hungry." Many individuals, faced with a lack of food, often reduce their training time. After all, once a totem warrior began training, their energy consumption increased significantly, necessitating a greater intake of food. This was particularly crucial for newly awakened warriors like Shao Xuan, who were in a growth phase and could not afford to skimp on nourishment. "Thank you, Uncle Mai." Shao Xuan caught the meat and offered up the net bag he was carrying. "This is for you." Mai set down his stone axe, curious about the contents of the net bag. "Did you make this yourself?" "Well, it can't compare to what you make, Uncle Mai, but it should suffice," Shao Xuan replied, scratching his head. The items he had brought for Mai were predominantly spearheads, unlike the numerous stone tips he had given to Langa, as their roles in the hunting team differed, thus influencing their respective tools. Mai had heard from Langa about Shao Xuan learning to craft stone tools under Old Ku, but he knew Shao Xuan had only just begun. Therefore, he did not expect to see anything particularly intricate. However, the gesture of Shao Xuan presenting something was thoughtful, and he didn't want to dampen the boy and Apos' enthusiasm. With a smile, Mai opened the net bag, intending to offer some words of encouragement. Actually, crafting stone tools should not be rushed. Achieving this level of craftsmanship is already impressive. In the future, his words abruptly halted as he beheld the meticulously polished spearheads inside the bag. The quality was akin to those he typically used. The spine was slightly elevated, and the blades were honed to a remarkable sharpness, converging to a keen point with no visible signs of the hammering process, evidence of considerable effort during the crafting. Unlike many warriors who used spearheads without blood grooves, my favored those with such features, and to his surprise, Shao Xuan had crafted some with them as well. These. Did you really make them yourself? I asked, glancing at Shao Xuan, who nodded affirmatively. He was astonished by Shao Xuan's innate talent. Even if Shao Xuan's combat prowess never reached great heights, he would be able to live comfortably within the tribe without suffering from hunger. After a moment of astonishment, I beamed, excellent, truly excellent. Unlike Longa, who had invested significant effort into crafting stone tools, I had not done so, and thus appreciated Shao Xuan's work purely for its merit. After placing the spearheads aside, I inquired about Shao Xuan's training progress and offered some advice. He genuinely believed in Shao Xuan's potential, but also agreed that newly awakened individuals should focus more on training rather than rushing to join the hunting team, which could lead to hasty mistakes, reminiscent of that eager lad, a fey. Contemplating for a moment, I extended his hand towards Shao Xuan, saying, "Throw a punch at my palm. Let me see your strength." A notable phenomenon observed in totem warriors after their capabilities were enhanced was an increase in strength. Hence Mai's desire to assess Shao Xuan's training outcomes directly. However, he did not expect a significant improvement, given that Shao Xuan had primarily dedicated his time to crafting stone tools. All right, Shao Xuan set the meat aside and loosened his limbs. In truth, he was uncertain how he compared to others who had recently awakened, aside from his unique abilities. Receiving guidance from Mai would undoubtedly benefit his future training. Knowing he needed to harness the totem power for this test, Shao Xuan took a deep breath and summoned his inner totem energy. The distinct totem patterns manifested on his face, swiftly spreading down to his neck. Seeing how quickly Shao Xuan activated his totem energy, Mai's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, much better than those who required extensive preparation before revealing their totem patterns. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, Shao Xuan surged toward Mai and struck his outstretched palm with a punch. Bang! The impact resonated as if two boulders collided. Shao Xuan felt as though he had struck solid steel, an entirely different sensation from hitting the training ground's rocky surface. He staggered back 2 steps, retracting his fist while grimacing and rubbing it. In fact, he felt a dull ache radiating through his entire arm. The disparity between a newly awakened novice and a mid-level totem warrior was stark. Mai appeared unfazed, as though he had merely brushed against a block of tofu, his hand showing no signs of redness. Shao Xuan noticed the fleeting totem patterns on Mai's body, which had indeed extended past his elbow and along his forearm. In contrast, his own totem patterns barely reached his shoulder. Yet, Mai was not entirely composed. He watched Shao Xuan with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Compared to the mild discomfort in his palm, he had glimpsed the totem pattern on Shao Xuan's shoulder, which had vanished now, leaving him unsure if it had been a trick of the light. However, the force behind Shao Xuan's punch was undeniably greater than that of many newly awakened individuals. With winter having passed, the weather warmed, and temperatures gradually rose. To facilitate training, Shao Xuan now wore sleeveless animal skin clothing, which revealed the totem patterns that had crossed his shoulder. Perhaps Mai did not possess the keen eyesight of old Ku, but he was certainly more perceptive than most. Once more, with all your might, Mai urged Shao Xuan. Sensing that Mai had other thoughts, Shao Xuan did not hesitate. He inhaled deeply and once more summoned his totem energy, the fiery totem with 2 horns surging in his mind, pushing his totem power to its zenith. Feeling the surging strength coursing through every muscle and bone, Shao Xuan's mental state reached its peak. His prolonged experience in crafting stone tools had honed his precision in controlling totem energy, allowing him to recognize the overwhelming force that surged within him, something he had felt every day during his crafting sessions. In those moments, he experienced an unparalleled confidence. Simultaneously, the fiery patterns on Shao Xuan's body became exceptionally vivid, radiating an intense heat. As he propelled himself forward, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Whoosh! Though he had only recently awakened as a novice totem warrior and had not yet perfected his strength training, the punch Shao Xuan unleashed erupted with an unstoppable momentum. Mai's eyes widened slightly as he observed the child, whose height barely reached his waist. Bang! A distinct crack echoed through the air. Shao Xuan instantly felt a searing pain shoot through his entire arm, as if it had been thrust into flames, the agony relentless. Meanwhile, a momentary stiffness crossed Mai's face, though he quickly regained his composure. Nevertheless, he remained deeply astonished, staring at Shao Xuan, his outstretched hand remaining frozen in place for several moments. Reeling from the recoil, Shao Xuan swung his arm, gasping in disbelief at the intensity of the pain. The sensation from this punch was leagues apart from the previous one. A Xian. Mai finally spoke, his voice somewhat strained. Huh, Shao Xuan replied, shaking his arm as he looked towards Mai. He harbored no concerns regarding potential issues with his arm. Even in the event of a fracture, a few days of rest would suffice for recovery. Such is the inherent resilience of tribal folk. You should return and make some preparations. Upon hearing Mai's words, Shao Xuan pondered whether Mai would adopt a stance similar to that of Longa, instructing him not to appear for 3 days. He continued to gaze at Mai, awaiting the latter's subsequent remarks. Prepare for the next hunting expedition together. Oh, Chapter 37. The armored Fang. Shao Xuan gazed at Mai in astonishment, unable to fathom the unexpected words that had escaped his lips. Had they not previously agreed that he would only be permitted to join the hunting team on the next occasion? What had prompted this change of heart? Was it due to the punch he had just delivered? Very well, Shao Xuan replied, enthusiasm bubbling within him at the prospect of accompanying the hunting team. The forest was a realm of constant change, and venturing out at different times revealed a plethora of wonders. Some flowers bloomed but once a year, and certain plants bore fruit only in this specific season. Thus, an earlier expedition would afford him the opportunity to witness more, lest he wait another year for a similar sight. Longa and Gu had often spoken of the dangers posed by various plants in the forest, emphasizing the necessity of discernment. Yet true understanding could only arise from direct experience. Relying solely on others' accounts left one devoid of a genuine grasp of the concept. Moreover, Mai's decision to allow Shao Xuan to accompany them next time clearly signified his recognition of Shao Xuan's abilities. The rest was merely a matter of preparation. At that moment, another individual entered to seek out Mai, none other than Tuo, whom Shao Xuan had encountered previously. Aware that they had matters to discuss, Shao Xuan chose not to intrude and took his leave. Uncle Mai, please continue with your tasks. I shall return to prepare. Thank you, Uncle Mai. After Shao Xuan departed, Mai stretched his somewhat stiff hands, giving his shoulders a shake as a series of cracks resounded. The impact from Shao Xuan's punch had caused several bones in his arm to misalign, but this jolt realigned them to their rightful positions. Though his palms seemed unscathed, Mai was acutely aware of the internal bruising he had sustained. He had underestimated that young lad. Mai had initially intended to reassure and guide Shao Xuan, encouraging him to train diligently while recounting tales of past hunting expeditions, with the aim of bringing him along on the next outing. However, after experiencing Shao Xuan's punch, he altered his course of thought. What is he preparing for? Tuo inquired, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Had he not previously stated that sharpening the knife does not delay chopping wood? He had assumed that Shao Xuan would patiently await the next hunting expedition. Was he not here to beseech you just now? Considering the shaman's influence, Tuo maintained a relatively amiable stance towards Shao Xuan. Yet he was unwilling to concede on matters of hunting, especially after the recent expedition had been marred by significant blunders that nearly endangered others. Mai shook his head. I permitted it. Why? Tuo's curiosity piqued. A broad smile spread across Mai's face. The knife had been sufficiently sharpened, and further honing would be a waste of time. True sharpness could not be achieved while confined within the tribe. It could only be attained through the trials of the forest. Descending the mountain with a buoyant step, Shao Xuan moved with great agility, his strides expansive yet silent, as if he were gliding over the stones beneath his feet. Upon reaching the base, he did not immediately return to his wooden dwelling, for Caesar had gone to assist the children in the cave with their stonework, and Shao Xuan felt no concern. Approaching old Ku's abode, he prepared to call out when the grass curtain at the entrance was abruptly lifted, revealing an elderly man with a mane of silver hair striding forth. The old man appeared irate, his beard bristling as if charged with indignation. Upon spotting Shao Xuan, the elder scrutinized him from head to toe, an expression of skepticism etched upon his features, his gaze sharp enough to seem as if it could slice through flesh. The old man's beard quivered as though he wished to voice something, yet ultimately, he merely huffed in disdain before turning away. Shao Xuan found the encounter utterly perplexing. Is he suffering from a snake spirit affliction? He mused. Noticing Gu peeking out from the doorway, Shao Xuan inquired, who was that? Once the elder had departed, Gu chuckled. That was Longa's grandfather. Longa's grandfather. Just as Longa described, a cantankerous old man. Upon entering the dwelling, Shao Xuan relayed the news of Mai's consent for him to join the next hunting expedition. Ji's jaw dropped in astonishment, while old Gu seemed unsurprised. merely responding with a calm, nonchalant hum, as he instructed Shao Xuan to proceed to the inner room to refine the hunting tools. The tools intended for hunting demanded a higher standard than those used for training and were more time-consuming to craft. While Shao Xuan possessed a fair number of training tools, he had few for hunting. Half had been bartered away by old Ku, while some specialized ones had been given to Longa and Mai, leaving him with only 5 in hand. Without further ado, Shao Xuan shed his animal skin garments and entered the inner chamber. Gu observed the grass curtain hanging there and smiled knowingly. Old Ku was intent on teaching Shao Xuan in seclusion. Though Old Ku had recently restricted access to his dwelling, there were always individuals like Gu who would sneak in through the windows. Certain others, like Longa's grandfather, were beyond Old Ku's control, necessitating vigilance to prevent anyone from whisking Shao Xuan away. Old Ku, why do you suppose they would permit Shao Xuan to accompany the team ahead of schedule? Gu inquired. Old Ku remained silent. Fine, if you choose not to respond, Gu muttered, advancing further. He carefully lifted the grass curtain to peek inside, eager to discern what made Shao Xuan different enough to soften Mai's usually stern demeanor. After observing for a while, Gu returned, his expression one of shock, as if he had witnessed a carnivorous beast suddenly turn herbivorous. What? Gu stammered, unable to articulate what he had just witnessed. Old Ku was busy sharpening a pristine white knife, leaving Gu momentarily speechless. The blade bore numerous marks, its edge riddled with countless fine notches resembling serrations, evidence of its former use. The handle, which had long since broken, had been removed, revealing a segment of the blade that was integral to its design. Ji's gaze fixated on the knife, unable to tear himself away. He had already surmised Old Ku's intentions, which only heightened his astonishment. This revelation was even more impactful than witnessing Shao Xuan's totemic patterns. When Shao Xuan emerged after finishing his stonework for the day, Old Ku was in the process of attaching the handle to the already sharpened knife. The handle was crafted from a resin, melted and molded with precision, a method Shao Xuan had previously employed, finding it far superior to wooden or grass-woven handles. Wait a moment. Once the handle is ready, you may take it home, Old Ku instructed, as Shao Xuan prepared to take his leave. Shao Xuan regarded the knife. It was notably wide, the blade measuring approximately half a meter in length, with a thickness of a finger at the spine, far thicker than the many stone knives he had fashioned. Observing Ji's expression, Shao Xuan recognized the extraordinary nature of this knife. Although he had not touched the blade, its presence emanated a weighty chill, as if it sought to draw him into the very earth itself. What is this? Shao Xuan queried, bewildered. This is a knife made from the teeth of the armored beast, Gu responded, his face awash with longing, as though he yearned to snatch it away and cradle it in his arms. Ever since Old Ku had suffered a leg injury, this knife had not been seen in public. Gu had beseeched Old Ku countless times in the past, yet the elder had remained steadfast in his refusal, even denying him a mere glimpse. Now, however, Old Ku intended to bestow upon Shao Xuan this blade, a symbol of his most glorious days. Ji's envy was palpable, yet he was acutely aware of his own circumstances, leaving him with nothing but admiration and wistfulness. An armored beast, Shao Xuan exclaimed in disbelief. He had heard tales from Longa and others about these colossal underground predators. Should one encounter an armored beast while hunting, it was wise to flee rather than attempt to confront it. No one wished to engage in a direct clash, for victory was all but unattainable. Despite the myriad hunting stories shared by Longa and his peers, none had ever recounted an encounter with an armored beast. As Lao Ke handed the knife to Shao Xuan and pushed him out the door, Gu craned his neck to peer inside, his gaze fixated on the blade. Shao Xuan, clutching the seemingly unremarkable, yet weighing at least 200 pounds, stood outside for quite a while, unable to regain his composure. Chapter 38. Preparation. Shao Xuan placed the knife given to him by Old Ku on the newly crafted stone table within the room. Caesar, 2 meters away, stared at the knife with bared teeth. After having cautiously sniffed the blade up close, it became wary, filled with trepidation, maintaining a safe distance from the knife. Refusing to approach, Shao Xuan reached out to touch the blade, which was not as cold as stone. After decades, the intense aura of murder that had once enveloped the knife had settled. Through repeated honing, the blade had diminished slightly in size, transforming from a once jagged edge to a smooth, sharp finish. With a gentle sigh, Shao Xuan carefully sheathed the knife in its leather cover. Old Ku had entrusted him with this precious weapon, showing no fear of it being lost. Setting the knife aside, Shao Xuan picked up a stone slab, which was of inferior quality, specifically brought back to serve as a writing board. He meticulously outlined the various stone tools he planned to craft, including spearheads and stone arrows, while also intending to make several stone balls for potential use with slings or snares. For 3 consecutive days, Shao Xuan labored alongside Old Ku, crafting stone implements while listening to Old Ku recount tales of hunting. Old Ku refrained from sharing his own legendary exploits, and Shao Xuan did not pry. He understood that Old Ku would speak of them when he was ready. Upon completing the stone tools, Old Ku posed a question. Do you know why so few people living on the mountainside venture out to fish? This query had long puzzled Shao Xuan. If there were indeed fish in the river, why did many still choose to risk their lives hunting? Logically, fishing should be a simple endeavor, requiring only the acquisition of certain skills. Moreover, as far as Shao Xuan was aware, not everyone living on the mountainside possessed sufficient food. In truth, he had only observed a few elderly individuals struggling down the mountain to fish, but had never seen children from the mountain participate, and certainly not the warriors. Except for those stationed along the riverbank for defense, as he rarely witnessed them competing with the villagers from the foothills for fish. Old Ku gazed out the window towards the distant mountains. It is due to ancestral teachings, he explained. 900 years ago, the chief and the shaman simultaneously decreed that every able-bodied warrior must partake in the hunt, even when food is abundant. They must not succumb to complacency or idleness. One must strive to enhance oneself in every possible way. The advancement of totem warriors is no easy feat. Through the trials of hunting, one endures numerous life and death struggles to rise from a novice to an intermediate warrior. The path to further advancement is even more arduous. Those of make's caliber must often prepare mentally for the possibility of remaining lost to the wilderness after each hunt. The individuals residing near the foot of the mountain are collectively the weakest, indicating a comparatively lackadaisical mindset among them. Nonetheless, during hunts, Shao Xuan observed no signs of unwillingness. Everyone was notably enthusiastic, even though they were already capable of catching enough fish. Many warriors from the mountain discouraged their children from descending to fish, perhaps wishing to prevent them from developing the notion that acquiring food is an effortless task. The indoctrination passed down through generations instills the understanding that to obtain food, one must venture into perilous territory and confront the fierce beasts of the wilderness. Only through pressure can one find the motivation to improve. A warrior who has not faced the trials of hunting is not a true warrior. Old Ku concluded. Though it may sound harsh, it is understandable. Centuries of perseverance cannot be altered by a mere fishing event. They believe that the ease of fishing breeds complacency. Thus they will continue to uphold their traditions. Moreover, the long-ago chief and shaman had established a developmental path that did not include fishing, focusing instead on the distant forests. Shao Xuan recalled the murals he had once seen on the walls of the stone chamber within the cave, particularly the final words, "One day, we shall return to our homeland. The glory endures, and the flame of Yin Jiao shall never extinguish." Upon exiting Old Ku's abode and returning to his wooden house, Shao Xuan meticulously categorized the stone tools he had crafted that day alongside those he had fashioned in previous days. The stone arrowheads he had honed differed from those of Lang Jie. His were more streamlined, featuring a dual-wing design with a slightly flattened rear edge. Additionally, he had crafted several 3-winged stone arrowheads. Unlike the training tools, the hunting implements were engraved with Shao Xuan's name, a customary practice among the tribe's hunting warriors. After organizing the tools, Shao Xuan turned to find Caesar yawning beside him, its head drooping, ears lazily flopping down, an image of utter lethargy, reminiscent of a domestic dog lounging at its doorstep. No wonder Lang Jie and the others no longer regarded Caesar with the eyes of a predator, but rather dismissed it entirely. Caesar posed no challenge, lacking any semblance of a wolf's fierceness, and thus failed to pique their interest. However, with the upcoming hunting expedition, lasting around 20 days, what would become of Caesar? Leaving it at home was not an option, as Shao Xuan could not bear to leave it unattended. Should he take it to the mountain and ask the shaman for assistance? No, that old mystic would hardly have time for anyone else when busy. Shao Xuan even contemplated sending Caesar to the cave, but ultimately abandoned that thought. If left there, Caesar would run amok, entirely unmanageable by the children. After considering several alternatives, Shao Xuan decided to ask Old Ku for help, believing that Caesar would behave better in his company. Having spent so much time crafting tools with Old Ku, Caesar had become familiar with the place, and Shao Xuan trusted that Old Ku would take good care of it. Thus, on the 3rd day after the hunting party's return, The remaining villagers prepared to depart. Shao Xuan carried old Ku's knife along with his newly crafted tools, detouring past old Ku's house to leave Caesar with him, also providing a generous supply of fish and meat. Caesar had grown significantly, its appetite now substantial. "Stay here and guard the place. I will come back for you," he assured. As he ascended the mountain, Shao Xuan could still hear Caesar's plaintive whines, a sound that tugged at his heart, making it seem increasingly dog-like. According to the previous agreement with Lang Jie, upon reaching the mountainside, Shao Xuan sought out Lang Jie, who would lead him further up the mountain. Before the hunting party set out, a motivational meeting was necessary, procedures Shao Xuan was unaware of, requiring someone to guide him to avoid mistakes. Upon his arrival, he found Lang Jie already waiting at the entrance, surrounded by large beast skin bags and netting filled with tools. "Let us go," Lang Jie said, shouldering his gear and leading the way. As they walked up the mountain together, many individuals recognized Shao Xuan, their expressions filled with surprise. They had not anticipated his participation in the hunt. "Is a Fei not joining?" Shao Xuan inquired of Langa. He had caught a glimpse of Fei earlier, but the latter bore no equipment and appeared disinterested in ascending the mountain, his gaze towards Shao Xuan simmering with resentment. "Ah, him," Lang Jie lowered his voice. "During the last hunt, that rascal misbehaved and caused quite a ruckus. This time, Make and the others decided against bringing him along. He staying home to reflect. He can think it over, but this time, he's out of luck. So, Xian, you must follow orders during the hunt." "Understood," Shao Xuan replied. On the way, they encountered Ong and several others who were friendly with Lang Jie, and they all continued up the mountain together. The motivational meeting took place at the same site as the previous ritual, though this time, they did not ignite the entire fire pit. The shaman, clad in a gray-white cloak and leaning on a staff, stood by the fire pit, engaged in conversation with Chief Ao. When Shao Xuan glanced in their direction, the shaman also turned to look, momentarily startled upon recognizing Shao Xuan. Clearly, he remembered him and was taken aback by his involvement in this hunting expedition. Chapter 39. Departure. Though perplexed, the shaman refrained from inquiring further and continued with his tasks. Unlike the grand spectacle of the sacrificial ceremonies, which drew thousands, each hunting expedition comprised merely around 200 participants. Injured warriors from the previous hunt remained behind in the tribe to recuperate, while others were preoccupied with childbirth or other personal matters, thus not qualifying to join the hunting party. Consequently, even within the same hunting team, the composition of participants varied with each outing. Upon entering the designated area, Longa and his companions instinctively positioned themselves where they had habitually stood, with Shao Xuan taking his place beside them. At the forefront of the assembly stood several key figures of the hunting party, over a dozen individuals, including Mai. The shaman stood beside the fire pit, holding a stone bowl filled with a dark green pigment extracted from plants. One by one, warriors approached him to have their faces adorned with ritualistic markings. The designs bore a resemblance to the shapes revealed by totems. As he painted, the shaman muttered incantations that Shao Xuan could not decipher. Even if he had, their meanings would have eluded him. Not every member of the hunting team was permitted to receive these markings. Only the prominent figures at the front had the honor. Their expressions were solemn and grave, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. In contrast, Longa and his peers gazed on with envy, perhaps dreaming of the day when they, too, might stand in that esteemed position, receiving the shaman's blessings before a hunt. Despite harboring such thoughts, Shao Xuan maintained an expression of seriousness, tinged with envy. Much like the others, once the markings were completed for the 10 or so individuals, the atmosphere in the gathering lightened, and led by the chief, they began to sing the hunting song. Unfortunately, Shao Xuan found himself utterly unfamiliar with it. Although he had heard the hunting song a few times before, he had never learned it. He was unaware that the hunting party traditionally sang this song before departing. It felt akin to being unprepared for a flag-raising ceremony, where one would be embarrassed for not knowing the national anthem. In the tribe, the hunting song was typically taught by parents or elders, but Shao Xuan, having emerged from the cave, was oblivious to such customs. Furthermore, given his unique background, he had never paid attention to it, and neither had Longa and the others thought to mention it. Nonetheless, Shao Xuan was not a mere child. He might not know the song, but he could certainly mimic it. With a composed demeanor, he stood there, moving his lips silently. If one were not paying close attention, they would not discern his dissimilarity amidst the crowd. From the dawn of time, our ancestors arose, and as the tribe flourished, hunting became paramount. With the arrival of spring, As ice and snow melted away, the creatures of the earth frolicked, and the air rang with the sounds of birds and beasts. The hunting warriors, filled with joy, ventured forth. Initially, Shao Xuan assumed the hunting song would be brief, but as he waited, he realized it was indeed lengthy. Akin to a narrative that spanned from spring hunting to summer, then autumn, ultimately concluding in winter. Not only was it long, but it also bore a tragic ending. It was as if one were gallantly marching towards death. The authorship of this song remained a mystery among the tribe's wise ones. While it recounted various hunting tales and cautioned against the perils of winter hunting, Shao Xuan felt no sense of exhilaration. Yet, those present sang with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they were ready to tear apart a ferocious beast with their bare hands to express their exhilaration. Shao Xuan struggled to comprehend their fervor. Perhaps this was the distinction between outsiders and natives. As Shao Xuan silently mouthed the lyrics among the throng, the shaman glanced in his direction several times. Shao Xuan was aware of this, but continued to focus straight ahead, mimicking Longa and the others. As others expressed their enthusiasm, he mirrored their excitement, raising his spear and shouting along with them. Longa had initiated this, and Shao Xuan merely followed suit, believing it to be the right course of action. The shaman, observing from beside the fire pit, felt a twitch of embarrassment. He could easily discern that Shao Xuan was not truly singing the hunting song, yet he was astounded by Shao Xuan's audacity to feign participation so convincingly. Any other child would have been filled with apprehension. Upon the completion of the song, Shao Xuan felt as though he had consumed all the meager food he had eaten that morning. With morale boosted, the chief offered no further remarks and urged the leaders of the hunting party to hasten their departure. The timing of the hunt was crucial. Delays could lead to complications. Shao Xuan shuffled forward, trailing behind Longa. He sensed a gaze upon him and turned to see the boy Mao staring in astonishment. Mao was surprised that, after the incident of the previous hunt, new awakenings were still allowed to join, especially since those who had merely performed adequately in the last hunt were not permitted to participate this time. Clearly, Mao did not consider himself among the newly awakened warriors. Shao Xuan glanced at him briefly before dismissing him from his thoughts. He needed to stay close to Longa and had no desire to engage with the young boy. The hunting party descended from the mountaintop, with onlookers gathering along the glory road to bid them farewell. This time, only Mao and Shao Xuan, among the newly awakened warriors, were in the party, making them particularly conspicuous. Many of the individuals on the mountain were unfamiliar with Shao Xuan, but upon seeing the child in the procession, they were reminded by others that this was the boy who had awakened early during the sacrificial ceremony. Once again, he made his presence known, and even those who had previously overlooked him now remembered. Being part of the hunting party was a testament to one's capability, and the tribe held those with skill in high regard. As they descended the mountain, familiar faces became increasingly common. They greeted Shao Xuan with raised fists, not in aggression, but as an encouragement. To Shao Xuan's surprise, the children from the cave had also gathered beside the glory road to join in the send-off. Their eyes filled with envy as they waved their tiny fists at him. At least they were grateful, he mused. Shao Xuan also spotted Sai, who had been brought over by his father. Sai had intended to sleep in a bit longer that morning, but was now being dragged along to see off the hunting party. Initially indifferent, he suddenly froze mid-yawn, his eyes widening as he spotted Shao Xuan in the procession. He then awkwardly turned to his father. Upon seeing Shao Xuan, Sai's father narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on Sai's hand, contemplating how to intensify Sai's training upon their return. As they descended the glory road, the hunting party quickened its pace, and the sounds of the farewell crowd gradually faded until they were no longer audible. Shao Xuan, burdened with his gear, kept pace closely behind Longa. They had not yet fully exited the patrol range of the tribe. A small stretch of flat ground lay ahead. Once they crossed that expanse, they would truly leave the tribe's territory. Running through the thick grass, Shao Xuan glanced up at the mountains and forests beyond the flat land. The clouds rose like steam, shrouding the vast expanse of woods below in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Jagged peaks pierced through the mist, resembling dark voids, gazing down at the world beneath. Even before entering, one could feel an overwhelming weight that seemed to threaten to bury one alive. Before venturing into the forest, there was a brief respite for organization, during which the leaders would assign tasks. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Xuan inquired of Longa, who was preparing his bow, "What should I do?" "Forget about the rest for now." Longa replied with a smile, "Just make sure you don't fall behind." Chapter 40. Entering after a brief moment of respite, the leader of the hunting team. accompanied by 40 men, ventured into the forest, while the remaining members awaited their turn. The rest were divided into 5 smaller groups, each following the predetermined route to enter the familiar hunting grounds in a fan-like formation, rather than congregating in one place. Shao Xuan was attentively listening to Lang Jie when he noticed my approaching, armed with a spear. The young man had not accompanied their team during the last outing, so Shao Xuan wondered if he was attempting to change his route. Ong whispered to his companions, "I just saw the spear seeking out the leader." And then Mai was called over. Kuei, who had a closer relationship with Lang Jie and Ong, remarked. Although Kuei was only a few years older than Shao Xuan, he had grown significantly since his awakening, now appearing nearly as tall as Lang Jie and the others. Lang Jie and Ong exchanged knowing glances. Shao Xuan understood. Having overheard their discussions, the leader of the hunting team was Mai's father. Mai's ability to join the hunting party stemmed from both his competence, superior to most of his peers, and the leader's endorsement. With these two factors combined, no one in the team voiced dissent. Clearly, Mai's decision to join their group was his own, and the leader had given his approval. Xian, Mai is among the same batch of awakened as you, and you are of similar age. However, he possesses more hunting experience, so you two should communicate more, Mai suggested. Shao Xuan did not exhibit any reluctance. He had no standing to voice objections. To Shao Xuan's surprise, Mai did not display his usual arrogant demeanor, nor did he provoke Shao Xuan with disdainful glances. Instead, he appeared quite composed, attentively listening to the action plan laid out by Mai. In this regard, he demonstrated greater intelligence than Fei. After a while, the sound of a wooden whistle echoed through the forest, reminiscent of bird calls and deer cries, blending seamlessly into the wilderness. This was a signal from the advance team, indicating that there were no formidable beasts ahead that surpassed the capabilities of the hunting party. And everything was normal compared to previous outings, allowing the subsequent teams to proceed. The advance team would send out messages after a preliminary reconnaissance, but would not wait for the following squads to hunt together. They were the first echelon, and their hunting areas differed from those of Mai's team. Shao Xuan recognized Tuo and Ku Ku among the advance team. "All right, let us move out." Mai signaled to the team, adhering to the customary protocol. They must reach the other side of the mountain before sunset. Shao Xuan gazed towards the imposing mountain that Mai indicated. Its grandeur and height would have been inconceivable in his previous life, yet here, it seemed to be a familiar routine. Other smaller groups also had their designated hunting routes. Some would not scale the mountain, but would instead circumvent it, heading in different directions. As they stepped into the dense forest, the 30-odd members of the team, laden with supplies, traversed the woodland with minimal sound. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their sprawling branches and broad leaves nearly obscuring the sky. Beneath them, countless unnamed shrubs flourished, while areas devoid of underbrush revealed the gnarled roots of ancient trees protruding from the ground. Figures leapt from the ground onto the tree trunks, agilely bounding along the branches. One by one, they passed, causing only a slight tremor in the branches, the rustling of leaves failing to attract the attention of any lurking creatures. Following the lead of those ahead, Shao Xuan leaped from the ground onto the branches, and soon found himself gliding down a massive vine. The vine, several meters in diameter, twisted between ancient trees, its surface adorned with moss. The humid air made the moss slick, and one had to tread carefully to avoid slipping. However, once stable, it served as an excellent slide. The sensation of gliding along the vine filled the air with the fresh scent of vegetation, mingled with floral aromas. As the temperature rose, moisture wafted up, carrying the essence of various creatures inhabiting the forest. This was the essence of the primal woodland, brimming with vitality. It also hinted at danger and excitement, sending a shiver of anticipation down one's spine. A disc-shaped insect, the size of a grinding stone, lay on a nearby vine, adorned with 3 rows of eye-like patterns that shimmered as it moved, resembling the eyes of a creature scanning its surroundings. The hunting team did not slow their pace despite the obstruction ahead. Shao Xuan heard no unusual sounds as the insect was plucked from the vine and cast aside. Whoosh! A large bird soared past beneath the vine, so swift it was nearly invisible, snatching the falling insect in its flight. As they advanced, the light ebbed and flowed. The vine arched high before descending into the underbrush. Above, a large branch coiled around a colorful snake as thick as a water barrel. Yet, in this forest, such a sight was unremarkable. The snake, perhaps sated, appeared languorous, lifting its head to gaze down as the hunting team slid beneath the branch. its unfeeling eyes fixated on the passing figures. Shao Xuan felt the cold stare from the snake above, closely following Lang Jie ahead. Since the others had disregarded the snake, there was no need for him to intervene. In terms of experience, Shao Xuan was still a novice. He merely needed to observe and learn when to act and when to hold back. Positioned in the middle of the team, Shao Xuan had other warriors behind him. Initially, they were concerned about whether he would adapt to the team's pace on his first outing and whether he might stumble or slip. However, to their astonishment, Shao Xuan kept up effortlessly, making no mistakes along the way. As they traversed, Shao Xuan encountered numerous creatures, enormous bears and unidentifiable beasts, as well as smaller wild animals darting through the underbrush. Yet, the hunting team did not slow to observe these creatures, instead pressing onward towards the mountain I had indicated. As they approached the mountain, the variety of plants began to change, with the towering ancient trees becoming increasingly sparse, prompting the hunting team to abandon their arboreal navigation. Noticing that Lang Jie and the others had slowed their pace, Shao Xuan mirrored their actions. My gesture to the warriors behind, signaling 7 or 8 of them to disperse and scout the area for any potentially dangerous beasts. Once assured of temporary safety, I allowed the hunting team a brief respite. The linear formation morphed into a more scattered arrangement, with members preparing their equipment instead of simply standing idle. Tired, perhaps? Lang Jie mused, fiddling with his bow, intending to ask Shao Xuan if he felt fatigued and suggesting he take some food and water to replenish his energy. After all, transitioning from the outskirts into the forest and maintaining a brisk pace required focus to avoid errors, which could be exhausting for newly awakened warriors. Even the acknowledged standout of this year's batch, Mai, was slightly out of breath. However, upon glancing at Shao Xuan, Lang Jie found his words caught in his throat. Shao Xuan appeared unfazed, not only breathless, but also attentive to the tree squirrel perched nearby. Chapter 41. Black Wind. The first time Shao Xuan encountered the creature known as the tree weasel, he noted it was scarcely larger than an adult's palm. Its gray fur was interspersed with brown stripes, and its fluffy round head bore large, innocent black eyes that exuded an air of naivety as it gazed down from a 10-meter-high branch, clutching the trunk with its paws. Don't look too long. That little creature is not worth eating, Lang Jie whispered to Shao Xuan. They were resting in this spot, and while conversation was permitted, it was conducted in hushed tones. Generally, the warriors of the tribe were not particularly finicky about the taste of their food. They would consume even the least palatable fare as long as it replenished their energy. However, to receive a poor taste rating implied more than mere unpleasantness. It suggested potential adverse effects on health. Do they not fear humans? Shao Xuan inquired softly. Many wild animals, upon first encountering a human, often displayed curiosity rather than fear. But if one exhibited even the slightest intent to harm, the reaction would be drastically different. As he spoke, Lang Jie raised his bow, now armed with an arrow, aiming at the tree weasel. The previously innocent-looking creature transformed, revealing fierce eyes and baring its sharp teeth, which Shao Xuan could now see clearly. Lang Jie did not release the arrow, however. Instead, he lowered his weapon and resumed his task of preparing his bow, checking for any damages. Meat is scarce and unappetizing. Its cries are unpleasant, Lang Jie remarked as he moved on. Once he left, the tree weasel resumed its former demeanor. A small insect, resembling a finger in length, flitted by, its wings beating rapidly, glistening in the sunlight as it darted from one spot to another with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the tree weasel swung its paw, seemingly anticipating the insect's next move, and with a swift motion, captured it within its grasp. In an instant, the tree weasel twisted the insect's body, snapping its wings, and proceeded to consume it with the voracity of someone devouring fried dough sticks, all the while eyeing Shao Xuan below. Once only the tail remained. The creature ceased its feast, glancing at the remains in its claws, then at Shao Xuan, before tossing the remnants toward him. Shao Xuan, sensing the debris hurtling toward him, sidestepped just in time to evade it. The tree weasel began to vocalize, and Shao Xuan initially thought it was displeased with his evasion. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a larger creature approaching, prompting the tree weasel to flee in haste, as if to escape danger. The larger creature, now moving toward the direction the tree weasel had vacated, deftly ascended a nearby tree. It bore 5 short spears, each half the length of the usual ones, fashioned for use as javelins. The rest of the hunting team had fallen silent, their breath slowed, making it difficult to believe that so many were present in the vicinity. The larger creature seemed to spot something, swiftly drawing a spear, poised to launch it. Yet, just before the throw, it halted and gestured towards Shao Xuan. After a moment's contemplation, I beckoned for the creature to return. It descended the tree, wearing a look of regret, and rejoined the group. Meanwhile, the hunters concealed themselves behind protruding rocks and trees, and Shao Xuan followed suit. A few breaths later, he observed a fox-like creature emerge from the thicket. Glancing around before darting off in a specific direction, Lang Jie signaled for Shao Xuan to remain patient. After a while, the rustling of branches alerted Shao Xuan to the presence of a creature approximately 7 meters tall, with a robust brown coat and sturdy limbs, dragging a powerful tail behind it. Despite its somewhat menacing appearance, its slow, lumbering movements imparted a sense of clumsiness. It sniffed the air and approached several trees. Standing on its hind legs, its strong tail propped behind it, forming a tripod-like stance. Its forepaws, now revealed, bore scythe-like claws that effortlessly sliced through branches and foliage. Much like harvesting wheat, this creature primarily fed on leaves, but Shao Xuan recognized from the hunter's actions that it would not be easy to deal with. Recalling tales of past hunts, he surmised that this must be the giant claw beast. In his perception, this giant was already considerable in size. Yet it had not yet reached maturity. Fully grown, it would be even larger. Moreover, despite its seemingly lethargic demeanor, the giant claw beast was quick to respond when threatened, capable of uprooting large trees with its formidable claws. In fact, the giant claw beast was on the hunting team's list of targets. Though I had not yet authorized its pursuit, the few trees nearby were soon stripped of their leaves, after which the creature lost interest, returning to its languid gait as it ambled away. Only after its departure did I lead the group further up the mountain. As they ascended, Lang Jie inspected several traps they had previously set, discovering a few unfortunate creatures that had fallen into them, still alive, but not for long. The hunting team promptly dealt with them. The traps were small, capturing only minor prey. While repairing the traps, Lang Jie imparted his wisdom to Shao Xuan, pointing to the warriors preparing the captured animals. After securing prey, you must first check for any signs of illness. Like the one we caught earlier, its eyes had changed color, its fur was patchy, and the blood that flowed from it bore a foul odor. Even if that creature were still alive, it wouldn't last long. Consuming it would likely yield the same fate for us. The team efficiently skinned the prey, eviscerating it and neatly packaging the meat. Applying grass juice to mask the scent, I led the group over the mountains, avoiding many larger beasts along the way. The environment at the summit was far harsher than below. The snow-capped peaks sparkled under the sun, revealing a vast basin on the other side. Finally, before sunset, the hunting team reached a cave halfway up the mountain, designated as their outpost for the night. Having a cave provided some comfort after their arduous journey, allowing the warriors to relax their tense spirits. This cave was once inhabited by a cave bear, which we hunted down to claim this spot. Lang Jie recounted to Shao Xuan. By the way, Lang Jie, what trouble did a Fei encounter during the last hunt? Shao Xuan asked. The previously jovial expression on Lang Ga's face vanished instantly, and with a sigh, he leaned closer to Shao Xuan to murmur, "You wouldn't believe it. But that rascal managed to provoke the thorny black wind." The term black wind referred not to a single beast, but was a collective name for stealthy predators favored by the tribe, often referred to as XX black wind, with thorny being one such type. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature began to drop. The cave's entrance was blocked by a massive stone, preventing the cold wind from seeping in, while the fire within kept the atmosphere warm and inviting. If one were to glance outside, Shao Xuan could see the crescent moons gradually revealing themselves in the night sky. Lang Jie and the others remarked that the weather would surely be favorable the following day. Beyond the cavern's mouth, within the tranquil mountain woods cloaked in darkness, nocturnal creatures stirred to life across the seemingly placid basin. At the base of the mountain, the serene surface of a modest pool rippled as a colossal form silently emerged, crawling out of the water. Several nocturnal animals, previously drinking at the pool's edge, scattered in a frenzy to escape. The behemoth, unhurried to pursue the smaller prey, stood at the water's edge, allowing the water to cascade from its form and dry. Moonlight glanced off its body, failing to elicit even the faintest glimmer. Only then did the gargantuan beast begin to move, its immense figure swiftly dissolving into the night. Chapter 42. Wild Boar at Dawn. The individuals within the cave had regained their vigor after a night of rest, each meticulously counting the equipment they would take with them. They had brought an abundance of stone tools from the tribe, and the cave also housed some spare implements. However, it was impractical to set out for hunting heavily laden. Thus they decided to carry only a portion of their supplies. Shao Xuan held a long spear in hand and carried 3 short spears on his back, along with the stone knife gifted by old Ku. Compared to the others, Shao Xuan's load was minimal, as it was his first hunting expedition. His primary goal was to adapt and observe. After consuming a light meal, Mai pushed aside the massive stone blocking the cave entrance. The sun had yet to fully rise, and the cool, damp breeze invigorated those inside. The cave was situated in a relatively secluded area with a steep slope just ahead, from which one could easily tumble down to the foot of the mountain. The surroundings lacked significant foliage, and no animals were in sight. Upon exiting the cave, Shao Xuan beheld the distant peaks shrouded in mist, as well as the basin below. Despite the lurking threats of ferocious beasts, the landscape was undeniably beautiful. Before embarking on their hunt, it was essential to understand the habits of their prey. Small game, such as rabbits, typically remained hidden during the day, foraging primarily at night. As they descended the mountain, Longa pointed out various traces of nibbling on wild grasses and leaves, remnants left by nocturnal creatures like rabbits. Wild sheep generally avoided this mountain, favoring others nearby, yet occasionally they could be spotted here. In winter, they would forage during the day, while in summer, they preferred early mornings and evenings, resting in the valleys during the day. In a few days, after we cross the basin, I will show you, Longa promised. Additionally, smaller game often frequented the edges of woodlands, hiding in thickets during the day and emerging at dawn and dusk to feed. Shao Xuan listened intently to Longa's insights, committing this crucial survival knowledge to memory. Understanding the behavioral patterns of prey was vital for effective hunting. Moreover, when tracking animals, one should carefully observe for signs such as fresh scratches on trees or clear footprints on the ground, indicating recent activity. Generally, as long as one did not significantly disturb the surrounding environment, wild animals would likely continue to traverse their familiar paths. Should a hunter sense that their prey had spotted them, it was advisable to remain still and silent. Much like the tree weasel that might also be encountering humans for the first time, driven more by curiosity than fear. Longa cautioned, as newly awakened warriors, it is prudent to avoid large beasts, especially ferocious ones, lest you become their prey. As he spoke, Longa paused, scrutinizing the ground for traces before examining the nearby grasslands, confirming the presence of a wild boar. Following subtle signs, he conferred with Mai. There's a small wild boar nearby. We haven't yet ventured into the main hunting grounds, so I'll lead Shao Xuan and the others to investigate. Very well, Mai replied before conversing briefly with Xiao. Xiao, Shao Xuan learned, was Mai's wife and one of the 7 female warriors in their group, noted for her exceptional abilities. The couple were both intermediate totem warriors, typically leading hunting parties of 10 or so, later reuniting after the hunt. Following their previously discussed plan, Xiao took a team to track a stag, while Mai led the remaining members along their original path. Longa, you and Ong's group pursue the wild boar. I'll take the others to explore that area. Don't stray too far, Mai instructed. Understood, Longa affirmed. Longa had set various traps throughout the mountains, from snares to rock traps and stake traps, and pointed them out to Shao Xuan, advising him to avoid falling into any of them. Before long, Longa detected the signs of the wild boar, instructing Shao Xuan to wait with his spear while he attempted to drive the animal towards them. Shao Xuan positioned himself against a tree, cautiously observing his surroundings. Though Mai and Longa had assured him that no large predators lurked nearby, he remained vigilant against smaller threats, such as snakes and insects. Not far off, the sounds of the wild boar echoed closer, evidently responding to Longa's South efforts to drive it their way. As the commotion grew, Shao Xuan gripped his long spear with his left hand and readied a short spear with his right. You can observe how I handle it. A voice from another tree said with a hint of arrogance. For those prey, it is best to trip them first, then use the long spear to finish them off. With the others absent, this individual discarded pretense, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned hunter. Shao Xuan cast a glance at him, focusing instead on the approaching sounds. Although Longa and Mai had described the boar as small, the creature that burst forth from the underbrush appeared to weigh at least 400 pounds, resembling a bear at first glance. However, such a size would only earn a diminutive description from Longa and the others. The wild boar charged swiftly, seemingly aware of the ambush, and veered off course. Shao Xuan immediately pursued, with the other hunter ahead of him. Swoosh! A short spear flew like an arrow toward the fleeing boar. Thud! The spearhead struck the ground, narrowly missing the boar as it dashed past. Its reflexes were impressive, yet the second spear quickly followed. The forest echoed with a piercing squeal as the second spear embedded itself in the creature's neck, penetrating only halfway. The boar bellowed, charging towards a nearby tree, where it dislodged the spear from its neck as it scraped against the trunk. The dislodged spearhead bore only a trace of blood, indicating that the previous throw had not inflicted significant harm. Frustrated by the ineffective attempts, the hunter lamented his eagerness to impress, realizing he had miscalculated the timing, thus failing to execute the planned 3 consecutive throws. Clutching a third spear, he continued the chase, oblivious to Shao Xuan's movements behind him, thinking, even if I missed, I'll surely hit next time. That fellow behind me is no match for me. For many first-time hunters, despite having heard tales of the hunt and possessing solid theoretical knowledge, the reality of the experience left little room for contemplation. As such, novice hunters either acted too hastily, missing their timing, or hesitated to seize what they believed to be the perfect moment, only to watch opportunities slip away. In the hunter's mind, although he had not fully seized the moment, at least he had landed a hit, which he deemed superior to Shao Xuan's inaction. The boar, now wounded, did not slow its pace. Rather, it seemed driven by a primal instinct to escape, running even faster than before. As the hunter prepared to act again, a sudden swish echoed from behind him, and the next moment, his spear had landed in the earth. This spear had narrowly grazed the boar's front hoof, its shaft now blocking the animal's path. The boar, taken by surprise, stumbled forward, not yet comprehending the obstruction, just as a second short spear arrived, perfectly positioned to intercept its lifted hoof. The wooden spear shaft shattered under the formidable charge of the wild boar, which stumbled over the 2 short spears and rolled on the ground. As it prepared to rise, a figure leapt from a nearby tree, hurling a spear like a meteor, which descended with ferocity and pierced the boar's neck, striking the very spot that had previously been wounded. A piercing shriek erupted, even more intense than before, causing pain to the ears. With the spear embedded, Shao Xuan did not immediately withdraw it. Instead, he gripped it tightly and exerted more force. The spearhead nearly penetrated the boar's neck completely, silencing its cries abruptly. Its 4 hooves continued to kick in a futile struggle, but the strength to resist was waning, each convulsion growing weaker. Chapter 43. The higher prey Longa and his companions swiftly approached the wild boar. They had been observing from a distance, initially believing that the 2 children would take longer to take down the creature, yet they were astonished by the rapidity of their success. Well done, Longa remarked, gazing at the still quivering boar. To wield a stone spear effectively, one must be swift, precise, and forceful, otherwise, it is challenging to achieve the desired outcome, particularly against the thick-skinned wild boar. Even the finest stone must be utilized aptly to be effective. However, judging by the earlier scene, the 2 children had demonstrated commendable spear skills, and Longa and his companions nodded in silent approval. Meanwhile, the spear, standing nearby, was still processing the events. He had not anticipated that Shao Xuan would strike so quickly after remaining inactive for so long. From the moment the first short spear was launched to the precise thrust of the long spear into the boar's neck, it had all transpired in the blink of an eye. Was this truly his first hunting endeavor? Not only the spear, but Longa and his associates were also impressed. No wonder my permitted Shao Xuan to join. The lad evidently possessed remarkable talent. In truth, Shao Xuan had relied solely on his instincts. As it was his first hunt, he lacked experience. However, while pursuing the wild boar, there was a moment when his intuition guided him to seize the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of his totem in an instant, launching 2 short spears successively, delivering a fatal blow as the boar stumbled. Shao Xuan gazed at the broken spear shaft in his hand, frowning slightly. Both short spears and the long spear had been shattered. The former had succumbed to the boar's formidable charge, while the latter had broken during a forceful thrust, unable to withstand the pressure. It seemed that, in addition to the spearhead's material, one must also pay heed to the wood used for the shaft. Do not fret. There is an abundance of good timber in these mountains. We can always chop some down to bring back to the cave, Longa reassured him. Indeed, in their tribe, the surrounding mountains lacked quality timber, while stones were plentiful, suitable wood was scarce. Thus, whenever the hunting teams ventured out, they would carry additional spearheads and seek wooden shafts in the forest. For larger game, Longa and his companions would typically bleed the animal, collecting the blood in gourd-like vessels crafted from local flora for future consumption, as bled meat is easier to preserve. At this moment, Longa took the opportunity to impart wisdom to Shao Xuan. Generally, wild boars have a fixed habitat, often resting in grassy areas near water, with their foraging routes rarely changing. They only seek new locales when their food is depleted or when faced with threats. As temperatures drop in the mountains, they migrate to sunlit, sheltered valleys. They intended to skin the boar and extract its entrails before its body temperature cooled, but before they could commence, a series of sharp whistles echoed nearby. It was a signal from Mai, urging Longa and his group to hasten, as they had encountered a significant prey nearby. "Forget about the pig. Let's move quickly," Longa commanded. Shao Xuan did not hesitate either, not casting another glance at the fallen creature, following Longa and the others towards the sound of the whistle. Prey varies in quality. Different game possesses varying levels of energy within their flesh. Equal-sized portions from higher-grade prey can satiate hunger thoroughly, while lower-grade meat may leave one feeling unsatisfied, prompting hunger soon after. This explains why many warriors prefer hunting higher-grade game in the forest, particularly ferocious beasts, over ordinary wildlife. Beasts deemed ferocious by the tribe have earned that reputation for a reason. For instance, the black wind mentioned by Longa the previous night is classified as such, though the tribe dares not provoke or hunt it due to the formidable challenge it presents. The pounding sounds grew increasingly near, resembling the heavy footfalls of a colossal creature, shaking the ground beneath them, accompanied by the sound of snapping wood. Numerous smaller beasts fled the area, eager to escape the impending danger. "Stay back," Longa warned Shao Xuan and the spear from advancing closer, as they swiftly made their way towards the source of the noise. Upon sighting the creature, Shao Xuan inhaled sharply. He finally understood why Mai and Longa had remarked that the previous wild boar was small. Compared to this massive beast, the earlier boar seemed akin to a toy car, while this creature resembled a fearsome armored vehicle. A four-tusked wild boar. Remarkably, it was a four-tusked one. The spear beside him was equally astonished and exhilarated. For encountering such a formidable prey while hunting was no trivial matter. How could they not feel elated at spotting it during their second outing? Typically, male wild boars sport a pair of prominent tusks, but this colossal beast, towering over 10 meters like a small mountain, possessed 4 pairs of tusks. In addition to the usual pair protruding from its mouth, there were 3 pairs on its face, the uppermost pair situated on its forehead and shorter than the others. All 4 tusks curled in the same direction, forming a shield-like formation capable of easily smashing through any trees in its path. Shao Xuan pondered whether such an abundance of tusks would obstruct the creature's vision. According to the tribe's classification, wild boars with 3 pairs of tusks were already considered ferocious, let alone this 4-tusked giant. The 4-tusked wild boar, agitated and enraged by the encirclement, had bristled its mane like steel needles. When Shao Xuan spotted the creature, he noticed several spears embedded in its body. These spears had not been thrust in deeply all at once, but rather were forced in repeatedly by their assailants. Several broken spears littered the ground, their heads or shafts snapped during the process, leaving only fragments protruding from the boar's flesh. Figures moved around the massive boar. Mai dodged a thick tree trunk hurled by the boar, his form flashing as he channeled his power to its peak in an instant. Utilizing one of the spears lodged in the wild boar, he leaped into the air, his clenched fist resembling a warhammer, exuding a fierce momentum as it crashed into the boar. The area struck by Mai's punch caved in, causing the surrounding flesh to ripple. A resounding, piercing squeal erupted from the boar, reverberating through the air as the gust of wind from its open mouth surged forth like a hurricane, sending branches snapping outward and dislodging countless leaves and twigs that were propelled into the distance. Standing a short distance away, Shao Xuan could not help but feel the force of this overwhelming roar. What a foul stench! The 4-tusked wild boar, now enraged from a barrage of blows, stomped with its powerful hooves, crushing protruding stones along its path. All obstacles before it were obliterated, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum, as if daring gods and demons alike. "Do not let it reach the pond," Mai shouted. They had painstakingly driven the beast into the forest. They could not allow it to escape. Moreover, the pond concealed dangerous creatures they wished to avoid, although those beasts typically remained dormant during daylight. 15 warriors, including 5 intermediate totem warriors, struggled to contain the 4-tusked wild boar. Thankfully, Qiao, who had been hunting elk nearby, heard the signal and rushed to join the encirclement. Hammers, axes, and stone slings were employed, and countless spearheads shattered while shafts splintered, yet they finally managed to corner the four-tusked wild boar before it could break free from the woods. Upon hearing the thunderous crash of the beast hitting the ground, Shao Xuan's racing heartbeat gradually calmed, and the tension within him dissipated. After Longa signaled him safety, he hurried over. He disposed of the blood from the earlier pig and refilled his vessel with the blood of the four-tusked boar, which was significantly more valuable than the previous catch. Longa advised Shao Xuan to sip it sparingly, warning that a newly awakened totem warrior could not handle too much at once. Having captured such a splendid quarry, the group temporarily ceased their pursuit of other game. After a brief tidying up, they transported the boar to a cave halfway up the mountain. Upon returning to the cave, it was nearly noon. The effort expended in hunting the large boar left everyone feeling somewhat exhausted. All their strength had been unleashed in that brief period, and now, with their adrenaline waning, fatigue set in. Fortunately, they had prevented the formidable boar from reaching the watering hole. Otherwise, the disturbance of the thorny black wind would have posed a significant problem. The memory of the last hunting encounter still haunted Longa, and his companions shared his unease. Thankfully, they had managed to intercept the wild boar in time. After roasting the meat, the hunting party enjoyed a brief respite. Shao Xuan felt a warm current coursing through his body after the meal, inducing a pleasant languor. This was the advantage of high-level prey, as the stamina expended in the morning rapidly replenished, while drowsiness began to envelop him. Let us rest. Those who have recently awakened and consumed such energy-rich meat require additional time for digestion, I suggested. Xiao mentioned they had tracked the movements of a herd of elk and planned to encircle them in the afternoon. Given the size of the herd, I would take a few others to assist, leaving Longa and the remaining 5 to guard the cave and watch over the 2 children digesting the pork. When Shao Xuan awoke again, only Longa and the others remained in the cave. After sipping some water, he still felt slightly drowsy. Inquiring about Mai's group, he decided to sleep a little longer. At that moment, Ong rushed into the cave, his face pale. I just heard the call of the thorny black wind. It seems Mai and the others encountered trouble upon returning with their catch. How could the thorny black wind emerge during the day? The sun has yet to set. Longa and the others sprang to their feet in alarm. Although the sun had begun to dip, it was not yet dusk, and the thorny black wind typically appeared only at night, often during the deep hours. Could it be that the creature from last time seeks revenge? Perhaps it emerged early to ambush Mai and the others? Ong expressed his concern. Shall we go and assist them? Someone proposed. Longa opened his mouth, glancing at the resting Shao Xuan and Miao. It's all right. You go ahead. The cave remains secure, Shao Xuan replied. He felt that his current state was not suitable for joining the fray, fearing he might hinder their efforts. Go on. It's best you leave. The thorny black wind is not to be trifled with, Miao added. Although Miao had not accompanied Mai on the last expedition, he had heard tales of the arduous struggle to evade that formidable beast, highlighting the challenge it posed. Very well, Xian. You 2 stay in the cave and do not venture out, Longa instructed. The 5 of them departed, pushing a massive stone back into place to seal the cave entrance. There was another ventilation opening within, ensuring they would not suffocate. As long as Shao Xuan and the others remained inside, it was indeed safer to stay within the cave. Chapter 44. Doubts. After Longa and the others departed, Mao paced anxiously within the cave, taking 2 laps yet remaining oblivious to what to do next. Frustrated, he scratched his head and glanced around, seeking something to occupy his mind. Turning, he noticed Shao Xuan sitting cross-legged on a grass mat, lost in thought. Hey! Mao called out. Why aren't you worried? Mao had a poor impression of Shao Xuan, but now was not the time to dwell on personal grievances. After all, they were merely 2 children in the cave. He felt an overwhelming need to talk, as it might alleviate his unease. Shao Xuan glanced at him. What is there to worry about? Venturing out is tantamount to courting death. Even before we approach, we become targets. You think I want to be a burden? I never said I wanted to go out. Mao retorted angrily. Although he had indeed contemplated stepping outside, Shao Xuan's blunt words struck a nerve. What do you expect if we can't go out? Shao Xuan pointed toward the large chunks of meat that Longa and the others had yet to grill, suggesting, instead of pacing aimlessly, why not roast some of that? Not a chance. Mao's frustration flared. He felt Shao Xuan was utterly heartless, especially considering how well Longa and the others treated him. Shao Xuan ignored Mao's outburst. In truth, he was not as calm as he appeared. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, a premonition that something was amiss. However, he felt powerless, which left him feeling exasperated. Beside him lay a small bow that Longa had crafted, tightly wound with vines. The string, soaked in beast blood and a certain herbal juice, was resilient and bore no scent of blood, instead carrying the earthy aroma of the forest. It was well suited for setting traps hidden in the underbrush or among the trees. Difficult to detect. Although this bow was not lethal against the beasts in the forest, it proved effective for driving them away. Previously, Longa had used such bows to direct wild boars toward Shao Xuan and the others. Regrettably, this bow was too small, and the materials were insufficient to create arrows capable of withstanding the peak force of a totem warrior. The effectiveness of ground bows, snares, and traps against the formidable beasts of the forest was limited. More often than not, survival relied on human strength. Shao Xuan sighed imperceptibly. He pondered the fate of Mai and the others, hoping there would be no casualties this time. Hunting was fraught with peril. One moment could be tranquil, and the next, one could find themselves teetering on the edge of a precipice, liable to plunge into an abyss of despair. In contrast, life within the tribe was undeniably comfortable. It was no wonder old Ku insisted they venture into the forest. Remaining in the tribe would render them oblivious to such pressures. Out here, they bore the relentless weight of nature's cruel laws. If you do not eat, you shall be eaten, striving for survival. In this place, beasts outnumbered humans. Relying solely on individual strength to procure food in such a treacherous environment was nearly impossible. Admittedly, the warriors of the tribe possessed their own unique sources of power. Yet no warrior had ever ventured alone deep into the forest to hunt. Only through teamwork and collective strength could they hope to survive. Just as they had previously faced the four-tusked wild boar and now contended with the thorn black wind that plagued Mai and the others. From novice to hunter, there remained a long journey ahead. Resolving not to dwell on it further, overthinking was futile. Shao Xuan sliced a small piece from the bloodied chunk of meat nearby, pierced it with a stone spear, and skewered it on a short stick about 1/2 meter long. He roasted it over the fire for a brief moment until a crisp layer formed on the surface, preventing the juices from flowing out. He then moved the stick slightly away from the flames to continue roasting. In the midst of his impatience and indecision, Mao turned in circles before casting another glare at Shao Xuan, his tone sharp. "What are you doing? Roasting something for yourself?" If it were the hunting team preparing meat for later consumption, they wouldn't bother with such a small portion. Shao Xuan's meager piece clearly indicated he was roasting it for himself. Indeed, Shao Xuan replied weakly. He felt a genuine hunger. The energy he had gained from earlier meals had dissipated, and with no other tasks at hand, he thought it wise to fill his belly before attending to anything else. Mao's expression soured. He felt somewhat full still. The earlier chunks of four-tusked wild boar meat had been roughly the same size as Shao Xuan's, portioned by Mai. Eating beyond that would lead to indigestion. After consuming the meat, if he remained inactive, he could easily go an entire day without hunger. Yet here was Shao Xuan. Roasting meat again. Stuff yourself. Mao seethed. Shao Xuan, unfazed, genuinely felt his hunger intensifying. Though he had hardly moved, the meat was ready. Yet Mai and the others still had not returned. After savoring the warmth of the cooked meat, drowsiness overtook him. He had intended to wait for Mai and the others. But his eyelids grew heavy, and his thoughts muddled. Unable to resist any longer, he turned to Mao, who was pacing back and forth at the cave entrance. "I'll take a short nap. If anything happens, wake me up. Don't go out alone." Seeing Shao Xuan had the audacity to sleep, Mao's anger flared as he pointed at him, his chest heaving with indignation. He felt an impulse to strike him, but ultimately restrained himself. However, once Shao Xuan fell asleep, Mao continued to pace. As the meat he had consumed digested and energy accumulated within him, he too began to feel weary. With no sign of Mai and the others and unable to venture out, he lay down beside Shao Xuan, lost in thought, and soon drifted off to sleep. Outside the cave, dusk descended, the sun nearing the horizon, casting a fading glow over the distant mountain ridges. The cacophony of the forest gradually subsided. As daytime creatures retreated to their resting places, and nocturnal beings began to stir with the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Mai and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. The territorial nature of the thorn black wind was strong. Typically, a single area would be home to just one of these beasts. Given the solitary water pool at the mountain's base, it should have been under the dominion of only one. Previously, they had encountered a lone adult thorned black wind. Yet now, 2 adult thorned black winds stood in their path. As Longa and the others joined their group, the pressure on Mai and the others slightly lessened. On their descent, Longa's team had taken some herbs from the cave, one type for external injuries and another to be used against the thorned black wind. The shaman-esque concoction was not a pleasant aroma for the ferocious beasts, leading to a notable decrease in aggressive encounters. The 30-member team, facing two thorned black winds, found themselves at a disadvantage. Though the two beasts could not yet overpower Mai and his group, they remained vigilant, observing from a distance. However, whenever someone attempted to flee up the mountain, the two would swiftly intercept them. Mai, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Xiao, with his back to Mai, fixated on one of the thorned black winds concealed behind a cluster of trees, spoke urgently. Last time, didn't you nearly sever that creature's tail? I've noticed. These two show no signs of injury on their tails. During their previous hunt, Mai's team had exerted nearly all their strength to repel the frenzied thorned black wind, and Mai had almost managed to sever its tail. He had struck a third of the way toward the tail's tip, and even with the creature's formidable healing abilities, 30 days should have left some mark. Yet these two bore no evidence of injury whatsoever. Chapter 45. Creatures outside the cave. Mai was equally perplexed. He was certain that neither of the two creatures before him was the one he had previously wounded. While they typically avoided provoking the thorned black wind, their extensive hunting experience had led to confrontations with them. He was familiar with their regenerative capabilities. The wound he had inflicted himself would require at least 50 to 60 days to fully heal. Moreover, the longer the standoff persisted, the more suspicious Mai became of the thorned black wind's motives. They didn't seem intent on a deadly battle. Some members of the hunting party were injured, and the two creatures bore fresh wounds. Fortunately, they weren't as frenzied as the one they had encountered before. Where did the previous one go? Was its territory seized, and it was driven out by these two? Mai wondered. They seem intent on preventing our ascent, Xiao observed. They're vocalizing? A middle-grade totem warrior, roughly Mai's age, questioned with surprise. His hunting experience rivaled Mai's, and he had encountered thorned black winds on several occasions. He also possessed knowledge passed down from older warriors, granting him a deeper understanding of the beast's behavior. Beyond their territorial possessiveness and their nature as assassins lurking in the shadows, thorned black winds rarely vocalize. Their signature is the rustling of their thorns, not vocalizations, the warrior stated urgently. It was the thorned black wind's vocalizations that had prompted Longa and the others to descend from the mountainside to assist. The convergence of these anomalies fueled the group's speculation. What were these two thorned black winds planning? In the twilight, fleeting shadows darted, and the rustling of thorns echoed intermittently from the undergrowth. When agitated, the thorned black wind's thorns would vibrate, producing a rapid, dense rustling sound. Though not particularly loud, its density made it easily discernible. In the darkness, this sound was like a death knell, causing all other animals to flee. Hearing the sound, the group's spirits sank, their backs drenched in cold sweat. We can't delay any longer. We must drive them away, Mai declared somberly. The fading daylight still offered some visibility, but once night fell, the darkness would severely disadvantage them. Retreating up the mountain without dispelling the creatures could lead to a pursuit, and they couldn't risk them tracking them back to their cave. While thorned black winds typically avoided the mountainous terrain, there was no guarantee they wouldn't follow. Besides, two children were in the cave on the mountainside. Charge. Forgetting the stag they had hunted in the afternoon, Mai ordered the team to gather their strength and confront the two creatures. Shao Xuan was dreaming again. After so long, he had re-entered that dreamscape. However, this time, there were no night swallows or snowflakes. The dream was shrouded in darkness, but a palpable, intense chill permeated the air, as if something lurked within the shadows. Additionally, a rapid, rhythmic tapping sound echoed in the darkness, as if something was shaking. Abruptly, he sat up, touching his forehead to find it slick with cold sweat. He felt a lingering chill on his back and shivered, moving closer to the fire. Judging by the embers, Longa and the others had been gone for some time. The outside world must have darkened. Why haven't they returned? What could they have encountered? Is anyone injured? Recalling the dream, Shao Xuan inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his emotions. The chilling sensation was far stronger than when he had dreamed of the night swallows the previous year. Even after waking, his heart raced. He wondered if it was fear or something else. He glanced over to see Mao leaning against the cave wall, sound asleep. He must be deeply asleep, as Shao Xuan's movements had been quite loud. Hunters were typically vigilant, awakening at the slightest disturbance. Mao's deep sleep was likely a result of the meat's effects. It was for the best. Otherwise, he would be pacing around the cave like a spinning top. Feeling more composed and gradually warming up, Shao Xuan added some wood to the fire and rose to approach the cave entrance. Based on past experiences, he knew that dreams were not without cause. He just didn't know what awaited outside. A massive rock sealed the entrance, too heavy for Shao Xuan to move alone. He had no intention of trying. The outside world was likely fraught with danger, and the stone offered some protection. The cave entrance was about 50 meters from where Shao Xuan had been sleeping. As he walked towards it, his heart began to race again. The closer he got, the more intense the sense of danger became. His body trembled, as if weighed down by a block of ice. Shao Xuan slowed his pace, his breathing becoming cautious, fearing that any sound would betray him. About 10 meters from the entrance, Shao Xuan heard a faint, rapid tapping sound, as if it were right next to his ear, or perhaps a hallucination. The newly added wood had caused the fire to flare up, casting flickering shadows that danced on the cave walls, occasionally punctuated by the crackling of the burning wood. However, Shao Xuan felt no warmth, only a growing chill. Opening his mouth, he silently took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Shao Xuan tensed his nerves and quietly retreated. Reaching Mao, Shao Xuan nudged him. Though deeply asleep, Mao's instincts remained sharp. He swiftly awoke, assuming a defensive posture. Recognizing Shao Xuan, his expression soured. As he began to speak, Shao Xuan quickly covered his mouth, glancing towards the cave entrance. Mao was not oblivious to the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to join the team. Seeing Shao Xuan's tension, he realized that something was amiss at the entrance. Mao mowed a silent question. What's wrong? Shao Xuan had no time to explain. He glanced upwards, remembering the hidden vents above. He leaped up, using the uneven cave wall to climb and search. The cave wall was rough, with many protrusions, making it relatively easy to ascend. There were 3 vents, 2 of which were too small. The remaining one was larger, but partially blocked by stones. Shao Xuan strained to remove the stones, signaling for Mao to catch them. Mao was agitated. He didn't know what was outside, and Mai and the others hadn't returned. Shao Xuan wasn't explaining anything. Under normal circumstances, he would have shouted, but now, after catching the stones, Mao carefully placed them down, making no sound. Almost as soon as he set them down, he heard a strange noise coming from the rock blocking the cave entrance, as if something sharp was scraping against the stone. Mao's face paled. The scraping sound didn't sound like it was made by a human. The rock at the entrance was shifting. A night breeze wafted in through the widening gap. The fire flickered more intensely, and Mao saw his elongated shadow on the cave wall, distorted by the dancing flames. In all his life, Mao had never encountered such a situation. Regardless of his boasting in the tribe or the thrilling hunting stories he had heard, he now understood the true meaning of fear. Aside from the 2 of them, newly awakened children, there was no one else. No one would help them, and they were likely no match for whatever creature was approaching. His grandfather, the tribal chief, had once asked him while telling hunting stories, "Mao, do you know what despair feels like?" Mao didn't remember his answer, but he recalled not taking it seriously because he didn't understand. But now he knew. Chapter 46. Faces turned pale as the colossal boulder blocking the cave entrance continued to shift. The sound of its movement grew increasingly urgent and distinct. Upon hearing this noise, Mao deduced the nature of the creature outside that was moving the stone. Consequently, his face drained of color, and he stood rigidly, the blood in his veins seemingly congealed, fixating his gaze on the cave's mouth. Having inspected the ventilation shaft above, Shao Xuan leaped down and startled Mao with a pat on the back, causing him to nearly jump out of his skin. Trembling, Mao found himself at a loss for words. After all, given that both he and Shao Xuan had only recently awakened, they stood no chance against the creature lurking outside. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. No amount of courage could alter this grim reality. Shao Xuan armed himself with a knife and gestured for Mao to ascend. He had observed that the area outside the ventilation shaft appeared temporarily devoid of perilous creatures. Even if there were dangers, they would likely move away, making it preferable to escape the cave rather than remain and face certain demise. The boulder at the cave's entrance gradually shifted aside, allowing the evening breeze to flow in and make the flames of the bonfire flicker wildly. With little time for contemplation, Mao endeavored to calm himself. Grasping his bone knife and trailing closely behind Shao Xuan as they navigated the cave walls upward. Although the old hunters had warned them of the dangers that lurked in the night forest, there was no alternative. Escaping through the ventilation shaft offered a glimmer of hope, while remaining here spelled inevitable death, an end devoid of worth, likely to be met before they could unleash their full potential, swiftly devoured by the thorny black wind. The ventilation shaft was barely large enough for Shao Xuan and Mao's slender frames to squeeze through. Any older individuals would find it impossible to ascend. As they clambered upward, the boulder at the cave's mouth had been displaced, revealing more than half the entrance. The sound of the thorny black wind's excited clicks echoed within the cave, filling the space with an ominous resonance. While many beasts of the forest feared fire, not all did. Moreover, the bonfire was rather small, posing no threat to the thorny black wind, which measured over 10 meters in length. Surprised to find the cave seemingly uninhabited, the thorny black wind approached cautiously, extending its forked tongue to sense the air within, scanning the cave with an intensity akin to radar. It found the flickering flames somewhat bothersome and, with sudden force, propelled itself toward the bonfire, crushing it beneath its foot with a resounding thud. The cave was plunged into darkness. Though the cave was devoid of inhabitants, the scent of blood and flesh from the four-toothed black pig lingered heavily. Still, it could discern numerous human scents, many of which were familiar. Recalling its previous encounters with these humans, the creature's spines quivered in anticipation. The clicking sounds intensified, more frantic than before. Outside the ventilation shaft, Shao Xuan and Mao pressed against the steep rock face, fervently hoping that the thorny black wind would finish its exploration without detecting their presence and depart, allowing them to return once the others arrived. Holding their breath, Shao Xuan listened intently to the sounds within the cave. Beyond the occasional soft clicks, they remained unaware of the current situation inside. They heard the sound of the bonfire being extinguished, tightening their bodies in preparation for any eventuality. After a prolonged silence without further disturbances, they remained uncertain if the thorny black wind had vacated the cave. The night was gradually darkening, although not entirely black. The dimming light, combined with the angle, obscured their view of the cave entrance. Lost in thought, Shao Xuan suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. A chill racing down his spine, startling him into a shiver. He quickly moved a couple of steps away from the ventilation shaft, pulling Mao along to indicate he should stay clear of the opening. Mao diverted his gaze from the shaft, taking 2 steps before looking at Shao Xuan, raising his hand to signal an inquiry. Just then, a swift gust of wind surged past him, laden with a chilling intent. He felt as if the very pores at the nape of his neck were about to burst. Clang! A beast's claw embedded itself into the rock face, sending a shower of stone chips cascading onto Mao. Several sharp fragments grazed his arm, leaving shallow cuts, but he paid them no mind, too preoccupied with the terror that gripped him. At that moment, it dawned on him that he had failed to notice when the claw had reached out from the ventilation shaft. He had heard no sound beforehand. Everything transpired in an instant, so quietly that had Shao Xuan not pulled him aside moments earlier, Mao would have been pinned against the wall by that massive claw. Or worse, crushed. The silent claw withdrew, tearing a substantial chunk of stone from the wall. As it closed, that piece of rock was instantly shattered, having missed its prey. The claw retracted, further enlarging the ventilation shaft, which had previously been barely sufficient for a child. It was evident that the thorny black wind had realized Shao Xuan and Mao were outside and had set its sights on them. "Let us go," Shao Xuan urged, and they quickly distanced themselves. The steep rock face posed little challenge for them. The sky had not yet succumbed to darkness, and as long as they remained calm and careful, they could navigate without missteps. A single error could send them tumbling down the cliff, and while their resilience would likely spare them from death, they risked being cornered by the pursuing thorny black wind. "Which way should we go?" Mao asked, his trust in Shao Xuan having grown amidst the chaos. After all, several times, Shao Xuan had sensed danger before he did. "Up the mountain," Shao Xuan replied. This was also a consideration he had previously entertained. The others should be at the base of the mountain. Seeking their assistance was certainly a prudent idea, but escaping downwards raised concerns about whether they could successfully evade the thorny black wind. That creature possessed an acute sense of smell, and Shao Xuan lacked confidence in their ability to shake it off. Moreover, the others had yet to make it up the mountain, leaving the situation down below uncertain. With the unknown conditions at the mountain's base, descending was not a viable option. Another reason, albeit speculative, crossed Shao Xuan's mind. As they ascended, he inquired, "Do you think the thorny black wind fears the cold?" This question sparked a memory for Mao. He recalled hearing that the thorny black wind rarely ventured into the mountains, preferring warmer, more humid environments. Understanding Shao Xuan's implication, he realized that ascending further would significantly lower the temperature. In this region, the temperature differential between the mountain's summit and its base was stark. Near the peak, snow blanketed the ground, and the summit remained perpetually icy, with few threatening creatures inhabiting those frigid heights. The true peril lay in the harshness of the environment itself. Conversely, descending would place them directly in the territory of the thorny black wind. It was night, the creature's most active time, and retreating downward would be akin to willingly stepping into its maw. Faced with the choice, Mao preferred the ascent. At least it offered a sliver of hope. Should the thorny black wind prove unable to endure the cold, it might withdraw. Behind them, the sound of shattering stones echoed, indicating that the ventilation shaft was widening. Intermingled with the cacophony was the rapid and fervent clicking of the thorny black wind, which seemed increasingly agitated. In truth, the creature could have simply exited through the cave entrance and pursued them, but it did not. Perhaps it had not considered that approach. Or perhaps it deemed the narrow ventilation shaft beneath its notice, or there were other reasons altogether. As Shao Xuan and Mao fled up the mountain, the attacks from Mai and the others below began to take effect, causing the two thorned black winds to waver in their resolve. A surge of joy filled Mai's heart, yet it quickly morphed into a grim expression. The sounds emanating from the mountainside were not loud, but in the prevailing silence. Coupled with the extraordinary hearing of Mai and his companions, they could distinctly make out the sound of falling stones. Mai heard it, and the others did as well, their faces paling in an instant. Could it be from the cave? Xiao exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. Xian and the others are still inside. Langa's hand trembled around the stone knife, nearly dropping it. Up the mountain, Mai shouted. This time, the two thorned black winds, already hesitant, did not hinder their ascent. Without sparing a thought for anything else, Mai led the group swiftly towards the cave at the mountainside. The sound of falling stones did not persist for long, soon fading away, which only deepened the gloom in their hearts. If there were still sounds, there might be hope that the two children were safe. But if the noise had ceased, it meant that either the danger had passed, or Mai dared not ponder further, forcing himself to hurry towards that direction. Upon finally arriving at the cave entrance, the faces of the group turned ashen. Given the strength of Shao Xuan and Mao, moving the massive boulder would not be an easy task, and even if they managed to shift it, it would hardly create an opening large enough for them to pass through easily. The small frames of the two children would have been able to slip through a small gap, indicating that they were not the ones who had displaced it. Furthermore, the boulder bore familiar claw marks. Upon seeing the moved boulder and the unmistakable claw prints upon it, Langa's legs weakened, nearly leading him to kneel. Without pausing to retrieve a torch for illumination, Mai dashed into the cave, only to be met with utter chaos within. The cold wind sweeping in from the entrance and ventilation sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 47. The unpleasant environment, damn it. It's that guy from last time. It has to be. Those two down the mountain were definitely brought here by it. Considering the previous encounter, the group now has begun to piece together the situation. They truly did not anticipate that the creature they had faced last time would be so persistent. Previously, they only understood the fierce territorial nature of the thorned black wind, but never expected it to seek allies to retaliate against them. It is said that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is difficult. Those two brought in as helpers will likely stake their claim down by the mountain. The thorned black wind was willing to abandon its territory just for revenge against them. I knew it. I knew it would not give up easily. Xiao gazed at the chaos within the cave, his voice heavy with despair. During the last hunt, a fae naturally accompanied Mai's team, along with another child, all under the guidance of several mid-level totem warriors. According to past conventions, with mid-level totem warriors leading newcomers, Mai would not raise any objections as this practice was common among other teams. Later, while hunting in the basin, a fae set his sights on a lone young thorned black wind, and it was still daytime. The larger thorned black wind was likely asleep by the water, leaving the smaller one curious and wandering out, chasing a fox away from the pond, only to be discovered by a fae and his companions. Compared to the adult thorned black wind, the recently born young one was indeed easier to handle. In the tribe, newly awakened warriors would wear the spoils of their hunts during the Wind and Snow Festival the following year, comparing their achievements. Although this tradition was not formally recognized by the shaman or the chief, it had nearly become an unwritten rule. Capturing even a small thorned black wind would bring satisfaction to a fae. However, therein lay the problem. When a fae insisted on taking action, with the assistance of several other warriors, and they succeeded in slaying the young thorned black wind, the adult arrived. Thus began their troubles. With the young one killed and the perpetrator caught in the act, the furious adult thorned black wind went wild, pursuing the hunters relentlessly. The mid-level totem warriors who were protecting the child could not withstand the onslaught of an enraged adult thorned black wind and quickly called for help. After injuring several individuals, they finally managed to drive the adult away, but a fae could not carry the body of the young thorned black wind with him. Without the corpse, the adult would continue to pursue them. The two individuals who were severely injured during the last hunt had been hurt in that very incident. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Mai and others, it was likely that those two would have lost their lives. This is why several children who participated in the last hunt came this time without their weapons, fearing a repeat of such incidents. Shao Xuan was an exception. Mai valued Shao Xuan's abilities and hoped he would adapt early, believing he was more sensible and obedient. Thus, he was included in the team. Consequently, among the entire hunting party, only 2 children remained, and both were in their small group. If anything were to happen, one was a child favored by the shaman for his early awakening, while the other was gifted and the grandson of the chief, the son of the head of the hunting team. Losing either one would be a heavy blow. If both were to meet with misfortune, they would have no face to return to the tribe, unable to explain themselves to the chief and the shaman. It had schemed all this solely for the 2 children in their team. A warrior, filled with frustration, struck the mountain wall with his fist. They had slain its offspring last time. Now, it had taken a human child in return. Willing to risk losing its territory, it lurked during the day, even climbing into unfamiliar mountainous terrain. Indeed, one should never underestimate any ferocious beast. Mai now regretted his decisions. He had underestimated the thorned black wind. Taking a new route would bring other unknown dangers. But had he known they would encounter such a situation, he would have preferred to risk the new path. However, there was no time for regrets now. After scouting the various signs, the group split into several teams to search the mountain. Yet, it was nighttime, making it challenging to locate anyone while remaining alert to other threats. Shao Xuan and Mao exerted all their strength to escape. For Mao, even with the power of the totem enhancing his vision, the darkness still obscured the mountain path. The clouds covered the 2 crescent moons completely, leaving the surroundings pitch black. Shao Xuan led the way, guiding Mao to follow his footsteps. This way, they could at least avoid pitfalls and places where one might stumble. Treading in another's footsteps was a game that children of the tribe had played since they were small, especially those living in the mountains, where adults viewed it as a form of training. Following in the footsteps of the person ahead was not particularly difficult for them. Now, as Mao followed Shao Xuan, he even stepped directly into Shao Xuan's footprints. When Shao Xuan jumped, Mao did the same. When Shao Xuan veered left, so did Mao. He could gauge the terrain based on Shao Xuan's steps, a game he had played since childhood, making it effortless to adapt. If it were daytime, one would notice only a single set of footprints, devoid of any evidence of 2 individuals running. Mao was filled with questions. He did not understand why Shao Xuan possessed such acute senses of danger, nor could he fathom how he could discern the presence of depressions in such darkness. The mountain was rugged, rife with pits, and he could hear the sounds made by the thorned black wind as it stumbled into one of these hollows. The noise increasing in frequency. Mao even suspected that Shao Xuan was deliberately leading them towards such spots to evade the looming threat behind them. Yet, he had not misstepped even once while following Shao Xuan. But now was not the time for contemplation. Shao Xuan continued to ascend the mountain. His vision was not entirely obscured by darkness, but rather composed of varying shades of gray, revealing where the rocks jutted out and where they sank away, even with the ground covered in snow. At that moment, Shao Xuan felt immense gratitude for his abilities. Otherwise, a misstep could have led to a fall, making them vulnerable to the pursuing, thorned black wind. The snow beneath their feet grew deeper, soon reaching their knees, and the temperature continued to plummet. With snow beginning to fall from the sky, Shao Xuan felt as though his face had gone numb from the cold, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Had it not been for the totem's power, his limbs would have long since succumbed to the chill. Yet, they could not persist in this manner, without a strategy. They would be too exhausted to escape, and this frigid environment was not conducive to extended stay. Fortunately, the pursuing thorn black wind had slowed considerably. Evidently unaccustomed to the icy terrain, its famed stealth was rendered ineffective, and one could hear its footsteps crunching through the snow behind them. The distance between them widened, and Shao Xuan stopped ascending the mountain, opting instead to traverse horizontally to other areas. There was no choice. While ascending might deter the thorned black wind, it could just as easily lead to Shao Xuan's demise from the cold. With each step upward, the temperature dropped even further. Since they had already managed to significantly slow the thorned black wind's pursuit, Shao Xuan decided it was unwise to take further risks by climbing higher. He breathed a sigh of relief, believing that if he could run for a while longer, he might shake off the looming threat. However, just as he caught his breath, he noticed something amiss. The thorned black wind suddenly surged forward, rapidly closing the distance that had just been established. The relentless creature found the icy environment intolerable, and its discomfort ignited a fierce determination to pursue. This place was not only frigid, the continuous snowstorm made it feel drowsy, devoid of grass or trees, filled with pits that could ensnare it. The entire terrain resembled a vast snowy pit. It longed to roll down the mountain in utter frustration. The spiny black wind bore its scales tightly against its body, striving to better insulate itself from the biting cold of the surrounding snowstorm. Its movements had become sluggish, hindered significantly by the harsh environment, rendering it incapable of even half its usual agility. It dared not extend its tongue. It was taken aback by the cunning of the two human offspring, who had the audacity to flee up the mountain. For the first time, it realized the mountain harbored such an unpleasant environment, which explained why its kin avoided ascending. However, relinquishing the pursuit now was an unbearable thought. Here, it was already challenging to detect scents, and if those two little ones continued their flight, they might be lost forever. No, they must not escape. It felt powerless against the larger beings, but the two smaller ones must be captured and presented before the larger ones. As this notion consumed its thoughts, the intensity of its hatred deepened, and under the sway of its agitated emotions, the scales that had previously retracted began to quiver with renewed vigor. Chapter 48. Either you perish or I do. Shao Xuan could sense the approaching pursuers drawing ever closer behind him. It seemed he had come to understand that in such an environment, his usual stealth tactics were utterly ineffective. He was severely restricted and had relinquished any notions of a final pursuit. After all, prolonging this chase served no advantage to him. The thorned black wind unleashed its full might, fixating on the two figures ahead as it surged forward, disregarding everything else. With each step, its massive claws pierced through the snow, crashing against the frozen ground with a resounding thud. Hearing the rapidly closing footsteps, Miao's heart tightened, nearly causing him to stumble over a protruding rock. Despite Shao Xuan and Miao hastening their pace, the thorned black wind's mobility, though diminished in these conditions, far surpassed that of the two. A chill raced up Shao Xuan's spine, and his hair stood on end. Whether due to the biting wind or the frigid presence behind him, it felt as though he were enveloped in an icy tomb. Move aside, Shao Xuan bellowed. Both he and Miao evaded the massive figure that lunged toward them. For Miao, without Shao Xuan's guidance, he found it difficult to maneuver in such an environment. The darkness and the blizzard obscured his vision, making it nearly impossible to discern the massive creature. He felt no confidence in his ability to evade the claws should they swipe in his direction. Yet, it seemed the thorned black wind recognized Shao Xuan as the more significant threat. After missing its initial attack, it pivoted toward him. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it sent a flurry of snow flying toward Miao while charging at Shao Xuan. It understood that eliminating Shao Xuan would render the other little creature inconsequential. Shao Xuan glided across the snow-laden ground, swiftly withdrawing a short spear from his back. As he landed, he twisted his body, using the momentum to thrust the spear toward the creature's eye. The thrown spear shot through the air like a bullet aimed at the thorned black wind's eye, though it reacted quickly, managing to tilt its head slightly. Its armored eyelid closed just in time. The spear struck the corner of its eye, the hardened scales providing some protection, yet the sharp stone tip still pierced slightly, causing blood to seep from the corner. Injured, the thorned black wind roared in fury, astonished that this little creature could inflict harm so swiftly. Shao Xuan could not see the blood. His vision was filled with the massive skeletal structure of the beast, and his earlier aim at its eye had clearly missed. Even without direct sight of the creature's eye, Shao Xuan felt the malevolent glare radiating from it. To alleviate the pressure on Shao Xuan, Miao, relying on sound, threw a spear toward the thorned black wind. Unfortunately, the creature's thick armored hide and spiny protrusions formed an impenetrable defense, rendering Miao's spear ineffective against its tough exterior. The only relatively vulnerable spots were a few areas on its head and a portion of its tail. Previously, Miao had targeted the unprotected section of the thorned black wind's tail, demonstrating that the layer of scales alone might not withstand a warrior's full force. The creature, however, was entirely focused on Shao Xuan, its tail thrashing in anger, striking the ground with a thunderous crack, sending snowflakes and shattered stones flying in all directions. Ducking beneath the descending paw of the beast, Shao Xuan brandished his dagger, deflecting the claws that slashed toward him. The sound of claws scraping against the blade echoed sharply. Although the claws could easily shatter stone, they left only shallow marks on the dagger. The blade suffered little damage, but Shao Xuan felt a fiery pain in his arm, as though it might dislocate. No time remained to assess the injury. Shao Xuan's calf muscles surged, propelling him away from a direct confrontation with the thorned black wind. Yet the creature, as a forest predator, anticipated his movements, swiftly swinging its tail in his direction. Shao Xuan, just having landed, could not evade in time and could only brace the dagger against his chest to protect himself from the tail's sharp spikes. With a resounding impact, Shao Xuan was thrown backward, landing and continuing to slide. The force of the blow sent his blood surging, and had the thorned black wind not been significantly hindered in its mobility, Shao Xuan would have been obliterated in an instant. This marked the first time since arriving in this world that Shao Xuan faced such peril. He had long prepared for the dangers of hunting, yet he never anticipated encountering such a formidable beast on his very first endeavor. In terms of physical strength, speed, and overall prowess, Shao Xuan and Miao combined were unlikely to match the weakened thorned black wind. A choice for survival loomed. Either he perished or the beast did. With only a single short spear remaining, having lost 2 on their escape, Shao Xuan was left with only the dagger gifted by Lao Ku and 3 spearheads stored in his leather pouch. Miao continued to harass the thorned black wind, albeit with limited effectiveness, drawing little attention from the beast. When he exited the cave alongside Shao Xuan, he had brought 7 short spears, of which 5 had already been thrown. The 6th nearly struck the creature's eye, finally catching its attention. Now was the moment. This could be the singular opportunity. At that instant, a fierce determination ignited within Shao Xuan, akin to a last-ditch effort. The power of his totem surged to its zenith as he propelled himself forward. However, he did not charge in a straight line. Instead, he used the spear embedded in the ground to alter his angle mid-stride. The thorned black wind had not anticipated this deviation. It turned its head toward the spot where Shao Xuan had stood moments before, swiping its claws in that direction. Yet, it soon realized that the little figure had evaded its strike. Though Shao Xuan's strength paled in comparison to that of a mid-level totem warrior like Mai, he seized the moment with his dagger, aiming for the creature's most vulnerable point atop its head. The dagger pierced through the creature's armored layer, driving inward. Despite targeting the weakest area and exerting all his strength, Shao Xuan's dagger only penetrated a third of the way. Had Mai delivered that blow, the dagger would have sunk to the hilt, likely slaying the thorned black wind instantaneously. Alas, the one wielding the weapon was Shao Xuan, who had only recently awakened his totem power. Even so, the strike inflicted significant harm on the creature. Shao Xuan wished to thrust the dagger deeper, but the thorned black wind's claws were already upon him. He had no time to withdraw the weapon. It was clamped tightly, leaving him no choice but to evade. Despite his efforts, the claws grazed his back. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, resulting in a shallow wound that was not life-threatening. Had he hesitated, the outcome would have been dire. A piercing shriek shattered the snowy expanse, causing the swirling snowflakes to scatter. The thorned black wind, feeling the sting of the dagger in its head, roared in agony. It sought to dislodge the weapon with its claws, but the delicate placement of the blade only exacerbated its torment, sending waves of severe pain coursing through its skull. The large claw has now lost its agility. Attempting to swiftly draw the knife proves futile, only subjecting itself to waves of excruciating pain that nearly induce a state of faintness. Chapter 49. Avalanche. Within the leather pouch lay 3 spare spearheads. However, another larger bag containing more was left behind in the cave during the frantic escape. Shao Xuan reached into the leather pouch. Feeling an unmistakable familiarity with each stone spearhead he had painstakingly crafted by hand. It was as if he could foresee their trajectories and effects with utmost clarity. Oldka had once told him that every crafted stone tool possesses its unique grain, and a master craftsman can perceive such intricacies. This is the essence of creation. At that time, Shao Xuan did not fully grasp that sentiment, but now he began to comprehend it. The spearhead lacked a shaft, but that was of no consequence. It would suffice. As the thorned black wind thrashed about, attempting to dislodge the blade from its head, Shao Xuan hurled the spearhead like a dart toward one of its eyes. He launched 2 in quick succession. One spearhead veered slightly, grazing the contour of the creature's eye, while the other penetrated directly into it. A howl erupted, a shriek more ferocious than before, echoing through the snowy expanse. Shaking the very fabric of the air, Shao Xuan contemplated whether to hurl his last spearhead at the creature's other eye when a crackling sound from above startled him. As if something were splitting apart, his heart sank at the realization, and the subsequent roar confirmed his fears. The very blood in his veins felt as if it were boiling. The struggle against the thorn-black wind, coupled with the impending avalanche, had kept his nerves taut. The exertion of his totemic power was nearing the brink of his physical limits, leaving him utterly fatigued. In truth, he should have sought refuge to recuperate, allowing the surging power within him to stabilize, but reality afforded him no respite. The monstrous roars of the thorn-black wind had reverberated violently, fracturing the snowpack above. The crackling sound he heard was the snow giving way. As the layers broke, vast masses of snow began to cascade downward, an avalanche surging forth like a torrent. The thorn-black wind, too, sensed the impending peril, its body stiffening in instinctual dread. It recognized an unfamiliar danger rapidly approaching from above. The tremors beneath its feet coursed through its entire being. Even a creature of such dominance in the basin felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Ignoring the pain in its eye and the blade atop its head, it detected the direction in which the two small beings were attempting to escape. Should it retreat or pursue them further? In an instant, the thorn-black wind resolved to chase after Shao Xuan and his companion, convinced that following them would yield a means of evasion. After all, it had gone to great lengths to corner them, and it was reluctant to relinquish its pursuit, especially after suffering a wound from one of them. Shao Xuan, however, was oblivious to whether the thorn-black wind was in hot pursuit. All he desired was to reach the large rock ahead for shelter. It was the only suitable refuge in the vicinity. The massive snow mass bore down with a deafening roar, shaking the ground beneath him. The spear, trailing closely behind Shao Xuan, felt the strain of the moment. But the looming danger compelled him to press on. Shao Xuan had already engaged the thorn-black wind in combat, exhausting his strength, and there was no sign of the creature slowing down. The spear gritted his teeth and continued to follow. As the thunderous sounds grew ever closer, the spear felt as if the entire mountain was on the verge of collapse, an overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless. Nearer and nearer, Shao Xuan dashed behind the prominent rock, which anchored itself to the mountain. In his eyes, it was the sturdiest shelter available. Hold tight to the stone, close your mouth, and hold your breath. Shao Xuan instructed the spear. The enormous snow mass approached, and so did the thorn-black wind. Seeing the creature draw near, Shao Xuan felt an urge to curse. But he could not abandon his position. There was nowhere else to hide. In that tense moment, Shao Xuan silently wished for the avalanche to arrive swiftly, sweeping away this troublesome foe. The thorn-black wind quickened its pace, now only a few dozen meters from where Shao Xuan and his companion crouched behind the rock. The mist like snow billowed forward, and the creature's sharp-toothed maw lunged toward them. Yet, it was a moment too late. Shao Xuan inhaled deeply, gripping the stone tightly. Listening to the thunderous roar, he closed his eyes. As the avalanche surged forth, the thorn-black wind let out a defiant roar, and Shao Xuan even caught a whiff of the foul odor from its breath. Just as the creature's roar erupted, it was drowned out by the cacophony of the avalanche. And soon, only the cataclysmic sounds remained. Even sheltered behind the great rock, Shao Xuan and the spear found themselves engulfed by the snow for an indeterminate time. Eventually, as the rumbling receded and the snow settled, Shao Xuan managed to clear away the layers above him. The frigid air rushed into his lungs, a chilling sting that, for the first time, allowed him to relax his taut nerves. The thorn-black wind was nowhere in sight. It was evident that it had been swept away. Whether it had perished remained uncertain, but for now, it posed no threat to Shao Xuan and his companion. "Are we safe for the moment?" the spear asked, still shaken by the ordeal it had never before encountered. "For now, yes," Shao Xuan replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. What was that?" the spear inquired after a brief pause, a tremor of fear still lingering in its voice. "An avalanche." "An avalanche?" The spear searched its memory. Having never heard the term before, but recalled a similar tale recounted by its leader's grandfather long ago. Back then, it had not seemed thrilling, as it preferred stories of hunting fierce beasts. Now, experiencing it firsthand revealed a terrifying force, perhaps even more formidable than any beast. There had been a moment when it felt as though the entire mountain would collapse upon them. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet neither Shao Xuan nor the spear dared to run wildly. uncertain if a second wave of avalanche awaited them. They refrained from sleeping, fearing that an unforeseen mishap might arise, one from which they might never awaken. After a brief respite, Shao Xuan inquired about the thorned black wind. The spear recounted the tale of their previous hunt, which had been relayed by its father, as it had not experienced it personally. Yet now, it found itself entangled in the troubles caused by a fae. Damn it, Shao Xuan muttered under his breath. I'll make him pay for this. Chapter 50. Clear skies being cautious is never a folly. After that, another avalanche occurred, though it was not as monumental as the previous one. Shao Xuan decided to remain until dawn. Everything could be addressed once the sun graced the horizon. Navigating the darkness proved cumbersome, complicating their sense of direction. Having been pursued and evaded avalanches for such an extended period, the moment they could finally relax, a myriad of sensations flooded back: hunger, fatigue, and the pressing need to maintain a vigilant watch against unforeseen threats. Thus, Shao Xuan mentally berated the troublemaking fae several times. He had initially carried a piece of meat, but it was lost during their escape. He rummaged through his belongings and found a spearhead and a gourd. The gourd, which contained some pig's blood, was not large, but it still held a fair amount. Mai had added a herbal juice to prevent the blood from coagulating. After taking a sip, Shao Xuan passed the gourd to Mao, who, in his condition, was even less equipped than Shao Xuan. Aside from a few short spears and a stone knife, he had lost everything else during the flight, even without meat. A sip of the four-toothed wild boar's blood began to restore some of the strength they had lost. Mao glanced around and asked Shao Xuan, "Do you think Mai and the others will come looking for us?" "I don't know. Had they been in another location, such as a valley or basin, or even in the forest they had traversed earlier, it was likely Mai and the others would have followed the tracks. However, since entering the snow-covered terrain, many traces had been concealed by the drifting snow. Moreover, when they were pursued by the thorny black wind, Shao Xuan had escaped at a certain altitude, moving horizontally rather than ascending further. The night's temperature was considerably lower than during the day. They had crossed the mountain in daylight and had already been quite cold, so the current night was unbearable. Perhaps due to the heavy exertion, the energy absorption from the four-toothed wild boar's blood was significantly accelerated. Mao intermittently drank 3 sips, while the totemic power within him continued to circulate relentlessly. There was no choice. Stopping in this place would likely lead to frostbite. With some idle time, Mao found himself at a loss for words, especially since he had previously regarded Shao Xuan with disdain. After drinking the blood, he felt drowsy, yet the tension in his nerves and the incessant cold wind kept sleep at bay. He glanced around, noting the persistent darkness in the near vicinity. He could make out some shapes, but beyond that, everything was obscured. After a moment of hesitation, Mao decided to inquire how Shao Xuan could see clearly in such utter darkness, only to turn and find him drinking from the gourd again. 5th sip usually. Mai only allowed them a single sip at a time, as consuming too much of the blood's energy would overwhelm them. Even Mao, in a state of near exhaustion, had only dared to sip intermittently, reaching his limit. An excess of foreign energy could lead to chaos within one's body. However, Shao Xuan showed no signs of stopping. He might even take a 6th sip. "Is it safe to drink so much?" Mao asked. "Not for now," Shao Xuan replied. He sensed that the energy from the pig's blood dissipated quickly, and the fatigue that had just begun to ease surged back. He could only take another sip, and after a few repetitions, he felt no adverse effects. Following his instincts, he continued to drink. By the time the gourd was nearly empty, Mao had only consumed 3 sips, leaving the remainder for Shao Xuan. As the last of the pig's blood was consumed, the horizon began to glow faintly. Mao regarded Shao Xuan with bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this individual could consume such a quantity of four-toothed wild boar's blood without consequence, seemingly invigorated instead. No one in the tribe would believe such a tale. "Shall we leave now?" Mao inquired. The snow had long ceased, and with the dawn's light gradually illuminating the surroundings, they could distinctly feel the temperature rising. Once the sun emerged, there would be no need to rely on totemic power any longer. "Let us wait a little longer," Shao Xuan said, gazing towards the horizon. The clouds in the sky parted slightly, revealing jagged peaks rising from the vast expanse of clouds. The mountain tops appeared and vanished with the ebb and flow of the cloud sea, while even further in the distance, taller summits pierced the cerulean sky. When the sun finally broke through, casting its rays upon the snowy expanse, the hues transformed from frigid to warm, yet no trees were visible. Only vast white walls of snow surrounded them. Looking upwards led to the mountain peaks above. The snow was deep, reaching well above their knees. Everywhere the eye could see was a blanket of white, merging the earth and sky into one. Looking down, the world below seemed shrouded in mist, obscured and unclear. The sight before them evoked a sense of being lost in an untraversable white realm, a daunting prospect for the faint-hearted. This place was even higher than the mountain Ma had led them over, which was part of a mountain range. What Shao Xuan was now witnessing was merely a section of that range, stretching for miles with its snowy peaks. "Where's this?" Mao asked anxiously, gazing at the unfamiliar landscape. He recalled the places they had traversed, memorizing every detail of the nearby mountains, yet now everything appeared utterly alien. In the midst of their escape, he hadn't realized how far they had come. Now, it became evident that their situation was dire. Staying here indefinitely is not an option. Shao Xuan resolved to head down the mountain, seeking at least a place that was somewhat warmer. Shao Xuan's thoughts wandered back to Lao Ke's knife. After receiving it, he had assured Lao Ke he would care for it, but now the knife was lost. As they descended, the mist began to clear, revealing the landscape below. In this mountainous region, the peaks were perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, while the lower elevations were lush with verdant grass, experiencing a brief winter and a lengthy summer. It was as if they had entered two different worlds. After walking for a while, Shao Xuan and Mao spotted a large mound protruding from the snow. Here, the snow was thin, melting under the sunlight. The mound revealed part of what lay beneath, black scales. The exposed blade allowed Shao Xuan to ascertain that this was the head of the thorny black wind. A clump of snow slid off, revealing hints of red. Shao Xuan observed that the blade, which had only penetrated a third of the way into the skull, was now embedded halfway, surrounded by congealed blood. The formidable spines that had once bristled with menace were now flattened, motionless, signaling for Mao to remain still. Shao Xuan closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them to behold a colossal skeleton before him. Unlike the previous night, this massive beast bore multiple broken bones, as if it had collided with something. Even if it yet drew breath, its injuries were severe, particularly the depth of the blade embedded in its head. Were it not for the knife, Shao Xuan would have descended without hesitation, unwilling to probe whether the thorny black wind was alive or dead. If it still had a breath left, even with Shao Xuan's restored strength, the outcome remained uncertain. Gathering some snow, he shaped it into a hard snowball and hurled it toward the blade. The blade quivered slightly, yet the immense beast remained utterly still. After several tentative throws, Shao Xuan finally confirmed that this once dominant predator of the food chain in the basin was truly dead. Chapter 51. A Touch at the Flamehorn Tribe. Life within the tribe remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever. Early in the morning, Old Ku tossed a piece of meat, still bearing bone, to Caesar, and then sat down with a stone tool to commence his grinding. He appeared unchanged, with a stoic expression and few words. However, those familiar with him could discern that Old Ku had been somewhat distracted of late. The corner of the room revealed a wooden box designated for discarded refuse, filled with failed attempts at grinding and remnants from flaking stones. Such a surplus of waste was uncharacteristic of Old Ku's usual standards. Beside him, Caesar, languid and gnawing on the bone, seemed a touch thinner. This was not due to Old Ku's reluctance to feed him, but rather Caesar's diminished appetite and lack of vitality, rendering him somewhat gaunt. As Caesar slowly chewed, his ears perked up, directing his gaze toward the window. Soon, a figure vaulted in from outside, landing with an outstretched finger to steady himself, performing a somersault in the air as if to evade something on the ground. Gu landed smoothly and surveyed his surroundings. The trap mechanism by the window, which he had previously triggered on his last visit, lay undisturbed, as if nothing had emerged from below. This was peculiar. Gu crouched down, squinting as he meticulously scanned the room, leaving no detail overlooked. Caesar continued to gnaw at his bone, casting a curious glance at Gu, perplexed as to why the newcomer had to roll upon entry. Once he confirmed the absence of further traps and noted that several devices remained untouched since his last encounter, Gu stood up. "Hey, Old Ku, what troubles you of late?" Gu approached Old Ku, producing several pieces of meat and 2 fine stone cores from his leather pouch. "My son is to join the hunt next time. Please assist in crafting some tools." Old Ku remained silent, continuing his work. Yet, Gu was not deterred. He knew Old Ku had heard him. He placed the items aside and, with familiarity, pulled over a stone stool. His gaze fixed on the stone knife Old Ku was refining. Xian and the others should be hunting at the first outpost by now. I wonder what that lad will bring back on his first hunt. Old Ku paused momentarily, yet remained silent, resuming his grinding. Observing old Ku's demeanor, Gu surmised he was indeed preoccupied with worry. Old Ku, without wife or child, had been more temperamental since his injury led him to retire from the hunting team. Children tended to shy away from him, and few who sought to learn stonecraft persevered under his tutelage. Yet, he had taken Xian under his wing, teaching him as if he were his own. It was only natural for an elder to be concerned when a child ventured out for their first hunt. Many in the tribe hunted alongside their offspring, providing mutual support. Entrusting others was not as reassuring as being present oneself. Had old Ku not been injured, he would likely have accompanied Xian on this year's inaugural hunt. Alas, do not fret, Xian is clever and awakened early. I hear he has caught the shaman's eye. He will surely be fine. Just wait for their triumphant return. You did gift him that knife, after all. He assured us there was no cause for concern. Meanwhile, far from the tribe, in the mountains, Xian, deemed reliable by Gu, sighed as he regarded the toothed knife. After confirming the demise of the spiked black wind, he extracted the blade, which had lodged itself firmly within the creature's skull. Based on the traces on the ground and the injuries sustained by the spiked black wind, Xian deduced that the creature had collided with a large rock during its descent, subsequently becoming buried. The fractures in its body likely resulted from that impact, and the blade had penetrated deeper during the fray. One could only say that the spiked black wind had been unfortunate. Had any other member of the tribe, newly awakened this year, accompanied the hunting party instead of Xian, the outcome would have been vastly different. Without Xian, the creature might have successfully avenged itself while still in the cave. Upon extracting the blade, Xian noticed that nearly an inch of its tip had snapped off, several notches marred the edge, and the blade was riddled with scratches. He could only imagine the expression old Ku would wear upon seeing the state of the blade. And Gu, he would likely weep over it, lamenting the knife he had coveted so dearly, now ravaged by Xian's exploits. As Xian contemplated the knife, Mao stood in a daze before the body of the spiked black wind, astonished that such a colossal beast lay lifeless before him. In the tales he had heard, facing a creature of this caliber was far beyond the capabilities of a novice totem warrior unless engaged in a group effort. It was a daunting challenge, especially for one newly awakened, as seasoned warriors would invariably caution, "Children, stand back." Feeling the hardened scales and spines of the spiked black wind, Mao's heart raced. Though he had played a minimal role in this hunt, witnessing such a unique event filled him with excitement. And the once imposing image of the spiked black wind in his mind began to fade. A touch. Just one more touch. Ah, look at those teeth. He should be the first of his generation within the tribe to have touched the teeth of an adult spiked black wind. The thought thrilled him. Thus, when Xian turned to glance back, he found Mao fervently prying open the massive jaws of the spiked black wind, stretching his neck to peer inside. What on earth are you doing? Xian rushed over and kicked Mao aside. Are you not afraid it might still breathe and bite you? You said it was dead, didn't you? Mao dusted off the snow from his clothes, unfazed by Xian's intervention, and continued to stare intently at the spiked black wind. The tribe's people displayed an enthusiasm for such formidable prey that Xian found utterly perplexing. You really believe it? What if you misjudged? Did you not see how I extracted the knife with great trepidation? Do you not see how I keep my distance now? Though Xian was convinced the spiked black wind had perished, the world was rife with inexplicable factors, and the nature of the spiked black wind was still unfamiliar. It was wise to remain cautious. Even a severed snake's head could bite. Just as he finished speaking, both Xian and Mao heard the distant sound of a wooden whistle. Though the sound was faint, its rhythmic pattern indicated that it was produced by their hunting party. Xian's face lit up with joy as he raised his unoccupied hand, forming a whistle with his thumb and forefinger to signal back. The various rhythms of the whistles conveyed different meanings, a language that Xian had learned, essential knowledge for any warrior venturing into the hunt. Observing Xian's gesture, Mao imitated him, but despite his efforts, he could produce no sound, his mouth dry. The approaching figures were Longa and Ong, and upon seeing both Xian and Mao safe, Longa's bloodshot eyes nearly brimmed with tears. However, upon catching sight of the massive body sprawled nearby, the group slipped on the melting snow. The creature that had once instilled both fear and awe now lay inanimate, devoid of life. Chapter 52. The Three Creatures. What is that? Longa tightened his grip on the spear, his trembling fingers pointing toward the distant figure. The others, including Ngu, swallowed hard, while they harbored suspicions. The sheer absurdity of the scenario made it difficult to believe, leading them to question whether they were trapped in a dream. Upon their arrival at the cave, The disarray within had already prepared many for the grim reality of never seeing the two children again. A sleepless night was spent searching, initially spotting some traces, Shao Xuan and the spear's discarded belongings. However, once they ventured into the snowy expanse, finding further signs became nearly impossible, leaving them to rely on chance. By this point, they had ventured beyond their hunting bounds. Earlier, they had encountered another hunting team, and with both teams searching together, the weight of time only deepened their heart's burden. In this wilderness, survival for the young was exceedingly rare, be it humans or ferocious beasts. Now, witnessing Shao Xuan and the spear unharmed filled Longa and the others with joy, a pleasant surprise that surpassed their expectations. Few could escape the jaws of the thorned black wind unscathed. Yet, upon seeing the massive creature lying motionless, it felt surreal. Is it truly dead? With such a gaping wound on its head and a pool of blood, it must be lifeless, right? After cautiously prodding it from a distance with their spears, Longa and his companions grew bolder. With their reactions mirroring that of the spear, they momentarily forgot about Shao Xuan and the spear as they gathered around the thorned black wind, poking and prodding while exclaiming in awe. It truly is the same one. The tail still hasn't fully healed. Such thick skin, look at these spikes. Ouch, I can't break them off. And go, hold my spear. I refuse to believe this. The spikes are incredibly tough. Had my struck the spiked area of its tail last time, it wouldn't have sustained such damage. Look at these claws, they're razor sharp. Standing aside, Shao Xuan watched their reactions with a headache. He had expected an emotional reunion, but in the blink of an eye, he and the spear were cast aside. Fortunately, Longa remembered to inform the others below, rushing down to signal them with a wooden whistle. Initially, they had planned to escort Shao Xuan and the spear down to reunite with the others, but with the thorned black wind now at their disposal, they changed their minds, calling for others to come up. Leaving the creature here would be a waste. Taking it back could potentially boost morale. The competition between the two hunting teams in the tribe was fierce. Each return required boasting about their harvests, and this creature would serve perfectly for that. When Mai and his group arrived, they found Longa examining one of the thorned black wind's massive claws. Much like Longa's group, the newcomers gaped in disbelief before. As Shao Xuan predicted, they rushed over. Are you hurt? Mai approached to assess Shao Xuan and the spear, visibly relieved. You're both well. Shao Xuan moved his limbs, even jumping slightly. Although he had sustained fractures in his ribs and arm the previous night, they weren't severe, and he had recovered significantly, likely due to the power of the totem. Confirming that Shao Xuan and the spear were indeed unharmed allowed the heavy stone in my heart to finally lift. Upon inquiries, Shao Xuan recounted the events of the previous night in brief. The spears supplemented his account, his emotions still heightened, likely due to the relief of reuniting with the larger group, leading him to chatter about his experiences. Shao Xuan refrained from mentioning his ability to see skeletons, merely stating that his night vision was slightly superior to the others, and that luck played a significant role throughout the ordeal. Accompanying Mai were members of another hunting team, who, upon hearing Shao Xuan's tale, remarked, "So that noise from the mountain last night was caused by you." The other hunting team had also heard the thunderous sounds from the mountain, but being somewhat distant. They hadn't worried about being swept away by the avalanche of snow and hadn't thought to investigate, as such an uproar typically meant no survivors. The leader from that group looked enviously at Mai, already foreseeing the stir their team would create upon returning to the tribe. It was impractical to leave the thorned black wind here indefinitely. They needed to process it like any other prey. According to hunting team customs, Shao Xuan, as the hunter, should wield the knife. Yet, he lacked the strength to tackle the creature's thick, armored scales. Even with its belly unarmored, the task was daunting. Thus, under Mai's guidance, he managed a few cuts while Mai took over the butchering. For prey captured collaboratively, the team leader would allocate the internal organs, ensuring everyone received a share. Afterward, the meat would be divided upon returning. However, since the thorned black wind was captured by Shao Xuan and the spear, despite luck playing a large role, it was still deemed their catch, meaning the organs belonged to Shao Xuan, and others would need to negotiate for their portions. Once the organs were extracted, Mai and the others bid farewell to the other hunting team and began dragging the thorned black wind back. Near the mountain's peak, there was a large cave where processed prey was stored, a cold environment prolonging the meat's freshness. Additionally, the more formidable the prey, like the thorned black wind or the four-tusked wild boar, the slower the decay, which explained the warriors' preference for higher-tier game. Consequently, every outpost had 2 caves, one for rest, typically located halfway up the mountain in a more sheltered and warmer area, and another for food storage, commonly situated near the snow-capped summit. After all, the hunting expeditions could last nearly 20 days. After dragging the thorned black wind into the food storage cave, the group proceeded to the resting cave. Mai intended to find a new suitable resting place since the previous one was no longer adequate. Mai and Gu, you finally returned. The 5 individuals who remained at the original cave were elated to see Shao Xuan and the spear safe, yet they had other matters to report. After you left yesterday, I heard the roars of thorned black winds from below during the night, and there were 2 of them. I went to investigate. They were the 2 blocking our path, fighting over territory. I didn't dare get too close, but watched from afar for a while before returning. I pondered for a moment, instructing the others to wait in the cave while he took several mid-level totem warriors down to assess the situation. It was only after Shao Xuan finished a piece of meat and returned to the fire that Mai hurried back, his face alight with joy, calling the team to help. It turned out that the 2 thorned black winds had engaged in a brutal fight for territory. One had been defeated, nearly reduced to a skeleton, while the other had not fared well either, with numerous chunks of flesh torn away and a hind leg nearly bitten off. When Mai and his group arrived, the victorious thorned black wind lay resting in the forest, its injuries too severe to venture far from the waterhole where the battle had occurred, likely intending to recuperate for a couple of days. Unbeknownst to it, Mai and his group seized the opportunity in its weakened state to strike it down. Do you believe that the last one was already contemplating how this would unfold when seeking allies? Longa inquired. Shao Xuan pondered the same. Perhaps the creature had indeed foreseen such a violent outcome. If all goes smoothly, it should be able to eliminate the children within the hunting party and then patiently await the ensuing battle between the 2 factions below as they vie for territorial dominance. Once one side is vanquished and the other weakened, it may return to claim the final spoils. In this manner, not only would it achieve revenge, but it would also eliminate 2 of its kind, thus expanding its territory. The true nature of the situation remains shrouded in mystery, for at present, all 3 have been captured and taken to the hunter's lair on the mountain, where they are hoarding provisions. Chapter 53. Wolves in the forest. A herd of majestic elk grazed along the grassy banks of a stream, while nearby, a few unsettling predators prowled. Several hundred meters away, high in the trees, Shao Xuan concealed himself among the dense branches, peering through the leaves towards the elk. This marked the 5th day of their hunting expedition. Having nearly exhausted the resources at their first campsite, Mai planned to lead the hunting party to their second location. The second site lay across a basin, necessitating a trek through it and over the mountains to reach their destination. With Shao Xuan and his spear in tow, Mai opted against a direct route, choosing instead to traverse the periphery, a longer path, yet one with diminished risks. As they journeyed, the hunting party encountered a large herd of elk and caught sight of a pack of wolves. Mai instructed everyone to remain hidden, allowing Shao Xuan to observe the wolves of the forest. Although Shao Xuan owned a wolf, Mai worried he might not be familiar with true wild wolves, as Caesar had come to be regarded by many warriors as less than a genuine wolf, and Mai wished to avoid any misconceptions in Shao Xuan's mind. In truth, Shao Xuan was well aware of the nature of wild wolves. Otherwise, he would not have regarded Caesar as merely a dog. However, the wolves in this region were far more robust than any Shao Xuan had previously encountered, more muscular, with a greater capacity for infliction. Observing their heads and jaws, it was evident they possessed a formidable bite force, with a diet that included prey several times their size. At present, the wolves were merely loitering nearby, conducting a risk assessment before taking action. They would avoid those with large antlers, like those majestic creatures over there, Mai pointed out. Among the elk, several males sported impressive antlers, while a select few possessed particularly unique antlers that extended backward, almost enveloping their bodies. These elk were exceedingly formidable. Shao Xuan had seen such antlers during tribal rituals, where some individuals bore them. "It is about to begin," whispered Lang Jie from a nearby tree, excitement evident in his voice. In truth, Lang Jie was always exhilarated by the sight of wolves hunting, as their tactics and skills offered much to learn. For herd prey like the elk, the best strategy is to make them run, Mai murmured. Shao Xuan observed as the previously distant wolves gradually spread out, edging closer to the elk herd. A few wolves even attempted to intimidate the nearby elk. As the wolves approached, the elk began to panic, quickly succumbing to chaos under the threat of the pack. They scattered, with some fleeing in different directions. The wolves dispersed, searching among the frantically fleeing elk for suitable prey. The young elk were shielded in the center of the herd, guarded by the stronger individuals. Typically, wolves would not target that direction. The wolves, however, swiftly identified the weak, injured, or elderly elk among those fleeing, and once such a target was spotted, the pack would abandon other pursuits to focus on it. I gestured towards the wolves that had commenced their movement, advising Shao Xuan, thus, even if injured, do not exhibit weakness before them, and be wary of allowing the pack to circle behind you. That would be perilous. Before Shao Xuan could discern which elk were weak or elderly, he witnessed a wolf accelerate towards one elk, with 6 or 7 others joining the chase, more wolves gradually joining the fray. The largest and strongest wolf among them, the alpha, was the first to charge forward during the attack. Unfortunately for the pack, thanks to the assistance of other elk, their quarry managed to escape. Failure will not deter them, Lang Jie asserted confidently. After the thwarted attempt, the wolves quickly regrouped, a stir of agitation rippling through the pack. But it was soon quelled by the alpha's commanding presence. The alpha released a howl, which Shao Xuan felt was meant to rally their spirits. In short order, the wolves launched another assault on the elk. One wolf targeted an elderly elk, prompting the others to join in swiftly. This time, having learned from their prior misstep, they drove the elk into an open area, isolating it from the rest of the herd. The frenzied chase was chilling, even from a distance. The sight of such a coordinated group of predators, their fierce gazes fixed upon their quarry, was perhaps the most terrifying aspect for the prey. The alpha wolf, sprinting at the forefront, lunged at the aging elk, jaws agape, sinking its sharp teeth into the flesh, its larger frame colliding with the prey. Although the elderly elk was several times larger than the alpha, the impact from the wolf's bite and weight caused it to stagger, nearly falling. This was merely the beginning. The other wolves soon surged forward, biting and tearing at the elk, their teeth piercing its skin and sinking into muscle. Surrounded by wolves, the elk gradually slowed, ultimately collapsing. Lifeless on the ground, a solitary wolf may not pose a significant threat, but a pack of such fearsome predators was undeniably dangerous. It was precisely this method of hunting that kept most other predators at bay in this territory. Sometimes, I would rather encounter a creature like the thorny black wind than face that pack, one member of the hunting party remarked. Fortunately, the thorny black wind preferred solitude. Even when temporarily allied, it lacked the same ferocity. The conversation shifted. By the way, I have yet to discover where that pack has concealed their pups, Lang Jie mused, scanning the surroundings. The chance encounter with Caesar had been entirely fortuitous, as he was the only cub found. Many social animals are diligent in protecting their young, such as the elk nearby and the wolves preparing to feast on their catch. However, creatures like the thorny black wind, despite their aggressive adult forms, risk losing their young to other predators if not watched closely. Even without a fay, other hunters, tigers, leopards, or wolf packs, could easily pose a threat. In the wild, the injured and elderly are prime targets, especially the young, I stated. Beneath the waterhole where the thorny black wind had lost its young, countless animal remains, large, small, old, and young, lay scattered. The world of the forest was indeed brutal, rife with slaughter. Grow up quickly, Xiao smiled at Shao Xuan and his spear. With their gear packed, the hunting party continued on towards the second campsite. As they ran and leapt onto a fallen tree trunk, Shao Xuan glanced back at the wolves that had begun their feast. The powerful alpha howled, fiercely defending its dominion over the family as the other wolves voraciously consumed their kill, seemingly desperate to avoid losing their meal. In contrast, what was Caesar doing now? Raised as a dog since childhood? Perhaps leisurely gnawing on a bone. Chapter 54. Insects beneath the mountain in the wilderness. The weak are most vulnerable to attacks. And thus Shao Xuan remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. As a mere adolescent, he was regarded as one of the 2 weakest members of the hunting party in the eyes of both beasts and ferocious creatures. As they traversed the basin, twilight approached, and Shao Xuan had anticipated the presence of a designated cave for rest, given the hunting team's rule against venturing out at night for the sake of safety. However, to his surprise, the cave at the second stronghold was not located on this side of the mountain. The second hunting ground lay on the other side of the mountain, and as Shao Xuan gazed upward, he found the summit obscured from view, rendering the crossing exceedingly arduous. Even with the formidable stamina of the totem warriors, it was unlikely they could traverse it in a single day, especially with nightfall fast approaching. Numerous gleaming eyes in the underbrush near the mountain's base were already fixated on them. Yet, Mai, leading the hunting party, pressed onward, ascending the mountain. Indeed, there was a sizable cave closer to the mountain's midsection, not a natural formation nor a deliberate excavation by the tribe, but rather a tunnel created by some creature. In truth, it served as a passageway. The hunting party utilized this route each time to traverse to the other side of the mountain. The cave's entrance was inscribed with an array of names etched into the stone wall. At the very end, Shao Xuan discerned Mai's name. Each leader of the hunting party inscribed their name upon passing through, leaving behind a record of the tribe's past leaders. When Mai could no longer lead, the newly appointed leader would likewise etch their name upon their arrival. This act was viewed as a symbol of honor. Before entering the cave, the hunting party performed a small ritual to express gratitude to their ancestors who had paved this hunting route. Mai placed his spear at his feet, knelt on one knee, palms inward, and intertwined his hands before his forehead, bowing in reverence to the wall adorned with names. To the ancestors, hail! Shao Xuan followed suit, mirroring the reverent gesture of his fellow hunters. It was said that every hunting route taken by these parties had once been traversed by their ancestors. Long ago, when the tribe was short-handed, there had been no division into multiple hunting parties. They alternated routes on each hunt. As the population grew, several small teams were formed, with each hunting route established by ancestors now assigned to a specific team. The rationale for adhering to these routes was to mitigate unforeseen dangers. Knowledge of the beasts that inhabited each path, the number of ferocious creatures, and the geographical landscape was gleaned from the experiences passed down through generations of hunters. Deviating too far from these established routes could lead to perilous encounters, resulting in greater losses. Of course, while the hunting routes provided a broad guideline, there was room for flexibility. For instance, Mai's hunting party's route involved crossing the mountain where the first stronghold was located, traversing the basin, and ultimately reaching the other side of the mountain. Those within the tribe who aspired to forge new paths, aside from decisions made collaboratively by the shaman and the leader, were met with skepticism. The idea of creating a new hunting route was deemed absurd. Could anyone surpass the ancestors? Absolutely not. Such routes were not easily established. Any doubt cast upon the wisdom of the ancestors was met with fierce indignation. The tribe's unwavering devotion to the legacies of their ancestors was palpable. Even when some decisions appeared ill-suited through Shao Xuan's perspective, the tribe held an almost reverential trust in their ancestors, to the extent that even if the ancestors emerged from the earth to declare that the sky held but a single moon, the tribe would nod in agreement without hesitation. This unwavering belief was a product of generations of indoctrination by the shamans, passed down from one to the next. Each generation of hunting leaders felt compelled to traverse the paths once walked by their forebears, believing it essential to honor their memory and the routes they had forged. The names inscribed on the cave's entrance reflected a shared sentiment among those leaders. Upon entering the cave, they ignited a fire but did not venture further inside. Consistent with tradition, they would spend the night at the entrance before proceeding at dawn, as the passage through the cave required time due to its non-linear nature. As they rested near the fire, Shao Xuan inquired of Lang Jie regarding the origins of the cave that led to the other side of the mountain. When the ancestors discovered this place, the cave already existed. It is said that beneath this mountain dwells a stoneworm king, and the winding paths within the mountain were excavated by it, Lang Jie explained. Stoneworm? Shao Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. The nearly circular tunnel towered at least 10 meters high, and according to Mai and the others, the mountain housed numerous passages leading both underground and upward. It was unfathomable that such extensive tunnels could have been crafted by a mere stone worm. What size must it be? It was incomparable to the bait-sized worms they used. However, this tale likely stemmed from the earliest ancestors who had opened the hunting routes. The existence of the stone worm remained unverified. So, did any of the ancestors ever witness this stone worm beneath the mountain? Shao Xuan asked. Considering the years that had elapsed since the initial hunting party established the route, even if the tribe's hunting teams did not linger long, surely someone must have seen it. Not at all, Lang Jie replied, sensing Shao Xuan's lingering skepticism. However, listen closely. Sounds emanating from within the cave surely indicate the presence of the stone worm king. Shao Xuan listened intently and indeed discerned faint rustling sounds, though it was uncertain if they were produced by the stone worm. Given the numerous tunnels within the mountain, wind could easily circulate through one opening and exit through another, creating such noises. Despite his lingering doubts, it was clear that Lang Jie, steadfast in his beliefs, would not yield to inquiry. Deciding against further debate, Shao Xuan shifted his question. What lies beyond the mountain? How does it differ from this side? As anticipated, Langa's attention was swiftly redirected. Different? The most significant difference is that on the other side, there are immense birds. He extended his arms to illustrate, and though his reach was limited, the exaggerated expression on his face indicated the truth of his words. These birds must indeed be remarkably large. Upon reflection, Shao Xuan realized that since entering the forest, sightings of large raptors had been scarce, while many appeared sizable to him. Langa's description suggested even larger and more formidable birds resided on the opposite side of the mountain. The feathers adorning the warriors during the tribe's snow festival rituals were likely sourced from hunts conducted there. Chapter 55. Such misfortune after a restful night. The hunting party prepared their gear early the next morning and began their passage through the cave. Shao Xuan had slept soundly and was not troubled by any terrifying dreams. Everyone must stay close, especially Xian and Miao. This is your first time, so pay extra attention. If you stray too far, you may never find your way back. Ma stated solemnly. His words were not meant to frighten, but rather to convey a harsh reality. Even the earliest ancestors who charted this hunting route had paid a heavy price before finally uncovering the correct path. Within this vast labyrinth, countless souls had entered, never to return. Rest assured, we will be cautious, Shao Xuan replied, and Miao nodded in agreement. Within the hunting party, he was always obedient and understood the importance of heeding the advice of the seasoned warriors. As they ventured deeper, the darkness enveloped them, with members of the hunting team intermittently wielding torches. Gradually distancing themselves from the cave's entrance, the flickering flames provided just enough light to illuminate the path beneath their feet. As Mai had warned Shao Xuan, the deeper they traversed, the more they discovered the intricate web of passages that crisscrossed this subterranean realm. Occasionally, a turn would reveal 2 or 3 openings, yet the hunting party continued along a singular route. Despite the numerous paths that connected to the outside world, those unfamiliar with the cave would quickly become disoriented, potentially circling back to their starting point. Perhaps due to the abundance of paths leading to the outside, the cave did not feel suffocating. Rather, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, accompanied by rhythmic sounds reminiscent of some large creatures breathing. No aggressive beings had yet made an appearance within the cave, though it was rumored that insects and spiders thrived in its depths. The tunnels were not only winding but also varied in elevation, with some sections sloping downward and others requiring a steep ascent. It was imperative to remain close to the group, as those most familiar with the layout were primarily the seasoned warriors. Younger members like Lang Jie often struggled to navigate such a convoluted route. While some had considered marking the cave walls, every attempt had proven futile, as the markings vanished upon subsequent passages. Various incidents led the hunting party to believe that, as their ancestors had surmised, a stone bug king resided within these mountains, though no one had ever laid eyes on it. Consequently, later hunting parties ceased marking the walls and endeavored to maintain silence while traversing the cave, fearful of awakening the colossal creature that dwelled within. In the tribe, stone bugs appeared harmless, yet the stone bug king was an entirely different matter, hence its royal designation. Similar to their previous journey, Shao Xuan and Miao walked in the middle of the formation, ensuring their protection. Utilizing his unique abilities, Shao Xuan surveyed the cave, occasionally spotting some larger insects. However, these creatures posed no threat, and the hunting party refrained from provoking them, aware that they might attract a swarm. Moreover, they desired to avoid creating excessive noise, for a single misstep could awaken the towering beast of the mountain, heralding disaster. If the cave had been a straight path, they would have emerged within a brief time. Yet, the hunting party spent nearly half a day navigating the mountain before Mai finally announced, "We're close to the exit." After rounding a corner, they encountered 2 openings, one of which led outside, but both were currently obstructed by spiders. These were eyeless spiders, likely evolved from living in perpetual darkness, resulting in their sightless state. Their bodies were relatively small, but their long legs stretched out to cover the entrance like a shroud. Mai and 2 other warriors at the front brandished their torches and spears, silently intimidating the spiders blocking the way. The spiders sensed the heat of the flames and retreated as the torches flickered. Only 2 eyeless spiders guarded the passage to the outside, while the other entrance was more heavily populated. The movement of the torches caused the spiders on both sides to stir, waving their pincers menacingly at the torchbearers as if issuing a warning. "Forget them. Let us move." Mai had driven away the spiders blocking the path and urged the trailing members to follow swiftly. Based on his experience, he knew that eyeless spiders rarely engaged in fights. Their prey consisted of other insects inhabiting the cave. Thus, as long as they remained cautious and did not provoke the creatures, they could navigate past them unharmed. However, misfortune struck at that moment. Shao Xuan, nestled in the center of the group, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck and became alert. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the waving pincers of the eyeless spiders, but it was not them. Shao Xuan abruptly looked up, only to see a black whip-like appendage strike down with lightning speed. He barely managed to raise his knife in defense before being ensnared and pulled upwards. This entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Most of the hunting party was preoccupied with the eyeless spiders, unaware of the lurking danger above, which was evidently not an eyeless spider. Those who noticed were a moment too late to intervene. A Xian. A Xian has been taken. Why is there a hole above us? It wasn't he there last time. What was that just now? At this juncture, the group had no time to retreat. They forcefully fended off the encroaching eyeless spiders, wounding a few in their haste. Yet, Shao Xuan had been yanked upward, making it difficult for Mai to pursue. He instructed the others to deal with the nearby spiders while he climbed the cave wall in pursuit. Before long, Mai returned, his expression grave. The creature that had taken Shao Xuan moved too swiftly. By the time Mai caught up, it had vanished without a trace, and he could no longer hear Shao Xuan's calls. Furthermore, the ascent revealed several forks in the path, leading up, down, or straight ahead. After several fruitless attempts, Mai had no choice but to return empty-handed. Within the mountain, the creatures that had dwelled in darkness for countless years possessed a far greater familiarity with the cave than the hunting party ever could. Worrying for the safety of the others, Mai decided to return, for he was the leader of the hunting party and bore the responsibility for over 30 lives. In frustration, he struck the cave wall and rejoined his comrades to confront the ever-increasing swarm of eyeless spiders. The situation grew increasingly dire, and the hunting party could only rush through the opening. As they were now close to the cave's exit, the eyeless spiders were unlikely to pursue them outside, as they shunned the light. Losses within the hunting party were a frequent occurrence. This time it was Shao Xuan, and in the future, others would surely follow. Yet, younger members like Lang Jie were less rational and still wished to search for him, only to be pulled away by others. Many seasoned warriors had long grown accustomed to such farewells. Numerous hunting warriors lamented, "How unfortunate for a Xian. It's his first hunt, and he has already faced such calamity." Before long, the hunting party spotted a glimmer of light, and the eyeless spiders pursuing them halted in their tracks. Meanwhile, Shao Xuan was enduring his own ordeal. The creature that had seized him was a smaller insect native to the cave, its power and speed rivaling that of the eyeless spiders. Shao Xuan found himself ensnared by the creature's long antennae, which terminated in serrated hooks. Had he not reacted swiftly, using his stone knife to deflect the jagged edges, he might have been injured as he was captured. The serrated ends scraped against the stone knife, producing a chilling sound. Struggling fiercely, Shao Xuan managed to loosen his grip slightly, but he could not break free. As he rounded a corner, he collided painfully with the rocky wall, nearly expelling the food he had consumed that morning. After enduring the pain and loosening his grip, Shao Xuan drew forth the jagged knife, its tip broken, and struck fiercely at the antenna before him. With a sharp crack, the antenna that had ensnared Shao Xuan was severed. The creature, now deprived of one of its appendages, writhed in agony, leaping about in distress. Shao Xuan, having been flung aside, tumbled into a nearby passage, which inclined downward. He had no time to steady himself before he began to slide down the slope. Uncertain of how far he had descended, when he finally managed to regain his footing, dizziness enveloped him. Having collided with the walls several times and being dragged along the way, his entire body ached. After catching his breath, Shao Xuan contemplated retracing his steps, aware that lingering here posed increasing peril. Just as he prepared to ascend the steep incline, he was startled by a rhythmic sound emanating from a passage behind him, reminiscent of wind gusting through, yet distinctly patterned. Chapter 56. The Stone Worm King. At first, there was only a faint, indistinct humming sound, easily mistaken for the echoes of previous passages. However, the sound soon grew clearer. Shao Xuan recalled the tale that Lang Jie had shared about a Stone Worm King residing in this mountain. Initially skeptical, he considered that so many hunting teams had traversed these lands without ever encountering the legendary creature, and the ancestral accounts were mere conjecture. While some of the sounds in the passage were indeed the wind flowing through the cave, Shao Xuan could now ascertain that this was no mere breeze. The humming was drawing nearer. With his body tense, he carefully shifted his legs and began to ascend the steep slope. The walls of this cavern were slicker than those of the path the hunting team had taken, making it more challenging to climb. He dared not use his stone knife, fearing that the noise might alert the stone worm king below. Mai and the others had advised maintaining silence within the cave for good reason. The humming grew alarmingly close, moving at a speed far quicker than Shao Xuan had anticipated, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The cave was damp, the air thick with a scent reminiscent of lime, which intensified as the humidity increased. Shao Xuan could feel tiny droplets clinging to the walls, making the surface even more treacherous, and he slipped several times before managing to steady himself. Climbing was becoming impossible. His hands, in contact with the slick wall, could feel the treacherous liquid coating the surface. It was already difficult to maintain his grip, and a momentary lapse could send him sliding down the slope. The transformation of the cave wall was inexplicable. Just moments ago, it had been manageable, despite being slightly more slippery and steep than the previous path. It was well within Shao Xuan's capabilities to scale it. Yet, how had it changed so dramatically in such a short span? At this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for the rhythmic humming resonated ominously below. The area where he had fallen earlier was relatively flat, but a few steps further would reveal a descent into the depths of the cave. Shao Xuan could only see a small segment of the path below him, and he had no way of knowing if there were other routes further down. What if the Stoneworm King was indeed approaching? How would he respond if it came towards him? He gripped the wall tightly, his fingertips nearly digging into the rock, but the hardness of the stone thwarted his efforts. Perhaps he could leverage the power of his totem to gain more purchase, yet he hesitated, aware that higher-level beasts are often sensitive to such energies. Mai and the others had refrained from using their totems while traversing the cave. Maintaining his position on the wall, Shao Xuan felt the tension coursing through his body, his limbs stiffening, beads of moisture pooling on his face. Whether sweat or condensation, he could not tell. The cave was not stifling. In fact, it felt increasingly chilly, though he could not discern whether this was a sensation of his own making or a genuine drop in temperature. The lime-like odor grew more pronounced. Casting his gaze upward, he observed a shift in his surroundings. The droplets appeared pale, contrasting with the gray stone walls, but soon the white began to envelop the gray, spreading rapidly upwards. This indicated that the walls above were undergoing the same transformation as the one where Shao Xuan clung. The humming grew ever closer, accompanied by a slithering sound, as if some creature were writhing. Shao Xuan pressed himself against the wall, cautiously regulating his breath and heartbeat, striving to diminish his presence, as though merging with the cave itself. Even if Lang Jie and the others stood nearby, they likely would not discern his presence. Listening intently to the sounds from below, Shao Xuan pondered the necessity of being prepared to fight if the creature approached. If he could not secure a grip on the wall, he would resort to his knife. If one blade proved inadequate, he would add a spearhead. Surely that would enable him to ascend. Though he had been dragged by the unknown creature, his gear remained intact. If the noise did alert the beast, survival took precedence. In addition to the humming, there was a heartbeat-like thumping sound. Thud, thud, thud. Although the noise was not loud, it resonated within him like a heavy hammer, reverberating through his chest. The quiet cave seemed to tremble in sync with the rhythm. Pressure mounted, a palpable aura pressing down upon him, akin to layers of dark clouds converging ominously. Shao Xuan felt his breath grow labored. Without the aid of his totem's power, he sensed his physical capabilities were lacking. As he braced for the approaching sounds, ready to summon his totem as strength and escape upwards, the ominous humming and thunderous thumping gradually receded. It appeared that other passages lay below, and fortunately, the Stoneworm King was not advancing in his direction. As the sounds faded into the distance, Shao Xuan's muscles relaxed. The effort required to endure that brief encounter had drained nearly all his strength. Doing nothing, merely clinging to the wall, had left him more fatigued than when facing the thorned black wind. Consequently, as he lost his grip, he slid down the wall and returned to the spot from which he had fallen. He could hear the rapid thumping of his heart, akin to a small drum, echoing within his chest, gradually calming after a moment. Sensing something, he turned to gaze at the wall he had just clung to. In his unique vision, the wall, once covered in white, was now losing its hue, the whiteness retracting as if drawn back towards the depths of the cave. The air as humidity returned to its previous state, no longer so damp, and the pungent lime scent dissipated. Feeling a slight itch on his face, Shao Xuan raised a hand to scratch, brushing away a layer of powdery debris resembling rock fragments. His palms now bore a hard crust, and as he moved them, he felt stones loosen and fall. An idea struck him, and he began to climb upwards. Without the slippery liquid, the ascent became markedly simpler. Upon examination, he noticed that the impressions he had left on the wall during his climb had entirely vanished, as if he had never ascended that path at all. It was no wonder that the hunting teams marked the cave. Those marks disappeared upon subsequent visits, a phenomenon akin to what he had just experienced. The cave had reverted to its original state, as if no creature had ever traversed its depths. Rather than descend, Shao Xuan chose to continue upwards, seeking a way back to the path taken by the hunting team. After considerable effort, he reached a point where he could survey his surroundings, only to find himself bewildered. This was the very spot where he had severed the tentacle of the creature that had dragged him, yet now there were no signs of the severed appendage. No other insects, nor the presence of the eyeless spiders. There were no traces of struggle or drag marks. Everything within the cave appeared restored. Before him lay 3 identical passageways, devoid of any signs of prior activity, leaving him at a loss. Which tunnel had he been pulled through? Reflecting on the incident, he realized he could not recall, nor could he discern which path he should take. Taking a deep breath, Shao Xuan clenched his fists tightly and silently cursed, "Damn it." Chapter 57. An intuitive choice outside the cavern. Mai, Lang Jie, and the others waited. According to the hunting party's custom, if someone met with misfortune inside, the rest would remain at the entrance for a day before resuming the hunt. Losses were an annual occurrence, but the hunt had to continue, regardless of who was missing. Xian should be all right, shouldn't he? Lang Jie paced anxiously before the cave's mouth. He yearned to venture in search of him, but the unknown nature of the cavern deterred him. He couldn't even recall the passages leading to the mountain's flanks, and his familiarity with the cave's network was far inferior to that of the seasoned warriors like Mai. Even they were at a loss, leaving him utterly helpless. Indeed, Xian possesses exceptional fortune, Ong affirmed. He even vanquished the thorned black wind. Perhaps he can extricate himself from within. The others echoed their sentiments, offering reassurance. However, the older warriors harbored a different perspective. Their extensive experience had exposed them to numerous accounts, whether firsthand or through tales. The conditions within this mountain are far more treacherous than the thorned black wind, one remarked. Slaying the beast was a matter of luck, coupled with its diminished combat prowess in the frigid environment. This cave, however, is an entirely different matter. When the ancestors pioneered this hunting route, countless lives were lost in the process, another added. Xian is but a novice hunter, having awakened his totem power only recently. In terms of strength, he can scarcely rival anyone in the hunting party. While verbally comforting Lang Jie and the others, the veteran warriors privately lamented the youth's misfortune. Having narrowly escaped the thorned black wind, he now faced an unforeseen peril within the cave, rendering any search futile. Life was a cycle of arrivals and departures, a matter of fortune and misfortune, an inescapable fate that even the ancestors couldn't evade. What could Xian possibly do? Since the route's inception, no one lost within the cave had ever emerged. It was a pity to lose such a promising prospect, one who had been envisioned treading the path of glory. Alas, he was now lost in this place. Mai's spirits were understandably low, given the party's loss, especially since the missing individual was someone he held in high regard. Knowing that no one had ever returned after being lost within the cave, Mai sat in silence, consumed by regret. He should have exercised greater caution. Had he detected the additional opening above sooner, or not been so engrossed with the eyeless spider, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Meanwhile, at the crossroads within the cavern, Shao Xuan found himself in a quandary. 3 paths lay before him, only one of which he had been dragged through. The other 2 potentially led to other parts of the mountain, and a single misstep could condemn him to permanent confinement. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell his agitation. Recalling a lesson imparted by the shaman on the night of his awakening, he remembered that the power of the totem fire could guide one toward the most auspicious direction, just as the ancestors had used flames to illuminate the darkness of night. Intuition. The intuition granted by the power of the totem fire. Shao Xuan channeled the totem power within him, causing the flames enveloping the totem's twin horns in his mind to surge in height. He stared intently at the 3 openings before him. After a moment, Shao Xuan strode toward the middle passage. The cave was now eerily silent, devoid of eyeless spiders and other insects. Shao Xuan continued along the passage, but soon. Damn it! Intuition, where are you? The power of the totem fire, supposed to guide me in the right direction, is nothing but a sham. That old charlatan of a shaman. Had he not feared alerting the Stoneworm King, Shao Xuan would have unleashed a thunderous tirade. He was now certain that he was not on the path he had been dragged through earlier. Even if he couldn't recall which passage he had emerged from at the crossroads, he could remember the number of times he had been struck. Each turn while being dragged by the worm had resulted in a collision with the cave wall. However, the number of turns he had encountered thus far exceeded the number of collisions he had endured. Moreover, he felt no sense of familiarity whatsoever. So, intuition had failed him? Leaning against the cave wall, Shao Xuan scratched his head. Why was he so unlucky? He had done nothing wrong in the tribe, even assisting the frail children in the cave. Why did misfortune constantly befall him? Could it be? Shao Xuan recalled the wind and snow festival's ritual, where he had been preoccupied with his physical changes instead of praying. During the pre-hunt ceremony, he had failed to sing the hunting song with the other warriors, offering only a nonchalant pretense. Was this retribution? So, the totem and fire that the shaman constantly spoke of, meant to protect the tribe, offered him no protection? Nonsense. If they were truly protective, the ancestors Lang Jie spoke of wouldn't have perished here. As he pondered, Shao Xuan's countenance grew cold, and a deep, chilling glint appeared in his eyes. Shao Xuan, who had been leaning against the cave wall, suddenly leaped up. At the very instant of Shao Xuan's leap, a whip-like shadow lashed against the cave wall where he had been standing. Screech, the serrated edge of the tentacle scraped against the cave wall, producing a piercing sound. It was the worm, the very creature that had dragged him here. To be caught once was a lesson, but to be caught by the same trick twice would be sheer stupidity. In Shao Xuan's vision, the worm was composed of delicate skeletal structures that appeared fragile, but were in fact remarkably sturdy. These slender bones not only supported the worm, but also enabled it to move with astonishing speed, almost silently, within the cave. In addition to the delicate skeletal structure, the worm possessed a protective layer of hard shell on its back. However, compared to the thorn-black wind's armor-like spines, this worm was far weaker. Its advantage lay solely in its surprise attacks and opportunistic scavenging. In a true confrontation, it was not invincible. Within the stone worm king's domain, the king might permit smaller creatures to dwell and recuperate, but any species posing a threat would be swiftly eliminated. Clearly, Shao Xuan was not the only one harboring resentment. The worm, too, bore a grudge, enraged that Shao Xuan had severed one of its tentacles. Having missed its target, the worm seethed with fury, exuding an aura of violence. It rose up on its hind legs, maintaining its balance with its two pairs of feet. The foremost pair of limbs, resembling scythes, brandished chilling blades as they lunged relentlessly at the leaping Shao Xuan. After leaping, Shao Xuan forcefully stomped his foot against the cave ceiling, causing it to crack instantly. Using the ceiling as leverage, Shao Xuan abruptly spun in midair, advancing rather than retreating, and charged toward the worm with his blade in hand. Here, the worm held the advantage of terrain. Shao Xuan might not be able to outrun it. Since both harbored resentment, revenge should be swift. Furthermore, given the worm's modus operandi, it had to be dealt with decisively and quickly. The distance between man and worm had been nearly 10 meters, roughly the length of the worm's tentacles. However, Shao Xuan's charge instantly closed the gap. The semi-erect worm continued to brandish its forelimbs, almost completely obstructing the passage's cross-section. The resulting gusts of wind felt like scraping blades, causing Shao Xuan's face to sting. His tooth blade deflected one of the oncoming forelimbs, and the explosive impact numbed Shao Xuan's entire arm. Undeterred, he nimbly flipped over the blade-like limbs, reaching the worm's rear. Shao Xuan planted his right foot against the cave wall, using the momentum to target the juncture between the worm's carapace and head. There, it was unprotected by the carapace or the shield-like shell on its head. With lightning speed, he struck at its elongated neck. As Shao Xuan delved deeper, the creature began to sense something amiss. However, it was too late for defense. Its elongated antennae were still extended, and its forelimbs could not reach behind. In a flurry, it retracted its antennae, attempting to ensnare Shao Xuan, who had ventured further back. Yet it was still a moment too slow. The tooth blade, though lacking a sharp tip, remained formidable. Crafted by Lao Ku himself, even with some nicks on the edge, it was sufficient to sever the creature's neck. With a swift thrust, the blade descended, penetrating the softest part of the creature's neck. Though the blade's length was limited, it managed to slice through half, enough to incapacitate it, rendering its previously vibrant antennae limp and powerless. Seizing the moment, Shao Xuan withdrew the blade and struck again, nearly decapitating the creature entirely. The once vigorous thrashing of its forelimbs ceased, and the retracted antennae fell feebly to the ground. The half-upright body of the creature finally collapsed, Gasping for breath, Shao Xuan flexed his still numb arms and approached, severing the remaining long antenna, which he held in his grasp. After resting for a brief moment, he resolved to depart. The presence of the creature's corpse might attract others lurking within the cave, necessitating an immediate exit. Positioning himself sideways in the tunnel, he contemplated his options, to continue onward or to retreat. Should he press forward or return to that previous fork in the path? Perhaps retracing his steps would lead him back to the route taken by the hunting party. Yet, there loomed the risk of making another erroneous choice, potentially encountering insurmountable foes. Time was of the essence. Shao Xuan needed to decide swiftly. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he turned left. This choice was not based on the instinct ignited by the firebrand. Rather, he had nearly blocked the vision of the fiery double horns in his mind, while the egg-shaped light enveloping the totem grew increasingly radiant. Nonetheless, this path remained his selection. Opening his eyes, Shao Xuan gripped the antenna and advanced further. Chapter 58. The skeleton in the cave unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the presence of the stoneworm king. Shao Xuan had thus far only encountered the very creature that had dragged him here, while encountering no other beings. Perhaps the awakening of the king worm had sent the blind spiders and other insects scurrying back to their lairs. As for the worm that Shao Xuan had recently dispatched, it likely sought vengeance and had followed him, burdened with its own determination. If that were the case, should he retrace his steps and take a different path at the fork? He dismissed the thought with a shake of his head, opting instead to continue guided by instinct. The mountain was indeed peculiar and enigmatic. Shao Xuan wrapped the antenna he had severed from the worm around his arm. Apart from the serrated hook at the tip, the rest of the antenna was remarkably soft, causing him no discomfort as it coiled about him. He found himself increasingly disoriented. For despite having spent considerable time within the mountain's depths, his once reliable sense of direction had become utterly ineffective, a most curious phenomenon. In his previous life, while navigating mazes, he could recall every twist and turn with clarity, effortlessly finding his way even as others became bewildered. Even when returning from hunting routes, he could retrace his steps with precision. Yet now, he felt utterly lost. The mountain was riddled with numerous passages, home to various creatures beyond the stoneworm king, including the blind spiders and the worm he had slain, merely two among a multitude. Logically, one would expect to find evidence of life within the cave, but alas, no signs remained. There were no scratch marks, no remnants, no webs or exoskeletons, nothing to suggest that life had ever thrived here. It was as though all traces vanished after the hunting party marked their paths within the caverns. If the power of totems could genuinely guide the lost to the right path, how could the ancestors have become so disoriented? Trusting his instincts, Shao Xuan pressed onward, attentively assessing each fork he encountered, employing his unique abilities to discern which path to take. He fervently hoped his intuition would not fail him, for should it lead him astray, he would meet a fate akin to those ancestors who had vanished while forging hunting trails, never to return. In comparison to the instinctual guidance bestowed by the firebrand, Shao Xuan found his special abilities to be even more acute. He sensed he was descending deeper, likely having moved well past the mountainside and nearing the base. Nevertheless, he persisted, propelled by the strength of that instinct. As he continued, he stumbled upon small insects the size of fists, appearing as grayish-white blobs in his field of vision, their outlines vaguely discernible. When some of these insects approached, he wielded the antenna whip to drive them away. They seemed to recoil in fear from the whip's presence. Shao Xuan surmised that these small creatures might be the usual prey for the long-antennaed worm, evident from their panicked demeanor. The whip he wielded, along with the dagger, bore the scent of the antenna worm. The cave walls teemed with these fist-sized insects, and Shao Xuan could distinctly hear the soft, rhythmic clicking of their movements. Yet, as he traversed the area, the insects parted before him. Had he not vanquished that antenna worm, would he now be facing considerable trouble? Though small, their sheer numbers could prove overwhelming. What had begun as a quest for vengeance against the antenna worm had unexpectedly yielded such discoveries. The unusual sensations intensified. What had once been a gentle breeze subtly shifting the direction of the wind now surged forth as a gust, unequivocally urging him onward. This path, though seemingly not the way out of the mountain, was nonetheless compelling, as both the totemic power and his unique abilities beckoned him in that direction. What could it be? A treasure? Despite the clarity of the direction, Shao Xuan maintained his pace, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Fortunately, apart from the small insects, no other creatures were in sight. He drew closer, gripping his knife a little tighter. A sense of trepidation washed over him. After traversing the cave for so long, he could feel a faint stirring of air, yet the deeper he went, the more he sensed an absence of path ahead. Continuing forward, the small insects gradually disappeared from the cave walls. An eerie silence enveloped the space, and as the sounds of the insects faded away, an oppressive stillness prevailed. The air itself felt stagnant, devoid of movement. Ahead, there appeared to be a glimmer of light. Shao Xuan halted in his tracks. Light? In his ordinary vision, darkness reigned. Only through the lens of his special abilities could he perceive the luminous point amidst the shadow. Pressing on toward the light, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. It was a feeling he could not articulate, reminiscent of an ancient essence, one imbued with desolation and endless sorrow. The light grew more radiant, enveloping a small area like a protective dome. As Shao Xuan approached, a startling realization dawned upon him. Within the dome, four skeletal figures were revealed, at least as far as his vision could discern. At the center knelt an individual, flanked by three others. All four skeletons knelt in the same reverent posture, employing the highest tribute customary in tribal rituals, kneeling upon both knees, hands crossed at the forehead, bowing in unison toward the same direction. Surrounding them were spears and stone blades embedded in the earth, their hues deep and rich, particularly the spear beside the central figure, which approached an almost obsidian black, indicative of superior craftsmanship and quality stone. This suggested that these individuals had been formidable warriors in life, especially the one at the center, who undoubtedly held a significant status within the tribe. Despite his disorientation, Shao Xuan felt an undeniable pull toward the direction they faced, which he instinctively recognized as that of the tribe. His gaze swept over the four skeletons and their accompanying tools before lingering on the central figure. Adorning its chest was a bone ornament, crafted from an unknown creature's remains, which gleamed brighter than the bones of the other three. Having acquired such special abilities, Shao Xuan had learned that the colors of totem warrior bones varied by rank. The bones of novice warriors were a dull white, those of intermediate warriors were white, and the more esteemed, such as the tribe's leader Ao, were bright white. Presently, all four skeletons exhibited bright white bones, varying in intensity. Yet the central figure shone the brightest. Nevertheless, even this brilliance paled in comparison to that of the bone ornament. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated Shao Xuan's attention was a spherical object upon the ornament. Unlike bone, it resembled a light bulb, illuminating the surrounding area. This was the very light he had observed. Switching his perspective, he retracted his special abilities and viewed the scene with ordinary eyes. It remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination. However, when he returned to his enhanced vision, the sphere continued to radiate its brilliance, casting a warm glow around the area. Upon further observation, Shao Xuan noted that the central skeleton remained intact, while the three surrounding ones exhibited a stark contrast. Their bones that made contact with the ground had partially sunk into the stony surface of the cave, and the deeper they were towards the edge of the luminous shield, the more they were engulfed. Within the confines of this radiant barrier, scattered stone tools were visible, crafted from fine materials, albeit some had become embedded in the earth, revealing only a portion of their forms. Beyond the illumination of the shield, Shao Xuan found no trace of any tools or skeletons. This mountain seemed to consume life. Not merely humans, but also other entities, such as the insect that Shao Xuan had previously severed. If left unconsumed by other creatures, even the remnants of that insect might succumb to the mountain's insatiable hunger, gradually being devoured. The mountain had already claimed many, including lost souls, deceased insects, and abandoned artifacts. Apart from the caverns, nothing else remained. Yet now, within the luminous sphere, both the individuals and the stone tools, despite having endured for centuries, were preserved through the protective embrace of the glowing orb. Chapter 59. Emergence from the mountain. The figure at the center is undoubtedly an ancestor of the tribe, likely one of the earliest pioneers who blazed the hunting trails. Their prowess is formidable, possibly even surpassing that of the leader Ao, though no mention has been made of this by Longa and the others. The other three figures may also belong to that early cohort or could have been lost while traversing this mountain path later on. Shao Xuan remains uncertain. Regardless, upon witnessing these four skeletal remains, a sense of turmoil arises within him. Is the direction indicated by the totem, this so-called intuition, pointing to this very place? Is this not a betrayal of the tribe's people by their ancestors? The individual at the very center was likely the first to arrive here and succumb, while the other three might have perished alongside him or sought him out later. Could it be that those who went astray, like himself, followed the instinct bestowed by the totem to this location, only to kneel here and await death? No, it shouldn't be so. Perhaps these individuals, fully aware they could not escape, or having attempted to do so numerous times, ultimately returned to this spot, remaining within the protective circle. Even after centuries, their remains have not been consumed by the mountain. Contemplating the fact that even the most seasoned warriors of yore could not flee this place weighs heavily on Shao Xuan's heart. As he takes a step forward, entering the radiant sphere's boundary, a wave of warmth envelopes him, alleviating some of his unease. Yet, it is but a fleeting comfort. Reaching out to the nearest individual, he finds the form desiccated, reminiscent of a mummified corpse. Despite the passage of time since life departed, he can still sense the latent strength within this body. There is no unpleasant odor, perhaps assimilated by the cave's stony aroma. As he touches the two others kneeling in the periphery, he finds them equally lifeless. However, upon encountering the central figure, he discovers this body is merely somewhat shriveled, preserved far better than the three kneeling around it. Thus, it must be the sphere's influence. The light emanating from the sphere not only prevents the objects within from being consumed by the mountain, but also safeguards the remains, even deterring other cave-dwelling creatures from feasting upon them. This is a treasure of the tribe. The possessor of such an artifact must hold a significant status. Yet, now is not the time for such thoughts. What should he do? Must he also become the fifth corpse kneeling here? Shao Xuan sinks to the ground, vexation coursing through him. To the totem, how cruel you are. Do the tribe's people know of this? In the midst of his inward lament, he suddenly feels the totemic flames in his mind surge. Startled, he swiftly calms his thoughts, channeling the totemic power within him. This time, it seems to convey another form of intuition, a sense that he could find a way out. This notion flashes through his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He paces in place, harnessing a different energy within him to stimulate this so-called intuition. He can escape. Yes, he can. Perhaps he could trust the totem once more? Reluctantly accepting this belief, Shao Xuan steps outward. Yet, with each step taken, the flames in his mind begin to swirl ominously, growing more turbulent with each advance. Unlike the flames that danced during his hunting endeavors, these flames seem to express anger. Halting, he glances back at the four skeletal remains kneeling within the luminous sphere. Did they truly harbor no resentment at their demise? After all, they ultimately perished here, trapped. For the tribe's people, whenever faced with dilemmas, they seek guidance from the spirits of their ancestors, the power of the totem, and the essence of fire, imploring for enlightenment and direction. Yet, neither the ancestors, the totem, nor the fire could aid them in escaping the cave's dark confines. However, observing the four skeletal forms, he notes their devotion in kneeling, devoid of any grievance, performing the most reverent ritual, bowing towards the direction of the tribe. Taking a step back, the totemic flames cease their tumult, becoming tranquil. Moving away, they begin to swirl once more. Retreating again, they regain their calm. Some matters elude Shao Xuan's understanding, after all. He is unlike the natives here. Yet, the deeper he delves, the more he realizes that this world is rife with enigmatic forces that compel belief. He gazes at the devoutly kneeling skeletons, pondering if they are, in fact, waiting for someone to return them home. Alas, it has been centuries, and they remain here, still kneeling. With a deep sigh, Shao Xuan contemplates before kneeling on one knee, his palms crossed before his forehead, offering a salute to the four skeletal remains, a tribute to the ancestors of the tribe. Approaching, he retrieves his stone knife and begins to excavate the portions of the remains that have been consumed by the stone. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but to his surprise, he is able to unearth them, and the skeletal structure appears remarkably intact. One by one, he extracts the remains and the stone tools that had been engulfed. He places the tools into a leather pouch, tying the larger implements together with a leather cord he possesses. He intends to carry them away, for these materials are of excellent quality and should not be left behind. As for the four skeletal bodies, rather, the four mummified forms, he binds them together using the long tendril. My apologies, he murmurs softly. Once secured, he hoists them onto his back. They weigh heavily. To think that the ancestors of the tribe have become mummified, their weight is hardly less than that of stone. Carrying the four mummified figures while securing the stone tools, Shao Xuan feels akin to a moving luminous sphere. Since this sphere can keep the cave's creatures at bay, It may also shield him from the insects. As he navigates through the swarms of small insects, they disperse hastily, as if repelled by something distasteful, requiring no effort from Shao Xuan to wield his tendril whip. Trusting his instincts, he continues onward. This time, the direction indicated by his intuition diverges from before. Additionally, he feels he is not ascending the mountainside, but traversing a different tunnel altogether. He encounters no further obstructions from creatures, and the few eyeless spiders he comes across retreat upon his approach. It begs the question, with such a treasure, how could the ancestors have failed to escape? Perhaps they too were lost? Unable to combat the stone worm king directly, they succumb to their fate within the mountain. Shao Xuan pauses to rest twice along the way, consuming some dried meat to replenish his energy before pressing on. Time eludes him. It could have been hours, perhaps even days. The environment confounds him, making precise calculations impossible. All he can do is follow his intuition. Finally, he catches a whiff of the forest's essence. After an extended stay amidst the stony aroma, this fresh air fills him with uncontainable joy. There is a breeze. The wind is blowing from ahead, quickening his pace. He shifts his gaze and spots a glimmer of light in the distance. It is the light filtering in from outside. He has emerged from the mountain. Indeed, he has escaped. Yet, if the power of the totem can truly guide one's path, why then did the ancestors of the tribe remain trapped within the mountain, kneeling in reverence towards their tribe until their last breath? Not only the ancestors, but even the current hunting team of the tribe cannot traverse the mountain's depths without absolute familiarity with the routes. Shao Xuan finds no answers, save for the singular notion that perhaps his unique abilities set him apart from the others. The hunting party lingered near the cavern entrance until the afternoon of the following day. Although their departure was initially scheduled for midday, Mai and Lang Jie, among others, advocated for a further delay, prompting the group to maintain their vigil. By this point, hope had largely dwindled for Lang Jie and his companions. Yet a sense of reluctance persisted. "We must depart now, or we risk falling behind," a warrior, of similar age to Mai, remarked, observing the sky. Their provisions were limited, with the majority of their initial hunt stored at the primary encampment. Only a modest amount of sustenance had been brought for the journey to the subsequent site, and some warriors' animal hide pouches were now empty. According to the hunting party's customs, no one would abandon the vigil for a missing comrade, even if their food had run out. This served as a poignant memorial, a tribute to their fallen ally. Though reason suggested the lost individual would not return, a glimmer of hope remained. Leaving the cavern entrance would signify the end of the vigil, the conclusion of the mourning period, and the resumption of the hunt. The nature of their endeavor would shift, and they would not return to the entrance unless they were returning from a hunt. In the eyes of some, their watch had already been sufficiently long. Shao Xuan held no significant status within the tribe, and devoting several days to mourning him seemed unwarranted. They needed to resume their hunting expeditiously. Mai, noting the sun's descent, summoned the group to prepare for departure. Before leaving, they bowed their heads slightly, touching their foreheads with a single hand. A simple ritual performed each time a hunting party member went missing. "Let us go," Mai declared after the ceremony, leading the group away from the cavern entrance, intending to reach their secondary encampment on the other side of the mountain. Shao Xuan, bearing the ancestral remains on his back and wielding stone tools, cautiously approached the entrance. Despite the prolonged darkness, the sudden brightness did not disorient him. The sounds of birds and insects outside filled him with elation. The cavern entrance was narrow, considerably more so than the openings along the mountainside. It might have once been as large as the others, but over time, falling rocks had obstructed much of it, and vines now shrouded the opening. The mountain's surface resembled any other, with no apparent peculiarities. Only deep within its core did it differ. Thus, the surface teemed with flora, fauna, and insects. The names of past hunting party leaders, etched on the cavern walls near the entrance, remained untouched. At the entrance, Shao Xuan listened intently, peering through the gaps in the vines. Finding no immediate threats, he carefully parted the vines and stepped outside. He had to be mindful of the ancestral remains on his back, lest they collide with the rocks. Given their condition, such an impact could cause them to crumble. Basking in the gentle sunlight, Shao Xuan felt as though he had been reborn. Had circumstances permitted, he would have roared in exultation. Having grown accustomed to the sight of skeletons, he had not found them particularly unsettling. However, turning to behold the 4 desiccated corpses, Shao Xuan steeled himself, muttering, "It's all right. They are our ancestors, the tribe's forebears. Even in their shriveled, withered, and faded state, they remain valiant and noble." he did not immediately discard the remains. The treasure was still there, and Shao Xuan intended to seek the ancestors' protection until he could reunite with the hunting party. Shao Xuan was uncertain of his exact location, but observing the mountain and the distant figures soaring in the sky, he surmised that he was still on the same mountain, albeit on its opposite side, near the base. He could not simply wander aimlessly. Unfamiliar with the area and unable to fend off the fierce beasts, he also had to avoid being snatched by the large birds overhead. His only recourse was to attempt to contact the hunting party. He glanced down at his animal hide clothing, now coated in a layer of grayish-white stone powder. As were his hands, he rubbed his hands together, dislodging the powder. He initially considered wiping his hands with leaves from a nearby vine, but hesitated, unsure of its toxicity. After wiping his hands, Shao Xuan curved his fingers and placed them in his mouth, emitting a series of whistles with a specific rhythm. Shouting was out of the question, as it would attract unwanted attention. Instead, he resorted to the hunting party's time-tested method. As he whistled, Shao Xuan resolved to craft a deer whistle upon his return. For future hunts, the hunting party, en route to their secondary encampment, paused. Mai and his wife, along with several intermediate totem warriors, possessed keener hearing than the novice warriors. They could clearly discern the faint sound, while the latter could only detect a vague murmur. Mai, Xiao exclaimed, tugging at Mai's sleeve. That's. Mai gestured for her to remain calm, straining to listen. The sound was distant, yet he could identify it as the hunting party's signal. Moreover, only Shao Xuan seemed capable of producing such a whistle. However, they had just left the cavern entrance, and the signal originated from the base of the mountain, not from the direction of the entrance. Wait here, Mai instructed before darting down the mountain, his figure disappearing into the undergrowth. Could it truly be Shao Xuan? Lang Jie wondered, his voice filled with surprise. Though he had not heard it clearly, he had heard a similar sound before finding the two children during the thorny black wind incident. Impossible, a warrior interjected. Even our ancestors could not escape. How could Shao Xuan? He did not wish for Shao Xuan to remain lost, but his reverence for their ancestors made him doubt Shao Xuan's capabilities. But the sound is the same as when we searched for him last time. Ong exclaimed. The thought that Shao Xuan might still be alive stirred Lang Ga's emotions. Others shared his sentiment, eager for answers. Let's go and see. Yes, let's go. As long as we stay within the mountain, we shouldn't encounter any large beasts. We can always go to the cavern later. I want to go too. Ordinarily, the hunting party members were disciplined and obedient, following their leader's instructions without question. However, this situation was different. Since the hunting route had been established, almost no one who had gone missing had ever emerged alive. Even the ancestors had failed to do so. After conferring, the intermediate totem warriors unanimously decided to follow Mai. Thus, after Mai rushed toward the sound, the rest of the hunting party followed in his wake. Mai followed the sound until he spotted a figure covered in grayish-white dust. At first, Mai paid little attention to the object on Shao Xuan's back or the stone tools at his feet. He was simply overwhelmed with relief. Despite being coated in stone powder, Shao Xuan was still recognizable as a child. Shao Xuan, you're really all right. The rest of the hunting party arrived, recognizing Shao Xuan. Lang Jie hurried forward, preparing to embrace Shao Xuan in celebration of his miraculous escape. But upon seeing the object on Shao Xuan's back, he stammered, Shao Xuan, what are you carrying? All eyes turned to Shao Xuan's back. This, Shao Xuan said, turning to allow everyone a better view of his burden, is our ancestor. Shao Xuan had underestimated the weight of the word ancestor in the hearts of the tribe members. Upon hearing the word, the hunting party seemed to freeze, standing motionless with reddened eyes, rapid and heavy breathing, twitching facial muscles, and trembling bodies. The group that had been normal just moments before was now behaving erratically. Wait. Don and Apos, T get agitated. Let and Apos, S talk calmly. Chapter 61. No regrets in death. How could one remain composed? How could one speak slowly? Words eluded them. It was the ancestors. Their very ancestors. No one doubted Shao Xuan's words. They all understood that the only people who existed in this place were the members of the Yanjiao tribe. And those lost in the cave were either elders or even more ancient ancestors, with the latter being far more probable. The mere thought that the ancestors were on Shao Xuan's back filled everyone with an intense emotion. They revered their totems and held their ancestors in high regard. To them, the totem required no elaboration, and the term ancestor shimmered with sanctity. The hunting team, trembling and stuttering, finally moved. Initially, they approached Shao Xuan with small steps. Typically nimble and agile during hunts, Now each small step seemed to require every ounce of strength they possessed. Gradually, their pace quickened, yet they still moved cautiously, as if larger strides might disturb the ancestors. As more than 30 hunting warriors approached him, Shao Xuan suddenly felt an urge to turn and flee. The expressions on their faces were too frenzied, causing his heart to race. When they were merely 3 steps away from him, the leader, Mai, along with the hunting team, knelt on one knee and performed a solemn salute, honoring the ancestors with a profound reverence, though they knelt on one knee rather than both. Making it less formal than a full prostration before the totem, the sound of their knees striking the ground made Shao Xuan wince. After all, these warriors were significantly older than him and held a higher status within the tribe, yet they were now kneeling before him. Shao Xuan thought to himself, "Goodness, will this shorten my lifespan?" He felt as though a cacophony of Caesars was wailing within him. Consequently, he instinctively shifted to the side. "Do not move," Mai and the others exclaimed almost in unison, halting Shao Xuan's movement. Stiffening in place, Shao Xuan was at a loss for what to do. He stood frozen for a while, feeling as though the 4 ancestors on his back weighed 1,000 pounds, causing him to sweat profusely. Once the hunting team settled into their kneeling position, Shao Xuan observed them trembling as they carefully and reverently removed the 4 ancestors from his back. Realizing that he had bound the ancestors with those detestable insect tentacles seemed disrespectful. As he sat nearby, the disapproving gazes of the others scrutinized him repeatedly, but his thick skin allowed him to feign ignorance. He would not be foolish enough to explain himself to these fervent individuals, especially since they were caught in such an extreme emotional state where rational discourse was futile. However, not wishing to remain the target of their intense scrutiny, Shao Xuan redirected their attention by recounting the events that transpired within the cave. Initially, the group had been curious about how he had emerged from the cave, but their focus had shifted entirely to the ancestors. Now, they listened intently as he spoke. Shao Xuan refrained from revealing his true cards, merely stating that after dispatching the insect, he encountered the stone insect king, though he had not seen it with his own eyes. He only sensed the changes around him. Guided by the shaman's instructions and following the totem's lead, he found the ancestors. While he omitted mentioning the mysterious light shield he had seen, he speculated that the bone ornament worn by the ancestor possessed a unique power that could protect them. Upon hearing his conjecture, the others reflected on their own experiences, realizing that proximity to that ancestor brought them comfort, affirming that he was indeed an ancestor. Despite the bone ornament being a treasure, not one among the hunting team desired to claim it for themselves, showcasing the merits of their fervor. They would not forsake kinship for personal gain. Thus, they carefully gathered the 4 ancestors once more, listening with tears streaming down their faces as Shao Xuan recounted the scene of discovering the ancestors. They felt as though they were witnessing the desolate tableau, perceiving that the ancestors had been concerned for the tribe even in their final moments. Having been trapped in the cave for centuries while striving to carve out hunting routes, their hearts ached for the ancestors. Young warriors like Lang Jie were on the verge of tears, wishing to weep openly. Previously, they had not realized how emotionally rich their tribe was. Shao Xuan exerted considerable effort to maintain his composure, suppressing the urge to grimace. While he had known the tribe's devotion to heroes and leaders, he now understood that in comparison to the ancestors, those sentiments paled. The 4 ancestors had been deceased for countless years and maintained their kneeling posture. Hence the hunting team was careful not to face the ancestors directly while transporting them. They endeavored to ensure that the ancestors faced the direction of their tribe. These were merely 4 corpses, yet 30 warriors, usually fierce and unyielding against wild beasts, were now drenched in sweat, deliberating over every small gesture with utmost caution. As Shao Xuan had anticipated, although the 4 ancestors were desiccated and unrecognizable, their visages shone with a sacred light in the hearts of the hunting team. Once they had transported the ancestors to the cave at the second stronghold, a journey that typically took just a short while now extended to nearly 2 hours due to their reverence. After placing the ancestors in the cave with appropriate orientation, the team knelt once more, even calling out to the ancestors in their dreams. Given the gravity of the situation, their desire to return home grew stronger. They longed to bring the ancestors back to the tribe, as surely the ancestors awaited this day. However, the hunting rules were established, and no one dared to deviate from them, for these rules were bequeathed by the ancestors themselves. According to their hunting plan, they still needed to hunt for another 10 days before returning, at which point they would regroup and return to the tribe. Yet, while the great rules remained unchanged, Minor ones were flexible, and this was within Mai's discretion. Originally, their hunting range would have expanded, venturing further afield. But now he instructed everyone to hunt near the second stronghold, ensuring that someone remained to guard the cave. Given the recent encounter with the thorned black wind, they worried that other ferocious beasts might intrude and disrupt the ancestors' remains. Though large predators were rarely seen in these mountains, caution was warranted against smaller threats and unforeseen events. The team unanimously agreed to Mai's suggestion, taking turns to guard the cave. Days passed, and the hunting life proved perilous. Under the guidance of the tribe's elders, Shao Xuan also managed to secure a bountiful catch, sufficient to sustain him for 20 to 30 days. With 5 days remaining until the gathering day, Mai decided it was time to head back. With the ancestors in tow, they needed to be more cautious, extending their journey. Thus, to ensure timely reunification with other hunting teams, they had to set out earlier. This time, as they traversed through the cave, they encountered no delays, and every member remained accounted for. The hunting party felled exquisite timber to construct a seemingly simple palanquin, which, in Shao Xuan's eyes, was a modest creation. With this, they bore their ancestors back home. They were acutely aware that upon returning to the tribe after this hunt, their catch would likely be the least among the hunting squads. Yet they remained unfazed. After all, the first outpost still boasted 3 thorny black winds. Moreover, and perhaps most significantly, they had discovered 4 ancestors, a source of immense pride for them. To safeguard their ancestors and escort them back to the tribe was perhaps the greatest honor of their lives. To die without regret. Chapter 62. Return in the early morning. The tribe awakened from its usual tranquility, gradually coming to life in a serene and peaceful manner. Greg, yawning, stepped outside, intending to observe the children by the river catching fish, feeling rather bored. As he strolled, stretching lazily, he suddenly heard a commotion and turned his gaze in that direction. It was the sound emanating from those stationed near the Glory Road. Calculating the time, it seemed the hunting party should be returning soon. Another hunting group had been preparing recently. Following the gaze of a few individuals, Greg noticed 2 warriors hastily carrying someone up the mountain along the Glory Road. The person being carried appeared to have lost consciousness, and the urgency in the warrior's steps suggested the injuries might be severe, perhaps even life-threatening. The individual being carried was an adult warrior, not a child, which offered Greg a slight sense of relief. As the days drew closer to the hunting party and Apos' return, Old Cliff had been in a state of anxiety, likely having gone days without proper rest. Even if Old Cliff maintained his stern demeanor, others could discern his poor mental state from his expressionless face. Is it really necessary to be this worried? Greg scoffed lightly. Given that someone had already returned with a severely injured party member, it was likely the hunting team would arrive either that afternoon or the following day. Initially intending to inform Old Cliff of this development, Greg ultimately decided to wait a bit longer to see if any more injured individuals or unusual occurrences might arise. Many others shared Greg's thoughts, and those with nothing to do resolved to remain there throughout the day. Before long, Greg and the others in the lower mountain area heard a cacophony of noise coming from the mountain. They looked up to see several figures racing down, and to their astonishment, one of them was a shaman. Typically, when the hunting party returned, the shaman would await them at the peak of the Glory Road, ready to welcome the returning warriors. However, now the shaman appeared to be descending in haste, flanked by 2 warriors who seemed concerned for the shaman's safety, as if fearing a misstep could lead to a fall. It was evident that, had the shaman not been elderly and somewhat frail, they would likely have sprinted down the mountain. As the shaman passed before them on the Glory Road, Greg and the others could clearly see the expression etched on the shaman's face. The usually calm and composed shaman now appeared anxious, almost on the verge of tears. What on earth had transpired? Such was the collective thought of everyone who witnessed this scene from the mountain to the valley below. Whatever had occurred must be significant, otherwise, the shaman would not display such distress. The thought of a potential calamity left the crowd feeling uneasy. Greg hurried towards Old Cliff. The severely sleep-deprived Old Cliff had dark circles under his eyes and had spent the past few mornings absent-mindedly crafting stone tools in his dwelling. He understood that in his current state, he would not produce satisfactory tools, yet he sought any task to occupy his mind. Otherwise, he might succumb to the temptation of waiting by the Glory Road or lingering around the tribe's outskirts. Anxiety gnawed at him. Caesar lay languidly nearby, his fur dull and lifeless, reclining with a bone in his mouth, lazily gnawing at it. Suddenly, Caesar perked up, ears twitching as he glanced towards the window. "Old Cliff," Greg's voice called from outside, laced with urgency. Old Cliff, startled by the commotion, gripped his tools too tightly, accidentally breaking one of the already thin stone implements. In the next moment, Greg climbed through the window. Aware that Old Cliff was not in the mood to set traps, Greg had grown bolder, no longer needing to be cautious as he entered. "What is happening?" Old Cliff managed to ask, his voice a rarity in its concern. "I don't know, but something is definitely wrong." Greg recounted what he had just witnessed. Even with his extensive hunting experience, Old Cliff could not decipher the meaning behind the shaman's behavior. He abandoned his stone crafting, taking up his staff and stepping outside. Caesar, sensing the urgency, followed Old Cliff out. When Old Cliff and Greg arrived beside the Glory Road, a crowd had already gathered, with many others reportedly heading towards the tribe's outskirts. The shaman's earlier display had left everyone feeling deeply unsettled, yet they were unable to ascertain the cause of the turmoil. Soon, individuals returned, leading the shaman, who now appeared not merely anxious but was openly weeping. Upon reaching the entrance to the Glory Road, the shaman stood, gazing towards the returning hunting party. Those who had ventured to the tribe's periphery to gather information mirrored the shaman's emotion, their eyes reddened with excitement as they returned to the crowd, sharing snippets of information amidst hushed inquiries. "What? Ancestors?" shouted a boisterous individual, unable to contain himself. Before he could finish, another nearby silenced him with a swift blow. "Keep it down." With the cause of the shaman's agitation now revealed, the crowd's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a surging excitement. Like others, the tribe members were momentarily stunned until someone announced that the hunting party had arrived. The long procession of hunters, though numbering only around 200, appeared particularly grand with their gathered spoils. However, the tribe's attention was not on the game, but rather on the wooden palanquin at the front. The palanquin had been dismantled upon returning, allowing everyone a clear view of the four figures kneeling within. Logically, these four ancestors had been discovered by Shao Xuan, and he would usually take the lead in carrying them from the Glory Road to the sacrificial grounds. However, Shao Xuan was still a child, and carrying the ancestors required robust and sturdy warriors. In contrast, Shao Xuan was simply too small at this time. The hunters felt a twinge of pity for Shao Xuan, but in truth, he did not mind. Carrying the palanquin required not only strength, but also careful navigation. Regardless of the path taken, the bearers had to ensure that the ancestors remained facing the tribe, requiring them to adjust their stance at times, walking straight, at an angle, or even changing direction altogether, all while maintaining an air of solemnity. "Welcome back, ancestors," the shaman proclaimed, raising an arm high before kneeling in reverence, prompting the rest of the tribe to join in the act of worship. Shao Xuan struggled under the weight of the game he carried, cringing at the sound of knees hitting the ground around him. After kneeling, the shaman stood guard beside the palanquin, for as the tribe's shaman, it was only fitting to watch over the ancestors' return. The shaman accompanied the palanquin up the mountain, while the others remained kneeling until it passed, at which point they slowly raised their heads to gaze at the hunting party trailing behind the palanquin. The hunting party was about 10 meters away from the palanquin, and as usual, they returned displaying their catches proudly. Compared to past returns, my hunting party had notably fewer spoils, yet in the tribe's eyes, they were the most accomplished hunters for having brought back the ancestors. Shao Xuan carried a substantial load, holding onto a rope that was tethered to Thornblack Wind, a formidable creature. Despite the burden, he was grateful for the assistance of the spearmen and the warriors of the hunting party. "Wow, what is that?" someone gasped from below the Glory Road. The menacing black spines, resembling an armored hide, remained fearsome even in death. It was Thornblack Wind, and there were 3 of them. Good heavens, it's simply unbelievable. The shock was tempered, however, by the news of the ancestors' return, overshadowing the astonishment brought by the beasts. They were informed that my hunting party had discovered the ancestors, but the specifics remained unknown. Mao felt somewhat embarrassed, for he had not contributed significantly to the hunt for the thorny black wind. Before the hunt, he had entertained thoughts of outshining Shao Xuan, only to find himself of little use at a critical moment. Shao Xuan observed Lao Ku and Gu standing at the periphery of the crowd, along with Caesar, who seemed eager to wag his tail in delight. He smiled slightly in their direction, contemplating how to broach the subject of the tooth knife with Lao Ku upon their return. Chapter 63. The knife washing ceremony. As the hunting party traversed the path of glory, they placed their quarry aside, A ritual remained to be performed before the hunt could be deemed complete. The shaman instructed the attendants to place a wooden sedan chair within the fire pit, where a solitary flickering flame resided amidst the surrounding emptiness. The 4 warriors who bore the sedan into the fire pit found their legs trembling, not from fear or anxiety, but from overwhelming excitement. In their eyes, this was an immense honor, a tale to be recounted to their descendants. After carefully placing the sedan chair into the fire pit, the 4 warriors withdrew, allowing the shaman to step forward and kneel in reverence. Shao Xuan was uncertain of the identities of the ancestors represented, yet he surmised, based on the shaman's demeanor, that the most significant among them was the one adorned with bone ornaments, for the shaman was particularly cautious in his homage. Once the prayers were concluded, the shaman exited the fire pit to conduct the knife-washing ceremony for the returning warriors. The shaman directed the attendants to bring forth a large, elongated stone trough filled with a grayish-white liquid, which emanated a refreshing scent reminiscent of forest flora. The exact concoction remaining a mystery, the leaders of each hunting team would take their members to cleanse their weapons. The purpose of the knife-washing ceremony was to dispel the malevolent energies accumulated during the hunt, to wash away the bloodlust and chaos that may have clung to the warriors, and to soothe those still enveloped in the throes of violence. Despite its name, the ceremony involved cleansing not only knives but also other tools utilized in the hunt, such as stone spears and axes. Naturally, the first to participate were the chief and the vanguard, followed by the various hunting teams. When Shao Xuan surrendered the stone tools retrieved alongside the ancestors during the gathering of the hunting party, he recognized that, although the materials were of exquisite quality, he could not conceal them for personal use in such a small tribe, where many eyes were ever watchful. It was wiser to relinquish them. Knowing that the shaman and the chief would reward him for his contributions, he would not suffer from the lack of good materials. Having slain the thorny black wind and discovered the ancestors, Shao Xuan had undoubtedly proven to be the greatest benefactor of this hunting expedition. Consequently, when it was his turn to wash his knife, the shaman had deliberately arranged for him to occupy the central position at the trough, a place traditionally reserved for the most accomplished members of the hunting party, directly facing the shaman. Usually, it was the leader of a team who stood there. But this time it was Shao Xuan, with no objections from others like Mai. The shaman's expression was notably benevolent as he regarded Shao Xuan. The young man's remarkable performance and the ancestor's awe-inspiring presence had captured the attention of the entire hunting party as he exited. While they had been preoccupied during the chaotic gathering in the forest, their return offered them the opportunity to observe Shao Xuan closely, including the chief and other leaders. Once the teams had gathered by the stone trough, the shaman raised his hand, signaling the warriors to begin the cleansing ritual. Having observed the previous participants, Shao Xuan understood the procedure. He removed his spearheads and stone knives, each one cradled in both hands as he placed them into the trough. After ensuring he had accounted for all his weapons, he suddenly recalled another, the tooth knife gifted by Lao Ku, along with a broken fragment of its tip. Among those who had been watching him closely, many recognized the tooth knife from the earth armor, even if they were unaware of its previous owner. They were familiar with the material, as several elite warriors in the tribe possessed similar knives inherited from their forebears. How could such a fine tooth knife be reduced to this state? How could a mere child possess such strength? What in the world had he done? Some warriors gaped at the broken tip in Shao Xuan's hands, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even the shaman's amiable expression faltered momentarily as he recalled the boy's calm facade during the hunt. Truly a remarkable child. Shao Xuan, sensing the scrutiny around him, paid it no mind and, with both hands, submerged the knife in the grayish liquid. The blade bore the red blood of the thorny black wind and the brown fluid from a creature he had slain in the cave. Despite his attempts to cleanse it with water during the hunt, he had been unable to remove all traces. However, once the shaman completed his incantation and instructed them to retrieve their knives, Shao Xuan was astonished to find that all blemishes had vanished, leaving the stone tools pristine as they had been before the hunt. With the knife-washing ceremony concluded, the warriors felt an exhilarating lightness, as though their spirits had been cleansed. To accommodate Shao Xuan's small stature and the considerable weight of his bounty, the shaman allowed him to return first, promising to send someone to deliver his quarry later. Relieved of the burden of carrying his spoils, Shao Xuan felt no concern over the possibility of someone pilfering his catch. After Shao Xuan departed, Kiki cautiously nudged the chief of the hunting party, casting a glance at Shao Xuan's departing figure before turning back to the chief. The chief, with a serious countenance, subtly nodded. With the chief's approval, Keek's face broke into a broad smile, disregarding the hunt as spoils as he called upon Tua to assist in hauling the game back. While he sprinted in the direction Shao Xuan had taken, the chief, lost in thought, glanced up to meet the gaze of his father, the leader, and immediately donned a conciliatory smile, shedding his earlier seriousness. The leader furrowed his brow, questioning what schemes his son might be concocting. A fleeting glance at the spear beside him led him to ponder whether it was related to the weapon, for he was aware of the rivalry between the spear and Shao Xuan. However, that was merely a healthy competition among peers, and according to tradition, the elders should not interfere. Moreover, given Shao Xuan's significant contributions to the tribe, he must not be subjected to bullying. Just as the leader prepared to admonish his son, the shaman approached him with a matter concerning the ancestors. Recognizing the importance of this discussion, the leader could not afford to delay. He shot a warning glare at his son, cautioning him against any mischievous intentions before following the shaman away. Unfazed by his father's reprimand, the chief of the hunting party continued to ponder his thoughts. Meanwhile, Shao Xuan descended the mountain empty-handed, consciously avoiding the path of glory and the more populated routes, opting instead for a less traveled path. At this hour, families busied themselves indoors, welcoming the returning warriors and processing the game, so Shao Xuan encountered only a handful of people as he passed. As he contemplated how to explain the knife incident to Lao Ku, he paused momentarily, a glint flashing in his eyes. Without looking back at the approaching fist, he tilted his neck and, using his feet to propel himself, deftly evaded the attack. Yet, the assailant, undeterred by the miss, pressed the attack, launching a barrage of punches with remarkable speed, almost immediately closing in on Shao Xuan after each dodge. Shao Xuan found it impossible to evade completely. He raised his arms to shield himself from the incoming blows, yet the force of the strikes pushed him backward. Each step he retreated caused the stones beneath his feet to crack with a resounding thud, reminiscent of distant thunder before a storm. The assailant remained relentless, advancing with each of Shao Xuan's steps back, delivering a flurry of punches that left no time for him to escape. As the dust kicked up from the ground began to settle, it was immediately dispersed by the fierce winds of the punches. The adversary towered over Shao Xuan, both in stature and strength, and the relentless barrage of strikes threatened to overwhelm him. Blood surged within Shao Xuan's chest, and he finally heard the ominous sound of bones fracturing in his arm. Following that sound, he was sent hurtling backward, landing with a thud and stumbling to regain his footing, just barely managing to suppress the blood that threatened to spill from his mouth. In that moment, the assailants ceased their assault. As both parties regained their composure, the totemic patterns adorning their skin slowly faded. Once steadied, Shao Xuan gasped for breath. Unconcerned about his fractured bone, such an injury was trivial. His focus remained fixed on the person before him, Kiki. Despite Kiki's lack of intent to kill, having just completed the knife-washing ceremony, the aura of bloodshed lingered in his every movement, a remnant of their prolonged hunt. Well, observing Shao Xuan withstand so many blows without faltering, displaying no signs of pain, and seemingly indifferent to his broken arm, greatly satisfied Kiki. However, just as he expressed his approval, Kiki was abruptly kicked away. The one who delivered the kick was Tua, sent by the chief to assess the situation. Upon arrival, Tua was greeted by the sight of Kiki having broken a child's arm. "What on earth are you doing, Kiki? The chief asked you to test the waters. And this is how you do it? As an adult warrior, you possess far greater strength than that child. Is this not sheer bullying? Are you trying to prove your prowess? Do you feel no shame? If Wu and the leader find out, we will surely face dire consequences," Tua thought, seething with anger, as he went over to stomp Kiki back to the ground just as he was attempting to rise. What a lack of restraint. After trampling Kiki, Tua turned around with a forced smile, striving to convey goodwill, though his intentions were not malicious. Shao Xuan glanced at his arm, which had just made a cracking sound, and then met Tuo's gaze with a blank expression, silently communicating, "Look, my bone is broken, and you say there was no malice?" Tua cursed Kiki countless times in his mind, yet maintained an apologetic smile, rummaging through his leather pouch to retrieve a bundle of herbal medicine wrapped in leaves, which he offered to Shao Xuan. "This medicine is quite effective. A few days of consumption will heal your arm." Shao Xuan continued to stare impassively at Tua, his unwavering gaze rendering Tuo's smile stiff. Only when Shao Xuan lowered his head to examine his own leather pouch did Tua grasp the implication. He realized he had been neglectful, as it was Kiki who had broken the arm. What was the point of offering a mere medicine pouch? Placing the medicine package into Shao Xuan's leather pouch, Tuo once again offered an apologetic smile, acknowledging his own foolishness, hoping for forgiveness among comrades. However, Shao Xuan remained unyielding in his scrutiny. Unable to bear the weight of Shao Xuan's gaze any longer, Tuo approached Kiki, grasped his foot, and hurriedly dragged him away. Shao Xuan watched the retreating figures of the two, pondering their true intentions. Chapter 64. The position of the totem mark after descending the mountain. Shao Xuan did not return directly to his dwelling, but instead made his way to Old Ku's place. Caesar had long been lying at the entrance, and upon spotting Shao Xuan, he immediately sprang up and bounded over, whimpering like a dog, nearly wagging his tail in excitement. "Ah, Xuan, you're back." Gu poked his head through the window, lifting the grass curtain to greet Shao Xuan. "Uncle Gu," Shao Xuan said, maneuvering his injured arm away from Caesar's enthusiastic approach as he stepped inside. Within the room, Old Ku sat on a stone stool, polishing a stone tool. Upon seeing Shao Xuan enter, a rare smile graced his face. "It's good to have you back. What happened to your arm?" Old Ku's keen eyes swiftly caught sight of Shao Xuan's injury. Earlier, when he watched the hunting team return along the glory path, Shao Xuan had been carrying and dragging things without showing any signs of injury. How could he return with an injured arm after merely participating in the knife-washing ceremony? Old Ku's smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. "Let me take a look," he said, and Gu, who had not noticed the injury earlier, moved closer to examine it. "It's nothing. It will be fine in a few days." Noticing Old Ku's probing demeanor, Shao Xuan recounted his encounter with Ku and Tuo on his descent. After hearing this, Old Ku pondered for a moment before asking Shao Xuan to show him his arm. Did Tuo give you those herbs?" He took out the packet of herbs from Shao Xuan's beast skin pouch, scrutinizing several types of herbs within. "These are all excellent remedies." As he spoke, Old Ku handed the packet to Gu, who had been craning his neck to see. "Take this and boil it." Gu did not say much, accepting the packet and bringing it close to his nose to sniff, unable to identify the scent. He had never used such herbs before. Their aroma was entirely different from the ones he was accustomed to. Old Ku inquired about the hunting expedition, and Shao Xuan provided a brief account. Though he omitted many details, both Old Ku and Gu listened with rapt attention, finding the tale thrilling. They had not anticipated that Shao Xuan's first hunting experience would involve such perilous encounters. His survival could only be attributed to the blessings of their ancestors. Speaking of which, that earth armor tooth blade played a significant role. Gu rubbed his hands together, grinning at Shao Xuan, silently urging him to reveal the blade for a closer look. Shao Xuan stammered. "What? You lost the blade?" Ji's heart sank as he glanced at the object hanging from Shao Xuan's waist, which indeed was the sheath of the earth armor tooth blade. "Not at all. It's just..." Shao Xuan sheepishly drew the blade from its sheath. The cleansed earth armor tooth blade appeared even more pristine than when Old Ku had first gifted it to Shao Xuan. The distinct break at the tip of the blade was immediately noticeable. Ji's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he trembled, taking the blade into his hands with a pained heart. Shao Xuan glanced at Old Ku, only to find that Old Ku did not share Ji's sorrow for the blade. Instead, he appeared quite pleased. After seizing the knife from Ji's grasp to inspect the marks closely, Old Ku chuckled with delight. "Do not worry. We can reshape it into a smaller knife for the next hunt." With that, Old Ku placed the blade on a nearby shelf, resolving to dedicate the coming days solely to refining this knife. The blade was indeed significantly worn, with numerous chips. Yet Old Ku felt joy as these marks were a testament to Shao Xuan's successful hunt against formidable beasts. Conversely, had Shao Xuan returned with a lightly worn, intact knife, Old Ku would have felt a tinge of disappointment, even if he would not voice it. After sending Gu, who was still lamenting over the blade, away, Old Ku instructed Shao Xuan to take the medicine once it was prepared. Upon consuming a bowl of the concoction, Shao Xuan felt a comforting warmth flow throughout his body, especially soothing his injured arm, alleviating much of the pain. He could distinctly feel the fractured bones gradually mending. That is a special blend prepared by the shaman. Due to the rarity of some of these herbs, they are reserved for only a select few, and it is not feasible to provide each member of the hunting team with a packet, Old Ku explained. Given this, it was remarkable that Tuo had so readily given Shao Xuan a packet of herbs. Old Ku found it puzzling. Although Shao Xuan's injury was inflicted by Ku, such wounds were not typically considered severe among the tribe. Those with robust constitutions often recovered without the need for herbal remedies within a few days. Xian and Tuo are not well acquainted. If they had been in the same hunting team, it would be understandable for Tuo to share the herbs. But in the same team? Old Ku shook his head. Shao Xuan had only recently awakened and had participated in only one hunt. He could scarcely be deemed more than a promising new warrior. It was unlikely he would be immediately selected, as entry into such a hunting team required the nod of the chief and several sufficiently esteemed warriors. Unable to fathom it further, Old Ku chose to set aside the matter for now. Though I have lost a leg, I can help you settle this score. Await the next opportunity to witness Ku's misfortune. No need. Shao Xuan smiled. I can handle it myself. Very well. Then I shall refrain from intervening. Old Ku was even more satisfied. Xian, summon forth your totemic power. Soon, the totem marks emerged vividly on Shao Xuan's face and arm. Old Ku's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon the totem marks on Shao Xuan's arm. Crack! In Old Ku's hand, the cane he had used for nearly a year shattered. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chief of the hunting team had just returned home after a day's work atop the mountain, where Tuo and Ku were already waiting inside. How did the test go? Chief Ta inquired. Before Ku could respond, Tuo divulged the incident of Shao Xuan's arm being broken by Ku. Veins bulged on Ta's forehead as he glared at Ku, wishing he could deliver a few more kicks. Is this how you conduct your tests? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ku scratched his foot. I didn't use my full strength. Do you dare to use your full strength? Have you no shame? Fool. Ta raised his fist, ready to strike. Ku quickly jumped up, darting to the door, clearly intending to bolt at the slightest movement from Ta. I just couldn't control it. Ku scratched his head with the hand that had just been on his foot. Speaking softly, realizing he had struck a child, he felt an undeniable sense of guilt. Since you cannot control your strength, next time you can accompany another hunting team. Ta said sternly. Wait, I can explain. Ku, alarmed at the prospect of being expelled from the team, hastily added, Head, you told me to test that kid Xian. I did, intending to throw just 2 punches, but once I saw those totem marks on him, I lost control and kept going. Totem marks? What of that boy's totem marks? Ta's eyes sharpened as he focused on Ku. But Head, didn't you say that warriors who have just awakened only have totem marks up to here? Ku gestured near his shoulder. Yet, that boy's totem marks have already reached here. He gestured a hand's breadth away from his shoulder. Impossible. Both Ta and Tuo exclaimed simultaneously. But, impossible? There is nothing impossible. People used to say that children emerging from the cave would not awaken until they were 12 or 13. And what happened? Previously, it was believed that novice totem warriors could not hunt healthy adult thorny black winds without a larger group, and yet, previously, it was also said that no one could return from that mountain after getting lost, and yet, how long has that child been awakened? Head, I remember the spear's totem marks only reached here. Ku's sentence was abruptly cut off by a kick from Tuo. Enough. You two should return for now. Ta waved his hand, signaling them to leave. As Tuo and Ku pushed each other out the door, they discovered the chief standing right outside. Hee. Hello, chief. They bowed and quickly made their exit. Chapter 65. The elder after leaving old Ku to finish his dinner. Shao Xuan returned to his wooden cabin with Caesar. Although he had been away for over 20 days, it was apparent that someone had tidied up the house. The water tank was filled, and it did not bear the scent of abandonment. Even the animal hides on the bed had been cleaned and aired out, free from insects and unpleasant odors. Clearly, it was old Ku who had arranged for this. After lighting a fire, Shao Xuan stretched his arms slightly. In a mere 3 hours, he could already feel the fractures in his bones knitting together significantly. Indeed, the medicine was effective. As for the totem patterns on his body, Shao Xuan was well aware that he had progressed faster than others. Among this batch of awakened individuals, the tribe's acknowledged genius bore totem patterns that had only extended halfway down his fingers. During the hunting expedition, although Shao Xuan had also donned a sleeveless animal hide, everyone's focus was solely on the prey. In the perilous depths of the mountains, a moment's distraction could lead to death. So everyone remained vigilant and did not pay attention to each other's totem patterns while hunting. Moreover, Shao Xuan's mastery of totemic power allowed the patterns to manifest and fade rapidly. By the time they had finished their quarry, his totem patterns had long since vanished, ensuring that no one had noticed the remarkable speed of their extension during the hunt. Just earlier, old Ku had been so startled that he snapped his cane in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and looking several times before he could accept it. Anyone else who saw it would surely be astonished, including Kiki. After Kiki landed the first punch, he stole a glance at Shao Xuan's arm, which did not escape Shao Xuan's notice. Kiki's attack bore no real intent to harm. Shao Xuan understood it was merely a test, driven by curiosity about Kiki and Tuo's motives. Lying on his bed, the tension that had gripped him for days finally dissipated. Life in the tribe was indeed peaceful. After a restful night, Shao Xuan awoke the next morning to find that the injury to his arm had completely healed, far quicker than old Ku had predicted. In truth, he could have recovered overnight without any medicine. He prepared a pot of soup with wild fruits and dried meat, sharing it with Caesar. Although the taste was rather unremarkable, he had grown accustomed to it. The portion was insufficient to satisfy him, and he noticed Caesar was in the same predicament. Patting Caesar's wolf head, Shao Xuan reassured him, "Once the prey is returned, I will ensure you have a proper meal." Caesar smacked his lips, leisurely yawning and stretching. Observing this foolish demeanor reminded Shao Xuan of the wolf pack's hunt he had witnessed on the way to the second stronghold. Compared to those wolves in the forest, Caesar seemed devoid of any true wolfishness. If this continued, he might genuinely become more dog than wolf, leaving one to ponder whether such a transformation was a blessing or a curse. After fetching water for a bath, Shao Xuan took Caesar outside and used a fishbone brush to groom him. Having gone over 20 days without a wash and rolling around on the ground, Caesar's fur was matted with clumps. While old Ku would help Shao Xuan clean his cabin, he would not bathe Caesar. In old Ku's eyes, Caesar was merely a backup prey. Why bother giving a creature meant for hunting a bath? When Tuo and Kiki arrived to deliver the hunted game, they witnessed Shao Xuan grooming Caesar outside. Initially, the shaman had assigned others to assist Shao Xuan in transporting the game down the mountain, but Tuo and Kiki had later requested to take on the task themselves. "Hey, your arm is healed," Kiki exclaimed, upon seeing Shao Xuan deftly grooming Caesar. Showing no signs of injury, he dropped the items he was dragging and attempted to approach Shao Xuan to inspect his arm, but Tuo restrained him. Kiki squirmed, but Tuo made a gesture indicating the chief, and Kiki immediately quieted. After returning home the previous day, he had been dragged out and given a thorough beating by the chief, and his face was still swollen. Once Tuo and Kiki moved the game indoors, Shao Xuan thanked them with a smile, intending to offer them some meat as a token of gratitude, but Tuo declined. He sensed that while Shao Xuan's demeanor was polite, it lacked warmth. After all, Kiki had broken Shao Xuan's arm just the day before. Awkwardly smiling, Tuo remarked, "By the way, the shaman said everyone should wash up and head to the mountain peak the day after tomorrow to honor our ancestors. We will set out in the morning." Not wishing to linger, fearing Kiki might act up again, Tuo pulled him away. After finishing grooming Caesar, Shao Xuan entered the cabin to inspect the food that had been brought. The game left on the mountain had already been processed by someone. Even the hide of the thorned black wind had been skillfully stripped without a trace of blood or odor. Caesar stood 2 meters away from the chunks of thorned black wind meat, baring his teeth in evident wariness, yet curious and salivating. Low growls escaping his throat as he licked his lips. Shao Xuan selected the smallest piece of meat to give to Caesar, but hesitated. Then cut a smaller piece and tossed it to him. The meat of such high-tier prey contained immense energy, and Shao Xuan was uncertain how much Caesar could handle. Gazing at the pile of food before him, Shao Xuan calculated how much salt he could trade with the tribe later. In preparation for the ancestral worship ceremony, everyone in the tribe busied themselves, bringing forth their most prized possessions, the event on par with the Wind and Snow Festival. Even another hunting team that was supposed to set out delayed their departure by a few days to participate in the ceremony. Shao Xuan had a garment fashioned from the thorned black wind scales, which clung to him like armor. Although it appeared somewhat foolish, such displays were unavoidable. It was one of the most direct ways to demonstrate one's capabilities within the tribe, and Shao Xuan conformed to local customs. Naturally, he did not forget to send some scale leather and meat to the spear, for the spear had contributed during the hunt of the thorned black wind. After a lapse of 50 days, the tribe once again held a grand ceremony encompassing the entire community. Unlike the Wind and Snow Festival, this occasion was less cumbersome and devoid of dancing. Shao Xuan was positioned near the fire pit, recognized as the most significant contributor to finding the ancestors, a position no one in the tribe dared contest. Thus, among those gathered near the fire pit, Shao Xuan stood out as a noticeably slender figure. This time, he did not dare to lose focus and earnestly participated in the ancestral tribute, silently wishing, "O ancestors, please bless me with successful hunts in the future. Let me avoid any further troubles." The 4 ancestors were cremated in the fire pit. The flames, initially harmless, expanded to envelop the 4 withered bodies, and swiftly, the forms dissipated without leaving even a trace of smoke. When the flames returned to their original size, the fire pit resumed its previous state, devoid of ashes or any remnants. Every departed soul in the tribe was honored in this manner, but not everyone could hold such a grand ceremony during cremation, especially one of this magnitude, rivaling that of the Wind and Snow Festival. Shao Xuan noticed that the bone ornament was absent, evidently retained by the shaman. It was indeed a pity to burn such a treasure. After respectfully kneeling and praying, the ceremony concluded, and Shao Xuan was summoned by the shaman. The shaman inquired about the events in the cave, probing deeper than others, with a particular interest in Shao Xuan's sensations at that time, specifically the so-called totemic guidance. Shao Xuan recounted his prepared narrative, playing the fool when necessary. He spent over an hour with the shaman before being released. Once Shao Xuan departed, the shaman carefully opened a jade box, revealing 3 identical bone ornaments neatly arranged within. Had Shao Xuan been present, he would have been astonished to discover that such treasures were not singular. However, unlike the others, the small sphere at the center of the ornament had lost its previous luster and appeared quite dull. Beside the box lay a leather scroll, seemingly not aged. Yet it bore nearly 1,000 years of history. Upon unrolling the parchment, a series of simplistic yet discernible images emerged, depicting the bone ornaments nestled within the stone box. At last, I have found them, Wu sighed. If anyone were present, they might question why the parchment illustrated 6 identical bone ornaments while only 3 resided within the stone box. Yet Wu claimed to have discovered them all. Reflecting on Shao Xuan's earlier words, a hint of a smile flickered across Wu's melancholic visage. He understood that Shao Xuan had not entirely spoken the truth, yet it mattered little. The power of the ember could illuminate the most accurate path, akin to how the ancients once used flames to pierce the darkness of night. He had indeed uttered this phrase, but in reality, few possessed the ability to actualize it. Even those who could sense its presence did not exhibit Shao Xuan's remarkable acuity, instead experiencing only a vague intuition. Relying solely on such indistinct feelings would not lead one out of the cave. Much like the ancestors who could sense just enough to locate the elder but were unable to escape the confines of the cavern. Recalling Shao Xuan's awakening, which diverged from that of others and leaned towards a complete ignition of the ember. Was this the distinction between a complete ember and a fractured one? Wu gazed at the bone ornaments before him, extending a hand as gnarled as tree bark to gently caress the dim orb upon the ornament. He then returned the parchment, sealed the stone box, and placed it back in its original position. Taking 2 steps back, Wu knelt in quiet reverence before the stone box. Elder, a title that had vanished from the tribe for nearly a millennium, he pondered when it might grace the world once more. Chapter 66. Do you know the meaning of my name? In the wake of Shao Xuan's remarkably swift progress, Old Ku refrained from discussing it with anyone. Over the following days, Shao Xuan observed that neither Kiki nor anyone else in the tribe had mentioned it either. Thus, when the tribe's people regarded Shao Xuan, they merely praised him as a brave warrior, blessed by the ancestors. Beyond that, there was little else. Even Gu, who frequently visited Old Ku, was unaware. Upon returning, Shao Xuan distributed some of the food from this hunting expedition to a few acquaintances, ensuring that Old Ku and Gu were not overlooked, along with Aunt Ai, who assisted him with sewing, the individual teaching numbers, and the children from the cave. He had nearly mastered the art of stone tool polishing. The shaman in chief had presented him with some excellent stone cores, and he had crafted several spearheads. Old Ku had already restored a knife that had broken at the tip. Its appearance was unremarkable, yet it functioned adequately. How does this look? Shao Xuan inquired, presenting the polished stone spearhead to Old Ku. Old Ku lazily lifted his eyelids for a glance, not bothering to handle it, and simply replied, "It's acceptable." Receiving a commendation of acceptable from Old Ku was a rare feat, as he was known to be merciless in critiquing the works of many stone tool artisans within the tribe, often dismissing their efforts as worthless. In contrast, Shao Xuan's polishing skills had become quite proficient. Setting the polished stone tools aside, Shao Xuan grinned and leaned closer to Old Ku, saying, "You see, my stone polishing skills have improved significantly. You mentioned that the only way to advance is through practice. Might we proceed to the next phase of your teaching?" Old Ku was renowned not for polishing stones, but for his exceptional trapping skills. "Do you wish to learn?" he asked in a serious tone. "It is quite arduous." "Of course I do. I am not afraid of hardship." Shao Xuan eagerly nodded. "Very well, come back tomorrow morning, Old Ku replied. All right, I shall take my leave, Shao Xuan said, first preparing firewood for Old Ku before departing. After Shao Xuan left, a smile crept across Old Ku's otherwise expressionless face. Early the next morning, as Shao Xuan arrived at Old Ku's place with Caesar, Old Ku was already waiting. Bring it along, he instructed, gesturing to a modest wooden box nearby as he leaned on his cane and stepped outside. Shao Xuan hurried over to lift the box. It was not heavy, and he did not open it to see what was inside. Caesar, yawning, was unexpectedly struck on the head by Old Ku's wooden cane, showing his teeth in surprise. He quickly tucked them away upon realizing it was Old Ku. To his astonishment, Old Ku then plopped down beside him on the wolf's back, nearly toppling the unprepared Caesar. The wolf shifted uncomfortably but settled down when Old Ku pressed down with his cane. In the foothills, he feared no one as much as Old Ku. To the training ground, Old Ku directed with his cane, pointing the way. Understood, Shao Xuan replied, carrying the box in that direction. Now a year old, Caesar had grown rapidly and often assisted Shao Xuan and Old Ku in transporting items. Carrying Old Ku was no issue for him. The earlier scare was merely due to surprise. As Ku ambled about in the morning, chewing on a piece of jerky, he was taken aback to see Old Ku comfortably seated on the wolf's back with his cane, nearly choking in astonishment. Ku had only recently become acquainted with Old Ku, both being members of the tribe with disabilities. His restless nature and thick skin encouraged frequent visits to Old Ku. In Ku's eyes, Old Ku was overly proud. After losing a leg, he had withdrawn from the hunting team and refused assistance, ultimately moving down the mountain and separating from familiar companions, considering any offered help as charity that undermined his dignity. Each year during the mountain rituals, he insisted on climbing unaided, relying solely on his cane to make his way up, determined to prove his ability to walk on his own despite the years. But who was it now? Riding upon the wolf's back? It appeared his attitude toward wolves differed from that toward humans. Had he abandoned his pride? Had it been consumed by Caesar? The training ground featured several low hills covered in trees, where the tribe often gathered wood. The flora was sparse, and aside from the exceptionally prolific stone-flying squirrels, there was little in the way of edible fauna, likely long since consumed. The trees here were not as robust as those in the hunting forests, but they sufficed for daily use, some being as thick as a water barrel. Why do humans hunt? The answer lies in the pursuit of energy-maximizing adaptive strategies. Fruits, grains, river fish, and beast meat comprised the tribe's diet. While fruits and grains could be found in the nearby hills, they were scarce. River fish had been a new addition last year, consumed frequently by those in the foothills. As for beast meat, it was the tribe's staple and the most energy-dense food, particularly the higher-grade cuts. Thus, the tribe hunted not only in accordance with the ancestral development strategies, but also to satisfy their energy needs. The higher the warriors' rank, the more they gravitated toward high-energy foods, as low-energy options were of little benefit to them. Hunting also involved methods such as stabbing and slaughtering, alongside setting traps. A well-crafted snare or trap could serve as a highly dangerous ambush killer. Old Ku had once been a master of creating such deadly traps. After dismounting from Caesar, Old Ku did not immediately instruct Shao Xuan on setting snares, but instead began discussing the essential considerations, such as how to utilize the environment and conceal the traps. Once finished, Old Ku set to work, starting with simple traps while explaining the key technical points involved in each step. Different types of traps, such as entry snares, intersection snares, and ground snares, all had their unique characteristics, and each type could be modified based on the prey species. How large should the trap's opening be? What proportion of the prey's head circumference is appropriate? Should the connecting line for the trap be made from animal fur or grass rope? Is a double-sided trap better than a single-sided or a composite one? Should a pit be dug? Is a knife stake necessary? Although Shao Xuan had observed longest setting traps, he realized through Old Ku's explanations that their styles were indeed distinct. Longest family also specialized in trapping. His grandfather was quite skilled, but their approach differed from Old Ku's. Old Ku's traps, to put it succinctly, were more cunning, more ruthless, and pursued a guaranteed kill. After demonstrating several simple traps, Old Ku encouraged Shao Xuan to give it a try. However, to set a snare, one must first start by braiding grass rope. They had just used up all the grass rope they had brought along. Do you know how to twist grass rope? Should I teach you again? Braiding grass rope and tying knots are crucial for a good snare, Old Ku remarked. Shao Xuan twisted the grass rope in his hands, not answering directly but asking, "Do you know what the character Xin in my name means?" Old Ku paused his knot tying, genuinely unsure. In the tribe, Names were often chosen for their simplicity or based on familiar or significant objects, like a spear. Others might use onomatopoeic words for names, such as Kiki. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Old Ku awaited Shao Xuan's answer. Shao Xuan flicked the grass rope in his hands, twirled his fingers, and then tightened it, forming what appeared to be a simple knot. With a grin, he said, "Do you not think the character Xian resembles the knot made from twisted grass rope?" He spoke no falsehood. In his previous life, when he was born, his grandmother was busy twisting straw ropes. Later, when it came time to name him, the elder rummaged through a decorative artifact inscribed with oracle bone script and was instantly captivated by the character resembling a twisted rope. His grandmother remarked that the character bore an uncanny resemblance to the straw ropes they were crafting, thus they decided upon that name. Moreover, the script of their tribe bore a striking similarity to the oracle bone character, which lent credibility to Shao Xuan's explanation. Old Ku glanced at the rope loop expertly crafted beside Shao Xuan, and then at the knot being tied in his hands, both of which he had just demonstrated once. Several of those knots were ones he had designed during his hunting days. They appeared simple, yet were intricate to execute. A slight miscalculation would render them useless, severely diminishing their effectiveness in ensnaring the cunning creatures of the forest, which could easily evade capture at the slightest opportunity. As a seeker of mastery in this lethal art, Old Ku held stringent standards for knot tying. However, he had intended to teach gradually, for many had struggled for half a day without managing to tie a complete knot. Yet, to his astonishment, this lad had merely glanced once and was already capable of executing it successfully. A smirk tugged at the corners of Old Ku's mouth as he pondered. Could this child be a natural talent in this craft? This realization filled him with indescribable exhilaration. Chapter 67. Training on a low hill adjacent to the tribe's training grounds. The trees are slender yet dense, their sprawling branches laden with vibrant green leaves. The surrounding shrubs and grass grow vigorously, changing almost daily in this season. Along a narrow, stony path, typically frequented by passers-by, some annual plants have already reached waist height, while in the distance, one would find themselves engulfed by the thick underbrush. In his hand, Shao Xuan clutched a half-arm-length stone knife as he ventured down this seemingly unremarkable path. Having rained just the day prior, the grass and leaves were cleansed, and a subtle, unfamiliar floral fragrance lingered in the air. Far off, several stone mountains devoid of greenery echoed with booming sounds, while the nearby low hills remained tranquil, seemingly free of danger. Shao Xuan tightened his grip on the stone knife, his expression grave, fully aware of the potential threats. Old Ku had instructed Shao Xuan in the art of setting traps. But after just 2 days, he changed his approach. According to Old Ku, to capture a bear, one must think like a bear. To hunt beasts, one must adopt their perspective. To devise a more effective trap, one must immerse oneself in the intricacies of the hunt. In an area fraught with potential snares, lacking the insight to discern them could lead to certain doom in the true hunting grounds. Although he found this method somewhat masochistic, Shao Xuan complied with Old Ku's demands, repeatedly seeking to understand the lethal subtleties hidden among branches, rock crevices, and leaf gaps that often eluded human perception. To put it succinctly, in this scenario, Shao Xuan himself was the prey. As he stepped onto the stony path, fingers clenched around the stone knife, Shao Xuan glanced ahead, his gaze sharpening, and he accelerated into a run. A buzzing sound akin to the tremors of a beast's sinew resonated from the right side of the path, at least 4 sources. Without pausing, Shao Xuan continued running, propelling himself into the air, his arms swinging the knife, producing quick flashes of blade. The sharp sounds of impact echoed as stone-tipped arrows clashed against the stone knife. 2 deflected while 2 others narrowly missed. In mid-leap, Shao Xuan twisted his body, his head, arms, and legs adopting an almost comical array of positions. From his posture, one could not predict his next move, yet simultaneously, several spikes from the opposite side of the path whizzed past him. These, released alongside the earlier arrows, emitted a fainter sound, yet the initial buzzing distracted many, causing them to instinctively guard against it and overlook the more covert assault from the other side. Had Shao Xuan altered his stance even slightly, he would have likely been struck. Thud, thud, thud. The hardened spikes embedded themselves into a tree trunk, piercing deeply. Evading the first volley, Shao Xuan did not land directly, but seized a protruding branch, his weight seemingly non-existent as he agilely somersaulted forward, clearing a thicker branch that stretched over the path without disturbing a single leaf. Upon landing, he immediately surged forward, nearly stepping into a spot where a stone-tipped arrow was poised to strike. On several occasions, arrows grazed the ground where Shao Xuan had just been, yet he appeared oblivious, continuing his rapid movement. His path was neither linear nor predictable, evading traps with a seemingly erratic pattern. As he leapt again, stepping onto a nearby branch to gain height, he eluded arrows that traversed the air. With a flick of his wrist, 5 small stones materialized between his fingers, which he hurled towards several nearby thickets. The subsequent sound of wood snapping echoed as the stones found their marks. While descending, Shao Xuan reached out, grasping the tip of a branch, angling his body to the side before executing a roll upon landing to dissipate some of the impact. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a stone spike hurtling towards him, thick as an arm. A swift, gray-white arc of the knife flashed past. Under the sunlight, the stone knife did not glimmer. Yet it struck like a bolt of lightning in the forest, cleaving through the stone spike with a chilling ferocity. From the moment he set foot on this path until now, only a few breaths had passed. Shao Xuan stood and surveyed the route he had traversed, now littered with stone tips, wooden spikes, and shattered debris. Looking up at a nearby spot, he inquired, "How is that?" "Insufficient," old Ku replied. Seated on a stone with an impassive expression, Shao Xuan scratched his head. "I think so too." Without needing further prompting, he retraced his steps to dismantle all traps along the route, both triggered and untriggered, lest the tribespeople encounter difficulties. Beneath the surface lay several concealed pits, invisible to the untrained eye. Each day, Shao Xuan engaged in this rigorous training, with old Ku devising the challenges for him to overcome. This form of self-imposed, extreme training could drive those with weaker self-control to the brink of neurosis, becoming overly tense and perceiving traps at every turn. Initially, Shao Xuan experienced similar feelings. Even upon returning to the tribe, the slightest sound would set him on edge. However, he eventually adapted. Observing Shao Xuan as he removed traps and snares, old Ku felt a sense of relief. Initially apprehensive that this training methodology might backfire, he had intended to guide Shao Xuan after 5 days, but to his surprise, before he could intervene, Shao Xuan had already adjusted. From being battered and bruised, barely evading all snares, to now successfully navigating them with finesse and even severing connections between multiple traps. This transformation occurred within a mere 15 days. This far exceeded old Ku's expectations. Yet, fearing Shao Xuan might become too complacent, he maintained a stern demeanor, reprimanding him at every misstep. After clearing the path and dismantling all triggered snares, Shao Xuan finally sat down next to old Ku to rest and receive feedback. In old Ku's view, the worst approach to dealing with traps was to confront them head-on. If one could evade, why not do so? Why expend unnecessary effort fighting against them? According to old Ku, true masters would swiftly identify the optimal points of entry, employing minimal effort to navigate a series of traps. 4 interconnected snares, finding the correct entry point would allow one to sever the links between them. The highest level of expertise would enable one to turn another's traps to their own advantage, achieving victory without direct confrontation. However, Shao Xuan still had a long way to go. He was far from being able to perceive the traps laid along the path at a glance, nor could he consistently sever the connections between snares. After daily critiques from old Ku, he began to wonder if his learning pace was too sluggish. If old Ku were aware of Shao Xuan's thoughts, he would surely scoff. Others might take 150 days to achieve what Shao Xuan had, yet he still found it slow. Old Ku's skills were partly derived from the teachings of even older generations, focusing on the art of setting traps. Some were conservative, while others were cunningly devious. Nonetheless, they all shared a common trait. They sought suitable prot-gs to pass on their lifelong knowledge, ensuring the continuity of these techniques. Gazing up at the sky, old Ku reminisced, "In my youth, I walked a similar path, albeit with greater skill. You were truly remarkable back then." Shao Xuan did not deliberately avoid the matter concerning old Ku, for that would genuinely wound old Ku's pride. Moreover, old Ku himself had already let go. Emerging from the injuries of past years, why should others extend pity? Old Ku had no need for it. "How much time did you invest to become a top master?" Shao Xuan inquired with curiosity. "No, even at my peak, I was unable to reach that level." Chapter 68. A good dog is the hunter's eyes and ears. The inhabitants near the foot of the mountain were well aware that old Ku had ceased his work with stone tools. Day after day, he wandered aimlessly, cane in hand, venturing out with the wolves at dawn and returning only at twilight. Remarkably, old Ku no longer needed to procure food for himself. Shao Xuan provided ample sustenance. In Shao Xuan's words, it was merely paying tuition. After some contemplation, Old Ku accepted this arrangement without objection. During this period, despite feeling exhausted, Old Ku's spirits were remarkably high. Finally liberated from the hunting team, he could apply what he had learned, albeit not to the level he once achieved. Yet, it was sufficient for Shao Xuan to enjoy a hearty meal. Each day, Old Ku found amusement in watching Shao Xuan struggle with the traps, recalling his own training under similar circumstances. Unlike Shao Xuan, who exhibited considerable talent, Old Ku had endured prolonged hardship, leading him to shy away from contemplation during his formative years. Thus, Old Ku seized the opportunity to impart the intricacies of trap setting to Shao Xuan, aware that the latter's exceptional aptitude might soon render the traps he could currently devise inadequate to ensnare him. Had Old Ku been in his prime, with a functional leg, he could have prolonged this mentorship. Sigh. Old Ku felt a twinge of sadness, though it was not as profound as the gloom he had once experienced. "What troubles you?" Shao Xuan inquired, climbing up from the valley, his face caked in mud. Old Ku had recently devised several more challenging traps, and in a futile attempt to evade a short arrow that emerged from the grass, Shao Xuan found himself splattered with mud. The timing was impeccable. The muck seemed to anticipate his arrival at that precise moment, leaving him no choice but to endure the mess. What if it had been something else instead of mud? Shao Xuan mused, realizing he still had much to learn. As the prey, if one could discern the multitude of traps at a glance, and as the hunter, if one could set traps with lethal precision, only then could one truly be considered a master. Many in the tribe dismissed such knowledge as trivial, believing that in the hunting grounds, there would be no time for trap setting. One must engage directly in the hunt. Nonetheless, Shao Xuan believed that mastering these skills might prove invaluable in the future. After delivering a blunt critique of Shao Xuan's recent performance, Old Ku turned to gauge his reaction. He saw Shao Xuan deep in thought, contemplating the area where traps had previously been set, unfazed by the earlier reprimand. Old Ku felt a sense of relief. Despite his harsh words, he worried that Shao Xuan might harbor resentment. It was rare to find such a suitable pupil, and the thought of Shao Xuan abruptly deciding to stop learning would surely infuriate Old Ku. Old Ku recalled that his own prowess had surpassed Shao Xuan's, but that was built upon more than 100 days of training, while Shao Xuan had yet to reach 20. As Shao Xuan reflected on Old Ku's insights regarding his prior shortcomings, Old Ku's gaze drifted to another part of the mountain, where a figure now stood silently. It was Ta, the chief of Shao Xuan's hunting team, the son of the current leader, and one of the few elite totem warriors remaining in the tribe. A candidate for future leadership. Old Ku recognized him instantly. Although their interactions had been minimal, Ta had merely been a novice totem warrior while Old Ku was at his peak. Old Ku had heard through mutual acquaintances that Ta did not place much importance on trap setting, especially after joining the advanced team. Those chosen by Ta rarely possessed exceptional trap setting skills, often being merely adequate. This divergence in perspectives led Old Ku to harbor a negative impression of Ta. Conversely, Ta regarded Old Ku with a similarly unsympathetic gaze. Initially, Ta had considered bringing Shao Xuan into the advanced team, believing that since Shao Xuan had received the blessings of their ancestors, he would bring good fortune to their hunts. Since last year, Ta's hunting results had diminished significantly. Although the tribe saw him return with large beasts, many of their objectives remained unmet, and his achievements paled in comparison to those of another hunting team. The leaders of the two teams were both candidates for future leadership and were in constant competition with one another. Ta felt increasingly anxious as he witnessed his rivals' repeated successes. The recent ancestral occurrence prompted him to focus on Shao Xuan, who was close in age to his son. Ta had heard details of the last hunt from his friend, and the more he learned about Shao Xuan, the more impressed he became. Initially, he had thought Shao Xuan was only slightly better than his son, possessing superior night vision and a stroke of luck. However, after further probing, Ta realized that Shao Xuan was improving rapidly. Perhaps this was why the shaman valued him so highly? Ta refrained from disclosing Shao Xuan's swift progress to others, instructing his companions to keep it confidential. Although there was no explicit rule barring newly awakened warriors from joining the advanced team, candidates were typically experienced warriors with several years of hunting experience capable of self-defense. Rarely did anyone recruit a recently awakened warrior. With the next hunt approaching, Ta planned to discuss with the shaman the possibility of including newly awakened warriors in the advanced team. Despite the absence of formal regulations, he felt it necessary to seek approval. As for the chief, his father, He would undoubtedly support his son's ambitions, posing no obstacle when the time came to select candidates. Initially disappointed to learn that Shao Xuan had been training in this area, Ta had envisioned witnessing something impressive. Instead, he found Shao Xuan merely learning trap setting from an old man who had already exited the hunting team, a complete waste of a promising talent. Just as Ta and old Ku exchanged unfriendly glances, Shao Xuan interrupted his contemplation with an exclamation. Following Shao Xuan's gaze, Ta spotted the wolf marked by the shaman bounding up the mountain, its exuberance far removed from that of a typical wolf. Ta regarded Caesar with disdain. In his view, such a wolf would be better off swiftly consumed rather than wasting resources. The more he pondered, the more he disapproved of Shao Xuan's actions. If not for the desire to harness the blessings of their ancestors, even if Shao Xuan were to become an exceptional intermediate warrior, Ta would be reluctant to allow him into the advanced team he personally managed. Meanwhile, Shao Xuan remained oblivious to others' opinions, reveling in the results of Caesar's training. The wolf joyfully approached, dropping a palm-sized pouch at Shao Xuan's feet, then squatting beside him, seeking praise. Well done, Shao Xuan generously commended, rewarding Caesar with a piece of meat he had prepared in advance for completing the task. What is this, Xuan? Old Ku inquired, puzzled. Shao Xuan emptied the contents of the small pouch, revealing several fruits, before stowing it away. As the saying goes, a good dog is the hunter's eyes and ears. I am striving to make Caesar a good dog, who may yet assist in future hunts. Initially disheartened and poised to depart, Ta halted upon hearing this, intrigued. A good dog? Old Ku echoed, still perplexed. No matter how cunning a fox, it cannot escape the hound's nose, Shao Xuan remarked. A hound? Old Ku queried, and Ta leaned in attentively. Utilizing a wolf's keen sense of smell, this piques my interest. Old Ku mused. A hound is a domesticated wolf, Shao Xuan clarified. Shao Xuan trained Caesar to utilize his sense of smell in locating objects. Initially, they began with clothing and bones, later progressing to fruits. Now, Shao Xuan aspired to challenge Caesar to search for scents that were even fainter. A wolf's nose is indeed remarkable, Shao Xuan remarked with a chuckle. Did Wu teach you this? It's quite an effective method, Old Ku commented nonchalantly. In response to Old Ku's words, Shao Xuan merely acknowledged with a sound, opting not to elaborate further. Deep down, he yearned for the revival of the mural within the cave that depicted the tribe. However, since someone had deliberately covered it, Shao Xuan refrained from mentioning it lightly. As he prepared to leave the cave, he seized the opportunity while the group of young ones went fishing to apply a layer of stone powder over the mural, also blocking the windows of the stone chamber to prevent others from noticing. When he felt sufficiently rested and ready to return, Shao Xuan cast a glance at the spot where the tower had stood, scoffed softly, and departed with Old Ku's toolbox in hand. Chapter 69. The advance party. Shao Xuan's second hunt was on the verge of commencing, although he yearned to further investigate the intricate traps devised by Old Ku. Feeling he was just a step away from unraveling their secrets, time was not on his side. It had been 19 days since the previous hunting team departed, and their return was imminent. The hunting team Shao Xuan was part of was diligently preparing for what would be his second hunt and the third for the hunting brigade this year. Traditionally, the third hunt would see an influx of new warriors, necessitating the addition of more personnel to oversee them. Shao Xuan speculated that this hunting team would be augmented by approximately 50 individuals. For instance, Sai, who had often troubled Shao Xuan in the past, would also be joining the hunting team. Sai's father, intent on properly training his son, had refrained from participating in the earlier hunts this year. Fortunately, many locals were fishing near the foot of the mountains, and their food reserves could not compete with those of the mountain dwellers, thus redirecting their focus towards the fish in the waters. Although the energy derived from these fish was inferior to that from the ferocious beasts of the forest, it would suffice to stave off hunger. Old Ku had also advised Shao Xuan against training at the designated grounds, instead urging him to utilize the remaining days to refine a few adept stone tools. The raw materials were rewards bestowed upon him by the shaman and chief after his prior accomplishments, ensuring the quality of the crafted tools. Shao Xuan sensed that Caesar had been closely following him during this period, often playfully nudging him as if seeking affection. He couldn't shake the feeling that Caesar had grown sturdier after consuming the beast meat for nearly 10 days. The meat Shao Xuan brought back was particularly favored by Caesar, especially that of the spiked black wind, which had made Caesar somewhat finicky, preferring not to nibble on fish. There was still a considerable amount of beast meat left in the wooden cabin, and Shao Xuan took most of it to Old Ku's dwelling. ensuring that both Old Ku and Caesar would have enough to eat for over 10 days. With this provision, he could hunt without the worry of leaving the old man and the wolf hungry. While engaged in a discussion with Old Ku about which types of traps could be employed against the ferocious beasts during the upcoming hunt, Shao Xuan heard someone calling his name from outside. Old Ku gestured for him to step out and see what was amiss. Upon lifting the curtain, he found Tuo standing outside, who had not come along with the others. "I went to your place, but didn't he find you? I knew you'd be here. The shaman is looking for you." Tuo waved his hand. Old Ku's eyelids flickered as he paused his work. Since it was the shaman seeking him, there was no time to delay. Shao Xuan bid farewell to Old Ku, ushered Caesar inside, and followed Tuo up the mountain. As he prepared for the impending hunt, he pondered the purpose of the shaman's summons. He found himself in the same stone hut where he had conversed with the shaman after commemorating their ancestors. It served as the shaman's meeting place, typically reserved for discussions. The chief, Ta, stood at the entrance of the stone hut and, upon spotting Shao Xuan, offered a rare smile. Tuo did not accompany him inside. Only the shaman was present, seated on a grass mat with a gentle smile that exuded warmth. Yet his thoughts remained inscrutable upon closer inspection. As Shao Xuan entered, the shaman gestured to another mat before him, inviting him to sit and converse. After performing a respectful bow, Shao Xuan seated himself cross-legged, awaiting the shaman's inquiries. The shaman gazed at him quietly, not in haste to speak, while Shao Xuan remained silent, content to wait. After a brief pause, the shaman's smile deepened slightly as he spoke. "Let me see your totem markings." Having anticipated this when he saw Ta at the entrance, Shao Xuan was not surprised. He summoned the totemic power within him, and his skin instantly manifested clear totemic patterns. Additionally, a segment of flame markings had spread over his shoulder, extending down his arm. Examining Shao Xuan's upper arm, the shaman nodded approvingly. "Indeed, quite impressive. No wonder Ta wishes to recruit you into his hunting team." The advance party? Shao Xuan had harbored this suspicion. But having frequently heard Lang Jie and others mention the challenges of joining the advance party, he believed that as a newly awakened warrior this year, he would not be considered worthy. To his astonishment, it indeed was the case. As he remained unaware of the distinctions between the advance party and other hunting teams, he understood only that those who entered would gain insights into their hunting operations, knowledge inaccessible to those outside. However, from the gossip shared by Lang Jie and others, he learned that the advance party bore additional responsibilities. Regardless, it was undeniable that the advance party would encounter greater challenges. The predicaments faced by the hunting teams were already taxing enough for Shao Xuan. He recognized his limitations. Despite his rapid progress, he was still merely a fledgling totem warrior. Did Ta not fear being hindered by him? What were these individuals thinking? "I do not believe I possess such ability," Shao Xuan articulated. Indeed, those typically inducted into the advance party were intermediate totem warriors or those nearing that level. It was too early for him. However, Ta values your potential and personally recommended you for inclusion, the shaman explained. "Values my potential? What potential do I possess?" Shao Xuan inquired, perplexed. But soon, he realized what the tribe's people envied him for most: the protection of their ancestors. Noticing Shao Xuan's silence and his apparent discomfort, the shaman continued, "You need not worry. If you do not wish to go, no one can compel you. I will speak to Ta on your behalf." Just as he was about to decline, Shao Xuan suddenly recalled something and paused before asking, "Do members of the advance party receive greater benefits?" Shao Xuan observed that the tribe leaned towards an elite strategy, offering additional advantages to those with superior abilities alongside some overt rewards. Benefits? Yes, like Tuo and the others who receive better herbs. Upon hearing Shao Xuan's words, the shaman smiled. Indeed, each warrior in the advance party is equipped with a special medicinal pouch during their hunts, which enhances their healing abilities, allowing injuries to mend more swiftly. Are the medicinal pouches distributed in advance? Shao Xuan inquired. They are handed out the day before departure. All medicines come from the shaman, as only I possess the knowledge to prepare such remedies. Sitting upright, Shao Xuan earnestly remarked, "It is an honor that the chief values me. I would be delighted to join the advance party and see no reason to refuse." The shaman replied, "Then what was that display of discomfort just now?" It's just Shao Xuan's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he asked, "May I request a different type of medicine?" A different type? When hunting outdoors, the speed of wound recovery is crucial. Without such medicine, one is exposed to greater danger, the shaman advised. "I understand. May I exchange it?" The shaman, somewhat exasperated, had never encountered someone so young bargaining with him. Yet, he had long since come to understand Shao Xuan's audacity, so while taken aback, he was not overly surprised by the request. "What would you like to exchange for?" the shaman inquired, maintaining his previously gentle tone. "Something for recovery. Do you possess any?" Shao Xuan asked. He was inquiring on behalf of Old Ku. It was evident that Old Ku had been struggling since losing a leg, his health deteriorating rapidly as he spent most of his time indoors crafting stone tools. Healthy warriors could often alleviate such ailments through their robust physiques, but Old Ku could not. Shao Xuan often heard him suppressing coughs, having spent most of his time inside crafting stone tools. Old Ku had already experienced a significant decline in strength after losing a leg. Moreover, the low-grade beast meat he often consumed lacked the necessary energy to meet his dietary needs, leading to a gradual deterioration of his once robust physique, aging him prematurely. Shao Xuan is now able to venture out for hunting, alleviating concerns regarding the procurement of game meat. However, the accumulation of injuries and ailments over the years necessitates a regimen of restorative medicine. Ordinary remedies may prove ineffective, and thus, Shao Xuan seeks to acquire superior options from the shaman. Yet, the tribe typically reserves the finest resources for the elite, leaving little for others, given their scarcity. With this opportunity at hand, and with Ta having already broached the subject, Shao Xuan realizes that refusing this time would render future evasion impossible. The candidate for leadership is not one to relinquish his pursuits easily. Ta intends to leverage the protection of their ancestors, and Shao Xuan understands that even if he cannot contribute, Ta will strive to ensure his safety once he joins. Furthermore, Shao Xuan is aware that should the outcome of this hunt fail to meet Ta's standards, he would be relegated back to the hunting team, with an indeterminate wait before he might rejoin the advance party. Yet, Old Ku's health is deteriorating rapidly. This is a rare opportunity. Inside the stone dwelling, the shaman converses with Shao Xuan, while Ta remains at a distance, unable to overhear their dialogue. He knows that if Shao Xuan declines the offer, the shaman will likely dismiss the proposal altogether. After a while, Shao Xuan emerges, carrying a hide bag as he departs. Ta enters the dwelling. Having made the decision to join, the shaman acknowledges this. Ta's heart swells with joy, and as he looks up to express his gratitude, he is met by the shaman's aged gaze. Although the shaman's expression appears unchanged, Ta senses an immense psychological pressure emanating from him. He realizes that the shaman is displeased, and this ire is directed towards him. Unable to maintain eye contact, Ta lowers his head and respectfully bows to the shaman, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure his safe return." The shaman remains silent, merely gesturing for Ta to depart. Upon exiting the stone dwelling, Ta wipes the sweat from his brow, his hand dampened. Chapter 70. Rest assured, the shaman provided Shao Xuan with a packet of herbs to restore his health, yet he did not receive the medicinal ointment, instructing Shao Xuan to seek it from Ta the day before their hunt. The packet was modest in size, containing a few rare herbs. Hence the quantity given to Shao Xuan was limited. According to the shaman, it was a 10-day supply. If he could return safely, even if he were to be reassigned to his original hunting team, he could still seek opportunities in the future. If he couldn't join the advance team, he might negotiate for some medicine with the shaman. However, he decided to observe the effects of the herbs first. Would Old Ku fare better after taking them? Shao Xuan pondered. On the 21st day, the hunting team returned, bearing 3 severely injured members and 1 missing, the latter implying death, as their remains could not even be recovered. It appeared that this hunting expedition had encountered significant troubles. Nonetheless, the game they brought back excited the community, apart from the families of the injured and the deceased. The relatives of the other warriors cheered, relieved that they would not have to worry about food for the next 20 days. In the evening, Tua visited Shao Xuan's wooden cabin to deliver news. "Xuan, find a time to collect your supplies from the chief tomorrow. We depart the day after." "Thanks, I understand," Shao Xuan replied. Tua did not enter the cabin, as he still needed to inform others on patrol. Shao Xuan glanced outside. The night swallows were already stirring restlessly. The residents of the foothills had returned to their homes, yet this time was different. Children in the area were participating in their very first hunt, and their excitement was palpable. During the day, they trained, and at night, unable to sleep, they shouted to release their exuberance. Closing the window, Shao Xuan organized several stone arrowheads he had polished that day. He had heard that the advance team was venturing further into more perilous territories. He wondered what distinguished them from other hunting squads. Were they facing more formidable beasts, or was there something else? Reflecting on the game brought back by the advance team, he could discern nothing particularly special. The next day, Shao Xuan ascended the mountain to find Ta, encountering numerous members of the advance team. Due to the lack of prior notice, their surprise at learning that Shao Xuan would join them on the hunt was palpable, with many expressing skepticism and protest. Yet all were quelled by Ta. After receiving the packet of herbs, Shao Xuan was introduced to other members of the advance team. However, conversation was sparse, as they regarded him as a child. In terms of strength, Shao Xuan indeed ranked the lowest. Thus he merely smiled in response to their doubtful or dismissive gazes, offering no explanation. On the day the hunting team set out, Shao Xuan delivered Caesar to Old Ku. Meeting Old Ku's concerned gaze, Shao Xuan clenched his fist, assuring him, "Rest assured." Upon hearing these words, Old Ku felt a sinking sensation in his heart, amplifying his worry. Last time, Shao Xuan had also uttered such reassurances before the hunt, which had resulted in a series of calamities, encounters with the thorned black wind, and getting lost in a cave, leaving their companions frantic with fear. Now, accompanying the advance team, would he not face even more peril? Rest assured? What a naive sentiment. Watching Shao Xuan ascend the mountain with his gear, Old Ku sat at the entrance, consumed by worry. As per the customary procedure, the team gathered before the hunt to sing. Upon his return, Shao Xuan had diligently learned the hunting song, ensuring he wouldn't merely mimic it poorly this time. While singing, the shaman cast a glance at Shao Xuan to confirm he was not feigning it as before, and was satisfied. However, this time, while the shaman did not look in his direction, Shao Xuan attracted the attention of many others. The participants stood in formations according to their teams. Previously, Shao Xuan had stood with Lang Jie, but this time he was with Tua and Kiki. The other warriors of the hunting team were well aware of who Tua and Kiki were, leading to their astonishment. Is a Xian seeking death by associating with the advance team? How could the chief permit this? Nonetheless, many others were filled with envy and jealousy, particularly the new warriors accompanying the team, who had awakened at the same time as Shao Xuan. While they were still training, he had already joined the hunting team. Now, upon finally being able to participate, they found him standing with the advance team, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Among this year's newly awakened warriors, Shao Xuan was recognized as the most gifted, yet he had not even been brought along by his own father. What merit did he possess? The warriors could not fathom the chief's intentions, yet that did not deter them from reprimanding the younger ones, as demonstrated when Sai received a thorough scolding from his father. Ah Fei did not accompany the team this time. After Shao Xuan returned from his last hunt, he had severely injured Ah Fei, leaving him bedridden for nearly 10 days. As soon as he stepped outside again, he was met with another beating from Kiki. Shao Xuan had refrained from inflicting too much harm, considering Ah Fei's family might seek trouble with Old Ku, but Kiki was under the protection of his father and grandfather, and thus his strikes were heavier. Consequently, Ah Fei, still recovering from his previous injuries, was knocked down again and remained at home to recuperate, unable to join the team. Everyone knew the trouble Ah Fei had caused, so they left Shao Xuan and Kiki to settle it between themselves. The chief had also declared that Ah Fei and his father should remain home for self-reflection. Even healthy warriors could not guarantee participation in every hunt. Each outing had specific regulations and quotas. The subordinate team leaders reported to the chief, who made the final decisions. If one could not pass the chief's scrutiny, it was best to stay home. What? Running low on food? You will stay hungry at home. The chief was determined that his hunting team's achievements could not be inferior to those of another team, and he would not allow anyone to become a laughingstock. This year, the chief had taken Ah Fei and his father as examples, ensuring that the new warriors would be more compliant. As they descended Glory Road, the crowds on either side were particularly animated, especially the women whose husbands and children had gone hunting. Shao Xuan glanced over, observing that those women seemed to be competing over whose voice was the loudest. Their shouting escalated into a brawl, a testament to the tribe's fierce and vigorous tradition of resolving conflicts through strength. Upon reaching the foothills, Shao Xuan spotted Old Ku riding a wolf, waved, and then continued with the hunting team. Drawing from the previous experience, the journey felt less strenuous. After descending Glory Road, they quickened their pace. The further they moved away from the tribe's settlement, the faster they ran, yet not a single person lagged behind, clearly indicating that the training the new warriors had undergone since their awakening had not been in vain. Once outside the tribe's patrol range and before entering the forest, Ta signaled for everyone to halt for a brief rest. Shao Xuan contemplated what he would do next, but after listening to Ta's lengthy instructions, he realized there was no task assigned to him. The others had their duties allocated, and once the advanced team entered the forest, they were already organized into pairs responsible for specific areas, leaving Shao Xuan with only one obligation: to remain closely at Ta's side. Acknowledging his lack of strength compared to the others, Shao Xuan accepted the situation. When fellow team members mocked him for needing protection, he merely glanced at the few jesters, offering no rebuttal. Tuo kicked the laughing group, noting that the chief was engaged in conversation with the leaders of other teams and had not noticed them. If left unchecked, their audacity would only grow. Ignore them. With your abilities, you might surpass them in 10 years, Tuo reassured him. It's fine, Shao Xuan replied, not bothering to look at the chuckling group. He turned to Tuo and asked, will the advanced team hunt more formidable beasts? At this, Tuo paused, responding with a knowing tone. Who told you that we only hunt wild and ferocious beasts? Chapter 71. Continuing the journey, what can one hunt if not the wild beasts and ferocious creatures? Shao Xuan was filled with perplexity, but before he could inquire further, Tower approached. As the advance party, they naturally set off earlier than the other small teams within the hunting squad to scout ahead. All right, everyone, prepare to depart. Tower called to the members of the advance team. Just as they were about to move, he turned to Shao Xuan and asked, can you keep up? When you're with our team, it won't be the same as when you were with Mai and the others. If you can't manage, don't force yourself. Tower implied that the pace of the advance party would be swifter, and should Shao Xuan struggle, he might extend a helping hand. No need. I'll try on my own, Shao Xuan replied. He had never experienced the speed of the advance team before. Although he believed he could keep up, he did not want to boast too much, for if he fell behind, it would be to his own detriment. Upon hearing this, Tower said nothing more, signaling to the other team leaders before leading the advance party into the lush forest, and in the blink of an eye, 40 figures vanished into the verdant wilderness. Now, Shao Xuan truly understood what Tower meant by the difference in pace. It was akin to the distinction between a motorcycle revving at full throttle and a standard electric bike. He scarcely had time to notice his surroundings. Fortunately, Shao Xuan had made rapid advancements. Compared to when he had just awakened, his speed had significantly improved. Otherwise, he might not have been able to keep up with the advance team. Their mission was to swiftly survey the area, preliminarily investigating whether there were any formidable beasts or other anomalous factors that exceeded the capabilities of the hunting squad. Each member of the advance team proceeded towards their predetermined destinations, effectively scattering and disappearing from sight in mere moments. Shao Xuan could only see Tower and another warrior named Aso, who appeared to be of a similar age to Tuo and Ku. Excluding Shao Xuan, the others were paired up for the reconnaissance, likely already familiar with the territories they were to explore. After running for a while, Tower halted. This was their rendezvous point where the dispersed warriors would reconvene. Aso, you stay here and keep an eye on him while I scout ahead, Tower instructed before departing. The fact that Shao Xuan was able to keep pace without falling behind was a result of Tower deliberately slowing down, allowing Aso to watch over him to prevent any encounters with ferocious beasts, while Tower made the most of the time to investigate the designated area. Aso was somewhat acquainted with Tuo, yet he held little faith in Shao Xuan. He had been among those who mocked Shao Xuan before entering the forest. What could a newly awakened warrior do? According to the chief's intent, he seemed to serve merely as a good luck charm, a mere ornament requiring constant protection. Aso held this in disdain, thinking to himself that he hoped this child wouldn't be a hindrance like a fae. After Tower left, Aso surveyed the surroundings. Since entering the forest, he hadn't even given Shao Xuan a proper glance. The area was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds and beasts. Aso initially thought Shao Xuan would be curious and ask questions, but to his surprise, after waiting for a long while, he heard not a sound from behind him. When Aso had first joined, he had been inquisitive for quite some time, seizing every opportunity to inquire, yet he had never encountered someone as composed as Shao Xuan. Unable to contain himself, Aso pretended to examine the surroundings, quickly glancing back before turning again to face Shao Xuan. Although Tower had not exerted his full strength since entering the forest, their speed was still markedly faster than that of other hunting teams. For a newly awakened junior warrior to keep up without assistance was no small feat. When Aso had first joined the advance team, he had not received help either. Yet upon reaching this point, he had been panting heavily, only recovering by the time everyone regrouped. However, now, Shao Xuan merely had slightly rapid breathing, without even a trace of sweat, standing alertly while seemingly unfazed by the previous exertion. Is this truly just a junior warrior who awakened this year? Or has he emerged from the depths of the mountains? Aren't you tired? Aso exclaimed, astonished. Hearing Aso's strange gaze, Shao Xuan replied, I'm all right. Indeed, Shao Xuan had been fatigued and gasping for breath, but he quickly recovered, the sweat on his body dried by the wind. Feeling the energy within him replenishing swiftly, he could still summon his abilities to remain vigilant of his surroundings. After scrutinizing for a while, Aso realized that Shao Xuan was not merely pretending to be composed. How peculiar. Seeing that Shao Xuan had no intention of asking questions, Aso became bored. He was accustomed to scouting alongside Tower and had never been left standing idle. Given that this area posed relatively little danger, he felt it was safe to engage in conversation. Aren't you curious about what our team is here to do? Aso asked. You wouldn't tell me even if I asked, Shao Xuan replied. He had inquired before, yet whether it was Tower or Tual, or even Ku, none had provided a direct answer, only stating that he would find out in due time. That's because we haven't split from the other small teams yet. Naturally, we want to disclose our mission to you. If we told you, what if you blurted it out? The shaman doesn't want too many people to know. But now, if you wish to know, I can enlighten you, Aso said with pride. He perceived that Shao Xuan possessed some capabilities, which softened his demeanor slightly. Once his attitude improved, his old habit resurfaced. He reveled in explaining various aspects of the advanced team to newcomers, which gave him a sense of pride, especially when he witnessed the look of astonishment on their faces. Our team has a mission, bestowed by the shaman, Aso declared. For them, this was a tremendous honor. And in the process, they were also beneficiaries. They could access resources that others in the tribe could not, and they would emerge stronger than their peers. After listening to Aso boast for a while, Shao Xuan could not help but interrupt. So what exactly is the mission? Aso, momentarily disrupted from his self-importance, huffed. Do you think the medicine used in the tribe is so easily obtained? Medicine? Upon receiving the package from the shaman, Shao Xuan had indeed noticed that while he could not identify all the herbs, he could recognize the scent of some, yet many were unfamiliar. Even during past hunting expeditions, he had never encountered such aromas. So, were the targets you hunted previously plants? Not entirely, Aso replied. Are you serious? Plants. Shao Xuan was astonished. Could one use the terms hunt and slay for gathering herbs? What sort of plants could that entail? Just then, a series of unclear whistles echoed from a distant location, followed by a succession of whistles from various directions, some nearer and some farther, their sounds growing fainter, barely discernible without careful listening. As the whistles subsided, individuals began to converge towards their location, with Tower arriving last, having to return to relay information to the other teams, as those further away would not hear him. After a brief rest, Tower led the group onward. Previously, they had been the true advanced team. From this moment on, they would become the tribe's herbal gathering squad, tasked with fulfilling the mission assigned by the shaman. Chapter 72. The squadron. The speed of the squadron surged once more, traversing a route unfamiliar to Shao Xuan. They maintained a pace 2 to 3 times faster than other hunting teams, embarking on a lengthy journey with only brief pauses for sustenance before pressing onward. By evening, they settled for the night in a cave, a familiar resting place from their previous hunts. On the first day of travel, Shao Xuan struggled to acclimate. Despite his superior endurance and swift pace compared to his peers, he was but a newly awakened junior totem warrior, and among the original advanced team. Even the weakest were but a stone's throw from becoming intermediate warriors. In comparison, Shao Xuan seemed rather insignificant. Thus, upon reaching the resting cave that night, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing in a heap, his legs unresponsive, muscles twitching painfully, and his mind enveloped in a haze. The other team members were weary as well, yet they had long since adapted, not suffering to the same extent as Shao Xuan. Witnessing his state, they mused that this lad was finally grasping the disparity in their capabilities. The advanced team was not a place for the weak. Even those who forced their way in would struggle to keep pace. Nevertheless, keeping up on the first day was commendable for Shao Xuan. As a result, some members of the team began to reassess their impressions of him. To them, he was merely a child, and the tribe tended to be lenient toward the young. Tower and a few others, among the strongest in the squad, conferred about taking turns assisting Shao Xuan the following day, recognizing that he would likely be unable to continue at this pace. However, to their surprise, the next morning, when the others rose, they found Shao Xuan, who had appeared as though he could barely move the night before, now vibrant and full of energy. He needed no assistance from Tower and the others, keeping pace with renewed vigor. The advanced team members exchanged glances of disbelief. What? Was the lad not just emerging from a cave in the lower mountains? What on earth has he been nourished with? Wild beasts? Ferocious creatures? Or perhaps the flesh of kings? It seemed implausible. The rations allocated in the lower mountain caves consisted solely of low-energy beast meat and tubers. How could such a transformation occur? They pondered in confusion, unable to fathom the mystery. Could it be that he had truly been blessed by their ancestors? Thus, on the second day, as they journeyed, the members of the advance team found themselves glancing at Shao Xuan intermittently, astonished by his vigor. Unlike other hunting teams, which would hunt one outpost before proceeding to the next, Tower's group pressed on after their first night in the cave. Sometimes they had to traverse mountains, scaling perilous peaks crowned with snow, while at other times they took longer routes around swamps and treacherous asphalt pits. Along the way, Shao Xuan encountered numerous unknown ferocious beasts, some of immense size and others adorned in vibrant colors. Any one of these would have drawn the attention of the tribe, yet the group did not linger. Even if they killed a beast, they left it behind, content to ensure their own sustenance without burdening themselves further. Traveling, hunting, and then traveling again became their daily routine. The immense physical exertion necessitated greater energy replenishment, and high-grade beast meat served as the best sustenance. Initially concerned that Shao Xuan would be unable to absorb the energy from such high-grade meat, the team soon realized they had underestimated him. After hunting a spiny black-winged beast, Shao Xuan had already acclimated to that level of meat, and he could readily absorb energy from even higher-grade beasts. As a newly awakened junior warrior, he consumed as much as anyone else and recovered faster than all. The advanced team members transitioned from astonishment to mild surprise, then to numb acceptance, ultimately ceasing to mock him. Clearly, those summoned by the chief were not ordinary individuals. After 5 continuous days of travel, the hunting team ascended a mountain, resting in a cave at their destination. However, aside from a peculiar feeling, Shao Xuan could not articulate what was different. After a night's rest, he was awakened the next morning, equipped with his gear, and followed Tower and the others outside. They continued their ascent, reaching a sheer cliff. As the sun gradually emerged, Shao Xuan stood by the precipice, gazing out over an expanse of verdant greenery, interspersed with splashes of other colors, predominantly various shades of green. This was their destination, a kingdom of plants, where the sun rose at the horizon, merging with the endless greenery. The crisp air warmed, and Shao Xuan could distinctly sense the awakening of life upon this land. The towering, column-like plants emitted sounds akin to thick wooden boards being pressed together, occasionally accompanied by creaks reminiscent of a massive ship swaying in the waves. As these sounds resonated, the tops of the columnar plants unfurled their tightly coiled leaves, blossoming into layers that spread wide. The once drooping heads of the giant plants gradually lifted, unfurling their immense, wing-like leaves toward the rising sun. As the sun ascended higher, its rays spilled over the mountaintops, illuminating the world on the opposite side of the mountain, rousing the slumbering beings. Shao Xuan inhaled deeply, taking a step forward to survey the cliff beneath him. The drop was lethal, a fall that could shatter bones into fragments. How was he to descend? Shao Xuan wondered. If they needed to go down, why had they climbed up? The cliff was nearly vertical, presenting a challenge for descent, compounded by the uncertainty of potential attacks from other creatures. Of course, you cannot just jump. Someone laughed. Look over there at that pool, and you'll understand. Tower gestured to a distant point. Shao Xuan followed Tower's indication. Where's the pool? He asked, seeing only a swath of black. No, not like that. Upon closer inspection, Shao Xuan noticed movement within the dark expanse, but it was too far to discern clearly. Soon, however, the stillness of that black mass began to dissolve. Individual black dots rose into the air, initially few in number, but multiplying rapidly until a dense swarm of black dots ascended into the sky. Finally, the pool, previously obscured, came into view, a vast expanse filled with plants of various colors, yellow, green, brown, and red, forming shapes reminiscent of a pair of compound eyes. The mountain across from Shao Xuan towered far above, piercing the clouds. The rising black dots were not ascending vertically, but rather moving toward them, resembling a cloud of dark wings in flight. Prepare yourselves, Tower instructed the group. Shao Xuan, stay close to me. As the dark cloud drew nearer, Shao Xuan could hear the sound of flapping wings and discern what the black dots truly were. Dragonflies, having been too distant to grasp their size earlier. Shao Xuan now felt his heart race upon seeing this vast swarm of dragonflies. He had never encountered such large and numerous ones before. This was a veritable squadron of colossal dragonflies, some with wingspans of 3 meters, most exceeding 5 meters, and some even larger. The sheer spectacle of countless giant dragonflies congregating left Shao Xuan utterly astounded. They were set to traverse from one side of the mountain to the verdant expanse on the other. As the fleet of aircraft glided overhead, Shao Xuan could still discern their intricate, net-like wings, resembling colossal insects. The advance team expertly propelled themselves off the mountainside, landing gracefully on the back of a gigantic dragonfly. Before Shao Xuan could react, he was lifted by Ta and leapt onto the back of a slightly larger dragonfly. For the very first time in his life, he experienced the sensation of riding a giant dragonfly.